Introduction. The protagonist has traversed into the realm of Nezha. However, he is neither the Nezha of the Spirit Pearl nor the incarnate Nezha of the Lotus. He has not participated in the investiture of the gods and has not achieved sanctification through a physical body. Instead, he finds himself a century after Nezha's dismemberment, possessing the remnants of his corporeal form, now transformed into a zombie. As a Nezha zombie, his ambition is to cultivate his strength to the point of transcending the three realms before the conclusion of the journey to the West Calamity. The myriad beings are mere pawns in a game, and he has no desire to be a tool in the cosmic struggles, much like Sun Wukong. Chapter 1. The transformation of Nezha into a zombie. I shall today disembowel, eviscerate, and return my flesh and bones to my parents, so as not to burden them. This is a memory of his past self, or rather, of Nezha. With a sharp sword in hand, he resolutely severed his own arm, disemboweled himself, and scattered his 7 souls and 3 spirits, returning to the great beyond. This memory belongs to Nezha. Could it be that he has traversed into the identity of Nezha? A spark of joy ignited within him. Despite Nezha's reckless youth, which led to great havoc in the East, killing the patrol demons, slaying the 3rd prince of the East Sea, thrashing the Dragon King, shooting down the Azure Cloud Youth, and causing the demise of Lady Shiji's dismemberment was not an act of contrition, but rather a strategy devised by his master, Tai Zhenren, to evade responsibility. Tai Zhenren possessed several methods of resurrection. Initially, he commissioned Nezha's mother to construct a palace on Sweeping Mountain, where, after 3 years of incense offerings, he could be revived. However, this was thwarted by his father, Li Jing. Subsequently, he was resurrected in the form of a lotus, pursuing his father Li Jing relentlessly as if he were a lost dog. Although the defiant Nezha was ultimately subdued by the Linglong Pagoda of the Burning Lamp Taoist, halting his vengeance against Li Jing, he later achieved numerous victories during the expedition against the Shang dynasty, not only fulfilling his own killing precepts but also attaining sanctity through his physical body. Yet, he soon realized that he might not be entirely Nezha. He had become the physical form of Nezha after the dismemberment. And now, under the influence of his consciousness, this body had transformed into a zombie. As the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, Nezha possessed multiple embodiments. Firstly, there was the original Spirit Pearl. Secondly, there was the reincarnated flesh. Then, the destroyed statue form by Li Jing. Finally, the lotus incarnation of Nezha. The original Spirit Pearl vanished after Nezha's dismemberment, likely taken by Tai Zhenren. The physical body was buried underground after being collected by Lady Yin. The lotus incarnation of Nezha achieved sanctity, serving as a divine officer in the heavenly court. During the calamity of the investiture of the gods, the heavenly court's authority clashed with the 3 teachings. As the saints withdrew, they retreated from worldly affairs. The heavenly court emerged as the undisputed victor, truly suppressing the 3 realms. Thus, even the surviving powerful beings who attained sanctity during the calamity had to make choices. Li Jing and Nezha served in the heavenly court. Jin Jia and Mu Jia followed their master, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Pu Xianzhen to the west. Yang Jian was conferred the title of Qingyuan Miaodao Zhenjuan, settling at the mouth of the Guan River, listening to edicts but not attending to proclamations. Thunderous, Zhenzi guarded the Zhou dynasty for 8 centuries. Wei Hu sought refuge in the west. At this juncture, merely a few decades had passed since the calamity of the investiture of the gods. The Jiejiao had vanished, while the Chanjiao faced severe losses. The heavenly court had undeniably become the greatest victor on the surface. The Western teachings emerged as the greatest victor behind the scenes. Both the heavenly court and the Western teachings were digesting their gains from the calamity of the investiture of the gods. A period of peace descended upon the 3 realms. A century after Nezha's physical body had undergone his transformation, he became a zombie due to his traversal. As Nezha's physical form, he had just transformed into a zombie and had already reached the legendary flying zombie level. In an ordinary world, a flying zombie would be considered a top-tier powerhouse. Skilled in sorcery, with an indestructible body, moving like the wind, and immune to various positive forces and Taoist arts. As the embodiment of Nezha, the flying zombie he became was even more formidable. He mastered the 5 elements evasion techniques, possessed immense strength, and exhibited the potential of a top-tier warrior, naturally adept at wielding any weapon and mastering various martial arts. Yet, this was the primordial world. A mere flying zombie would find it easy to be suppressed, not only by the heavenly court, but even by the Zhou dynasty. He currently resided at Chuntang Pass, adjacent to the East Sea, with the Zhou dynasty under the protection of thunderous Xinzi. Should he reveal himself, he would likely face instant annihilation. Having died once, he was naturally unwilling to meet death a second time. Thus, after his transformation into a zombie, he made every effort to conceal his presence, daring not to exhibit even the slightest trace. As for his name, he refrained from adopting the name Nezha or the title of the Spirit Pearl. Both bore significant karmic ties. He dared not use his original name from his previous life either. Now that the calamity had passed, the celestial mechanisms of the primordial world were once again in motion. If he were to be discerned by a name, his fate would likely be no better off. Chuntang Pass, having been graced by the four sanctified beings Li Jing, Jinjia, Mujia, and Nezha benefited from their divine status. The entire Chuntang Pass worshipped these four deities, receiving their divine protection, resulting in favorable weather and immunity from malevolent forces. Such a significant event as Nezha's transformation into a zombie would inevitably trigger a response from others. Immediate divine generals would be dispatched to quell the disturbance. Yet, uniquely in the case of Nezha, he remained undetected. This anomaly stemmed from Nezha's inherent uniqueness. As the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, he had acquired a soul, but after the dismemberment, his 3 souls and 7 spirits were scattered. Though later revived by Tai Zhenren in the form of a lotus, the resurrected Nezha became nearly immune to all spiritual and pestilence attacks. While this bestowed upon him unparalleled combat advantages, it also rendered him unable to perceive any warnings regarding spiritual or celestial matters. Taking advantage of this convenience, he quietly employed earth evasion to leave the Li family ancestral grave. He ought to feel fortunate. Despite the illustrious lineage of Li Jing, Jinjia, Mujia, and Nezha, the descendants of the Li family were of average talent, at best qualifying as competent warriors, even inferior to Li Jing. They lacked the inheritance of various arts, allowing him to quietly depart without a trace from the Li family ancestral grave and beyond the borders of Chuntang Pass. As a zombie, he could visually perceive the overwhelming presence of worldly energy, faith power, life force, and divine light around Chuntang Pass. Nezha felt no anomaly within his physical form. However, should he unwittingly reveal even a hint of his zombie essence, Li Jing, Jinjia, and Mujia would likely sense it. Upon exiting Chuntang Pass, he chose the southwest direction and continued with his earth evasion. The 5 elements evasion techniques and flight were second nature to him. Yet for now, he dared only to employ the most inconspicuous earth evasion techniques, refraining from any self-exposure. Using earth evasion, he arrived at a location, a place known as Skeleton Mountain, White Bone Cave. Once a sacred ground of Lady Shurji, it had become a site of infamy due to Nezha's impulsive act of using the Qian Kuan Bao and Zhun Tian arrow to slay the Azure Cloud youth under her command. Could see the time when Lady Shurji sought an explanation. Nezha had once again slain the Cloud Child. Ultimately, Nezha, unable to contend with Lady Shurji, fled to his master, Tai Zhenren. Tai Zhenren then incinerated Lady Shurji with a 9-dragon divine fire. The closest blessed land to Chuntang Pass is undoubtedly the original sanctuary of Lady Shurji, the Skull Mountains Bone Cave. Of course, there is also the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, but that does not fall within his considerations. The East Sea Dragon King cannot contend with the current marshal of the 3 altars, Nezha, yet it is unfortunate that he is still merely a flying corpse at present. Previously, Nezha had stripped the bones and flesh, scattering the 3 souls and 7 spirits, thus bringing closure to his conflict with the sea patrolling Yiksha and the 3rd prince of the East Sea. However, it was Nezha's lotus reincarnation that met its end. As for his current physical form of Nezha, the East Sea Dragon King would hardly let him go unscathed. The Skull Mountains Bone Cave, as its name suggests, serves as a realm of een and malevolence, most suitable for the cultivation of creatures like zombies. Now, with its master gone, it becomes an ideal refuge for him. Chapter 2. The Skull Mountain Bone Cave. If entering the Li family's ancestral grave felt akin to his own doghouse, then stepping into the domain of the Skull Mountains Bone Cave afforded him the comfort reminiscent of his lavish villa spanning 100 million square meters. Yet, he remained vigilant, employing Earth Escape to cautiously explore the entirety of the Bone Cave. The Skull Mountain is vast, likely an ancient battlefield. The primordial world has endured several calamities, whether the initial calamity of dragons and phoenixes or the calamity of witches and demons, with devastation far surpassing that of the Fengshen calamity in terms of suffering. The initial calamity of dragons and phoenixes inflicted heavy casualties on the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, while the witch-demon calamity saw both factions suffer grievously. The recently concluded Fengshan calamity, while high in hierarchy and involving numerous saints and doctrines, lacked the same level of destructive power and did not inflict deep harm upon the mortal realm. By investigating the countless bones scattered across Skull Mountain, he deduced that they were remnants from the witch-demon calamity, predominantly belonging to the human race. This is quite normal, as the human race emerged as the central figures only after the witch-demon calamity. Prior to that, the primary actors were the witches and demons. In the early stages of their titanic clash, the demon race had undertaken a large-scale massacre of the human race to forge the demon-slaying sword, making this site one of the locations of such slaughter, resulting in a mountain of bones that transformed into today's Skull Mountain. A century ago, Skull Mountain served as Lady Shurji's sanctuary. Though she had not attained the pinnacle of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown or the 5 chi converging towards the origin, she was a gold immortal in the making. Yet, such was her fate that Tai Zhenren, without discernment, extinguished her life with the 9-dragon divine fire. A century after Lady Shurji's demise, the Skull Mountain's bone cave has not birthed any malevolent spirits. This indicates that although she used the bone cave as her sanctuary, she cultivated the most orthodox moral teachings of the Jia sect. However, all of this changed upon his entry into the bone cave. Within, countless bones lay heaped together, their age relatively recent, not exceeding a century. The bones bore numerous bite marks, exuding a palpable resentment. Despite the intensity of this resentment, no malevolent spirits had emerged, contrasting sharply with the cave's original aura. This reminded him of another figure associated with the Skull Mountain bone, Cave Ma Yuan, the one who devoured humans for pleasure. After Lady Shurji's passing, he took control of the bone cave, only to later be invited by Shan Gongbao to descend the mountain and assist Yin Hong in subduing the West Qi. Ma Yuan, possessing vast powers, relished the act of disemboweling and consuming human hearts. He had notably dispatched Wu Rong and subsequently captured Yang Jian and Tu Xingxuan, even seizing Jiang Ziya's divine whip, only to be ultimately apprehended by the celestial being Mun Jushri and rescued by the saint of the Western teachings, the Taoist of the Golden Lotus. In time, he would ascend to become the revered Ma Yuanzun Wang Buddha. The starkly contrasting atmospheres of the bone cave undoubtedly stem from Lady Shurji and Ma Yuan. The essence of Skull Mountain instilled in him an instinctive comfort, yet the multitude of bones unsettled his heart. The sheer number of human bones overwhelmed his modern sensibilities. Fortunately, his current form is that of Nezha's physical body, transformed into a zombie. Faced with such a visceral impact, he experienced mere discomfort rather than a mental breakdown. Amidst the sea of corpses, he discovered 2 jade-like skeletal remains. Instinctively, he deduced that these belonged to the Biyun Taoist and the Kaiyun child, both disciples of Lady Shurji, who met their ends at Nezha's hands. The Biyun Taoist was slain by a single arrow from the Thunderbolt bow, while the Kaiyun child was left on the brink of death by the Qinquan circle. Had Lady Shurji not perished at Tai Zhenren's hands, the Kaiyun child might have been saved. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Gazing upon the 2 jade-like remains, he felt a stirring within. These remains were no ordinary relics. It is known that Nezha's Qinquan circle struck down the East Sea's 3rd prince Ao Bing, revealing his true form. Yet, the same Qinquan circle, when aimed at the Kaiyun child's neck, did not result in immediate death. This indicates that the Biyun Taoist and the Kaiyun child surpassed the sea patrolling Yiksha and the East Sea's 3rd prince in cultivation. Their prior cultivation must have been at least at the level of heavenly immortals. Such cultivation, prior to the Fengshan calamity, would only qualify them as disciples. However, in the post-Fengshan calamity primordial era, as saints departed and doctrines receded, the path to transcendence became increasingly arduous. In the mortal realm, heavenly immortals have become formidable beings. Even the remains of a heavenly immortal are a rare treasure. Instinctively, he harnessed his physical form to touch the remains of the Biyun Taoist. In the next moment, the skeletal remains of the Biyun Taoist slowly melded into his being. After becoming a zombie, he unexpectedly acquired the ability to control bones. As his body integrated with the bones of the Biyun Taoist, a realization dawned upon him. He had inherited the identity of the Biyun Taoist. Even if it was merely the identity posthumously, it remained an identity nonetheless. His Nezha body, transformed into a zombie, is also a form of identity, albeit one that must remain concealed. Should it be exposed, he would immediately face suppression from his original self, Nezha. Even though Nezha had shed flesh for bone, abandoning his physical form, it does not imply he would allow his earthly body to transform into a zombie. Regardless of whether this zombie poses no threat to the mortal realm, he absorbed the remains of the Biyun Dao child. He also consumed the bones of the Kaiyun youth. A profound sensation enveloped him. He believed that once he thoroughly refined the two celestial bones within him, he could ascend directly from the state of a flying corpse to the realm of incorruptible bones. This was his opportunity. Now, it was a century after Nezha's flesh was stripped from his bones. The calamity of the gods had passed merely a few decades ago. The establishment of the Zhou dynasty was also a matter of mere decades. This was the primordial world. Yet the historical tapestry of the real world was intricately woven, albeit distinctly different. Although King Wu of Zhou had departed, Duke Dan of Zhou still held regency. Moreover, many of the martial generals from the Zhou era remained alive. In comparison to King Wen of Zhou, Ji Chong, the true architect of the Zhou dynasty was King Wu, GFA. In the current primordial realm, the celestial deities were gradually retreating from the mortal realm, yet not entirely vanished. The martial generals of the human realm stood at the pinnacle following the calamity of the gods, far beyond the recklessness of ordinary celestial beings. As a zombie, perhaps due to the uniqueness of his corporeal form, or perhaps owing to his elevated status, he felt no desire to bite or drain blood. Neither did he harbor intentions to wreak havoc upon the world. His form shifted, transforming from a youthful figure of 6 feet into the visage of the Biyun Dao child. Thus, he accomplished a remarkable act of substitution. Even if he were to attract attention, the first deduction would lead back to the Biyun Dao child, rather than to his own Nezha corporeal form. As for the true name of this traveler, it remained of utmost importance. In the primordial world, curses could be wielded with precision. There was Zhang Guifang's name-calling technique, Yao Bin's soul-begging method, and Liu Ya's 7-arrow technique. All these secret arts required knowledge of the true name of the opponent to be activated. Furthermore, the calculations of fate similarly demanded knowledge of true names. Thus, the true name of this traveler must remain concealed. Utilizing the absorption of bones and donning countless disguises was his fundamental means of navigating the primordial world. Chapter 3. The inheritance of the two immortals in the White Bone Cave, he transformed into the azure clouds, meticulously organizing the White Bone Cave, which was filled with an overwhelming aura of resentment emanating from countless white bones. With his own hands, he interred each one, absorbing the grievances that clung to the bones. This not only enhanced his cultivation, but also averted the occurrence of corpse transformation, serving as an alternative form of absolution. After gathering and laying to rest thousands of remains, he became numb to the sight of the corpses, his heart devoid of any turbulence or fear. This was the world of the primordial chaos, where ordinary individuals possessed no rights. During the calamities instigated by the demon and witch clans, the demon tribe slaughtered countless lives to forge the slaughter witch sword, resulting in the formation of extraordinary sights like the Skeleton Mountain. Numerous deities and demons found amusement in devouring humans. During the journey to the West Calamity, various monsters feasted upon humanity, exemplified by the Lion Camel Ridge, which consumed an entire nation. It was not merely the demons who feasted on human flesh. The human race also engaged in mutual slaughter, resulting in an abundance of death. Fortunately, the Zhou dynasty, under the governance of Duke Dan of Zhou and Taigong Wang, entered a period of stability and prosperity. However, with the eastern migration of the Zhou king, the prestige of the eastern Zhou diminished, marking the formal onset of the spring and autumn period. From the spring and autumn period to the warring states period, the various feudal states waged incessant warfare, leading to an incalculable number of deaths. Even with the eventual unification under the Qin dynasty, the ensuing dynastic changes and the scale of warfare only grew larger, resulting in widespread suffering among the populace. At present, he held little interest in the external world, fixated solely on cultivating immortality. After clearing the numerous remains within the White Bone Cave, he finally achieved a significant breakthrough. This cave served as the abode of Lady Shiji and the primordial steed, Yuan. Lady Shiji was slain by the true man of Tai using the 9-dragon divine fire, while Yuan was taken to the western blissful world by the Taoist Juani. His subsequent appearance as the venerable King Buddha of Yuan was not an accomplishment that could be achieved in a fleeting moment. According to the timeline of the primordial chaos, The Western teachings were currently assimilating the gains from the investiture of the god's calamity, the Taoist Jane and the Taoist Juanti. After the battle at the 10,000 Immortals Array, directly abducted 3,000 worldly guests to serve as disciples of the Western teachings. The true integration of these 3,000 worldly guests into the Western teachings would not transpire until approximately 400 years later, during the spring and autumn period. 400 years later, as Laozi emerged from seclusion and transformed barbarians into Buddhists, he would divert the fortunes of the Western teachings, thereby officially introducing Buddhism to the world. Subsequently, Buddhism would experience both internal strife and eastward transmission, eventually reaching the southern Jianbu continent during the Han Dynasty. It rapidly spread throughout the southern Jianbu continent, and, during the era of Emperor Taizong of Tang, reached its zenith with the commencement of the pilgrimage to the west. Time was of the essence for him, as the initial 400 years represented the most stable period. With both the Western teachings and the heavenly court engaged in the assimilation of the gains from the investiture of the god's calamity, the three realms were entirely subjected to a laissez-faire attitude. However, the ensuing 400 years marked the spring and autumn and warring states periods, an era of remarkable complexity. The 100 schools of thought emerged, with various philosophical doctrines proliferating like mushrooms after rain. Even Laozi made his presence known, descending into the mortal realm to establish the teachings of Taoism. His emergence from seclusion and transformation of the barbaric into the enlightened laid the foundation for future paradigms. During Wang Mang's reign, the tumultuous events surrounding Sun Wukong's rebellion in heaven transpired. Although Sun Wukong was ultimately subdued, the celestial coup ignited severe repercussions. The internal strife within the heavenly court also led to widespread suffering among the common folk. Following a brief revival during the Eastern Han, the situation deteriorated rapidly. In the twilight of the Eastern Han, amidst the dazzling chaos of the three kingdoms, the kingdom of Wei ultimately unified the realm. Yet, this was swiftly followed by the usurpation of Wei by the Sima family, leading to the establishment of the Jin dynasty. This directly precipitated the subsequent turmoil of the five barbarians disrupting the Han, plunging the Han people into the darkest epoch in history. It was not until the Sui and Tang dynasties that the Han people began to rise once more. Simultaneously, this marked the onset of the journey to the West Calamity, a cataclysm that could be seen as a redivision of territories, and notably, one with minimal casualties. The entirety of this calamity was under the control of the heavenly court, Taoism and Buddhism. By this time, the overarching forces of the primordial world had largely been delineated, with only the fringes remaining. Thus, the conclusion of the journey to the West Calamity unfolded in a seemingly trivial quest for scriptures. This also signified that its period of expansion was limited to approximately 1,500 years. While this may appear substantial, in the grand scope of the arduous path of cultivation, it is hardly noteworthy. It is essential to recognize that Shiji Nyang, as a disciple of the Jie sect, received guidance from the celestial sage, cultivating for tens of thousands of years to reach the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. Standing merely a step away from the golden immortal state of the three flowers gathering and the five qi returning to origin. Even Shiji Nyang's remarkable accomplishments rendered her position formidable. Yet, to expect Nezha to attain the golden immortal status within a mere 1,500 years presents a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, for his opportunities had not yet concluded. Previously, he had absorbed the celestial bones of Bai Yun and Kai Yun, and with successful digestion, he could elevate his undead status from a flying corpse to one that does not decompose. Now, a new opportunity had arisen. The abrupt passing of Shiji Nyang resulted in the retention of her treasures, while her other legacies were left within the Bone Cave. Although the Bone Cave was later occupied by the celestial horse Yuan, this occupation was brief, and for the majority of the time, Yuan was preoccupied with consuming humans, thereby preserving the integrity of Shiji Nyang's legacy within the cave. On the other hand, the sudden downfall of the one-qi immortal horse Yuan was equally abrupt. He was forcefully taken away by the Zhuan-Ti Taoist to the Western Paradise. This left him no time to tidy up the White Bone Cave, causing his inheritance to remain within its confines. Although he inherited the memories, talents, and elemental escape techniques of Nezha, he possessed only the memories of Nezha at the tender age of 7. At that age, Nezha had no significant legacy to speak of. His true inheritance only manifested when he was resurrected as the Lotus incarnation. Possessing innate talent without a proper lineage made the path to becoming a golden immortal nearly impossible. However, the circumstances have changed. The Tao lineage of the Stone Qi Maiden is undeniably of golden immortal caliber, being the most orthodox inheritance of the Shanqing sect of the Her lineage encompasses not only cultivation techniques, but also teachings in artifact refinement, formation spells, beast mastery, alchemy, and much more. It is noteworthy that the Stone Chi Maiden rides the Azure Phoenix, and her weapons, such as the Taios sword and the magical treasures. The Bagua Cloudlight Scarf and the Bagua Dragon Whisk Scarf were all forged by her own hand. Additionally, the Biyun Taoist was slain by the shock arrow while gathering herbs, illustrating that the Stone Chi Maiden's profound mastery and expertise are formidable. Moreover, the legacy of the One Chi Immortal Horse Yuan is by no means trivial. His ability to consecutively defeat Yang Jian and Tu Xing Sun, while compelling the revered Manjushri to avoid direct confrontation, speaks volumes. Manjushri resorted to subterfuge to capture him, and Yuan gained the attention of Zhuanti Taoist, being transported to the west and awarded the status of the King Buddha. Though he revels in the gruesome act of eviscerating hearts, it is his immense power, supernatural abilities, and profound roots that earn him the regard of the sages. Undoubtedly, the legacy of the One Chi Immortal Horse Yuan belongs to the demonic path. Yet it is a path that reaches the golden immortal level. With the Shangqing inheritance from the Stone Chi Maiden, he naturally holds the One Chi Immortal Horse Yuan's demonic path in contempt. However, he can still draw insights from the Bone Claw technique. This technique, once unleashed, proves to be exceedingly effective, having directly subdued both Yang Jian and Tu Xing Sun, although Yang Jian managed to escape through transformation and Tu Xing Sun through earth evasion. Nonetheless, this does not diminish the might of the Bone Claw technique. Otherwise, Manjushri would not have hesitated to confront him directly, resorting instead to cunning tactics, transforming into a beautiful woman to bind him while he was preoccupied with his meal. Chapter 4. Ascending beyond the bone transformation, his audacity to practice the bone hand technique of the One Chi Immortal Horse Yuan stems, on one hand, from his current status as a zombie, which categorizes him as a member of the sinister and unorthodox. On the other hand, he possesses a unique advantage in cultivating this bone hand technique, an advantage represented by his own bone hand. Nezha, under the coercion of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas and guided by his master Tai Zhenren, underwent the act of returning bones to his father and flesh to his mother, not out of genuine remorse, but simply because he knew he could be resurrected. Nezha's specific actions were as follows. He raised his sword with his right hand, severed an arm, then self-disemboweled, scraped his intestines, removed his bones, scattering his 7 souls and 3 spirits, thus returning to the spring of life. If we set aside the notion of resurrection, Nezha's act of contrition cannot be deemed insincere. So much so that the Four Seas Dragon Kings ceased to pursue the matter regarding the deaths of the Sea Knight Yiksha and the third prince of the East Sea. Subsequently, Lady Ying gathered Nezha's remains and laid him to rest. In the present day, he occupies the corpse of Nezha, now a mere shell. Although he appears to possess a complete body, in reality, it is merely a patchwork of reassembled parts. His left arm is detachable, and the ethereal steed, Yuantian, known for its unparalleled prowess, is manifested at the back of his head. He is unable to replicate the same actions, yet he can still cultivate through his left arm. As for the ethereal steed's consumption of human hearts, it is not merely a whimsical indulgence. It is intrinsically linked to his cultivation practices. The ethereal steed is indeed a genuine golden immortal practitioner, albeit one who has taken an unconventional path, diverging into the extraordinary realms of the 3 flowers at the summit and the 5 chi returning to origin. The standard practice of the morally upright golden immortals regarding the 3 flowers at the summit entails refining one's essence, energy, and spirit to their utmost, merging them into a singularity. Similarly, the 5 chi returning to origin corresponds to the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, each associated with the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, culminating in their unification. The ethereal steed has achieved this as well. However, his approach has been unorthodox. Instead of the path of the 5 elements, he has traversed the realms of greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and doubt, collectively known in Buddhism as the 5 poisons of the heart. His 3 flowers at the summit also bears flaws. Through the insatiable consumption of human hearts, he has transformed falsehood into truth, fulfilling the conditions for the 3 flowers at the summit and achieving the golden immortal's fruition. This has rendered the ethereal steed both a being of golden immortal stature and combat prowess, yet susceptible to illusions. Moreover, he indeed possesses a connection to Western teachings, having attained a pseudo-golden immortal status through his unorthodox methods. Correspondingly, should he conquer his 5 poisons of the heart and replace the consumption of human hearts with Buddhist practices to cultivate his own 3 flowers at the summit, He would then become a true moral golden immortal, worthy of a position among the Buddhas. It is not without reason that the Holy One of Kuan Yin would hold him in esteem. Despite the merits of the ethereal steed's cultivation method, which allows for rapid ascension to golden immortal status, he remains disinclined to pursue the ethereal steed's practices, for he abhors the consumption of human flesh and is even less inclined to join the Buddhist fold. The spiritual profundity found within Buddhism is exceedingly formidable. Once ensnared within its grasp, he fears he would lose his autonomy. In contrast to the unorthodox path of the ethereal steed, the celestial methods of Lady Shurji represent the very essence of the heavenly way. The celestial master of the embraces all without distinction. The profound teachings of the supreme clarity possess the power to enlighten all beings. One's nature, be it as a demon, a zombie, or any other malevolent entity, does not preclude them from the path of cultivation, nor does it invoke discrimination. It is precisely this inclusiveness of that commands the reverence of countless celestial beings. Yet, in contemporary times, the lineage of the teeters on the brink of annihilation, and even the slightest vestiges of its legacy remain invaluable to him. In his past life, he was merely an ordinary online writer, possessing an intellect and understanding akin to that of the average person. However, now he inhabits the corporeal form of Nezha, a vessel that, despite having been lifeless for a century, bestows upon him unimaginable potential and insight. The classic texts of the left behind by the revered Lady Shurji now appear effortless in the face of Nezha's formidable innate gifts. A gateway to the realm of cultivation gradually unveils itself before him. He immerses himself in the sacred scriptures of the with such fervor that he becomes oblivious to the passage of time. When he eventually regains his awareness, 2 decades have slipped by. Over these 20 years, he has fully absorbed the celestial essences of Biyun and Kaiyun, and unbeknownst to him, his zombie cultivation has ascended from the realm of the flying zombie to that of the undying bone. At the undying bone level, a zombie's prowess rivals that of a true immortal who represents the threshold of celestial beings, boasting strength comparable to that of the third prince of the Dragon King. Even within the heavenly court, such a being could hold a distinguished position, surpassing the might of celestial soldiers and generals. Yet, this remains the extent of his capabilities. It is only after absorbing 2 celestial essences that he attains the realm of true immortality, and he finds himself confronting a bottleneck. What once seemed clear and comprehensible in the scriptures has suddenly grown obscure. This signifies that his aptitude, insight, and resources can only sustain his cultivation up to the level of a true immortal. To reach higher realms, he must either encounter superior opportunities or endure the arduous passage of time to grind through the challenges. In the face of the impending calamity of the investiture of the gods, neither the nor the would venture forth in search of fortune. For the sage's abode represents the greatest opportunity. Thus, whether they belong to the or the, individuals prefer to remain within the sage's domain, absorbing the teachings of the sage rather than seeking opportunities elsewhere. In the presence of the sage's discourse, even the most formidable bottlenecks can be swiftly overcome. Take the peak of the profound immortal like Lady Shurji. She chooses to incrementally transcend her boundaries within the Skull Mountain's bone cave. Time is not a constraint for her. Having endured for tens of thousands of years, investing a bit more time to break through to the golden immortal realm would be the most prudent course. Little did she anticipate that in her quest for tranquility, calamity would seek her out, leading to her demise and her spirit being inscribed upon the investiture list. However, circumstances have shifted from the past. In the present, post the calamity of the Fengshen, the endeavors once feasible for the disciples of the Jiejiao seem increasingly incongruous. This is primarily due to the dwindling opportunities in the external world. As the celestial realm, Taoism, and Buddhism prepare for a resurgence 4 centuries hence, the prospects across the 4 great continents will likely be monopolized by the 3 dominant forces, leaving him with little time to spare. Despite the urgency of his situation, he refrains from recklessly venturing out in search of opportunities, instead opting to remain within the confines of the White Bone Cave. This time, however, his focus is not on cultivating his spiritual realm, but rather on honing his martial skills and arcane arts. In terms of martial prowess, Nezha possesses an inherently exceptional physique. Both the fairy stone Qi and the immortal Qi Ma Yuan are adept swordsmen, and he adeptly assimilates the sword techniques they have left behind. Stone Qi's swordsmanship is rooted in the principles of the Bagua, intricately weaving the 8 trigrams into her technique. When executed, her swordplay is not merely a display of blade movement. It is accompanied by the manifestations of the 8 elemental forces: wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, bestowing an extraordinary and mystical quality to her art. In stark contrast, Qima Yuan's swordplay adopts a more insidious approach, ill-suited for direct confrontation, yet capable of manipulating the 5 poisons of the human heart in battle. While this tactic proves ineffective against formidable adversaries, it allows him to easily dominate weaker opponents, permitting a swift mastery of the sword technique. However, advancing beyond this initial mastery proves to be a formidable challenge. Consequently, he decisively abandons the swordsmanship to delve into the study of formations, talismans, artifact forging, and alchemy. He approaches all these disciplines with a taste of curiosity, and thanks to Nezha's prodigious innate gifts, he swiftly attains both foundational understanding and proficiency. The journey forward becomes a matter of painstaking diligence, as he dedicates 20 years to mastering swordplay, formations, talismans, artifact crafting, and alchemy. Finally, having acquired a diverse array of skills and feeling a semblance of self-sufficiency, he resolves to leave the White Bone Cave in search of opportunities. Time is of the essence, and he is acutely aware that sharpening his skills is vital to his endeavors. Chapter 5. Absorbing malevolent energy. Though 2 decades have passed in the blink of an eye during his quest for enlightenment, and despite his mastery of various arcane arts reaching a level that transcends mere corporeal existence, he still feels a profound trepidation as he steps outside for the first time. He has simply set up a maze around Skull Mountain, intending to deter mortals from entering and to mark the territory as belonging to him, a precaution to safeguard against potential intrusions upon his return. To prevent any unfortunate incidents during his absence, he meticulously gathers all of Stone Qi, Qima Yuan, Bai Yun, and Kai Yun's possessions within the cave, utilizing the celestial-grade storage bags crafted by Stone Qi for Bai Yun and Kai Yun. Thus, he prepares to embark on his journey from the White Bone Cave. Most of the treasures bequeathed by the goddess Shurji are of the celestial artifact grade. Prior to the great calamity of the investiture of the gods, celestial-grade artifacts were hardly regarded as significant. During that period, the teachings of the sages were firmly rooted in the mortal realm, with disciples of the being exceptionally versatile and an abundance of wandering cultivators. All practitioners aspired to attain spiritual treasures, whether they were innate or acquired. Resources were plentiful, making the crafting of celestial-grade items a trivial endeavor for cultivators of the immortal rank. This situation persisted until after the investiture of the gods, when the lineage vanished and the lineage suffered severe setbacks. The Western Church and the Heavenly Court absorbed their foundational essence, leading to a critical loss of transmission channels in the mortal world, which precipitated a rapid decline in the availability of celestial artifacts. Nevertheless, rarity is a relative concept. At least a century after the investiture, celestial artifacts remained far from uncommon in the Zhou dynasty. Whether remnants from before the calamity or inheritances from after it, celestial artifacts were commonplace among the various lords of Zhou, each possessing at least one. Hence, the caution he exhibited was warranted. The great generals of Zhou exhibited no fear towards the bone-transforming level of zombies. Disguised as the azure clouds, he cautiously traversed the earth through the soil. At present, the Heavenly Court was still processing the aftermath of the investiture. Originally aimed at supplementing the 365 deities of the Heavenly Court, the calamity yielded an unforeseen abundance of celestial beings responding to the call. This should have been a favorable development for the Heavenly Court. However, the matter was complicated by the fact that it was not the Jade Emperor who wielded authority over the investiture, but rather Jiangxia. Disregarding the Jade Emperor's sentiments, Jiangxia forcibly conferred titles via the investiture list, which did not align with the Jade Emperor's intentions. Consequently, not only was the Western Church embroiled in chaos while attempting to enlighten the myriad mortals, but the Jade Emperor also found himself overwhelmed by the sudden influx of uncooperative celestial beings. Thus, he was able to move about undisturbed. Currently, the Zhou dynasty and even the 4 great continents lacked extensive territorial grants. Otherwise, the watchful eyes of these lands would be pervasive across the continents, complicating certain actions. He dared not approach the fortified cities governed by the lords and generals, opting instead to seek directions in smaller villages. Even the inquiries were conducted under the cover of night, employing methods to bewilder the mind and leave no trace. Through such tactics, he first ventured to Chaoga, once the capital of the Shang dynasty. After its conquest by the Zhou, it no longer served as the capital, yet even so, Chaoga remained a prominent city in this era. As a significant city, it naturally had formidable generals stationed to protect it. His objective was to investigate the lingering malevolence from the battles fought in Chaoga a century prior. Within the city of Chaoga, the sinister energy has been thoroughly dispelled, allowing ordinary individuals to reside without concern. Fortunately, outside the city lies a mass grave, still saturated with residual malevolent energy. This site serves as the final resting place for numerous fallen soldiers from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, alongside countless commoners interred over the past century. The absence of any corpse transformations can be attributed to the intricate formations set in place, which gradually erode the malevolent, resentful, and ominous energies through the mundane aura of Chaoga, ensuring that, given sufficient time, the sinister presence will inevitably dissipate. He stealthily infiltrated the mass grave, initiating the active absorption of its malevolent energy. This graveyard harbors various forms of sinister energy. Nonetheless, regardless of its quantity, it serves as a superb sustenance for the undead. Moreover, for a being of his caliber, the unyielding bones are more than capable of subduing the majority of malevolent forces. In addition to the malevolent energy, he also chose to absorb the remains of certain generals. The deities recognized in the Fengshen Bang number only 365. Most mid to low-ranking officers lack the qualification for deification. Regarding the remains of those formally recognized as deities, he refrained from acting recklessly. For these beings are not mere incarnations like Nezha. Any disturbance to their earthly remains would inevitably evoke a response from their souls, thereby entangling him in karmic consequences. However, he felt free to absorb the remains of exceptional warriors who lacked the qualification for deification, thus augmenting his own power. Under the dual influence of the bones and the sinister energy, his previously stagnant realm began to flourish anew. This is the essence of opportunity. In contrast to the painstaking cultivation within the skeletal mountains, where he slowly elevated his own cultivation, venturing forth to absorb both bones and malevolent energy proved to be a more suitable path for the undead's advancement. An overwhelming abundance of sinister energy was absorbed, and numerous bones collected. Once he had consumed 90% of the malevolent energy from the entire mass grave outside Chaoga, his unyielding bone realm was elevated, placing him at the mid-stage of true immortality. He refrained from complete absorption, as that would attract undue attention. Instead, he selectively absorbed the lower-tier malevolent energies, leaving a layer of the upper-tier energies to be gradually dissipated by the formations and the mundane aura. Having departed from Chaoga, his next destination was the Yuhan Pass. For a being of his kind, malevolent energy constitutes the finest nourishment. In the grand tapestry of malevolent energies, the cataclysmic events of the past century, particularly the Zhou's conquest of Shang, stand out. His intention was to retrace the route of the Zhou's campaign against Shang and absorb the vast residual malevolent energies left in its wake, thereby bolstering his own cultivation. The Yuan Pass is the battlefield where Do Rong of the Wuxing and Lady Che of the Yuquixing met their demise. The casualties here were not extensive, as it was subverted from within through the deceit of Jin Jia and Mu Jia. He aimed to absorb the malevolent energies emanating from this graveyard. He journeyed once again to Mengjin, a site that had witnessed horrific battles. Countless individuals listed on the investiture of the gods perished here. Among them were the 7 monsters of Meishan from the Shang dynasty, Gao Ming, Gao Ju, and Wu Wenhua from the Zhou dynasty. Notable figures such as Yang Ren and the Dragon Whisker Tiger met their demise as well. The number of fallen soldiers exceeded hundreds of thousands. The sheer volume of malevolent energy was unimaginable. Yet, how could the malevolent aura of ordinary soldiers withstand the suppressive forces of divine formations? This overwhelming malevolence posed no hidden dangers, as it was firmly constrained by the formations, with the level of suppression surpassing that of the formations outside Chaoga City. While moral deities shunned such malevolence, it served as the optimal sustenance for the cultivation of zombies. He voraciously absorbed the immense malevolent energy, consuming a staggering 90% of the high-quality essence. Undoubtedly, Mengjin, as a crucial hub of the realm, was also guarded by a general from the Zhou dynasty. To prevent the excessive absorption of malevolent energy from causing anomalies, he could only take in 90%. Remarkably, this absorption elevated his realm to the later stages of the unmelting bone phase, equivalent to the late true immortal stage, leaving him merely 2 steps away from the celestial immortal tier. With the boundless malevolence generated during the investiture of the gods, had there been no bottlenecks, he could have ascended directly to the golden immortal level. This was undeniably a favorable development for him. Chapter 6. The extermination of the immortals. His endeavors in Mengjin yielded great rewards, and the subsequent journey to Mianxi County was equally significant. The former commander here, Zhang Kuei, alongside his wife Gao Lanying, had slain numerous Zhou dynasty generals, including Ji Shuming, Ji Shusheng, Wen Ping, Chong Heihu, Cui Ying, Jiang Xiong, Huang Feihu, Tu Xingsun, and Deng Chanyu. Gao Lanying also met her end in this place. However, General Gao Kuei was ultimately pursued and killed by the trio of Yang Run, Yangjian, and Weihu at the Yellow River. After absorbing the malevolent energy from this region, his realm experienced another elevation, reaching the pinnacle of the unmelting bone stage, or the peak of the true immortal level. He was now merely a step away from the next realm, that of the wandering corpse. It is important to note that the levels of zombie cultivation are classified into corpse, purple zombie, white zombie, black zombie, green zombie, hairy zombie, flying zombie, unmelting bone, wandering corpse, and ba. Only upon reaching the wandering corpse stage does a zombie truly undergo transformation. Prior to attaining this stage, zombies are, in essence, merely corpses that have morphed into spirits or, one might say, peculiar demons, lacking any significant uniqueness. However, upon reaching the wandering corpse stage, a genuine metamorphosis occurs. Wandering corpses are born from the grievances of heaven and earth, existing outside the cycle of life and death, immortal and indestructible. They traverse the realms of yin and yang, ascend to the celestial heights, and descend into the netherworld, capable of invoking droughts. Truly, they embody the essence of heaven and earth, ever-changing and omnipotent. Nevertheless, due to the exceptional nature of the wandering corpse, achieving this realm is exceedingly challenging. This matter transcends mere cultivation. It is fundamentally a trial of celestial tribulation. At the moment of overcoming the wandering corpses, a thunderous calamity, most effective against zombies, will inevitably descend. The vast majority of these undead are unlikely to survive such an ordeal. Thus, despite reaching the pinnacle of the untransformed bone state, he finds himself unable to easily transcend the realm of wandering corpses. Upon arriving at the Lintong Pass, he encounters a multitude of generals who perished in battle, primarily from the Shang dynasty, including Ouyang Chun, Bianjin Long, Gui Etienlu, Gongsun Duo, and Bianji, the strongest among them. Bianji possesses the sacred artifact, the soul-sucking white bone banner, capable of ensnaring souls, with the sole drawback of rendering him immobile. He can only lure enemies beneath the banner, whereupon they immediately succumb to unconsciousness. Utilizing this advantage, Bianji triumphs over figures such as Nangong Shi, Huang Feihu, Huang Ming, Lei Xinci, and Tu Xingsuan with remarkable prowess. Ultimately, however, he is betrayed by the traitors Rui Ji and Deng Kuan, who deceive him into relinquishing the banner's dispelling talisman, leading to his defeat and execution. From this juncture, the malevolent energy he absorbs ceases to elevate his own realm. Instead, he channels it into his left hand, forging the divine bone technique of the ethereal celestial steed. After passing through the Lintong Pass, he approaches the Tongguan, a place of significance not only due to its history of fierce battles, but also because of the cataclysmic confrontation known as the 10,000 Immortals Array that transpired outside its gates. In this monumental clash, 5 saints emerged, with the Tongtian leading this myriad immortals to establish the formidable 10,000 Immortals Array. Opposing them were the likes of Taishang Laojun, Yuan Shi Tianzun, the Taoist of guidance, the Taoist of proficiency, alongside the teaching of Chan and the forces of the Zhou dynasty, who sought to dismantle the array. The scale of this conflict eclipsed the previous battle of the 5 saints in the extermination sword array. This multitude of 3,000 immortals was captured by the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of proficiency, while over 6,000 others met a brutal fate. Ultimately, as the 10,000 immortals array concluded, only 200 or 300 scattered immortals remained from them, prompting the Tongtian to contemplate the establishment of a new world amidst the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. The faced utter defeat, and its entire doctrinal lineage was eradicated. On the surface, Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi Tianzun emerged victorious, yet every action has its destined consequence. In the aftermath, the teaching of Chan fell into decline while Buddhism flourished, delivering a significant blow to the Taoist tradition. Aside from the Western teachings and the heavenly court, there were no victors in the calamity of the Fengshen. The catastrophic fall of such a multitude of celestial beings rendered the region surrounding the Tongguan's 10,000 Immortals Array a desolate wasteland. The intensity of the malevolent energy here dissuades him from entering recklessly. His instincts signal a warning, should he dare to venture into the Tongguan's realm of mortal peril. Even as a peak untransformed bone zombie, his chances of survival would be negligible. Many capable individuals have perished at the Tongguan as well, including the main commander, Yu Hualong, and his 5 sons, Yu Da, Yu Zhao, Yu Guang, Yu Xian, and Yu Da, all of whom fell in the struggle. Additionally, 2 prominent generals from the Zhou dynasty, Tai Luan and Su Hu, also lost their lives. However, it was ultimately Yu Da who caused widespread mortality. Mastering the art of toxic pox, Yu Da wielded a formidable power that manifested in 5 colors: blue, yellow, red, white, and black, each more dreadful than the last. This affliction left both Jiang Zia and King Wu of Zhou in anguish, their bodies aflame with suffering. It was only after Yang Jian ventured to Fire Cloud Cave that he procured 3 antidotes from the hands of Shen-Nong, alongside the herb known as Sheng Ma, which treats pox. The torment of the 5-colored toxic pox inflicted unbearable pain upon both Jiang Zia and King Wu. And the 600,000 troops of the Zhou dynasty were certainly not spared. Many soldiers perished under its relentless grip. Although Yang Jian succeeded in obtaining the antidote, the ordinary soldiers could not be revived. Jiang Zia and King Wu possessed the ability to do so, but that did not extend to the common folk. This was due to Yu De, whose family of 7, including his wife, was honored by Jiang Zia as the 5 directions master of pox. As a zombie, he was naturally impervious to the 5-colored toxic pox. While absorbing the malevolence of Tongguan, he also collected some of the toxic pox from the remains to preserve. Additionally, he gathered some Sheng Ma herbs from graveyards for future use. Bypassing the treacherous Wanxian abyss, they approached Chuan Yun Pass, which was equally formidable. The commanding General Su Fang, along with his esteemed officers Ma Zhong, Long Anji, and Fang Yizhen, as well as the Qi refiners Liu, Li Geng, and Li Ping, stood guard there. Liu was notably honored as the master of the plague. The casualties among the soldiers here were minimal. Instead, it was a clash of might between generals and Qi refiners. Absorbing the malice from this region, they moved onward to Jiepai Mountain. At Jiepai Pass, the fallen generals from the Zhou dynasty, Wei Bin, Zhao Bing, and Sun Ziyu, alongside the fallen generals from the Shang dynasty, Peng Zun and Wang Bao, were remembered. Due to the surrender of the commanding General Su Gai, the ordinary soldiers suffered few losses. Yet, even the smallest of sacrifices holds value. They absorbed the malevolence of Jiepai Pass, pressing forward to the site of the Zhuxian Formation. The Zhuxian Formation, as the sacred array of the Celestial Master, was primarily composed of the 4 swords of Zhuxian, the Zhuxian sword, the Levexian sword, the Xianxian sword, and the Juexian sword. Each sword bore a unique power. Zhuxian brought fortune, Levexian brought death, Xianxian radiated a red glow, and Juexian transformed in wondrous ways, staining the garments of the celestial beings with divine blood. Yet, this formation, reputed to be impervious to all but the 4 saints, was ultimately unraveled by the combined efforts of the venerable Taishang Laojun, the primordial heavenly sovereign, and the Western teachings led by the Taoist guides of Jin and Zhuanti. Among them, Guang Qingzi seized the Zhuxian sword, Qi Jingzi the Levexian sword, Yuding Zhenren the Xianxian sword, and Daoxing Tianzuan the Juexian sword. Together, they wielded the unparalleled might of the 4 swords of Zhuxian to dismantle the Wanxian formation. In an instant, they vanquished the 28 lunar mansions and the 9 luminaries, leaving the myriad celestial beings of the utterly bereft of their resolve. Although the Zhuxian formation did not directly claim lives, as the foremost killing formation of the heavenly path, its mere invocation, even without bloodshed or the overcoming by the 4 saints, was a harbinger of dread. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent and malevolence continues to render this place a realm of desolation. Unlike the tenfold peril of the Wanjian abyss, this judgment of celestials offers him an unparalleled opportunity for transcendence. The residual killing energy and malevolence from the celestial extermination array serve as a shroud. Here, breaking through to the realm of the wandering corpse can significantly mitigate the ferocity of the heavenly tribulations. With this thought in mind, he began to prepare for his ascension and the ensuing tribulations. His time was limited, precluding the possibility of achieving a perfect state of advancement. Thus, he had to resort to cunning strategies. Chapter 7. The celestial teacher, the precious 400 years following the end of the divine punishment, are marked by an extraordinary tranquility. In the aftermath of the apocalyptic turmoil, neither the heavenly court, the Western teachings, nor the Chan school engaged in any malevolent schemes. The power of the heavenly court has not spread across the 4 great continents, which are devoid of the rampant land and omnipresent deities that once occupied them. The presence of these lands and deities has monopolized the ecological niches of the 4 continents, directly leading to a future scarcity of heavenly treasures and earthly riches. Thus, by the time of the Tang dynasty, mere longevity became an elusive dream for countless immortals and demons. It is crucial to recognize that prior to the upheaval, achieving immortality was not a daunting task, and longevity was within grasp. Although true immortality was a privilege reserved for the sages, each disciple of the had lifespans measured in millennia. The transformation of the Stone Lady has spanned thousands of years. Yet this is far from her limit, an unimaginable concept in later generations. Currently, Not only has the heavenly court refrained from expansion, but the underworld remains similarly static. In the future, while the underworld may lack the strength of the heavenly court, it will not be diminished in scale. Commanding the lifespans and reincarnations of all beings across the 4 continents, its authority and number of emissaries are unfathomable. Coupled with the expansion of Buddhism and Taoism, the vastness of the 4 continents will scarcely offer refuge for other beings. Therefore, he must seize the opportunity of these blank 400 years to maximize his own benefits, thus securing a foothold when the time comes to delineate the great powers of the world. It is worth noting that during the journey to the west, even the progenitor of Earth immortals, Sun Wukong, had to defer to the 4 seekers of truth, forced to offer explanations and to forge a brotherhood with Sun Wukong. Such a humbling stance is remarkable. However, while Sun Wukong could afford to humble himself, others may not even possess the privilege to do so. Take, for instance, the mighty bull demon king, who, besieged by Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, was ultimately dragged into the clutches of the Buddhist realm by the joint efforts of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, an utterly tragic fate. He is resolute in avoiding a similar destiny to that of the bull demon king. Thus, even at the risk of great peril, he must strive to enhance his own strength to the fullest extent during these 400 years, thereby reinforcing his foundation. By absorbing an infinite amount of malevolent energy, he has fully acquired the capacity to transcend the realm of wandering corpses. Moreover, he has preliminarily forged his left hand into a formidable bone hand technique. Although it pales in comparison to the transcendent bone hand of the celestial horse of Wen Qi, it is nonetheless quite remarkable. Upon successfully breaking through the boundaries of the wandering corpse realm, the heavenly Tao sensed the emergence of this aberration, a being born from the collective grievances of heaven and earth, ageless, immortal, and indestructible, attempting to transcend the cycle of reincarnation. Consequently, it immediately orchestrated a thunderous tribulation, the most formidable bane for the undead. In an instant, ominous clouds gathered over the outer realms of the boundary gate, heralding the onset of the tribulation. The presence of this ominous energy was perceptible to the great generals of the Zhou dynasty stationed at the boundary gate. They could sense the ominous aura emanating from the realm of exterminating immortals. It is essential to note that merely a century has passed since the conclusion of the divine sealing cataclysm, and the echoes of mythology have yet to fade entirely. However, even with this awareness, it proved futile, as he had discerned that this was indeed the tribulation for a true immortal ascending to the celestial realm. From the aura of the tribulation, it could be inferred that an aberration was undergoing tribulation within the realm of exterminating immortals. Nonetheless, the world has long been steeped in the mundane, rendering it implausible for him to contend with an aberration at the pinnacle of true immortals. His only course of action was to relay the news to the capital of the Zhou dynasty, awaiting the intervention of the thunderous deity, Lei Zhenzi, to eliminate the aberration. Since its establishment, the capital of the Zhou dynasty has undergone several relocations, from Shiqi to the capital of King Wu, Haojing, and now to the capital of King Cheng, Qingzhou. There would be further relocations in the future, yet this time frame would suffice for the aberration to successfully traverse the tribulation and subsequently vanish. The scale of the tribulation continued to escalate, yet the thunder still failed to descend. The reason was straightforward: the obstruction posed by the realm of exterminating immortals. The residual aura of the extermination array and the 5 saints was sufficient to instill trepidation within the tribulation. Although the heavenly court now boasted 24 cloud-summoning and rain-bringing deities, the Supreme Emperor had yet to harmonize with the celestial gods, nor had he expanded the power of the heavenly court to encompass the 4 great continents. Thus, these 400 years represent a critical period for cultivators. If one were to succeed in their cultivation during this time, they would face the tribulation as a fair trial of the heavenly Tao. However, for 100 years hence, once the tribulation falls under the control of the heavenly court, it would be subject to the intricacies of human relationships. With connections and affiliations, the tribulation would merely be a formality. Should one remain detached from the heavenly court, the outcome of the tribulation would be entirely contingent upon the attitudes of the heavenly court and the thunder department. 400 years later, the path to ascension through personal effort would become increasingly arduous. The vast majority of cultivators and demons would find themselves unable to surpass even the tribulation, resorting instead to desperately seeking connections with the heavenly court, Taoism, Buddhism, and even the underworld, in a desperate pursuit of a thread of celestial fate. Even the wandering corpse, no matter how incongruous with the heavens and earth, would find itself ensnared in this relentless struggle. The might of the thunder tribulation can never exceed that of the golden immortals tribulation, This serves as an absolute limit. However, for prodigies, the Thunder Tribulation can manifest its power to a level that is merely a hair's breadth shy of that of a golden immortal. Such formidable strength, without external assistance, is nearly insurmountable. Yet now, the Thunder Tribulation must contend with an exceedingly terrifying external force. Even if its power has ascended to the pinnacle just below that of a golden immortal, both the extermination formation and the lingering aura of the five saints, even in their remnants, far surpass the realm of the golden immortal. When the Thunder Tribulation reaches its zenith, a bolt of terrifying lightning capable of injuring a golden immortal descends from the heavens. However, upon striking the extermination abyss, its potency is diminished to the utmost. When it finally breaks through the barriers of the extermination abyss and descends upon him, it is easily withstood by his undead form. One cannot help but acknowledge that choosing the extermination abyss was indeed the wisest decision. Were it not for this location, a single bolt of lightning would suffice to inflict grave injuries upon him. 2 bolts would be enough to reduce him to ashes. The sheer ferocity of the wandering corpse's Thunder Tribulation is staggering. It is no wonder that since the cataclysm of the investiture of the gods, scarcely any zombies of this caliber have emerged. At the moment he harnesses the extermination abyss to endure the tribulation, the Master of Heaven, situated in the upper clear realm beyond the 33 heavens, perceives a peculiar aura. As a saint, although he suffered total defeat during the investiture of the gods, both his teachings and personal powers still harbor the potential to seize a glimmer of life. Presently confined as punishment by his teacher, Hongjun, he remains undeterred in sensing this faint anomaly. Despite its subtlety, it is keenly captured by his saintly perception. Following this thread of awareness, he immediately deduces its origin. As long as one is not within the tribulation, a saint is almost omniscient, capable of divining the essence of all things. Through this deduction, he pinpointed the source of the anomaly. It was the very place where he had once established the extermination formation, where a zombie was undergoing tribulation. The emergence of a zombie has unexpectedly stirred a fleeting notion within the mind of the saint. This is no trivial matter. A zombie that is in the process of transforming from a non-decaying corpse into a wandering corpse, a remnant of Nezha, a disciple of the Chan sect, whose bones were stripped while retaining flesh, fails to capture the Master of Heaven's full attention. Unlike the wandering corpses that defy the heavenly Tao and the 6 paths of reincarnation, the roots of his countless disciples far exceed that of a mere zombie. Yet for the now destitute Master of Heaven, even the slightest variable is sufficient to incite a decisive action. He no longer wishes to rebuild the Chan sect, but merely to vex the Taoism represented by Laozi, the Chan sect represented by Yuanshi Tianzuan, and the Western teachings represented by Jian and Zhuandi. Chapter 8. Bestowed name of Ghost Valley. The pinnacle of Wandering Corpse. The Wandering Corpse is inherently an anomaly. The Celestial Master of the Heavenly Gateway intends to capitalize on this peculiarity. The overwhelming Thunder Tribulation posed no hindrance to him. Utilizing the extermination of a mortal's abyss, he successfully underwent a metamorphosis into a wandering corpse, equivalent to the celestial immortal realm. However, within the same realm, he could effortlessly defeat 10 ordinary celestial immortals. As he contemplated his newfound state as a wandering corpse, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. For streams of luminous energy descended from the 33 heavens, appearing above the extermination of a mortal's abyss at an unimaginable velocity. In an instant, these 4 streams absorbed the residual sword energy of the 4 swords of extermination, along with the essence of 4 saints. The 4 streams materialized before him, their terrifying sword aura rendering him immobile. An undeniable voice resonated in his mind, echoing like a mighty bell. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Bestowed the name Ghost Valley. Under the guise of seclusion, I will seek to avenge the blood debts of the against the Taoist, the exoteric teachings, and the Western teachings. Although the Celestial Master had accepted the wandering corpse as his disciple and placed significant stakes upon him, the gravity of this relationship was not particularly profound. What may be an unparalleled opportunity for an ordinary individual holds little weight for a saint. His sole intention was to treat Ghost Valley as one would treat a figure like Shen Gongbao, employing the strategy of leveraging the small against the great, which embodies the essence of uncertainty. The wandering corpse, inherently unrecognized by the heavenly Tao and outside the cycle of reincarnation, is indeed a remarkable anomaly. Now, with the added identity of a saint's disciple and the Celestial Master himself obscuring the heavenly secrets, his origins became virtually impossible to deduce. Unless confronted by an incarnation of a saint, no one could unmask Ghost Valley's identity. A vast array of teachings and arcane methods were imparted into Ghost Valley's consciousness. Concurrently, the identities of the 4 streams of light revealed themselves. They were 4 celestial swords, not mere ordinary swords, but fragments of the celestial master's treasured Qingping sword, which had been shattered by the Taoist of the 7 treasures upon the destruction of. With the demise of the Qingping sword, a revered artifact could not be preserved intact. Now, having been reforged by the celestial master and infused with the residual sword energy of the 4 swords of extermination, these fragments had transformed into a semblance of the 4 swords of extermination. Even with a diminished rank, they could still be regarded as innate spiritual treasures. This represents the celestial master's most substantial investment. Only the reforged fragments of the Qingping sword, masquerading as the 4 swords of extermination, could thoroughly suppress the fate of Ghost Valley, preventing any deductions regarding his origins by those beyond the incarnations of saints. After a century, the celestial master once again took action. Immediately, the attention of the 5 sages was drawn. Although Hongjun had issued a personal decree that no sage could descend to the mortal realm during the calamity, the physical form of a sage could not manifest among humans. Yet their incarnations could. At the very least, one of the incarnations of Taishang Laojun resided in the celestial court in the Doshui Palace. Both the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of purity also had incarnations that descended to the Western paradise, guiding countless wayward souls. This did not constitute a breach of protocol. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings intervened in the mortal realm without physically descending. He acted from afar, transmitting a new doctrine, which similarly did not violate regulations. By the time the 5 sages, belatedly realizing the implications of the Lord of the Celestial Teachings' actions, pinpointed the location of the extermination of celestials, it was already deserted. The sages could only deduce that the Lord had recently taken on a new disciple. Without any knowledge of the disciple's name, origins, or methods, the sage had personally obscured the heavenly mysteries, and given that Gigu itself was an anomaly, even the other sages could not discern its roots without direct confrontation. He finally acquired his own name, Gigu. Whether this name was a mere coincidence or a matter of fate, he could not tell. According to the original history, the enigmatic lineage of Gigu would indeed become renowned in the future, possessing the ability to alter the course of the world. He had traversed through time, becoming the physical form of Nezha, yet unexpectedly found himself entwined with the mysterious Gigu of history. However, the true manifestation of Gigu would occur during the spring and autumn period in the Warring States, and this was not the time for his emergence. Previously, he had concealed his true identity as a time traveler, practicing only under the guise of Biyun. Now, he had formally established his own identity and was content with his name, Gigu. After all, in the future, Giguzi would stand alongside Confucius and Laozi, the progenitor of strategists. Revered as the sage of schemes by later generations, disciples of Gigu would rise to positions of power, influencing the fate of nations and steering the course of history. As for his location, it was instantaneously transported by the Lord of the Celestial Teachings to Mount Qishan, just outside of Shiqi City. This place, known as the birthplace of the Zhou dynasty, had once been the resting place of countless immortals, deities, generals, and soldiers. However, under the protection of the Zhou dynasty's fortunes, even amidst countless battles, the malevolent aura remained concealed. Before King Wu's campaign against the Shang dynasty had launched a full-scale attack on Shiqi, yet fate had been predetermined. The Shang suffered considerable losses. Countless lives were lost here, with notable figures such as Zhang Guifeng, Feng Lin, the 4 sacred kings of Jiulong Island, Yang San, Gao Yuqian, Li Xingba, Lu Xiong, Fei Zhong, Yu Han, the 4 generals of the Mo family, Mo Liqing, Mo Lihong, Mo Lihai, Mo Lishou, Deng Zhong, Xian Huan, Zhang Jie, Tao Rong, the 10 heavenly lords of Jinao Island, Zhao Gongming, Bai Shao, Qiong Shao, Han Ji, and Kai Yun, among others. In the realm of Shiqi, there exists Ji Shuqian, alongside the 6 esteemed princes of King Wan, accompanied by 3 vice-generals, Ma Chenglong, Deng Hua, Han Dolan, Fang Bai, Xue Ehu, Xiao Zhen, Xiao Kuan, Xiao Shang, and Xiao Bao, among others. With such an abundance of celestial beings, formidable generals, and valiant soldiers having perished, the malevolent aura, though not overtly manifest in Shiqi, cannot be entirely extinguished in merely a century. Rather, it is concealed and suppressed by the formations in place. This locale undoubtedly serves as an exceptional ground for the cultivation of the undead. He immersed himself deeply underground, fervently absorbing the vast quantities of malevolent energy present. Simultaneously, the pseudo-Jushian 4 swords began to autonomously draw in the surrounding killing intent. At present, The pseudo-Zhuxian four swords merely possess the residual sword qi from the authentic Zhuxian array, necessitating a continuous influx of killing energy to augment their power until they can truly embody the essence of the genuine Zhuxian four swords. At this juncture, he had attained the realm of the wandering corpse, further enhancing his capacity to absorb malevolent energy. An overwhelming torrent of sinister energy surged into his being, propelling his wandering corpse state to unprecedented heights. This elevation of his realm eclipsed any progress made within the confines of a cave in a mere 7 years. Having absorbed 95% of the abundant malevolent energy, he ascended directly to the pinnacle of the wandering corpse realm, an astonishing feat indeed. Now, fortified with the saintly legacy of the Tongtian and the bounteous malevolent energy of this paradise, coupled with his extraordinary physical constitution akin to Nezha, along with the fact that a wandering corpse is incompatible with the heavenly Tao and does not undergo the cycle of reincarnation, he was endowed with unparalleled advantages. He refrained from disturbing the remains on the divine list in this location, instead gathering a considerable number of corpses from valiant soldiers of commendable quality as resources. The souls of these ordinary soldiers had already entered the cycle of reincarnation. Prior to the emergence of the 10 Yama Kings, the Book of Life and Death, and the Judge's Pen, the relationship between past and present in this era was negligible. Even if he were to disturb the remains from his past life, it would bear no consequence with regard to their reincarnation. The wandering corpse, however, does not represent the pinnacle of zombies. Currently, the apex of zombies is represented by the Ba. The wandering corpse is merely akin to a celestial immortal, whereas the Ba ascends to the golden immortal tier. Even during the calamity of the divine list, a golden immortal remains a rarity. The Lady of Shurji has cultivated for tens of thousands of years, yet has only reached the pinnacle of celestial immortal, with the golden immortal still within reach. Yet now, he has already glimpsed the possibility of transcending into a golden immortal. In Chapter 9, The Abyss of 10,000 Immortals, breaking through to Ba, he had long contemplated his advancement, intending to use the Zhuxian abyss to withstand the thunder tribulation and break through the wandering corpse realm, and to utilize the abyss of 10,000 immortals to withstand the thunder tribulation and ascend to the Ba realm. However, he did not anticipate that his breakthrough in the Zhuxian abyss would attract the attention of the Tongtian, who subsequently accepted him as a disciple and bestowed upon him a monumental opportunity. Presently, he harbors no psychological barriers regarding his ascent to the Ba realm within the abyss of 10,000 immortals. While the abyss of 10,000 immortals may indeed represent a perilous domain for others, for the disciple of the Tongtian, wielding a shard of the Qingping sword to forge the pseudo-Zhuxian four swords, it presents a different reality altogether. The journey to the Wanjian abyss felt as familiar as returning home. Despite having attained the pinnacle of the wandering corpse realm, he still felt a twinge of trepidation akin to that of a novice. Such was his plight. Although the Celestial Master had bestowed upon him immense opportunities, the teachings of the Jia sect had been obliterated. The Celestial Master himself was imprisoned beyond the 33 heavens, unable to descend to the mortal realm. Should he encounter a life-threatening crisis, the Celestial Master would be powerless to intervene. In the present era of the Zhou dynasty, even at the peak of the wandering corpse realm, he could hardly assert dominance. The Zhou dynasty was visibly protected by Lei Zhenzi, and who knows what hidden cards lay in the shadows. Prudence was essential. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution. Fortunately, his journey was devoid of unforeseen incidents, and he ultimately arrived at the Wanjian abyss. Here, nearly 7,000 disciples of the Jia sect had perished, each possessing at least the cultivation of an immortal. Even more terrifying was the fact that, despite their demise, they could not ascend to the divine list, as the slots had long been claimed by Jiangxia. With only 365 positions for deities available, it was unimaginable that, following the annihilation of the Jia sect, nearly 7,000 immortals had perished. Naturally, the atmosphere here was thick with malevolent energy, surpassing even that of the previous Zhuxian abyss. Upon confronting the Wanjian abyss, he no longer harbored the foreboding sense of impending doom. Instead, it felt like an effortless homecoming, devoid of danger. The Wanjian abyss was similarly shrouded by a formation, crafted by the primordial celestial sovereign and the Taoist of the precise proposition. Yet, when it came to formations, the Celestial Master claimed the second position, with no one daring to contest his supremacy. The pseudo-Zhuxian four swords emitted a faint glow, silently creating an opening within the cracks of the formation laid by the primordial celestial sovereign and the Taoist of the precise proposition. Without hesitation, Guei Gu entered the formation. Inside, the suffocating aura of nearly 7,000 deceased immortals enveloped the space, thick with malevolence, bloodlust, and the stench of death. It could be said that, aside from the sages, even a golden immortal would swiftly succumb to the corrosive energies within, ultimately descending into madness and transforming into a mere puddle of blood. However, as a being at the zenith of the wandering corpse realm and protected by the 4 pseudo-Jushian swords, he was impervious to the malevolence, bloodlust, and other sinister energies that permeated the atmosphere. The pseudo-Jushian 4 swords voraciously absorbed the surrounding bloodlust and malevolent energy. Once deemed merely a name devoid of substance, the pseudo-Jushian 4 swords gradually aligned themselves with the true Jushian 4 swords after consuming a vast quantity of murderous and sanguine essence. Meanwhile, Gue Gu began to harness the precisely calibrated malevolence within to transcend into the Ba realm. Perhaps due to his unique constitution, he encountered no obstacles in his ascension to the Ba realm, even as a zombie. He does not require the cultivation of the orthodox immortals, 3 flowers gathering at the crown, or the 5 chi returning to the origin. However, correspondingly, while it may seem that he can cultivate by harnessing negative energies such as malevolent aura, zombies are nonetheless unwelcome in the realm of heaven and earth. Each elevation in a zombie's level entails a perilous journey, often resulting in near death, for the heavenly Tao stands in opposition to them. Throughout history, high-level zombies have been exceedingly rare. His rapid evolution is entirely attributed to the remnants of the god-sealing calamity. Previously, he leveraged the abysmal extermination of immortals to withstand the corpse thunder calamity. This time, he utilized the 10,000 immortals abyss to endure the Ba thunder calamity. The scale of this thunder calamity far surpassed that of the previous corpse thunder. Yet, akin to the last abysmal extermination, the thunder calamity is delayed in its descent. The might of the heavenly Tao's thunder calamity is indeed formidable, yet it finds itself inadequate before the 10,000 immortals abyss. The last immortal thunder calamity had already reached a power level bordering on that of a golden immortal. This time, the golden immortal thunder calamity similarly escalated swiftly to a level nearly equivalent to that of a great Luo golden immortal. However, within the 10,000 immortals abyss, there had been more than one great Luo golden immortal who had fallen. Moreover, this was merely a thunder calamity whose power approached that of a great Luo golden immortal. As the thunder calamity brewed to its zenith, it could no longer be contained and was compelled to strike. Terrifying bolts of thunder descended from the heavens, with the first line of defense being the formation laid by the primordial heaven master and the Zhuani Daoist, which reduced its power by 90%. The remaining 10% was further diminished by the malevolent aura of nearly 7,000 immortals within the formation, leaving only 1% of the thunder calamity to strike the Gigu. Even though this remnant bore the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, its diminished force barely tickled him, the peak of the wandering corpse. A relentless barrage of thunderbolts fell, numbering 81 in total, equivalent to 81 assaults from a great Luo golden immortal. Yet, under the dual obstructions of the sage's formation and the 10,000 immortals abyss, they proved utterly ineffective. Faced with the emergence of a new breed, the Ba, unbound by the constraints of the heavenly Tao and reincarnation, the thunder calamity was left to dissipate in defeat. Thus, Gigu successfully navigated the thunder calamity, officially transforming into the exceedingly rare breed known as Ba in the primordial realm. Prior to him, it was said that another Ba, known as the Huangdi Nu Ba, the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, could incite droughts, rendering the land barren for thousands of miles. She was also referred to as the Drought Ba. The Ba represents the pinnacle of known zombie evolution, equivalent in strength to a golden immortal. However, from the perspective of orthodox cultivators, the golden immortal is not the terminus. Beyond the golden immortal lies the great Luo golden immortal, and beyond that, the quasi-saint, followed by the saints. Nevertheless, Gigu remains exceedingly content with his current state. The golden immortal realm provides ample safety in the wake of the god-sealing calamity, granting him at least the capability to contend against Lei Jinzi and the means to retreat with ease. Even when confronted by formidable beings of the 12 golden immortals, he exercised caution, thus ensuring his safety. The 12 golden immortals possessed numerous powerful artifacts, yet he was protected by the 4 swords of pseudo-extermination, enabling him to escape without significant concern. With his current cultivation, as long as he did not face a saint incarnation or figures such as Zhen Yuanzi or the old ancestor of the underworld river, he could traverse the vast wilderness with confidence. Following his breakthrough to Ba, his mastery over the malevolent aura reached a new echelon, absorbing the immense malice from the abyss of 10,000 immortals. The 4 swords of pseudo-extermination likewise absorbed the residual killing intent and sanguine energy from the abyss. After assimilating this vast malevolence, his cultivation ascended directly to the pinnacle of the golden, immortal realm. This was the fortune of the abyss of 10,000 immortals. The death of nearly 7,000 immortals in such a significant event could only occur during a cataclysmic period. Such an extraordinary occurrence is seldom witnessed in millennia, now transformed into resources for the cultivation of Gigu, having absorbed the remnants of the abyss. The four swords of pseudo-extermination genuinely acquired some of the might of the four swords of extermination, elevating from a congenital spiritual treasure to the realm of a supreme congenital spiritual treasure. It stripped the abyss of its foundational essence, collecting numerous immortal bones and shattered artifacts. The abyss of 10,000 immortals was left with little, as the truly valuable items had long been taken by the 12 golden immortals after the battle of the 10,000 immortals formation. After clearing the abyss, Gigu vanished into the earth. Once he disappeared, the veils obscuring the heavenly secrets, manipulated by the Master of Heaven, finally unraveled. Both the primordial Tianzuan and the Taoist talents of Zhuanti simultaneously sensed the anomalies within the abyss of 10,000 immortals. Everything seemed to echo the past of the extermination abyss. The abyss of 10,000 immortals was reduced to a mere shell. The Master of Heaven had nurtured an anomaly that even a saint could not directly calculate. With the essence of both the extermination abyss and the abyss of 10,000 immortals, this anomaly possessed at least the strength of a golden immortal, qualifying it to influence the unfolding events. They could only remain quietly vigilant, unable to confront it directly. Chapter 10. The Path to Divinity Through Incense. Wui Mountain Cave Heaven. As Ba, his cultivation had reached its zenith, leaving no room for further advancement. Thus, his next course of action was to utilize prophetic foresight to secure benefits for himself while concurrently fulfilling the tasks assigned by the Master of Heaven. The Master of Heaven did not require him to annihilate the Taoist, Chan, or Western sects, but it was certain that he should cause them discomfort. Failure to do so would likely result in the Master of Heaven personally striking him down during the calamity of the journey to the West. He dared not be the slightest bit negligent. The Master of Heaven had been betrayed by his two senior brothers, leading to the obliteration of the sect he had founded. In order to vex his two senior brothers and the Western teachings, he was bestowed with the inheritance of the fragments of the Qingping sword, forged into the pseudo-Zhujian four swords. Furthermore, he was granted a name and presented with the opportunities of the Zhujian abyss and the Wanshan abyss. Such immense grace necessitates a response. To remain indifferent would be utterly unbecoming. He may heed the tasks assigned by the celestial master of the Tongtian, to cause disturbances for the Four Holy Path. However, to provoke them to the utmost is unwarranted. Ultimately, the world belongs to Taoism, the heavenly court, and Buddhism. Causing inconveniences is acceptable, yet crossing the line may be detrimental, for the swords of the four saints could prove to be a disadvantage. During the zenith of the celestial master of Tongtian, it could not be safeguarded. In its current weakened state, its preservation is even less likely. He harbors doubts about whether the celestial master has reclaimed his authentic Zhujian four swords. It remains uncertain whether the current Zhujian four swords have returned to his possession or fallen into the hands of the primordial heavenly sovereign. However, the probability of them being in the possession of Guangchengzi, Chijingzi, Yuding Zhenren, or Daoxing Tianzuan is slim. Nearly 50 years have passed since he traversed into the body of Nezha. The cataclysm preceding the investiture of the gods and the establishment of the Zhou dynasty has exceeded a century. This signifies that the 400 years of void have now been reduced to 300. His time is indeed limited. This 300 years represents the final opportunity to seize the fortunes of the primordial age. After this period, the spring and autumn period and the warring states era will commence, leading into the true age of the investiture of the gods. It can only be said that using the investiture of the gods to deify is utterly petty. When the calamity of the journey to the west arrives, the four great continents will be populated by deities. Mountains and rivers will be adorned with deities of the mountains, rivers, and lands. It can be said that the celestial beings will be ubiquitous, as will the nether spirits. Taoist temples and Buddhist monasteries will be widespread. In comparison to such a magnitude of deification, the investiture of the gods appears trivial. Consequently, the heavenly court will no longer lack deities, to the extent that even Sun Wukong's golden immortal status is relegated to that of a mere stable keeper, as the divine positions within the heavenly court are truly at capacity. Through the countless deities, both great and small, the heavenly court has established its dominion over the three realms. Likewise, Taoism and Buddhism have utilized the network of deities constructed by the heavenly court to extend their influence throughout the three realms. The significant upheaval is largely attributed to the alteration of the narrative. Prior to the calamity of the investiture of the gods, all were inclined to cultivate through the direction of personal might. However, after the calamity, the overarching direction of cultivation shifted towards the path of incense and divinity. Not only does the heavenly court require incense, but Taoism and Buddhism also necessitate it. Even the underworld demands incense. Various mountain deities, land gods, city gods, and nether spirits all seek incense. The competition and allocation of incense have become the prevailing theme of the journey to the West Calamity. The contention and allocation of incense offerings will undoubtedly become the most significant conflict of the future. In this grand feast of incense, he cannot help but partake. The more incense he secures, the less will be available for the celestial realm, Taoism, and Buddhism. Moreover, he can leverage these offerings to engage in the power struggles among the three factions, while augmenting his own strength. He simultaneously fulfills the tasks set forth by the Celestial Master. There is no such thing as a free lunch. As he reaps the immense opportunities bestowed upon him by the Celestial Master, he must also provide a commensurate reward. With the inheritance of the Celestial Master and his current status as a golden immortal, he has finally chosen not to utilize Earth Escape this time. Though Earth Escape is indeed discreet, its speed is rather sluggish. Even at the pinnacle of cultivation, it allows for a mere journey of 1,500 miles in a day. This pace is sufficient for a nation, as the vast expanse of the four great continents is not extensively populated, with most states being relatively small. The Zhou dynasty stands as the largest, most powerful, and prosperous state today. Nonetheless, numerous vassal states still exist, although they do not reach the staggering count of over 1,000 during the Shang dynasty. One reason the grand era of deification has not yet commenced may be the insufficient population. Although the human race is the principal actor on the heavenly stage, they were largely overlooked before the calamity of deification. After the deification calamity, the traditions of the sages vanished and the immortals receded, leaving ample territory for the humans to flourish across the four great continents. Only when the human race is widespread across these lands will the numerous deifications of the future bear significance. The ascent to divinity through incense offerings will hold meaning. Reflecting on the future trends, he opted not to use Earth Escape this time, but rather Light Escape. The speed of Light Escape far surpasses that of Earth Escape. His destination this time is Wui Mountain. Undoubtedly, having previously secured his first fortune at the Skeleton Mountain's Bone Cave, he naturally set his sights on other vacant caverns. Wui Mountain is the territory of the scattered immortals, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, who originally lived in tranquil harmony, free from worldly disputes. However, upon encountering the pursuit of Zhao Gongming after the Lantern Taoist, they recklessly chose to intervene. This intervention directly led to their demise and obliteration. Xiao Sheng possessed the innate spirit treasure, falling treasure money, whose extraordinary effects could cause the treasures of others to fall, resulting in Zhao Gongming losing his 24 sea-calming pearls. Tragically, Xiao Sheng also perished at Zhao Gongming's hands. Qiao Bao, seeking vengeance for his comrade Xiao Sheng, joined the camp of Western Qi. In facing the 10 Absolute Formation, he became mere cannon fodder. Ironically, both sacrificed their lives for the Lantern Taoist and Western Qi, yet their efforts culminated in the deification. Deceived by the cunning Jiangxia, the illustrious Zhao Gongming, a grand celestial being, was bestowed the title of the Golden Dragon of the Supreme One, while Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao were honored as the heavenly lords of treasure and precious gathering, respectively. Despite their deep-seated enmity with Zhao Gongming, they found themselves compelled to serve under him, leaving little room for their own gain. The two, possessing immense fortune and blessings, rashly intervened, only to lose their treasures, their lives, and to be bound to the service of their adversary. What a tragic fate indeed. However, both have perished. With their extraordinary fortune, it is certain that the caverns of Wui Mountain would harbor numerous treasures, catching the attention of the Ghost Valley. This proved true, as the lairs of Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao were indeed filled with an abundance of riches, predominantly composed of jewels and precious stones. Moreover, Wui Mountain was found to conceal a rare spiritual root, the mother tree of Dahong Pao. It is well known that even in the primordial era, such spiritual roots are exceedingly rare and hold value comparable to innate spiritual treasures. In addition to the Dahong Pao mother tree, the mountain also boasted various spiritual plants, including Wui white lotus, Wui sugarcane, Wui bamboo, and Wui red mushrooms. Furthermore, Wui Mountain itself was a veritable paradise of hidden realms. It is safe to say that Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, with such advantageous circumstances, were indeed life's winners without having to lift a finger. Yet they squandered it all in a moment of recklessness. Now, The Ghost Valley has set its sights on Wui Mountain, which, even for a golden celestial being, is a treasure too alluring to abandon. Chapter 11. Sweeping the Hidden Realms. Spring and autumn commence. An unclaimed hidden realm now presents a unique opportunity. Once the heavenly court, Taoism, and Buddhism awaken to the situation, the renowned mountains and hidden realms of the world will inevitably fall under the dominion of various powerful factions. With his strength, he possesses the capability to forcibly seize a hidden realm, being a peaked golden celestial and armed with the 4 swords of false extermination for protection, along with the backing of the disciples of the Master of Heaven. Securing a hidden realm in Wui Mountain should be well within his grasp. Yet he refrains. On one hand, he bears the mission of finding a venue for the Master of Heaven. On the other, his ambitions extend far beyond merely claiming a single hidden realm in Wui Mountain. Having traversed into the primordial world and possessing the advantage of foresight, it would be a disappointment to settle for the mere title of the Mountain Lord of Wui Mountain. However, if he does not personally oversee the hidden realm, there is no doubt that once the heavenly court, Taoism, and Buddhism react, the sanctity of the Wui Mountain hidden realm will be lost. Yet, he desires the benefits of Wui Mountain while being unable to guard it himself. Is there a way to achieve both ends? After much contemplation, Giguzi indeed devised a corresponding strategy, albeit one that is somewhat insidious. In essence, it involved planting explosives in Wui Mountain. Utilizing the remnants of the celestial bones from the Wanxian Abyss, along with the skeletal remains of warriors from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, he successfully forged a skeletal incarnation. This skeletal entity, while possessing limited power, merely at the level of transformation into divinity, not even reaching true immortality, was not the crux of his plan. The core of his scheme lay within the formation itself. Over the course of the following year, Giguzi established an immense Bagua formation centered around the mother tree of the Dahong Pao within the cave heaven of Wui Mountain. This formation, which drew upon the spiritual veins of the mother tree and the cave, enveloped the entire Wui Mountain, enhancing its Taoist resonance to a higher echelon. The formation, known as the Bagua Cloud Light Formation, originated from the Stone Lady of Skull Mountain's Bone Cave, being a technique from her treasured Bagua Cloud Light Pa. This formation, while adept in both offense and defense, also possessed the ability to nurture spirits. The focal point of this formation was, conspicuously, his skeletal incarnation. The Bagua Cloud Light Pa crafted by the Stone Lady could summon the Yellow Turban warriors, who effortlessly subdued Li Jing, thus highlighting their exceptional prowess. If a Yellow Turban warrior cultivated from Skull Mountain's Bone Cave was so formidable, one could only speculate the level of power a skeletal incarnation fostered within one of the 36 cave heavens, such as Wui Mountain, would achieve. It can be stated without reservation that within Wui Mountain, the skeletal incarnation, as the core of the formation, could, under the augmentation of the Bagua Cloud Light Formation, manifest the prowess of a true immortal, despite only possessing the strength of a transformative deity. However, merely being a true immortal would still not suffice to claim dominion over the cave heaven of Wui Mountain. Herein lies Giguzi's cunning. While he established the Bagua Cloud Light Formation, he simultaneously embedded another layer of formation within it to trigger the explosion of the Bagua Cloud Light Formation. The focal point remained with the skeletal incarnation. With the aid of these two formations, he guaranteed his position as the mountain deity of Wui Mountain and wielded significant authority over the entire cave heaven. Should anyone attempt to usurp his place, the entire Wui Mountain cave heaven would face annihilation. This method of coercion to secure his interests exemplifies Giguzi's insidious yet effective strategy. As long as the skeletal incarnation remained the mountain deity of Wui Mountain, the Bagua Cloud Light Formation would yield only benefits, with no detriment. Conversely, any betrayal would lead to mutual destruction. It was merely an incarnation, one he could afford to lose. Having completed the arrangements for Wui Mountain and reaped its rewards, Giguzi, well aware of the rarity of such opportunities, promptly set his sights on arranging the known cave heavens and blessed lands. In addition to avoiding the sanctuaries of the 12 golden immortals of the Way of Exposition, he diligently visited and arranged matters in the other 10 great caves, the 36 minor caves, and the 72 blessed lands. He did not neglect the sanctuaries of the disciples of the, though he refrained from disturbing the sanctuaries of those disciples who had been conferred titles in the investiture of the gods. However, he left no stone unturned in the deserted sanctuaries of those disciples who had not ascended the divine list. The legacy of the Master of Tontian contained information on each disciple of the. These sanctuaries were at the very least spiritual lands, many of which were indeed blessed caves and lands. Rather than bestowing these advantages upon others, it was far more prudent to seize them for oneself. It can be said that to occupy these blessed lands and caves, he expended 300 years of effort. During this 3-century span of apparent inactivity, he traversed various blessed lands and sanctuaries. To enhance efficiency, he combined his skeletal abilities with the technique of summoning bone soldiers, enabling him to establish formations in the shortest possible time with the aid of countless burrowing bone soldiers. 3 centuries passed, and with the outbreak of the fire and the feudal lords, King Yu of Zhou and Prince Bo Fu met their demise at the hands of the Chong barbarians. The Western Zhou dynasty fell, giving rise to the Eastern Zhou and the commencement of the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods. At this juncture, he needed to strategize for the future. He ceased occupying the sanctuaries, for time was fleeting, and the vastness of the primordial world rendered it impossible to monopolize all benefits. His first step in planning was to seek out King Ping of Zhou, also known as Jiyijiu, the son of King Yu. Despite the Zhou dynasty's 400 years of history, the succession was not strictly governed by the later established principle of primogeniture. Thus, although Jiyijiu was the offspring of King Yu and Queen Shun, following the king's favoritism towards Bao Si, he designated Bao Si's child, Bo Fu, as the crown prince and deposed the queen. After the death of King Yu and Prince Bo Fu at the hands of the Chong, Jiyijiu was collectively chosen by the feudal lords as the new king of Zhou. However, King Yu's brother, Ji Yuchen, also claimed kingship with the support of the Western Gui state, resulting in the emergence of 2 Zhou kings during this period. Nevertheless, Gigu, like most of the feudal lords, chose to support Jiyijiu. King Ping of Zhou later relocated the capital to Laoyi, and the power of the Zhou royal family diminished to an unprecedented low, possessing only the name of royal dominion while lacking actual authority and control over the feudal states. This marked the onset of the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods. Yet, Gigu's initial arrangements did not necessitate a powerful Zhou royal family. This nominally significant royal family was, in fact, quite suitable for his purposes. He could not reveal his true identity, for he was the reincarnation of Nezha, whose physical form had been manifest at the tender age of 7, standing 6 feet tall. Nezha's lotus incarnation, towering at 16 feet, was undoubtedly a giant. A height of 6 feet naturally fails to inspire trust. Fortunately, he is adept in the art of transformation, directly assuming the guise of an otherworldly sage, thereby becoming a venerated figure in the beleaguered royal court of Zhou. As for his name, he chose bamboo pen and ink, a designation rooted in simplicity. His intention is to harness fortune through these mediums. Although bamboo slips, brushes, and ink have already emerged in this era, they are far from widespread. His objective is to leverage the prestige of the Zhou royal family to standardize the production of bamboo slips, brushes, and ink. In matters of cultural inheritance, the merits, fortunes, and faith accrued are certainly not insignificant. As for why he refrains from inventing paper, the rationale is straightforward. He seeks to reap dual benefits. The invention of paper would nullify the merits, fortunes, and faith associated with bamboo slips. As a time traveler and a golden immortal, he would never commit such a grievous waste of merit and faith. Chapter 12. The Zhou King Jiyijiu and bamboo pen and ink's emergence. Unlike the historical narrative of his previous life, the world in which he now finds himself is one of primordial chaos. The celestial court, Taoism, and Buddhism have commenced preparations to exert considerable influence over the mortal realm, primarily through the method of canonization. His task is to ride this monumental wave of momentum and extract his own benefits from it. The initial trifecta of bamboo slips, brushes, and ink represents his initial foray. The technological demands of these items are not high. He aims for mass production while establishing standards for bamboo slips, brushes, and ink, thereby imprinting his mark upon these time-honored tools. He aspires that, in the present and future, scholars utilizing bamboo slips, brushes, and ink will first think of him as their creator. With an abundance of skeletal soldiers at his disposal, Gigu possesses ample manpower, along with industrial ambitions and assembly line methods. To safeguard the confidentiality of his production techniques, he conducts the entire process within a spatial orb. Before long, his meticulously crafted bamboo slips, brushes, and ink are presented to Zhou King Jiyijiu. Jiyijiu expresses considerable interest in the exquisite brushes and the constantly liquid ink. Yet his enthusiasm for bamboo slips remains tepid. Despite his current misfortunes, the primary writing tool for Jiyijiu continues to be silk books. From his perspective, ink and brushes are merely adequate. It is essential to recognize that this is a primordial world. Although 400 years have passed and celestial beings have gradually receded from prominence, practitioners of the arcane arts remain prevalent. Jiyijiu has encountered numerous treasures. His willingness to personally test the bamboo slips, brushes, and ink serves more to honor the sage bamboo pen and ink than to satisfy genuine curiosity. In this era, ink is predominantly in the form of ink cakes. To utilize an ink stick necessitates the grinding of ink. Ji-Egyo possesses an ample supply of exquisite ink sticks, with dedicated individuals to grind the ink for him. Thus, he harbors a modicum of interest in ink, albeit not profound. After all, he does not need to grind ink himself. The same applies to the brush. As the king of Zhou, his writing instruments are luxuries seldom found in the world, and he is not particularly intrigued by the brushes offered by Zhu Baimo. His esteem for Zhu Baimo stems entirely from the knowledge that the master of Zhu Baimo, Gigyu, is a recluse of remarkable prowess. Zhu Baimo, for his part, is indifferent to Ji-Egyo's regard. His visit is not genuinely to present treasures, but rather to negotiate business. Your Majesty, I intend to establish a dedicated workshop for bamboo brushes and ink, to supply the realm with bamboo slips, brushes, and ink. I humbly request your approval. Zhu Baimo articulated his needs. Should the king acquiesce, he is willing to present a poison-repelling elixir, which would render the sovereign immune to all toxins. As he produced the elixir, Ji-Egyo's eyes widened in astonishment. He is discerning. Most treasures of the Zhou dynasty were lost with the fall of the capital, Haojing. The new capital, Luoyi, is in dire need of revival. Ji-Egyo immediately deduced that this elixir was of celestial grade. He is well aware of what a celestial grade elixir signifies, and the individual capable of crafting such a potion must surely be an immortal, adept in the art of alchemy. As the king of Zhou, he does not pursue immortality, an impossibility, but the prospect of longevity is within reach. The nature of bamboo slips, brushes, and ink holds little allure for Ji-Egyo, yet he becomes exceedingly interested in Zhu Baimo. He promptly agrees to Zhu Baimo's request, offering a modest workshop, one that requires no financial investment on his part, in exchange for a connection with an immortal. This arrangement is exceedingly advantageous for Ji-Egyo. Zhu Baimo, naturally, welcomes the opportunity to deepen his ties with Ji-Egyo. As he extols the virtues of Gigyu, the newly crowned king cannot help but feel a sense of wonder. Upon hearing that this immensely capable recluse has numerous disciples, Ji-Egyo's thirst for talent becomes palpable. The Zhou royal family is in decline, yet his heart harbors aspirations for revival. He has witnessed the zenith of his father's reign. The folly of the beacon fires to entertain the feudal lords, while absurd, undeniably showcased the authority of the Zhou dynasty at that time. It is, however, unexpected that within a brief span, the king capable of such displays met his demise at the hands of the very farce he once orchestrated, falling victim to the invasion of the Chang tribe. Along with his son, Prince Bofu, he would certainly not emphasize that it was his maternal grandfather, Lord Shun, who allied with the states of Zheng and the Chang to invade Haojing. After the deaths of his father and Lord Bofu at the hands of the Chang, his grandfather Shin swiftly joined forces with Lord Zheng and the other lords of Zheng, Wei, and Jin to decisively defeat the Chang, subsequently elevating him to the position of the Zhou king. Though he was profoundly moved by his grandfather's advocacy for his daughter and grandson, it was indeed his grandfather who stripped the Zhou royal family of its dignity, rendering him a king of mere title. In his role as king, he was naturally free from material concerns. However, apart from this security, he possessed neither territory nor capable talent. If he could secure the assistance of the reclusive sage from the Giga lineage, there was a possibility that the Zhou dynasty might rise to prominence under his leadership. Contemplating this, Ji-Egyo treated Zhu Baimo with utmost respect and humility. Yet, Ji-Egyo evidently underestimated the profound influence of bamboo slips, brushes, and ink during this era of cultural monopoly. Initially, Zhu Baimo provided free bamboo slips, brushes, and ink to the court of Luoyi, fostering a habit of usage. The industrially manufactured bamboo slips were uniform in style, akin to identical replicas, making them exceedingly user-friendly. The brushes were equally well-designed, conforming to ergonomic principles, thus providing exceptional comfort. The ink was a revelation to the scribes, as it eliminated the need for grinding, saving a considerable amount of time. Once the court had adapted to the bamboo slips, brushes, and ink, Zhu Baimo proposed a suggestion to Ji-Egyo, leveraging his grandfather Lord Shun to exert pressure on another Zhou king, his uncle Ji Yuchen, to permit him to send personnel to transcribe the Zhou dynasty's collection of books. The transmission of knowledge is invaluable in any era. Previously, Ji-Egyo had exerted all his efforts merely to relocate the capital and stabilize the court. However, upon hearing Zhu Baimo's suggestion, he realized the potential. While he was nominally the legitimate Zhou king, cultural legitimacy is equally paramount. Directly requesting his uncle for the Zhou dynasty's texts would likely result in a flat refusal, However, transcription might be feasible. Thus, he heeded Zhu Baimo's counsel and dispatched envoys to his uncle to request the transcription of texts. Ji Yuchen, fearing the legitimacy of the throne, chose to acquiesce, as the number of lords supporting Ji Yizhou far surpassed those backing him. With the Zhou dynasty's texts being transcribed one by one, Zhu Baimo began to sell these bamboo slips to various noble families, while generating profit. The condition was that a certain quantity of bamboo slips, brushes, and ink had to be purchased. In this manner, as Zhu Baimo proliferated culture, the affordable and high-quality bamboo slips, brushes, and ink gradually became the habitual choice of other lords. Consequently, bamboo slips, brushes, and ink evolved into the remaining hard currency of the Zhou royal family, enabling them to trade for their necessities with other lords. In the presence of other feudal lords, reciprocal gifts may also be exchanged, which can be deemed solely of commercial value, yet it is sufficient to command the attention of Ji Yizhou. Moreover, the intrinsic legitimacy and cultural significance it represents cannot be overlooked. Currently, we find ourselves at an initial stage. In due course, discussions surrounding bamboo slips, brushes, and ink will invariably bring to mind bamboo ink and the workshops that produce them. Following the dawn of the grand era of divination, he must secure a place among the ancient sages. Chapter 13. The Soap Doctor and the construction of the Zhou Royal Palace. As the bamboo ink workshop established itself during the spring and autumn period, new figures soon emerged. This time, it was the arrival of soap. The simplicity of it all is striking. To modern individuals, the name alone reveals its connotations and intentions. Indeed, when King Zhou, Ji Yizhou, extended his patronage to the artisans of bamboo ink, he did not encounter the esteemed ministers he anticipated, such as Jiang Zia or Ji Gongdan, but rather another skilled craftsman. The bamboo ink workshop demanded authority over its craft, which Ji Yizhou granted. In a similar vein, the soap artisan requested authority over soap production. And after experiencing the benefits of soap firsthand, Ji Yizhou willingly complied. The advent of soap during the spring and autumn period represented a formidable innovation. Even Ji Yizhou, with his considerable capabilities, recognized the immense convenience and economic value that soap possessed. The ability to cleanse and leave a lingering fragrance made soap, in Ji Yizhou's eyes, akin to a rare treasure. The request for a soap workshop undoubtedly aimed at industrializing soap production for widespread trade during the spring and autumn period. Previously, bamboo slips, brushes, and ink had already yielded substantial profits for the Zhou royal family, and soap promised even greater returns. Ji Yizhou conferred the title of Doctor of Bamboo Ink only after the benefits and legitimacy of bamboo slips, brushes, and ink had been established. However, after experiencing the advantages of soap, he promptly granted the title of Doctor of Soap. The Doctor of Soap, acting in the name of the Zhou king, generously distributed soap for free among the various feudal lords. Unsurprisingly, soap received astonishing acclaim from them, leading to a fervent demand for its purchase. At this juncture, the Doctor of Soap engaged in a strategy of scarcity marketing. While the intrinsic value of soap was not exorbitant, being a luxury item, its price was negligible for the lords. The Doctor of Soap did not intend to derive cash profits from high-priced soap, as such gains were of no use to him. His ambition lay in securing a lasting legacy and, ultimately, achieving divine recognition. However, he established a queuing system and, leveraging the lords' desire for soap and their competitive nature, he audaciously requested land, not for his personal benefit, but for the Zhou king. In the present day, King Ji Yizhou of Zhou possesses very little land of his own. The more land one contributes, the sooner they can receive supplies of soap. Fortunately, the esteemed Dr. Soap has established a cap on land ownership, preventing any unrestricted expansion of the Zhou king's territory. Were that to occur, the king would transition from being a mere talisman to a target for other feudal lords. No lord desires to confront a resurgent sovereign. Through land exchanges, King Ji Yizhou's domain has experienced a modest expansion, thereby solidifying Dr. Soap's position. Merely through the influence of soap, the Zhou royal territory has been augmented, rivaling the accomplishments of any capable minister or military general. Furthermore, Dr. Soap has advanced the notion of using soap for personal cleansing, integrating it into the rituals of the Zhou. King Ji Yizhou has readily acquiesced. With the aid of soap, the Zhou royal house has not only expanded its lands, but has also accrued greater wealth. This undoubtedly raised the vigilance of other lords. However, they soon found solace. A new disciple from the Giga lineage has emerged, following the appearances of the bamboo pen and ink, along with Dr. Soap. The Giga lineage has begun to circulate among the lords. This time, the Giga disciple does not assist King Ji Yizhou in furthering the Zhou dynasty, but rather aids him in the construction of a palace. As a king, one cannot function without a palace befitting their status. With newfound wealth, Zhou can now build a palace of his own. He feels a profound resonance with this notion, having witnessed his father, King Yu of Zhou, revel in opulence. The palace built over 4 centuries, with 3,000 beautiful concubines and countless palace guards. Alongside the power to entertain the lords, holds little significance for him now. Currently, he resides in a secondary residence, feasting on delicacies, while the beauty around him is unremarkable. One could assert that apart from wealth, his treatment scarcely surpasses that of the lords. After a moment of hesitation between his ambition to revive the Zhou dynasty and the indulgence of constructing a palace, Zhou ultimately chooses the latter. Faced with the palace designs presented by the Gigu disciple, Dr. Fangzi, he is overwhelmed by the grandeur and innovative style of the plans. Without any hesitation, the construction of the Zhou royal palace officially commences under Dr. Fangzi's guidance. Observing Zhou invest substantial funds into the palace rather than military expansion, the other lords feel reassured. A pleasure-seeking king is indeed a good king. The brick kills were enhanced by Dr. Fangzi, as the Zhou dynasty favors the color red, leading to the creation of red bricks, along with blue bricks. However, these 2 types of bricks have been bestowed with new names, Fangzi bricks. Corresponding to the bricks are the tiles, which Dr. Fangzi personally supervises, also referred to as Fangzi tiles. To construct the palace of King Zhou, a multitude of artisans and slaves were purchased by the sovereign. With the availability of bricks and tiles, the progress of the palace's construction exceeded all expectations. All laborers and slaves were promised that upon the completion of the palace, they would be liberated from their servitude. This assurance inspired them to toil with great fervor. Soon, the first auxiliary hall was completed, and King Zhou, was the first to enter. The magnificent palace, predominantly adorned in red, imparted to him the profound realization of his identity as the King of Zhou. If one auxiliary hall could evoke such awe, it was unimaginable how resplendent the entire palace would be. The city of Luoyi transformed into a vast construction site, with substantial funds being dispensed, significantly enhancing its economy. When emissaries from various feudal lords beheld the newly erected auxiliary hall, its mere exterior was enough to astound the people of that era, instilling within them an involuntary reverence for the Zhou royal family. This was only natural. During the spring and autumn period, the Master of Houses unveiled a monumental masterpiece of Chinese palatial architecture, which was indeed breathtaking. Little did anyone know that the bamboo pen master, the soap master, and the Master of Houses, all of whom were referred to as disciples of the Ghost Valley, were in fact incarnations of the Ghost Valley's true essence. Utilizing the teachings of the and the future exploits of the white-boned spirit on the journey to the west, he devised a novel method of incarnation. This involved integrating the essence of the white bone into the bodies of his targets, thereby completely assimilating their physical forms and destinies from within. Such a method, however, had its flaws. In its initial stages, it could be discerned by someone possessing extraordinary vision, like Sun Wukong with his fiery eyes. Yet, how many in the 3 realms possess such sight? After a period of worldly experience, even fiery eyes would find it challenging to perceive the truth. If enveloped by the fortune and faith of a dynasty, the final shortcomings could be mitigated. Even the most powerful beings would be unable to discern that the individual before them was merely an incarnation of Ghost Valley, instead believing them to be an independent practitioner, capable minister, sage, or deity. Through this method of incarnation, he could manifest boundlessly, laying the groundwork amidst the burgeoning waves of various schools of thought, vying for immense advantages on the path to divinity. Chapter 14. The culinary master enters the world. In the ensuing years, Ghost Valley refrained from creating additional incarnations, instead focusing intently on developing the existing domains, particularly the construction of the Zhou Palace. His choice of King Zhou was not solely due to his status as the first monarch of Eastern Zhou, but also because he was remarkably vibrant, a long-lived sovereign. Longevity signified the potential for establishing a stable relationship with him. Subsequent kings of the Zhou dynasty generally did not possess the remarkable vitality of Zhou. Years passed, and the construction of the Zhou royal palace was finally completed. At this moment, the capital city of Luoyi began to exhibit a semblance of the grandeur befitting the Zhou dynasty's capital. In light of the palace's initial completion, Zhou was not only immensely satisfied, but also garnered considerable admiration from various feudal lords. After years of silence, he could not help but nurture ambitions for the revival of the Zhou dynasty. The construction of the royal palace did not deplete his finances. On the contrary, The establishment of bamboo pen and ink studios across the territories of the feudal lords ensured a steady stream of substantial income. In the realm of culture, these studios firmly occupied a position of orthodoxy. Furthermore, soap emerged as a lucrative asset, rivaling the financial success of the bamboo pen and ink studios. Once incorporated into Zhou rituals, soap became an integral part of ceremonial practices, with various grades of soap equally siphoning wealth from lords and landowners alike. In addition to soap, the soap artisan also developed perfumes. Although initially intended for the Zhou king and feudal lords, under the subtle influence of the soap artisan, perfumes quickly permeated the realms of the imperial harem and private quarters. The decision to target the high-end market stemmed from the absence of consumer power among the common people in this era. The Zhou dynasty existed during a time of slavery, and only with the emergence of a substantial class of commoners with disposable income could the market truly expand. Presenting these luxuries to the common folk would merely diminish the brand value of soap and perfume. Zhou was exceptionally astute. Observing the envious expressions of the feudal lords visiting his royal palace, he promptly emulated the previous actions of the soap artisan, attempting to replicate such endeavors. He initiated a system of queuing, whereby feudal lords would present territories to the Zhou royal family. The more territory one offered, the sooner the engineering team would construct a palace for that particular lord. However, this initiative was curtailed by the bamboo pen and ink studios. Your Majesty, are you aware of the concept of fate? When the topic of fate arose, Zhou immediately adopted a serious demeanor. In this era, divination was a state function, particularly as Zhou's ancestor, King Wen Jichong, was one of the rare masters of divination in the world. Building upon the primordial 8 trigrams of the Yellow Emperor Fuxi, he developed the later Heaven 8 trigrams and further derived them into the 64 hexagrams, ultimately culminating in the legendary divination text, the I Ching. It is no exaggeration to say that the intricacies of the hexagrams within the I Ching are beyond the grasp of most celestial beings. Moreover, divination remains one of the few domains where mortals can contend with the divine. Top diviners can indeed achieve a semblance of victory over fate. With King Wen Jichong as a model, the practice of divination flourished in the Zhou dynasty, giving rise to a multitude of divination methods. However, due to the multitude of divination schools, the conclusions drawn from the same event vary greatly, thus diluting the intrinsic value of divination. Even so, the significant matters of the state, concerning both worship and warfare, remain the guiding principles revered by the current Zhou kings and their vassals. After all, there indeed exists a world governed by celestial decrees and destinies. Following your father's era, the fate of the Zhou dynasty has already unfolded. Fearless struggles yield nothing but tragedy. Was it not the case that even the once mighty Yinshang ultimately met its demise? Zhou was immediately struck with horror. He knew that behind the bamboo brush and ink lay the genuine existence of immortals. In this era, numerous practitioners of the mystical arts existed. Yet after the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, the celestial beings retreated. The master of the bamboo brush and ink, Gigu, was the only immortal he could connect with. Faced with the guidance of this immortal, Zhou felt reluctant but could only acquiesce. Understanding the bizarre downfall of the Yinshang and the sheer luck behind the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, the successive Zhou kings have held a profound reverence, even fear, towards fate. For Zhou, the immortals were not so distant, which deepened his unwavering faith in their counsel. The Zhou dynasty still possesses 4 centuries of fortune. Should the successive Zhou kings remain complacent and lack ambition, Gigu's lineage would willingly offer all but power to the Zhou kings. Presently, Zhou harbors immense trust in Gigu's lineage. The 3 disciples from Gigu have provided him with substantial benefits. The bamboo brush and ink have bestowed upon him cultural legitimacy, while the soap doctor has brought him comfort and considerable wealth. With the foundation laid by these 2, he was able to construct the Zhou royal palace with the assistance of the 3rd, the house doctor. After several years, he finally awaited the 4th disciple of Gigu. This disciple, known as Culinary, as the name suggests, is a celestial apprentice who brings forth exquisite food. Nevertheless, having learned from the experiences of the first 3, Zhou did not act carelessly. Instead, he personally welcomed him with respect and bestowed the title of doctor. What transpired next washed away Zhou's regrets about not being able to revive the dynasty. As the Zhou king, he lacked for nothing in terms of culinary delights. He reinstated the dietary regulations of the past Zhou dynasty. As the Zhou king, his daily fare included the 6 grains: rice, millet, sorghum, barley, wheat, and beans. Additionally, there were the 6 meats: cattle, sheep, pigs, dogs, geese, and fish. Overall, there were 6 kinds of food, 6 kinds of drink, 6 meals, 100 delicacies, 100 sauces, and 8 rare treasures. It can be said that the richness of his diet far exceeded common imagination. Yet, after savoring the culinary skills of the culinary doctor, Geo was left with but one feeling, that the legendary dragon's liver and phoenix's marrow were merely comparable to this. It is undoubtedly a divine indulgence, one that renders the significance of the present feast almost trivial. Life is fleeting. Is it not delightful to revel in pleasure? The culinary master, after one exquisite preparation, has completely mastered the kitchen brigade of Geo. Now, each day brings Geo a singular anticipation, the act of dining. The array of delectable dishes far surpasses his imagination. Whatever the culinary master prepares, he consumes, and with each meal comes a cascade of surprises, devoid of disappointment. The 3 daily repasts have become his greatest expectation. He yearns for unrestricted feasting, yet the culinary master curtails him, for even the most exquisite dishes require moderation. More importantly, gluttony is detrimental to health. In pursuit of longevity, Geo acquiesces. Soon, the royal house of Zhou introduces an array of culinary delights that captivate the hearts of countless lords. These dishes are unprecedented, and even the act of dining has adopted new rituals, incorporated into the rites of Zhou by Geo. Utensils as pristine as white jade, alongside newly crafted chopsticks, accompany these novel gastronomic creations. Although chopsticks have emerged, they are not yet mainstream. At least among the elite, the prevalent dining implements remain the spoon and fork. However, the innovative cuisine silences all discontent. The culinary master's creations are imaginative, blending familiar and unfamiliar elements into extraordinary dishes. They share a singular characteristic, unparalleled deliciousness. For the lords perched at the pinnacle of power, life holds few other pursuits, reduced primarily to fine food and beautiful women. They are not lacking in beauty, but it remains to be seen whether their bodies can endure. After tasting the royal dishes of the Zhou court, the culinary master's importance, in their eyes, eclipses even that of the Zhou king himself. Chapter 15. The Culinary Tavern. The alcoholic master. This culinary master is indeed one of the incarnations of Gegu. In contrast to the widespread human pursuit of fame and fortune, or even the quest for deities, which is predominantly the concern of civil and military officials, Gegu, hailing from a future era, recognizes that these aspirations are too distant for the common folk. In this current epoch, due to the limitations of societal development, rituals and beliefs are nearly monopolized by the royal house of Zhou and the lords. The common people lack the qualification to worship the gods. The deities prior to the calamities of divine ordination disdain the meager faith of ordinary individuals. Unless it pertains to grand matters that directly divide the fate of humanity, commoners scarcely capture the attention of the divine. Yet, Gegu understands that the future belongs to the common people. Indeed, an individual's faith is trivial. Yet the faith of countless ordinary individuals possesses the power to transform the world. When it comes to beliefs intimately connected with the everyday lives of the common people, it naturally pertains to the essentials of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Currently, Gegu occupies the realms of culture, lifestyle, cuisine, and housing, areas that the celestial beings presently overlook, yet which will inevitably become integral to the spiritual lives of the populace. The god of food represents the path that Gegu has charted for the culinary scholars, and the dietary framework introduced by these scholars indeed merits the title of a culinary deity in this contemporary era. As Geo, the king of Zhou, observed the lords indulging in their meals with utter disregard for decorum, he recognized the merit of this banquet. Presently, the lords frequent Loi with even greater diligence than they once did Haojing, driven by their thirst for bamboo slips, brushes, ink, soap, perfume, and artisan quotas. The Zhou royal family leads the trends of the times, and once the lords acquire their respective quotas, they can swiftly turn a profit from the gentry within their territories. Today, the Zhou royal family has introduced a plethora of unimaginable culinary delights, and the lords' desire for these exquisite dishes is almost palpable. They can hardly fathom the distress they would endure upon returning home without access to such delectable fare. At this moment, if Geo were to propose exchanging cities for these delights, the lords would undoubtedly acquiesce without hesitation. However, he refrained from doing so, for he understood that the Zhou dynasty was fated to decline, and that acquiring more territory would bring calamity rather than fortune to the royal house. Thus, he did not impose upon the lords, but rather announced his plan. In the future, gourmet establishments would gradually open across the various lordships, allowing the lords to savor these exquisite dishes within their own domains. The lords accepted this proposal, as they had little choice. The authority of the Zhou sovereigns still held sway. The establishment of the Zhou dynasty relied not solely on military might, but also on the protection of the celestial beings. Their ancestors had participated in the extraordinary battles involving these divine entities, instilling in them a near-religious reverence for the Zhou dynasty. Moreover, they found themselves powerless against the culinary scholars, for it was common knowledge that King Jiezhou had established a connection with the reclusive immortal Gigu. The entrance of 4 disciples of these immortals into the mortal realm had unleashed waves capable of altering the course of the spring and autumn period. Even though their current focus was merely on the aspects of daily life, there was no doubt regarding the profound and mysterious capabilities of Gigu. In this age of celestial withdrawal, even a solitary disciple of a hidden immortal commands respect and awe from the lords. Though their ancestors had generally interacted with immortals, and legends spoke of celestial guardians of the Zhou dynasty. The previous fall of Haojing and the demise of King Yu and Prince Bofu at the hands of the Chuanrong left an indelible mark on their collective memory. In the annals of legend, the guardian of the Zhou dynasty, the revered Li Zhenzi, did not make his appearance. Even when the capital of the Zhou was besieged by foreign invaders, this ancestral figure remained elusive, delivering a significant blow to the authority of the Zhou royal family. Fortunately, the newly crowned King Jiezhou was fortuitous enough to encounter a disciple from the reclusive sage of Gigu, who soon pledged allegiance. Within a mere few years, he rejuvenated the prestige of the Zhou dynasty, though it was merely prestige. Jiezhou, possessing great wisdom, refrained from military expansion, instead choosing to serve as a guiding force and mediator for the Zhou, which instilled great confidence among the other lords. Due to the decline of the Zhou, the once hollow tributary system was revived, and various vassals were eager to pay homage to King Jiezhou, as it promised them benefits. As for the arduous journey, this was the primordial age. While the celestial beings had largely retreated, the myriad of monsters and bizarre creatures had not. Even if the lords had neglected their martial prowess, they still possessed formidable generals. With their extraordinary physical capabilities, the journey to pay tribute to Loi was akin to a leisurely excursion. They harbored no fears of rebellion, for they themselves wielded exceptional strength, and the true chaos of the spring and autumn period had yet to unfurl. The lords lacked any fervent desire to annihilate one another, resulting in their primary focus being on enjoyment rather than dominance. This revitalized the tributary system, devoid of warfare, while the Zhou royal family opted for a passive stance. Eschewing military development, the wealth amassed by the lords over 4 centuries finally had a channel for expenditure. To secure preferential rights for the establishment of gourmet restaurants, the lords made numerous promises. In matters not concerning territory, they offered beauty, jewels, estates, minerals, weapons, slaves, and various conditions. The culinary delights presented to them were merely the beginning. With such exquisite cuisine as a foundation, they had no doubts that the wine would be equally exceptional. Indeed, during the time of tribute, a new disciple from Gigu emerged, known as Zhou Jing, a master of brewing. He conjured exquisite spirits, far surpassing the era's finest through extraordinary spatial techniques. The pure, crystalline liquor, devoid of any impurities, was dispensed from elegant porcelain vessels. Its mere appearance captivated all lords, including King Jiezhou, who beheld it as an unparalleled celestial brew. Just the aroma was enough to ensnare their senses. Such fine wine, paired with exquisite dishes and the company of beautiful companions, was enough to elicit profound sentiments of fulfillment even in the hearts of the lords. Thus began a new chapter. The first chain of taverns during the Zhou dynasty was established, accompanied by the inaugural chain bookstore and the first chain soap and perfume shop. The vast interests involved surpassed the wealth of most feudal lords, yet none dared to covet them. This was not solely because these establishments represented the Zhou monarch, but also due to their voluntary submission of approximately 30% of their profits as tax to local lords. The 3 entities formed a symbiotic relationship. Moreover, the enigmatic and powerful presence of the immortal Ghost Valley, coupled with the proprietor's mastery of sorcery, assured their dominance in the region. In the first decade of Jiezhou's reign as king of Zhou, Luai not only emerged as the universally acknowledged capital of the Zhou dynasty, but also ascended as the recognized cultural epicenter of the southern Zhan continent, a hub for soap and perfume, architecture, and culinary delights. The name of the hidden immortal Ghost Valley and its disciples spread throughout the Zhou realm, earning respect and admiration. Among them, 5 disciples stood at the pinnacle of their respective fields, achieving what others could scarcely conceive. Chapter 16. Achieving Sanctity, the literary sage's fruit position in this year. A new disciple of Ghost Valley was born. However, this disciple did not introduce new inventions or innovations. Instead, His contributions were no less significant than those of the previous 5 scholars. He meticulously organized written language, created phonetic symbols, essentially a form of pinyin, and compiled the first dictionary and lexicon. The impact of this achievement was beyond imagination, far exceeding even the expectations of Ghost Valley itself. Transforming into a literary archetype, he arrived in Laoyi with motives akin to those of the earlier 5, a pure desire to seize the precious opportunity before the emergence of the 100 schools of thought. Unexpectedly, both the phonetic symbols and the dictionary yielded unimaginable rewards. While the previous 5 had similarly made impactful contributions, none had experienced immediate feedback. However, once the phonetic symbols, dictionary, and lexicon were completed, they triggered celestial phenomena. Auspicious purple chi surged from the east for 30,000 miles. His literary incarnation directly received blessings from both the way of heaven and the way of humanity, attaining sanctity in an instant. Yet, this sanctity did not refer to a sage, but rather to a position akin to that of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He was directly elevated to the status of literary sage. Upon becoming the literary sage, he was compelled to retreat, entering the fire cloud cave under the guidance of the human emperor Fuxi. One might say that he played his cards too grandly, while he garnered unimaginable rewards. It also led to unforeseen consequences. From then on, the literary archetype held the qualification to receive offerings from humanity, as long as one utilized the phonetic symbols, dictionary, and lexicon for reading and literacy. They remained indebted to the contributions of the literary archetype. Thus, he mastered the profound art of words manifesting as reality. Yet, despite attaining the esteemed rank of the literary sage, he found himself confined within the fire cloud cave. This serves as yet another testament to the predicament of humanity. The principal actors in the celestial domain, manipulated by the sages and deities. Among the human race, there exists a multitude of formidable beings. However, many of the esteemed ancestors, including the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, ultimately faced the fate of being sequestered within the fire cloud cave. Regardless of the tribulations endured by the younger generation outside, their hands remain tied. This is a rule established by the sages for the human forebears, for no sage has emerged from within humanity. Even the sage Enwa, the creator of humankind, does not stand on the side of humanity, or perhaps she lacks the capacity to safeguard the entire race. As a demon sage, she is unable to provide protection for the demon kin, and as the creator of humanity, she cannot shield the human race either. Although Enwa occupies a seemingly exalted position as a sage, she is, in truth, constrained from all sides. After all, she is not the sole sage. 5 other sages impose restrictions upon her, and above them looms the heavenly sage Hongjun, further regulating the sages. Even those who attain sagehood are not granted true freedom in the primordial chaos. In this era of retreating immortals and deities, the sudden emergence of a sage on the ground has stirred a considerable commotion across the 3 realms. Yet, both triumph and failure hinge upon sagehood. Despite becoming the literary sage, he has forfeited the opportunity to intervene in the affairs of humanity. Phonetics, dictionaries, and lexicons disseminated through the bamboo pen and ink studio quickly captivated the lords and scholars throughout the realm, who marveled at their value. The worth of the literary sage's attainment was no longer questioned, yet the value of phonetics, dictionaries, and lexicons remained insufficiently recognized. For we are in an era where the nobility monopolizes all knowledge. Even the finest of treasures can only circulate among the powerful, failing to benefit the entirety of humanity. It is only with the evolution of time, when knowledge previously dominated by the elite becomes accessible, that the true value of phonetics, dictionaries, and lexicons will be revealed. A disciple from the hidden immortal Ghost Valley emerged, achieving sagehood instantaneously. In an instant, the lords elevated the status of the hidden immortal Ghost Valley once more. After all, if the disciple is so exceptional, one can only imagine the strength and profundity of the master, Gigu. It is said that through mere conjecture, Gigu's power has already been rumored to reach the level of a golden immortal. In truth, they are not mistaken. He indeed is a golden immortal, and at the pinnacle of that stage. As for the literary sage attainment, it facilitated a seamless transition for an otherwise average being into the realm of the profound immortal. Nonetheless, the literary sage attainment allows for an unobstructed ascent into the golden immortal realm, with the ultimate destination likewise being the peak of golden immortality. To transcend the golden immortal stage, reaching the pinnacle of a transcendent state is an elusive endeavor, one that is rarely encountered. There exists no barrier. Possessing sufficient cultivation allows one to ascend directly to the corresponding zenith of their attainment. This is the allure of such a state. Due to the influence of the classical texts, the authority of the Zhou dynasty has been further fortified. However, this has had no tangible impact on the realm. For a decade, Zhou has shown no ambition to rejuvenate the Zhou dynasty, indulging instead in a life of revelry that evokes envy and jealousy, epitomizing the archetype of a foolish sovereign. Even the governance of his limited territory has been entirely delegated to the capable hands of the doctor of bamboo pen and ink, under whose stewardship Luoyi has thrived, emerging as the most prosperous capital of the Zhou dynasty. Currently, Luoyi's population has surpassed 200,000, establishing it as one of the most flourishing cities of the age. This is evidently not the limit of Luoyi's potential. In the 12th year of Zhou's reign, following the profound impact of the classical texts that led to the sanctification of a sage, a new disciple from the Gu sect has emerged. This individual, known as the Beast Tamer, possesses no credentials of sanctification. Yet, he is not to be underestimated due to his mastery over beasts, for this is the primordial age, rife with extraordinary creatures. The ability to tame such remarkable beasts not only promises substantial benefits, but also holds strategic significance. A formidable beast can sway the outcome of a battle, as evidenced in the legendary confrontations between the Zhou and Shang dynasties 4 centuries ago. A powerful mount can easily disrupt the enemy's cavalry. After being honored by King Zhou for his talents, the Beast Tamer first exhibited his prowess by presenting nearly 100 colossal eagles, capable of carrying individuals, soaring majestically above the Zhou palace. Their overwhelming presence instilled a sense of awe, for the mere value of these eagles could endow the Zhou dynasty with an immensely formidable aerial cavalry. However, these eagles are not intended for military use. Rather, they serve a civilian purpose. Through these magnificent creatures, feudal lords can traverse swiftly between their territories and the capital of Luoyi. These eagles, while barely qualifying as exotic beasts, fall short of being classified as mythical creatures. Essentially, they are highly intelligent and strong wild animals that have been tamed, serving solely as aerial transport. The display of these eagles is merely a means for the Beast Tamer to showcase his skills. After unveiling these spectacular aerial conveyances, he subsequently presented a true innovation capable of shaping the era. He introduced the practice of placing nose rings on cattle, taming their once unruly nature. After donning the nose ring, the domestication of cattle is significantly enhanced, rendering them more suitable for pulling carts and plowing fields. This advancement also facilitated the early invention of the curved plow, greatly improving agricultural efficiency for farmers. Rather than hoarding this beneficial invention for himself, he chose to share it openly, unwilling to impede the tide of progress. His aim was to elevate the living standards of the populace, thus contributing to a demographic surge, which is also a notable trend of the times. Chapter 17: Animal Husbandry, Sculpture, and Textiles. Once the efficacy of the cattle nose ring was validated, and its pairing with the curved plow demonstrated a remarkable increase in farming efficiency. These two groundbreaking innovations were swiftly adopted by various lords. However, both the nose ring and the curved plow were required to bear the inscription Doctor of Animal Husbandry, as the doctor's intentions were never driven by profit, but rather by the pursuit of fame. After 12 years of development, King Zhou of Zhou and the various lords recognized this fact. The disciples of the hidden immortal valley generally sought neither power nor wealth, but only renown, which reassured Zhou and the lords. Furthermore, the Doctor of Animal Husbandry redesigned the saddle, enhancing the comfort of riding. He refrained from inventing the horseshoe, a development that could revolutionize the cavalry in this chariot-dominated era. Its emergence would undoubtedly alter the entire landscape of warfare, a prospect he wished to avoid. Various merits and beliefs must be cultivated gradually, akin to harvesting crops in cycles. While immediate results are efficient, they correspondingly diminish future potential. Additionally, the Doctor of Animal Husbandry pioneered artificial insemination techniques, primarily aimed at the reproduction of cattle, horses, and donkeys. Previously, natural breeding was inefficient, with even the strongest breeding animals capable of producing only a limited number of females. The advent of artificial insemination transformed breeding into a more efficient and controllable process. Although its benefits may not yet be apparent, it is conceivable that in the not-so-distant future, Luoyi will emerge as a hub for large livestock, attracting lords seeking to acquire their requisite animals. This initiative, while somewhat disruptive to established ethical norms in a primordial world, holds the promise that the benefits will outweigh any repercussions. Moreover, the Doctor of Animal Husbandry engaged in the domestication of wild beasts, hunting dogs, and raccoons, undoubtedly expanding the Zhou royal family's involvement in animal-related enterprises. This venture encompasses livestock, pets, circuses, and other domains, all brimming with limitless potential. By the 15th year of Zhou's reign, such developments had begun to take shape. New disciples of the Ghost Valley have descended from the mountains. On this occasion, various feudal lords received word in advance and gathered in Luoyi to await their arrival. The craftsmanship represented by the disciples of Ghost Valley is overwhelmingly extraordinary. Luoyi has recently acquired several new epithets: the capital of cattle and horses, the capital of pets, and the capital of circus arts. Behind these titles lies immense wealth. The newly emerged disciple of Ghost Valley is named Sculptor, whose mastery lies in the creation of statues. These are not mere statues, they are lifelike representations. In a world as primordial as this, a simple statue would not suffice. It is well known that many feudal lords maintain a number of sorcerers as offerings, and those sorcerers, possessing even a modicum of foundational elemental techniques, can conjure lifelike statues through their magical prowess. However, the sculptor stands apart. His statues are crafted entirely by hand, signifying that his skills can indeed be learned by others. He generously invites talented individuals from noble families, and even slaves, to study his sculpting techniques. In an era devoid of paper and painting, this revolutionary sculpting art embodies advanced productivity. Thus, the bamboo pen and ink doctor, the soap doctor, the house doctor, the culinary doctor, the alcohol doctor, the literary doctor, the beastmaster doctor, and the sculptor himself display their lifelike statues in the center of Louis Square, garnering admiration from onlookers. Indeed, it is mere admiration. Before the true age of incense and fire commences, contemporary beliefs can only be deemed of limited significance. The lords who possess sorcerers naturally dismiss these statues, regardless of their exceptional craftsmanship. Conversely, the nobility lacking sorceress support view things differently. Although the concept of reincarnation has emerged in this era, it remains rudimentary, lacking precise control and opaque operations. For the majority of the elite, death is akin to a light extinguished. In this time when artistic painting remains rather commonplace, the advent of statues offers significant psychological solace. The creation of one's own statue, ensuring remembrance by future generations, has become a favored choice among many minor and medium-sized nobles. Consequently, it is hardly surprising that the statue business rapidly flourished from its inception. Years later, as the disciples of the sculptor gradually set forth on their journeys, statues began to acquire a new significance, that of replacing human sacrifices in burial rites. In this current age, both rituals and funerals commonly observe the barbaric customs of human sacrifice. The sculptor advocates for the use of statues and ceramic figurines as substitutes for human offerings and sacrifices, gaining acceptance among numerous minor and medium-sized nobility. The reason is not due to their lack of desire. Rather, it stems from the immense costs involved. They simply cannot afford it. In comparison to individuals who can continuously generate value, statues and figurines are significantly less expensive. As for the feudal lords and wealthy aristocrats, they are indifferent to such expenditures. Constructing their tombs to resemble their lives while alive is of utmost importance, and naturally, their closest wives, concubines, and servants must accompany them in death. In the 20th year of Zhou's reign as the king of Zhou, new disciples from the Ghost Valley continued to descend the mountain. They were warmly welcomed by the king of Zhou and numerous feudal lords. Now, with the Great Eagle facilitating travel between Louis and the feudal lords, these lords could vacation in Luoyi at least 4 times a year. Among this latest group of disciples was one named Weaving. As his name suggests, he not only brought forth groundbreaking weaving techniques, but also introduced the crop of cotton. One can envision the revolutionary impact this would have on the clothing industry in an era predominantly characterized by hemp garments. The emergence of cotton clothing was poised to transform the fashion landscape. The concept of weaving machines began to permeate households, giving rise to a new dynamic of men farming and women weaving. In the same year, another king of Zhou, Zhi, was annihilated by the feudal lord Zhi of Jin, with the prior consent of Zhi, thereby ending the dual kingship of the Zhou dynasty. Zhi later earned the title of king of Zhou Xia, while Zhi received high praise from Duke Wen of Jin. The death of King Xia did not yield significant consequences. After 20 years of development, Luoyi's population had reached 1 million, making it the most prosperous capital of the time. The continuous emergence of Ghost Valley disciples brought advanced technology and ideas to Luoyi, leading the vanguard of the era, the advent of weaving machines. Even before the widespread adoption of cotton, initially benefited the various aristocrats, as the significant increase in weaving efficiency resulted in a corresponding decrease in the prices of once precious fabrics. This allowed previously unaffordable items to become accessible to the masses, Weaving workshops emerged as leading institutions in the fashion industry, managed and designed by weaving experts, combining aesthetic appeal with exceptional comfort, swiftly winning over the elite. The proliferation of diverse garments established the beauty of luxurious attire as a shared consensus across the realm. Chapter 18. Entering the Cycle of Rebirth, the 10 Yama Kings. In the 30th year of Zhou rule as king of Zhou, a new disciple from Ghost Valley descended. Known as Law. True to his name, the legal scholar immediately set about preparing the laws of Luoyi. Through studying the laws of the Zhou dynasty and the customs of the people, he ultimately formulated the first comprehensive legal code applicable to all. All legal provisions were inscribed on a massive stone tablet, allowing anyone to view and read them. Prior to this, although laws existed, however, the law merely exists between kings and feudal lords, inaccessible to the common populace. When the powerful declare one guilty of a transgression, that becomes the law. It can be said that the oppression of authority is insurmountable. Yet now, with the emergence of laws in Luoyi, even if these laws apply solely to Luoyi, the capital, which boasts a population of millions, represents an undeniably advanced significance. The legal scholar not only formulated the laws, but also received the authorization from King Zhou to establish the court of law. It is termed a court because the transgressions of the elite do not fall under the jurisdiction of the legal scholar. That is a privilege reserved for the king. The court solely addresses disputes among commoners. One could argue that the actions of the legal scholar are indeed progressive, yet the feudal lords respond with minimal enthusiasm, as none wish to have their power curtailed. The introduction of scholars in weaving and law has officially expanded the concept of huaxia. The grandeur of rights is why it is called xia. The beauty of clothing and adornment is referred to as hua. Both of these concepts are now beginning to be realized across this land of huaxia. Zhou enjoyed a remarkably long life, reigning for a full 50 years. During this time, disciples from Gigu continually emerged, and the population and scale of Luoyi continued to expand. Although Luoyi's territory may be modest, its population surpasses that of most feudal lords. Among them are scholars in massage, acupuncture, surgery, gynecology, beauty, opera, literature, and more. At the age of 40, the scholar of bamboo pens and ink passed away, not under ordinary circumstances, but intentionally, with a simple purpose: to intervene in the cycle of reincarnation. For 40 years, the bookshop represented by bamboo pens and ink nearly monopolized the distribution of Zhou dynasty texts. Such cultural monopoly naturally endowed him with considerable fortune, which he deemed too precious to squander. Thus, he chose to depart from this world, entering the realm of the afterlife. As bamboo pens and ink departed, a grand movement of deification commenced, affecting all from King Zhou to the various feudal lords and down to the common folk of Luoyi. This deity was not a celestial sun god, but rather a god of the underworld. The concept of Yama first emerged in the hearts of the Zhou people. The narrative of bamboo pens and ink diligently chronicling the world and managing Luoyi in life, only to become the ruler of the underworld with the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pen, became a sensation throughout the Zhou dynasty. The elevation of bamboo pens and ink to the status of Yama aligned with the interests of all feudal lords in the Zhou. Thus, as of now, the cycle of reincarnation exists and has its master, with the greatest master being Hutu. Yet, like Hongjun, Hutu remains indifferent to worldly affairs, embodying the cycle of reincarnation. Outside of Hutu, according to the rules of the investiture of the gods, the netherworld should currently be under the stewardship of Huang Feihu, who has been bestowed the title of the eastern peak of Mount Tai, the benevolent and divine emperor. He presides over the fortunes and misfortunes of the mortal realm and is also tasked with governing the 18 levels of hell within the underworld. Nevertheless, it remains true that the investiture of the gods is a unique decree. If faced with a sage, even the supreme emperor must acquiesce. However, as the calamity of the investiture has dismantled the teachings of igniting the conflict of the 5 saints, the sages have been barred from entering the primordial realm by the heavenly Tao. Consequently, the threat posed by the sages has significantly diminished. The Supreme Emperor fears the true essence of the sages. However, he bears no apprehension towards their incarnations. Thus, it is inconceivable for him to acknowledge the divine positions listed on the investiture. In recent years, the tranquility of the heavenly court, Taoism, and Western teachings has been a result of the intricate power struggles surrounding the divine positions of the investiture and the 3,000 worldly guests. As this struggle approaches its conclusion, it is evident that considerable changes have transpired regarding the divine positions and specific individuals on the investiture. Since Huang Feihu possesses divine titles but lacks true authority, now presents the optimal opportunity to intervene in the cycle of reincarnation. Zhu Baimo not only enters the cycle himself, but also mobilizes the influence of the entire Zhou dynasty to secure his own divinity through the national fortune. His endeavor proves successful, as the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's pen willingly fall into his possession, granting him the divine authority of the King of Hell. With Zhu Baimo's successful elevation to divinity, even the spirits of the underworld recognize this significant breakthrough, and his likeness transforms into that of a deity, manifesting divine presence. This event brings great joy to King Ji Egyo of Zhou, who, in his old age, harbors a fear of death. Having reveled in wealth and honor during his lifetime, he dreads becoming a wandering spirit after death. Now that his minister, Zhu Baimo, has ascended to the position of King of Hell, it undeniably assures him a refuge in the underworld after his passing. Many powerful figures share the sentiments of King Ji Egyo, leading to a resurgence of worship for King of Hell Zhu Baimo within the Zhou dynasty. Zhu Baimo's passing is not an isolated incident, as Dr. Fangzi also meets his end, responding to the call of King of Hell Zhu Baimo to enter the netherworld and contribute to the construction of the underworld. One by one, scholars and sages heed Zhu Baimo's summons to the netherworld, united by a singular purpose: to refine the rules of the underworld. Opportunities such as this are fleeting. Should one miss this chance, the arrival of Buddhism into the netherworld would render him obsolete. His pinnacle cultivation as a golden immortal is indeed formidable in this era, yet Buddhism is not lacking in golden immortal prowess. The emergence of A.K. Itagarba would leave him utterly powerless. Thus he must strategize preemptively as the esteemed scholars of humanity continue to depart this world. Even though it was known that their intention was to construct the underworld, it still plunged the entire city of Luoyi into profound sorrow. The positions of the 10 Yama kings were swiftly occupied by the scholars, who were endowed with the fortunes of ancient human sages and blessed by destiny. Once they secured their roles within Yama, their hold became unshakable. Furthermore, as they perfected the underworld, they were graced with the merits of heaven's path, resulting in a meteoric rise in their spiritual prowess. The celestial realm, Taoism, and Buddhism would no longer have the liberty to manipulate the underworld at will, nor would there be any more instances of Sun Wukong causing chaos in the netherworld. With the establishment of the underworld, the previously accepted practice of human sacrifice was abolished, and the concept of Yin virtue was introduced to the populace for the first time. The indiscriminate slaughter and oppression of others would diminish one's Yin virtue, and a deficiency in this virtue would result in punishment within the 18 layers of hell. Ultimately, those who fell short would find their reincarnation relegated to the paths of beasts, hungry ghosts, or hell. The notion of the 6 paths of reincarnation became widely recognized for the first time. Prior to this, these were merely implicit rules. However, no circumstance is absolute. Once the underworld gained the authority to judge and dictate reincarnation, the notion of fairness ceased to exist. The question arose as to whether the 10 Yama kings, embodied by the Ghost Valley, were more equitable, or if those presided over by the celestial realm, Taoism, or Buddhism were more just. The underworld was left without autonomy in the presence of the celestial realm, Taoism, and Buddhism, marking a lament for the underworld and all sentient beings. Chapter 19. The emergence of Guanzhong, the era of 100 schools of thought. In the 50th year of King Ji Egyo's reign over Zhou, he passed away. At that time, the population of Luoyi had surpassed 2 million. He never actively sought expansion, nor did he develop an army, instead focusing on commerce and the welfare of the people. Naturally, both the feudal lords of the realm and the citizens of Luoyi mourned his death deeply. Thus, he was bestowed with a fitting posthumous title, King Ping of Zhou. His funeral was grand in every respect, and he became the first Zhou king to forego human sacrifice. However, aside from the absence of human sacrifice, he was afforded all other honors. One reason why the lords of this era chose human sacrifice was to prevent tomb robbing. In different times, the methods of preventing tomb robbery varied as well. Through the means of sorcerers, the dead could be turned into zombies or vengeful spirits, among other strategies, which greatly increased the costs associated with tomb robbing. Indeed, it merely served to elevate the expenses of such illicit activities. The reality is that preventing tomb robbery entirely was impossible. Ordinary individuals could not engage in tomb robbing. Rather, large-scale tomb robbing was often perpetrated by states or other feudal lords. Take, for instance, the quintessential establishment of the tomb robbing prevention officer by Cao Cao. These measures against grave robbing are fundamentally ineffectual. However, what people seek is merely a sense of security. For kings and feudal lords, human life holds little value. Even burial sacrifices are offered as a mark of respect. Yet, Jiegyo, in response to the edicts of the underworld, prohibited the practice of human sacrifices after death. Nevertheless, measures to thwart tomb robbers remain indispensable. Fortunately, this is the primordial world where, in the absence of human sacrifices, one can resort to mechanisms, terracotta figurines, and other means for protection against theft. The reason the various scholars, transformed by Gigu, consented to Jiegyo's grand funeral is twofold. Firstly, due to the bond between sovereign and subject, and secondly, to stimulate the mortuary business and invigorate the economy of Luoyi. They exerted considerable effort, even contemplating the funeral of King Jiegyo of Zhou. With King Jiegyo as a showcase, it is believed that other feudal lords will also engage Luoyi's funeral services, thus catalyzing another wave of economic growth. With the passing of King Ping of Zhou, the era of the 100 schools of thought officially commenced, heralded by the birth of Guanzi, also known as Guanzhong, an indelible name in the annals of Chinese history. He stands as a representative figure of legalism during the spring and autumn period, an ancient economist, philosopher, politician, military strategist, and essayist. In the eyes of Gigu, it was Guanzhong who ignited the flame of the 100 schools of thought. However, for the current era, the emergence of these schools began with the first disciple of Gigu, Zhu Baimo, entering the world. Under the constraints imposed by Gigu's disciples, irrespective of Luoyi's brilliance and prosperity, there was an adherence to a strategy of non-expansion and military development. Yet, no one perceives Luoyi's lack of military advancement as a sign of weakness. This perception stems not only from the legitimate authority of the Zhou dynasty, but also because Luoyi concurrently serves as the stronghold of the esteemed scholars of the realm. The flourishing of the 100 schools of thought had already manifested in Luoyi, drawing together an unparalleled assembly of the finest talents from across the land. In comparison to the prosperity of Luoyi, the territories of other feudal lords exhibit significant disparities. In the minds of many, even the legendary celestial realm pales in comparison to Luoyi. Here, individuals can tangibly experience the myriad benefits of equality, knowledge, culture, technology, and convenience. This place stands as the epicenter of all knowledge, culture, and technology, a veritable lighthouse of the primordial world. Guanzhong, unaware of the monumental developments that awaited him, hailed from humble beginnings, initially engaging in commerce, only to face failure in business. He was destined to traverse various places, encounter diverse individuals, and amass a wealth of social experience to prepare for his future ascendance. However, the emergence of Luoyi altered many trajectories, including that of Guanzhong. Indeed, Guanzhong arrived in Luoyi. Here, Guanzhong truly encountered the forefront of human civilization. Outside, he appeared unremarkable, yet within this realm, he was taken under the wing of a culinary master, who imparted to him a timeless adage: governing a grand state is akin to cooking a delicate fish. The culinary master did not directly instruct Guanzhong in any specific skills. Rather, he offered guidance regarding the path ahead. Whatever Guanzhong sought to experience, the master could recommend accordingly. He did not become enamored with the splendor of Luoyi. After the demise of Duke Shi of Qi, he resolutely returned to Qi, aspiring to achieve great deeds. Duke Shi of Qi had 3 sons, the Crown Prince Zhu, Prince Jiu, and Prince Xiaobai. The Crown Prince Zhu ascended the throne, but soon after, a scandal erupted involving Duke Shi and his sister, Wenjiang, leading to the inebriation and murder of Wenjiang's husband, Duke Huan of Lu. Guanzhong chose to support Prince Jiu, while his confidant, Bao Shuya, opted to assist Prince Xiaobai. Consequently, Guanzhong and Prince Jiu sought refuge in the state of Lu, unaware that they would remain in exile for 12 long years. After 12 years, upon the passing of Duke Shi of Qi, Guanzhong resolved to eliminate Prince Xiao by to elevate his supported Prince Jiu. However, unexpected cunning from Prince Xiaobai allowed him to feign death after being struck by an arrow, thus securing his ascension as Duke Huan of Qi. Once in power, Duke Huan swiftly demonstrated his capabilities, using military might as leverage, which compelled the state of Lu to execute Prince Jiu and surrender Guanzhong. Yet, under the counsel of Bao Shuya, Prince Xiaobai chose to overlook past grievances and welcomed Guanzhong, appointing him as his prime minister and addressing him as Zhongfu. From that moment, Guanzhong's ambitions could finally flourish. Under his leadership, the state of Qi rapidly emerged as the hegemon of the spring and autumn period, heralding the era of alliances. This alliance served as a ruthless betrayal of the Zhou royal family, signifying that the various lords of spring and autumn no longer acknowledged the authority of the Zhou. Thus began the age of feudal annexations and the 5 hegemons of spring and autumn. Duke Huan of Qi undeniably stood as the foremost among the 5 hegemons. with Guanzhong playing an indispensable role in this ascent. Among the five, Duke Huan of Qi and Duke Wen of Jin were, without dispute, the most prominent. The identities of the remaining three varied. One version names Duke Mu of Qin, King Zhuang of Chu, and Duke Xiang of Song. Another mentions King Zhuang of Chu, King Helu of Wu, and King Gojian of Yu, while a third iteration includes Duke Mu of Qin, Duke Xiang of Song, and King Fuchai of Wu. However, these matters bore little relevance to Giguzi, who did not seek to interfere directly in state politics through military means. He awaited an opportune moment, an occasion for Laozi to descend to the mortal realm. The era of the 100 schools of thought was one that even Laozi could not overlook, despite the presence of Taoist philosophies already emerging within this period. However, the teachings and classics of Taoism have predominantly circulated among the celestial beings. In the forthcoming era of incense, Laozi, not only as the founder of the Taoist school, must also transform himself into a figure of profound significance, thereby altering the essence of Western teachings into Buddhism, which subsequently became the orthodox belief of the three realms. Through this transformation, Laozi also siphoned a portion of Buddhism's fortune, leading to the distinction between Mahayana and Hinayana Buddhism. The primary objective of the journey to the West was to propagate Mahayana Buddhism, supplanting Hinayana, thus unifying the teachings of Buddhism. Furthermore, Laozi would, at the request of Inshi at the pass of Hangu, impart the Tao Te Ching. This presented a rare opportunity for strategic maneuvering concerning Laozi, as well as a chance to please his esteemed master. Chapter 20. Laozi becomes a disciple. The emergence of hegemons during the spring and autumn periods signified the disruption of the facade of peace among the feudal lords. Gigu, however, harbored no interest in altering the chaos of the world. Yet, as turmoil ensued, an increasing number of individuals flocked to Luoyi, including defeated lords, fleeing nobles, and waves of refugees. The scholar of Gigu welcomed all these souls without reservation. However, Luoyi could no longer accommodate such an influx of population. In response, the scholars of Luoyi initiated a migration project, relocating the incessant stream of people to various paradisiacal realms via flying vessels. These realms were beyond Gigu's reach, thus enabling a dual advantage through occupation via migration. Simultaneously, with the onset of warfare, his pseudo-extermination of immortals' four swords began to absorb the murderous aura and malevolent energy arising from the chaos, gradually enhancing their power. Guanzhong realized his aspirations within the state of Qi. During his lifetime, Qi flourished as the paramount power of the spring and autumn period. However, following his demise, Duke Huan of Qi, known as Xiaobai, became increasingly inept, surrounding himself with sycophants. Ultimately, this foremost hegemon met a grim fate, perishing from starvation, with his corpse left unattended for 67 days, a truly ominous end to his twilight years. A century later, Laozi finally emerged into the world. The earthly incarnation of the revered sage, Taishang Laojun, commanded utmost respect from Gigu, who dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Nevertheless, calculations were still necessary. His skeletal form, also a disciple of Gigu, had preemptively assumed the role of the head of the library in the Zhou dynasty of Luoyi. Indeed, it was a position of significance. With the enthusiastic promotion of bamboo slips, brushes, and ink by the scholars, alongside the advocacy for phonetics, dictionaries, and lexicons, literacy rates in this era witnessed a remarkable surge. Luoyi became a beacon of cultural dissemination, where even an ordinary local was considered a rare talent compared to the outside world. Yet, few locals ventured beyond their borders, as the stark disparities in living standards, culture, and technology rendered the world outside nearly as alien as that of primitive beings. Moreover, amidst the chaos outside, the tranquility of Luoyi is all the more pronounced. In order to outmaneuver the heavenly teacher and to reckon with Laozi, he must employ his true self. Thus, he resorts to utilizing his skeletal form, embodying Nezha in a fleshly manifestation. Now, he has acquired the ability to separate flesh from bone, which is one of his innate divine powers. Regardless of whether his skeletal form or his spiritual body is destroyed, he can be reborn through the other. It is precisely due to such extraordinary abilities that he dares to scheme against Laozi. Furthermore, as the Supreme Lord, Laozi lacks the pettiness characteristic of the primordial Supreme Being. Even if offended, as long as it does not infringe upon the fundamental interests of the Supreme Lord, the repercussions should not be excessively severe. Previously, the Supreme Lord and the primordial Supreme Being had taken advantage of the heavenly teacher, and now a similar circumstance has befallen the Supreme Lord. Without unexpected events, the Supreme Lord has arrived in Luoyi to serve the Zhou royal family, with his objective being to assume a position within the library pavilion. This place houses the entirety of Huaxia's collections, its scale and quantity far surpassing that of any mere library or archive. The current head of the library pavilion is also a disciple of the Ghost Valley, known as White Bone, who specializes in the art of bone setting. Now aged, he serves as the head of the pavilion, safeguarding the safety of its tomes. Perhaps due to his advanced age, the stature of Dr. White Bone has diminished to that of a child, standing just over 6 feet, seemingly on the brink of passing away. Yet, none dare to underestimate him. Dr. White Bone possesses remarkable skills. His mastery of bone setting is profound and mysterious, suspected to have transcended into the realm of divine powers. Since he can set bones, he can also dismantle them, even manipulating them effortlessly. The arrival of Laozi has stirred the attention of Dr. Whitebone. In response to Laozi's request to join the library pavilion, Dr. Whitebone has but a single condition, that he must become his disciple. If Li Er is willing to accept this mentorship, then all discussions can proceed smoothly. For others, this represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, yet for Li Er, it poses a challenge. At this moment, Li Er, known by the courtesy name Dan, had been studying under Shangrong before arriving in Loi, possessing a remarkable literary prowess. Now, with Dr. Whitebone urging him to become a disciple, he senses an ominous undertone. This feeling is not a warning of danger, but rather resembles a mischievous prank. Nevertheless, he perceives that the skeletal elder before him, appearing as a 6-foot child, is entirely sincere. Without accepting the mentorship, he will undoubtedly be barred from entering the library pavilion and witnessing its vast collections. Ultimately, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, Li Er concedes and successfully becomes a disciple of the venerable Dr. Whitebone. The old man of bones conferred upon him a new name, Boyong. Li Er felt an inexplicable connection, as if he were destined to bear this name. At the moment when the human incarnation of the Supreme Lord Lao successfully became the disciple of the old man of bones, a resonance emerged between the heavenly lord of the Bo Palace, situated beyond the 33 heavens, and the Supreme Lord Lao of the Daoshui Palace. In that instant, the laughter of the heavenly lord echoed throughout the realms, so much so that even the primordial supreme being of the Yushu Palace, the goddess Nuwa of the Nuwa Palace, and the Taoists of the Western Paradise, namely the Zhuan Ti and Jiayin, could hear it clearly. Since the calamity of the Fengshen, it was the first time the heavenly lord experienced such unrestrained joy, causing his laughter to reverberate beyond the 33 heavens. The Supreme Lord Lao's countenance darkened slightly, yet he inwardly swallowed this slight humiliation. Compared to the obliteration of the heavenly lord's lineage by their elder brothers, this minor loss was inconsequential. Indeed, the heavenly lord was elated. His elder brother, the human incarnation of the Supreme Lord Lao, had accepted his disciple as a master, which effectively made him a venerable ancestor to the Supreme Lord Lao. It must be said that while this act bore little harm, its insult was profound. The heavenly lord felt immense satisfaction with his disciple, Gigu. Shortly after accepting Li Er, the old man of bones passed away, entrusting the responsibilities of the library's master to Li Er, thus laying the groundwork for his path to enlightenment. At this juncture, Li Er, as the human incarnation of the Supreme Lord Lao, was unaware of the significance behind this mentorship. When the time came for Laozi to attain profound realization and enlightenment in the future, he would not concern himself with the jest-like nature of this apprenticeship. Ultimately, when Laozi achieved great success, he would journey westward past the Hangu Pass, with purple qi emanating from the east for 30,000 miles, responding to the request of the gatekeeper, In Shi, to present the Tao Te Ching. Thereafter, Laozi would employ his divine powers to transform the Hu into Buddhism, while simultaneously returning the karmic ties of the two saints from the calamity of the Fengshen. Thus, Taoist teachings began to spread across the continent of Nanzhan. Concurrently, Confucius, the founder of Confucianism, traveled through various states with his 3,000 disciples, disseminating knowledge. Although this era did not afford him significant recognition, it would become the mainstream doctrine of future Huaxia, attaining an absolute position of dominance. Time progressed into the Warring States period, where conflicts intensified. Ultimately, the other feudal states declared their demise, leaving only the 7 heroes of the Warring States, Qin, Wei, Han, Zhao, Chu, Yan, and Qi. All nations actively pursued reforms, striving to emerge as the ultimate victor. However, for Gigu, he had known from the outset who would claim victory. The prosperous capital of the Zhou dynasty, Loi, which had thrived for 4 centuries, was also destined to meet its end. Chapter 21. The Currency Scholar. Falling gold coins once again, Gigu embarked on new endeavors. As fresh disciples emerged from the mountains, The continuous emergence of disciples from the Ghost Valley has become a familiar occurrence among the citizens of Luoyi. The grand welcoming ceremonies are still in place. After all, the disciples of Ghost Valley are the distinguished elites in various fields, serving as sages who bring transformation to Luoyi. This time, the disciple, known as the coin-minting doctor, is destined to usher in monetary reform for Luoyi. In the previous era, there was no unified currency system. Even in Luoyi, various forms of currency such as shell money, silk money, and copper coins abounded. Gold and silver circulated only among a select few powers, regarded more as jewels than as mediums of exchange, lacking direct monetary attributes. With the effortless backing of numerous scholars, the coin-minting doctor swiftly seized the right to mint currency in Luoyi. Consequently, new bronze coins were soon minted, distinct from the future square coins, being entirely composed of copper. One side of these coins bore a portrait, while the other displayed the denomination. The portraits included 7 sages, including Hanjun, along with the heavenly sovereign, the Queen Mother, the 3 sovereigns, the 5 emperors, and revered ancestors of humanity. Indeed, rather than employing a singular design, he opted for a variety of versions. These mixed coins could be exchanged so long as the denominations were consistent, even if the portraits varied. As batches of exquisite bronze coins were minted, they initially circulated within Luoyi before swiftly spreading beyond its borders. Inspired by these coins, the kings of the 7 kingdoms began to commission Luoyi to mint their own coins, each requiring the inclusion of their respective portraits. With the circulation of these coins, a burgeoning force emerged in the world, wealth. Zhao Gongming, situated in the heavenly realm, discovered an exponential increase in his fortunes, leading to the acquisition of the divine position of the god of wealth. Not only Zhao Gongming, but all the powerful beings whose images adorned the coins felt a resonant awareness of their newfound advantages. Now, the time has progressed to the Warring States period, where the mighty have subtly foreseen the forthcoming age of prosperity. Compared to the era centered around the Fengshen list during the calamities of the gods, the future heralds the true age of deification. During that time, the 4 great continents of the primordial world and the 3 realms will be replete with deities, capable of having their likenesses imprinted on coins to circulate among humanity. This not only promises the acquisition of wealth, but also the attainment of faith. Before long, the coin-minting doctor began receiving feedback from powerful beings across the heavens and earth, most of which manifested as merits. With such extensive recognition from the mighty, the coin-minting doctor found himself bestowed with the dual divine offices of coin-minting and the god of wealth, akin to a celestial ordination. Zhao Gongming bore no resentment towards the division of the god of wealth's responsibilities. He cannot possibly be the sole god of wealth across the 3 realms. However, one individual is in a state of utter dismay: the Lantern Master. Once the vice master of the Chan sect, he now holds the title of past Buddha in Buddhism. Not long ago, Lantern was the leader of the Western sect. Yet, with Laozi's departure from Hangu Pass, transforming barbarians into Buddhists, the former disciple of the Treasure Master was converted by Laozi and became the Tathagata Buddha. Thus, the Western sect evolved into Buddhism, and Lantern Master was compelled to abdicate, taking on the role of past Buddha. Presently, the leader of Buddhism is the Tathagata Buddha. This situation alone has left Lantern deeply unsettled. After the calamity of the Fengshen, he betrayed the Chan sect, driven by the immense fortune of the Western sect. Harnessing this fortune, he sought to refine the 24C stabilizing pearls, treasures originally belonging to Zhao Gongming, the prominent disciple of the. These were secured by the scattered immortal, Xiao Sheng, using the falling treasure coin, and subsequently passed on to Lantern Master. The 24C stabilizing pearls are the ultimate treasure for Lantern Master's path to enlightenment. Once refined, they would transform into the 24 celestial beings, allowing him to achieve the quasi-saint realm, becoming one of the most formidable entities, second only to the saints. Yet, at a critical juncture, his refining was interrupted. He transitioned from the leader of the Western sect to the past Buddha of Buddhism. The disparity between these 2 states has left him devoid of sufficient fortune to refine the 24C stabilizing pearls. Nevertheless, he possesses a trump card, the falling treasure coin. As a primordial spiritual treasure, it represents the quintessential form of currency in the world. Should the future align with the coin of square and round, he could still harness its formidable fortune to refine the 24C stabilizing pearls. Yet now, gazing at the dimmed falling treasure coin before him, he comprehends the causal chain of events. However, he cannot pursue retribution, for the coins minted by the coinage doctor have garnered the acknowledgement of the great powers in the 3 realms. This recognition has directly altered the future representation of wealth. Shifting from the coin of square, and round to the portrait coin. The actions of the coinage doctor effectively sever the future of the falling treasure coin. It is likely that soon, the falling treasure coin will descend from a primordial spiritual treasure to a postnatal one. With such a precious future rendered futile, Lantern Buddha feels as if his heart has been cleaved. He mourns not only for the falling treasure coin in his possession, but also for the lost fortunes and the path to enlightenment represented by the 24C stabilizing pearls. Without that overwhelming fortune, he cannot fathom how many years and tribulations it will take to refine the 24C stabilizing pearls into the 24 celestial beings. Yet, it is evident that Lantern Buddha has grossly underestimated the audacity of Gigu. Underestimated was the notion that someone might seek to conspire against the Buddha of the Lantern. Previously, as the leader of the Western teachings, he had unwittingly fostered a demeanor of disdain towards all. This character trait had yet to be diminished in his contest with the Tathagata Buddha. At present, the two formidable forces of Buddhism, the Tathagata Buddha and the past Buddha of the Lantern, are embroiled in intense internal strife. Consequently, the Buddha of the Lantern was merely on guard against the covert maneuvers of the Tathagata, unaware that a mere coin forger dared to strike against him. Outside the Lingzhou Palace, the coin forger, an avatar of Guguzi, had been lying in wait for quite some time. His ambitions were twofold: to acquire the falling treasure and the 24 sea-calming pearls. These 24 sea-calming pearls are the treasures of the Buddha of the Lantern, yet they also perfectly align with his own path to enlightenment. It is essential to recognize that he embodies the physical form of Nezha, who is, in turn, the reincarnation of the Lingzhou. Although, under the machinations of the Supreme One, Nezha lost the Lingzhou and attained a lotus incarnation, in a certain sense. His physical body is akin to that of the Lingzhou. This grants him a profound innate affinity with pearl-like treasures. As premier innate spiritual treasures, the 24 sea-calming pearls would not be overlooked if an opportunity arose. The Buddha of the Lantern is one of the principal architects behind the downfall of Zhao Gongming, the outer disciple of the Cut sect, having seized Zhao Gongming's 24 sea-calming pearls. Now, as a disciple of the Lord of Heaven, it is entirely reasonable for him to reclaim the 24 sea-calming pearls on his master's behalf. The coin forger sought to communicate fortune through the falling treasure. At that moment, the falling treasure appeared dim and lacked the brilliance characteristic of innate spiritual treasures. The only individual capable of restoring its former glory was the coin forger himself. He awaited a chance, a moment when the Buddha of the Lantern would not have the 24 sea-calming pearls in his possession. Chapter 22. The 24 sea-calming pearls and the misfortunes of the Buddha of the Lantern. Such an opportunity soon presented itself. The Buddha of the Lantern was preoccupied with vying for power and profit against the Tathagata, rendering him incapable of meticulously refining the 24 sea-calming pearls. What seemed to be the final step was unattainable without overwhelming fortune. Just as the Buddha of the Lantern and the Tathagata convened at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, he suddenly sensed a disconnection between the 24 sea-calming pearls and his primordial spirit. This was utterly inconceivable. It is known that he had already refined the majority of the 24 sea-calming pearls, unless a sage intervened. How could anyone sever the connection between him and the 24 sea-calming pearls so instantaneously? He had never anticipated the falling treasure would betray him. If the falling treasure could have fallen into the hands of Zhao Gongming hundreds of years ago, it could equally descend from his grasp. The Buddha of the Lantern immediately attempted to retreat, only to find that the Tathagata had perceived the underlying plot and obstructed him at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Involvement in the treasures of one's own path to enlightenment is a profound matter. The Radiant Lamp Buddha could no longer restrain himself and directly engaged in combat with the Tathagata Buddha at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. However, the outcome of this confrontation resulted in a humiliating defeat for the Radiant Lamp Buddha in the presence of countless Buddhist practitioners. Presently, Buddhism remains predominantly influenced by the 3,000 worldly wanderers who have transformed from the teachings of the. It is easy to speculate whether these 3,000 worldly wanderers align themselves with the Tathagata Buddha, the esteemed elder brother of the past, or with the Radiant Lamp Buddha, who seeks to slay the disciples of. Following this battle, the authority of the Radiant Lamp Buddha within the Buddhist realm diminished significantly. Upon returning to the Lingzhou Palace, he discovered not only the absence of the 24 sea-calming pearls, but also the loss of the precious. As a formidable entity, the Radiant Lamp Buddha swiftly deduced the circumstances surrounding these events and even identified the perpetrator, coin-casting Taoist, the creator of the universally recognized copper coin bearing a visage, who was also the root cause of the diminished power of. To his surprise, rather than seeking retribution from the coin-casting Taoist, it was the latter who fixated on the Radiant Lamp Buddha's possession and absconded with the 24 sea-calming pearls. Without a moment's hesitation, the radiant lamp Buddha transformed into a streak of light and journeyed to Laoi, determined to reclaim both the and the 24 sea-calming pearls from the coin-casting Taoist. At this juncture, despite his unsettled mind, he remained optimistic. Should he successfully recruit the coin-casting Taoist under his banner and become the coin-casting Buddha, he could not only restore the potency of the, but also continue to refine the 24 sea-calming pearls through financial fortune. Yet, the radiant lamp Buddha was unprepared for the subsequent turn of events that would leave him in utter disarray. Indeed, it was in the possession of the coin-casting Taoist, who readily admitted to taking it, along with inadvertently seizing the 24 sea-calming pearls. However, the had now evolved into the coin-casting Taoist life treasure, no longer resembling its former shape of the square coins, but rather manifesting as a visage coin. The coin-casting Taoist had fused the coin template with the, thereby claiming it as his intrinsic artifact, making it impossible to relinquish. As for the 24 sea-calming pearls, they were indeed taken by the coin-casting Taoist, but he had lost them on his return journey to Laoi, a mere statement of loss that nearly caused the radiant lamp Buddha to choke with fury. Subsequently, the coin-casting Taoist presented a solution to the radiant lamp Buddha. Regardless of whether it was the or the 24 sea-calming pearls, he could not repay them. Yet, he was not a rogue. He believed in the principle of repaying debts as a matter of righteousness. Furthermore, there was another truth. When a person dies, their debts vanish. In front of the radiant lamp Buddha, the coin-casting Taoist dramatically performed an act of self-termination. At the moment of the coin-casting Taoist's demise, the radiant lamp Buddha sensed a catastrophic decline in his own fortunes. He was responsible for the demise of a deity revered across the three realms, the god of coinage and the god of wealth. This incident even precipitated a decline in the fortunes of Buddhism. The Buddha of the burning lamp was the one who caused the death of the doctor of coinage. This fact rapidly spread through Lui and beyond, igniting a palpable resentment towards Buddhism among the populace. Faced with such a profound backlash of fortune, the Buddha of the burning lamp appeared visibly distressed, his complexion turning a shade of dark purple as he gazed upon the lifeless body of the doctor of coinage and the vengeful glares of the other scholars. Unable to utter a single harsh word, he chose to depart in silence. Remaining any longer would likely diminish his own fortunes to the point where he could no longer be recognized as a past Buddha. After the Buddha of the burning lamp's departure, the doctor of coinage did not revive. However, he was split into two, becoming the deities of coinage and wealth for both the underworld and the heavenly court. The underworld sought to issue ghostly currency, while the heavenly court was eager to release divine coinage. The most suitable candidate for this role in the three realms was undoubtedly the doctor of coinage, who possessed the innate spiritual treasure of the falling treasure coins. The Buddha of the burning lamp suffered a significant loss, which swiftly became common knowledge across the realms. He forfeited the falling treasure coins and the 24 sea-calming pearls, and lost immense fortune due to the doctor of coinage's death. This incident showcased the terrifying capabilities of disciples of the Ghost Valley. Not only had they schemed to acquire your treasures, but they had also inflicted substantial losses. This treachery was rare in the three realms, with only Zhao Gongming and the three Shao sisters of the heavenly court finding some satisfaction in it. After the doctor of coinage was deified by the heavenly court, they personally met with him to express their gratitude. As for the 24 sea-calming pearls, it was quite apparent that they remained in the possession of the Ghost Valley. Regardless of his unique physical form, his nature as a spectral being, or the uncertainties of a time traveler, or even the obscured fate dictated by the heavenly master, once the 24 sea-calming pearls were in his possession, they could never be reclaimed by the Buddha of the burning lamp. The heavenly master undoubtedly relished the Buddha's downfall, bestowing upon him the method to refine the 24 sea-calming pearls. These pearls originally belonged to the heavenly master, having been given to his outer disciple Zhao Gongming, before ultimately ending up in the hands of the Buddha of the burning lamp. Now, their return to the hands of the GS sect brought immense satisfaction to the heavenly master. The Ghost Valley did not hesitate. He immediately began the process of refining the 24 sea-calming pearls. At that moment, he was surrounded by boundless merit and fortune, although these were not yet revealed due to various uncertainties. Now, these merits and fortunes could finally be put to use. With the refining techniques of the heavenly master, he would not only refine the 24 sea-calming pearls, even capable of reversing the merit and fortune garnered from the refining of the lamp of wisdom and the pearl of stabilization for his own use. It is akin to fueling the lamp as he drives, leading to a significant profit. With the substantial investment made by the lamp in the 24 pearls of stabilization, after exerting effort to refine them, he would merely need to invest a little more to completely refine all 24 pearls. At that point, The 24 celestial realms that originally belonged to the lamp would transform into the 24 celestial realms of his own, the Ghost Valley. Even when he finds himself unable to transcend the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, he could still suppress the great Luo golden immortal with the power of the 24 celestial realms, rendering him undefeated against the quasi-saints. Through the embodiment of minting, he not only fulfilled his own ambitions and avenged the but also enabled the minting embodiment to acquire the innate spiritual treasure, the golden money. It was a trifecta of achievement, a resounding victory. Conversely, the lamp believed that upon detaching from the role of deputy leader of the Chan sect, he would soar to new heights, only to find himself in a dreadful downward spiral, a veritable tragedy. In Chapter 23, the Sage of Books and the First Emperor emerge. Although the disciples of the Ghost Valley stirred the winds during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, and some had previously attained the status of the Sage of Literature, this time marks the first occasion the three realms acknowledge the hidden Ghost Valley and its disciples. They managed to orchestrate such a devastating scheme against the former leader of the Western sect, now the Buddha of the past, the lamp. This is indeed a rarity throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. One disciple alone is remarkable enough, but the others are no less extraordinary. The 10 Yama kings and the ancestral sages of humanity bear a staggering amount of merit and fortune. The demise of the minting doctor did not impede the issuance of copper coins resembling his likeness. In the primordial realm, death is not the end. The minting doctor has simultaneously become the deity of coinage and the wealth god in the realms of the underworld, humanity, and heaven, undeniably soaring to great heights with a promising future. Years after the passing of the minting doctor, a new disciple of the Ghost Valley emerged once more. This time, the disciple is named Paper. His emergence brought the invention of paper to the world. It is worth noting that paper already existed, albeit the papermaking technique was not yet advanced, far from reaching an industrialized and streamlined level. The paper produced was of such poor quality that it was hardly useful, leading people to prefer bamboo slips instead, as they were not expensive. However, the arrival of the paper doctor changed everything. Delicate and pristine paper made its grand debut, causing a worldwide sensation. Sheets of white paper were delivered by birds to the desks of the powerful across the 7 nations. In comparison to this newfound paper, the previously industrialized bamboo slips quickly lost their appeal, and the price of paper was remarkably low, far surpassing the cost-effectiveness of bamboo slips, centered around Loi. The vigorous movement of revising books has commenced, transcribing the contents from bamboo slips onto bound volumes. With the advent of bound books, bamboo slips were swiftly rendered obsolete. What once required carts to transport bamboo slips could now be contained within a single book, accommodating an immense amount of information. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Before people could fully grasp the shock of transitioning from paper to books, the emergence of woodblock printing once again shattered their understanding of literature. Knowledge, for the first time, surged forth in an exceedingly affordable manner, challenging the very foundations of societal beliefs. The inventor of paper, through his contributions to papermaking, binding, and printing, was instantly revered as a sage, becoming the second great luminary of humanity to ascend to such heights, following the esteemed scholar who created phonetics, dictionaries, and lexicons. This revered figure, the saint of paper, epitomized the profound impact of his achievements. It must be noted, however, that while great merit is commendable, excessive zeal can sometimes lead to unintended consequences, as reaching the destination may come at the cost of one's freedom. Nevertheless, this progression could not be delayed. With the proliferation of knowledge in Loi, papermaking was becoming increasingly refined. Should he fail to act, it was likely that the true art of papermaking would be invented long before Kai Luan of the Han Dynasty could bring it to fruition. Once papermaking was established, the inventions of binding and printing would naturally follow. Thus, upon his emergence from obscurity, he contemplated the possibility of instant reverence, a notion that soon proved to be true. The significance of paper, books, and printing was monumental, nearly synonymous with civilization itself. To reduce costs, particularly the costs associated with the living, the design of paper money was immediately transformed, gradually evolving into a funeral tradition. Concurrent with advancements in metallurgy, the quality of bronze artifacts improved significantly, and iron tools began to emerge. Although iron implements had existed for some time, their predominant distribution was centered in Loi, where they had become quite commonplace, while the outside world continued to rely primarily on bronze. The technologies of both bronze and iron were rapidly applied to warfare, escalating the intensity of conflicts. From the noble battles of the spring and autumn period to the total war strategies of the warring states, an overwhelming amount of national resources was funneled into warfare. leading to a steep decline in the standard of living. Despite the innovations in agriculture, such as the plow, stone and water mills, tofu, and steamed buns, which enhanced both the efficiency of farming and the quality of sustenance, the merciless nature of war rendered any construction efforts insignificant in comparison to destruction. This reached its most extreme manifestation in the state of Qin, following the successful reforms of Xiangyang. The Qin state has become a formidable existence that even the combined forces of the other 6 states find difficult to confront. A significant number of destitute citizens have begun to flee. These displaced individuals are being intentionally received in Luoyi, yet they will not be returned to the central plain. Instead, they are directed to distant lands. At this juncture, the ongoing migration has become a national policy of Luoyi. Such relocation had commenced long ago, but it has now been rendered more systematic. In the Warring States period, the populace had nowhere to turn, yet within the 4 great continents, the options are abundant. Even during the westward journey, the Buddhist stronghold of Xinyo remained desolate for months at a time. When encountering various states, they were predominantly city-states. And there were even tales of monsters devouring entire populations, which is quite terrifying. Guegu would certainly not send the populace into the jaws of monsters. Each destination he designates is safeguarded by its own avatar and is endowed with spiritual veins and blessed lands. Such blessed lands require human development, otherwise they hold no value, akin to untapped oil fields in the deep sea. Furthermore, the future wilderness is destined to spiral into an age of decline, with spiritual energy becoming increasingly scarce. At this juncture, human faith and devotion may serve as a substitute for spiritual energy and cultivation. Populations that are currently undervalued may, in the future, become a standard by which the strength of deities is measured. In the blink of an eye, time has arrived at the era of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Yingzheng swept through the 6 directions, unifying the 8 realms. Luoyi, once the epicenter of the world, has now become desolate, its population almost entirely migrated, transforming it into an ordinary city. The name Luoyi will no longer exist. It will be reborn as Luoyang. However, Emperor Shi Huang's ambitions were overly grand, surpassing his capabilities. As celestial beings remained absent, even Luoyi chose to withdraw. Among the many advisors under the emperor's command were numerous alchemists. Unlike the charlatans of reality, these alchemists in the wilderness possessed genuine capabilities. Many alchemists reluctant to leave Luoyi during its migration chose to serve under Emperor Shi Huang. The collaboration between the emperor and these capable alchemists sparked extraordinary outcomes beyond their individual abilities. On the Council of the Alchemists, the emperor simultaneously conducted the Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai and forged the 12 golden figures. Yet, all these endeavors aimed at 2 objectives. 1. The emperor's aspiration to achieve the status of the human sovereign. Since the legendary Xianyuan sword and the 9 tripod cauldrons of Yu the Great could not be found, he intended to utilize the imperial seal and the 12 golden figures to suppress the fortunes of the Qin state, thereby restoring the glory of the human sovereign. Ever since the last human sovereign, King Zhou of Shang, self-immolated on Luda, the human race has been devoid of a human sovereign. The Zhou monarch was not the sovereign of humanity, but merely the king of the Zhou dynasty. To attain the title of sovereign of humanity signifies the ability to consolidate the fortunes of the human race across the realm, calling upon the people. This is no longer the age of antiquity. Humanity now spans the 4 great continents. Should the first emperor succeed, bolstered by such fortune, he might well contend with the sages themselves. This alone foretells the inevitability of his downfall. Moreover, the first emperor harbored another ambition, the pursuit of immortality. He sought to claim both of the emperor's taboos, provoking the discontent of heaven and earth. In Chapter 24, The Journey to the West, a Great Calamity, Cyber Cultivation, the first emperor ultimately found his vision obscured by ignorance, a condition known as knowledge obstruction. Despite his prowess in sweeping away all foes, even a common celestial being could easily be subdued by the might of the celestial Qin. Yet, the first emperor's perception was limited. He believed that celestial beings were the pinnacle of power. He held no fear of the heavenly court, but overestimated his own strength while underestimating that of the heavens. If the celestial soldiers were not numerous, they would hardly pose a threat to the fully realized Qin. However, in the primordial world, true strength lies not in numbers, but in quality. The emergence of a sage is sufficient to reshape the entire primordial realm. A sage, like the heavenly teacher, possesses such capabilities that quantity becomes irrelevant in the face of their might. Only a sage can contend with another sage. Even if a multitude of golden immortals were to engage, they would not stand a chance against the Qin. The retreat of celestial beings granted the first emperor an illusion of invincibility. even with his remarkable talents and strategies. To defy the tides of time and self-proclaim as sovereign of humanity was utterly impossible. The first emperors and the various alchemists' misguided defiance of the heavens was met with silence from the divine, rendering their inevitable failure devoid of any need for opposition. Indeed, the first emperor's self-appointment as sovereign of humanity ended in failure, as did his quest for the elixir of immortality. The Qin Empire, which once swept across all directions, faced a backlash of fortune, leading to the emperor's own demise, dragging the Qin into its grave. With the fall of the Qin, the Han dynasty arose, diverging from the Qin's reckless path. In its early days, the Han adhered to the teachings of Huanglao, holding both the heavenly court and Taoism in great reverence, while Buddhism began to spread in the southern Zhan continent. However, the Buddhism that flourished there was of the lesser vehicle. It can be said that the Supreme Lord truly played a cunning game. He leveraged the power of the primordial heavenly sovereign to eliminate his fellow disciple, the heavenly teacher, and successfully transformed Western teachings into Buddhism. Yet, this was merely the beginning, as the rise of Buddhism was foreordained. He also established a form of Hinayana Buddhism to divert the fortunes of Buddhism, especially as Mahayana Buddhism flourished. Nonetheless, Hinayana remains a branch of Buddhism. It was not until the Tang dynasty that Hinayana Buddhism from the southern continent received the orthodox teachings of Mahayana through the journey to the west. By this time, the belief in incense offerings had become a consensus among many powerful beings across the three realms. Various faiths blossomed throughout the three realms. However, all of this transpired during Wang Meng's usurpation of the Han dynasty, a monumental event that resonated throughout the three realms, akin to a cataclysmic upheaval. In the mortal realm, it manifested as Wang Meng's usurpation. In the heavenly court, it was the Jade Emperor, with the support of numerous celestial beings, who successfully overthrew the heavenly sovereign, establishing himself as the new orthodoxy of the three realms. The first decree of the Jade Emperor upon securing his dominion over the heavenly court was to relinquish the power to canonize deities. In an instant, the four great continents were filled with grassroots deities. Simultaneously, the Jade Emperor opened the heavenly court's miraculous longevity fruit, the peaches of immortality, and held a grand celebration known as the Peach Banquet to win the hearts of the people. At this pivotal moment, the tumult in the heavenly palace erupted. One can only say that the Jade Emperor employed cunning methods to seize power from the heavenly sovereign. Immediately upon his ascension, the Jade Emperor abolished the canonization list, liberating the celestial beings and true spirits previously bound by it. This was a form of emancipation for the disciples of the sect. However, for the generals of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the implications were less straightforward. Capable individuals could thrive anywhere, while the incapable, having lost the patronage of the canonization list, were laid bare. The heavenly court thus underwent a significant upheaval. Concurrently, the canonization list transitioned from a posthumous decree to a structured hierarchy within the heavenly court. Upon accepting canonization from the heavenly court, the corresponding divine rank would appear on the list. Yet, the list lost its coercive power. The Jade Emperor could appoint deities at will, and could also dismiss them arbitrarily. Even those who had been canonized could unilaterally renounce their divine roles. The most iconic example of this was Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. Just as the Jade Emperor had settled into his position as the sovereign of the three realms, Sun Wukong, a mere golden immortal monkey, exposed the Jade Emperor's vulnerabilities. While the heavenly court appeared harmonious on the surface, all were secretly amused by the Jade Emperor's predicament. Ultimately, Sun Wukong stormed the Lingxiao Hall, and the beleaguered Jade Emperor could only summon the Buddha from the west, Tathagata, to subdue him. The absurdity of the situation was astounding. Following this incident, the Jade Emperor's authority was severely undermined, directly contributing to the subsequent chaos of the five barbarians. In his quest to restore authority, the Jade Emperor believed that the optimal means was to recreate the cosmos. But how could the cosmos be recreated? Naturally, it required the complete destruction of the previous order, followed by a reconstruction under the auspices of the Jade Emperor himself. In due time, the populace shall forget the Emperor of Heaven's former tribulations, recalling only the resplendence of his restoration. One cannot help but acknowledge the Emperor's ruthless decisiveness. For 5 centuries, he permitted the chaos of the southern Zhanbu continent to unfold, which ultimately paved the way for the emergence of the Tang dynasty. At this very moment, the celestial court has re-established the dignity of the three realms, with the ubiquitous mountain deities and local gods serving as the finest testament. While decentralizing power, the Emperor simultaneously consolidated authority back into his grasp through fervent expansion and balance. Regarding the turmoil of the southern Zhanbu continent over those 5 centuries, the Ghost Valley did not directly intervene. Instead, it allowed the pseudo-extermination of Immortals' four swords to absorb the malevolent energy accumulated over the years, while covertly facilitating the relocation of displaced populations. The chaos, including the upheaval of the five barbarians, nearly severed the lineage of the Han people. Consequently, the embodiment of Ghost Valley, reliant on Han civilization, also suffered significant losses in fortune, enduring a shared fate of both glory and ruin. Fortunately, the avatars of Ghost Valley are dispersed across the four great continents, ensuring that the losses in the southern Jianbu are compensated through cultivation in other regions. At this juncture, Ghost Valley has successfully refined 24 sea settling pearls, yet it took an extensive period to perfect the fundamental rules governing 20 of these pearls. This framework is known as the Cyber Program, which he has adopted as the foundational essence of his 24 celestial heavens. Furthermore, he chose to officially establish one of these heavens, the Cyber Heaven, during the tumultuous period of the journey to the west. His rationale for grounding the 24 celestial heavens in the cyber network is clear. The primordial rules of the cosmos are now remarkably refined, encompassing the myriad aspects of the three realms, including the sages themselves. Should he merely embark on the ordinary endeavor of establishing the 24 celestial heavens, he would be eclipsed by the Buddha of Lamp, who, after creating the 24 celestial heavens, invited numerous deities to preside, thus solidifying his status as a past Buddha and enabling him to assist the Tathagata. This not only fortified his position but also elevated his power to the pinnacle of quasi-saintliness, albeit at the cost of relinquishing complete ownership of the 24 celestial heavens, transitioning from sole sovereignty to a shareholder model. However, as a transmigrant in this world dominated by spiritual energy and cultivation, he possesses a nearly singular advantage, the experience of the end of Dharma era. Even amidst this decline, most knowledge and concepts hold little significance in the primordial realm. What use are nuclear weapons in a world capable of mountain-moving feats? In the presence of immortals, nuclear armaments are inconsequential. Yet, there exists a concept, one that is entirely absent from the 3,000 great paths and 800 peripheral doctrines, imbued with boundless potential. Thus, we delve into the realm of artificial intelligence. While artificial intelligence and the cybernetic world it engenders have long been envisioned as futuristic technologies even in previous incarnations, Gigu has successfully transformed this fantasy into reality over the course of centuries. He has seized the cybernetic network as a means to achieve enlightenment. His reanimated form has reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, a remarkable feat indeed. With the ability to manifest countless avatars in the guise of esteemed sages, he has garnered immense merit and fortune, which is equally impressive. He has meticulously arranged formations that bind numerous paradises and incarnations, thereby securing a firm foothold in this era of divine worship and veneration. Yet, these are merely external achievements. It is only through the cyber path that he may transcend the limitations of a sage. Since acquiring 24 calming pearls from the Buddha of Light, Gigu has dedicated nearly a millennium to constructing his own cybernetic technological framework, effectively embodying a singular entity alongside countless avatars. Through sheer will and his self-taught knowledge of chips and networks, combined with the profound array techniques of the primordial world, he has elevated both chips and networks to a level of futurism. After all, the cybernetic virtual realm is merely a manifestation. The true essence lies in the power of chips and programs. Accompanied by Tang Sung on his pilgrimage to the west, he received protection from his foremost disciple, Sun Wukong. At Two Worlds Mountain, at Eagle Cry Gorge, he acquired the White Dragon steed, and at Gao Lao Village, he gained his second disciple, Zhu Beiji. Finally, at the River of Sand, he welcomed his third disciple, Sha Wujing. Thus, the journey to the west commenced in earnest, heralding what could be deemed the least intense calamity in recorded history. Although the Fengshen calamity affected a smaller scope, its hierarchy was unparalleled, with 5 saints intervening in an unprecedented manner. In contrast, the journey to the west represented a calamity focused on territorial delineation, under the orchestrations of numerous powerful figures. No unforeseen errors transpired. It was during this journey to the west, at a critical juncture where even saints could be deceived, that Gigu formally established one of the 24 celestial realms, the Cyber Heaven. This act was tantamount to the creation of an independent path. In an instant, the Great Tao, represented by Hongjun, responded with a resonance. In the current era of primordial cultivation, the myriad paths and myriad branches were all initiated and imparted by Hongjun, forming the foundation for his unity with the Tao. However, now a new path has emerged that lies beyond Hongjun's grasp. This sensation of losing control is profoundly unsettling. for the advent of this new path makes him feel as though even the great Tao is subtly slipping from his influence. Such a development is astonishing, suggesting that under the veil of calamity, a path has been newly forged by those with intent, one that possesses the capacity to bear the great Tao. Hongjun Taoist, feeling a sense of urgency, could hardly remain composed, yet he must endure. Since the other party has chosen to forge a new path during the calamity of the Great Tribulation, it undoubtedly reflects a certain level of insight on their part. Hongjun contemplated all the quasi-saint beings in the primordial chaos and concluded that none possessed the capability to carve out a completely new avenue. This implies one of two possibilities. Either there exist supreme beings hidden from his perception, concealed since the dawn of creation, or this new path has been established by a recent progeny. Moreover, the obscurity brought about by the calamity prevents him from divining the truth. Regardless of the scenario, he must refrain from acting impulsively and instead adopt a strategy of steadfastness to encourage the other party to reveal themselves. Given that the duration of the journey to the West's calamity spans merely a decade or so, he harbors doubts regarding the other party's ability to attain sainthood through this newly established path, thereby escaping his control. Should he take action, the first to discern any oddities would inevitably be his own disciples. In name, he serves as the mentor to 6 saints, and during the calamitous events, Hongjun Taoist exhibited an exceedingly terrifying elixir, which the 3 pure ones consumed amidst internal conflict. The effect of this elixir purportedly leads to the demise of saints. The veracity of this matter remains uncertain. However, the fractious 3 pure ones maintained a semblance of connection due to it. Hongjun's true disciples are solely the 3 pure ones, while Nuwa, Zhuanti, and Jian can only be considered nominal disciples. Yet, none of these disciples are to be underestimated. Hongjun is certain that should he display any signs of losing control, the first to harbor dissent would undoubtedly be his disciples. No one desires an additional overseer looming over them, especially saints. Saints are immensely powerful, boundless and eternal, transcending birth and death, existing in a state of quietude and void, capable of both convergence and dispersion, impervious to decay, and liberated from the constraints of time and space, untouched by causality, existing beyond material confines, and not reliant on the cyclical nature of time. They are eternal and everlasting. Yet, even such formidable beings, during the calamity, obediently departed from the primordial chaos at a mere utterance from Hongjun Taoist, retreating to the 33 heavens, forbidden from interfering with the primordial realm. This obedience stems from the fact that their path to sainthood was imparted by Hongjun Taoist, who hold sway over their very essence. Otherwise, why would they comply so readily? The Tongtian master possesses the capability to reshape the primordial chaos, as do the other saints. Only Hongjun Taoist, embodying the Tao, finds himself bound to the primordial realm. While he holds dominion over the essence of the other saints, they, in turn, possess leverage over him. Other saints can extricate themselves from the primordial chaos. However, Hongjun Taoist cannot. Geguzi shows no interest in the calamity of the journey to the West itself. The entire journey to the West is under the vigilant surveillance of the celestial realm, Taoism, and Buddhism. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 5 directions of revelation, the 4 worthy officials, and the 18 protectors of the teachings are perpetually safeguarding the expedition team from above. Should one become embroiled in this matter, it would be akin to walking into a trap. Yet, even the venerable Hongjun Taoist is oblivious to the existence of Gigu. He is only aware that a new path, named Cyber, has emerged within the cosmos. However, the true essence of this cyber path eludes his understanding, as it does not conform to any established doctrines or teachings. Even someone as formidable as Hongjun cannot grasp what he does not comprehend. During this cosmic tribulation, even he cannot predict its implications. Yet, there exists one who is acutely aware of it, the ever-watchful Tongtian Jiaozhu. The disciples of that Tongtian once monitored have dispersed, either ascending to the list of deities or being indoctrinated by Western teachings, or suppressed beneath the Chilan cliff. Among the 4 great disciples, only the Holy Mother Wudong remains free, yet she has severed ties with and established her own sect, the Luo sect. Thus, Gigu undoubtedly stands as Tongtian's most significant disciple, particularly since Gigu has caused both Taishang Laojun and Randing to experience great vexation, which has greatly pleased him. Little did he anticipate that, with the acquisition of 24C stabilizing pearls, his disciple would, after centuries of silence, manifest such an extraordinary phenomenon. This cyber path embodies the pinnacle of virtual existence. In the face of the cyber path, even the Buddhist realm of the palm and the enlightenment found in dreams appear excessively tangible. For both the Palm's Buddhist realm and the dream of enlightenment are contingent upon reality. Although the cyber path also relies on reality, its dependence is astonishingly minimal. With merely some sand, a modicum of metal and light energy, along with formations and power, it can conjure an entire world from nothingness. It can not only create myriad things, but also give rise to sentient beings and wisdom. When taken to extremes, even if one knows it to be illusory, the distinction between reality and illusion becomes blurred. For those within the virtual realm, all their perceptions are undeniably real. This bewilderment even causes Tongtian Jiaozhu to question the authenticity of the primordial realm he inhabits. However, being a sage, he quickly regains his composure. The primordial realm, in its essence, is indeed real. The profoundly illusory cyber path makes Tongtian realize its invaluable nature and the opportunity to break free from the control of his master. Hongjun Daoist. This cyber path can encompass everything, including the entirety of the primordial realm, the 3,000 great paths, and the 800 auxiliary teachings. Tongtian Jiaozhu cannot dominate the cyber path, for it has mastered him. This is akin to Master Hongjun Daoist possessing the knowledge. However, utilizing the cyber path to achieve one's aspirations remains unproblematic. Chapter 26, Lingbao Tianzuan. Evolution of the primordial Gui Gu has just established the cyber path and has created the first layer of the cyber heaven among the 24C stabilizing pearls. The external incarnation of Tongtian Jiaozhu, Lingbao Tianzuan, has relinquished all his cultivation. Under the veil of the calamity, he descended to the mortal realm, appearing before Gui Gu. Gui Gu bestowed ample respect upon the appearance of his master, Tongtian Jiaozhu's incarnation. Although he had opened the cyber path and attained the pinnacle of golden immortal cultivation, he harbored no doubts that should Tongtian Jiaozhu desire to end his life, it would be an effortless endeavor. Fortunately, Tongtian Jiaozhu expresses genuine feelings towards his acknowledged disciples. He did not conceal his origins, revealing that he indeed required Gui Gu's cyber path and the 24 heavens from the sea stabilizing pearls. Yet, he came to discuss a collaboration, a mutually beneficial arrangement, where neither side could claim victory over the other. Tongtian Jiaozhu seeks to utilize his disciple's cyber path and the 24 heavens to extricate himself from Master Hongjun Daoist's control. Prior to this, Tongtian Jiaozhu's true self was absolutely forbidden from engaging with the cyber path. Otherwise, given the relationship between Hongjun Daoist and the 6 saint disciples, whatever the saints possess is tantamount to being under Hongjun's dominion. Thus, even though the saints wield great powers, they are no match for Hongjun Daoist. Forced to bow in submission. For Gui Gu to assist Tongtian Jiaozhu in escaping Hongjun Daoist's grasp, he must first transcend to the saint realm himself. However, relying solely on his own strength to break through the saint boundary, even with the aid of the cyber path and the 24 heavens, would take an indeterminate amount of time. The longer it takes, the greater the likelihood of Hongjun Daoist discovering Gui Gu. Once Gui Gu is exposed, the cyber path would inevitably fall under Hongjun Daoist's control, and at that point, Gui Gu's aspirations to attain sainthood would entirely depend on Hongjun Daoist's whims. Hongjun Daoist, in union with the Tao, possesses an inscrutable heart. Previously, the Heavenly Sovereign, as his disciple, directly acquired the position of the ruler of the heavenly court following the calamity between the Wu and the Liao. Even after Heavenly Sovereign was oppressed by the 12 golden immortals, he was granted the list of deification, setting the stage for the deification calamity. Despite seemingly favoring his disciple, he allowed the Jade Emperor to usurp power during the rebellion against Heavenly Sovereign. To hope for a chance at sainthood from Hongjun Daoist is to gamble on his disposition, an endeavor Gui Gu resolutely declines. The celestial master of the realm does not acquiesce. The sole purpose of the descent of the Heavenly Sovereign is to assist the Ghost Valley in perfecting the cyber path and the 24 heavens. Only when the Ghost Valley attains sanctity can it genuinely aid the celestial master, who is also a sage. Their interests are aligned. In light of the Heavenly Sovereign's candor, the Ghost Valley granted access to the editing rights of its 24 heavens. After adapting to the cyber path, the Heavenly Sovereign commenced the creation of his own world. Although the Ghost Valley possesses unique experiences due to the presence of time travelers, when it comes to true insight, the Ghost Valley, having lived for merely 1,500 years, is unworthy even to serve the Celestial Master. The Heavenly Sovereign harbors grand ambitions, so vast that he seeks to recreate a virtual primordial world within the 24 heavens. This is a magnificent endeavor attainable only by a sage. This is not merely because the birth of sages occurred shortly after the creation of the heavens. The 3 pure ones emerged from the primordial breath that followed the demise of Pangu. This also embodies another layer of the concept of transforming one breath into three essences. Coupled with the sage-level ability to deduce, one can evolve an entire primordial world and even its complete history. Moreover, the legacy of Pangu's creation resides within the mind of the Celestial Master. The Ghost Valley gazed in awe at the primordial world manifested by the Heavenly Sovereign. The astonishing scene of Pangu's creation is enough to provoke countless epiphanies within him. Numerous rules materialized before his eyes with unprecedented clarity, surpassing any teachings provided by sages. In truth, it is not only the Ghost Valley experiencing enlightenment. Even the Heavenly Sovereign himself is undergoing profound realizations. The legacy of memory is one matter, while the reenactment of creation based on that memory within the Pearl of Stabilization is quite another. Although it is a virtual creation, the essence it presents is undeniably real. Such insights are immeasurably precious, even to a sage, as they have not genuinely experienced or attempted the act of creation. The Celestial Master does aspire to recreate the primordial world, yet he is chastised by the Taoist Hongjun, receiving a stern warning that curbs his ambitions. Other paths, be they the illusion path or the dream path, even the dream enlightenment of the Sage of Guidance, cannot reenact the act of creation. However, the cyber path, forged by his disciple, the Ghost Valley, can indeed do so. With sufficient computational power, even the act of creation can be replicated, encompassing the entirety of primordial history. After all, each of the 24 pearls of stabilization can evolve into a distinct world. The sheer quality and energy of a world, transformed into computational power, would be overwhelmingly formidable. The terror of the situation was such that the supreme treasure of Lingbao succeeded on his very first attempt at the evolution of the primordial cosmos. Remarkably, even a single sea-calming pearl sufficed to manifest an entire vast expanse of the primordial world, a concept that was beyond the imagination of the supreme treasure. Should all 24 sea-calming pearls complete their evolution, the virtual realm encapsulated within would expand to unimaginable proportions. At that juncture, Gigu, with merely this computational capacity, would be elevated to the status of a sage. For when Gigu fully unfurls the 24 heavens, the entirety of the primordial world would be enveloped in illusion, from which even the sages would be unable to escape. In a world where falsehood masquerades as truth, the distinction between reality and illusion becomes inconsequential. Both can be interchanged at will, and the fabricated may be refined into the genuine. The urgency for the supreme treasure of Lingbao was palpable, as he endeavored to reenact the primordial world within the sea-calming pearl. This undertaking entailed an immensely complex web of causality. Presently, he could audaciously deduce the past, as the calamity obscured the heavenly secrets. Sage-level deductions could not penetrate the present and future during such tribulations, yet the past remained accessible. After all, events long past had solidified into an immutable history, unalterable in nature. A sage's exploration of the past resembled a review of history itself. As long as he refrained from meddling excessively in the histories of other sages, the task posed little difficulty. Deducing the past amidst calamity was akin to browsing the internet incognito. Should the calamity pass and he attempt to deduce once more, traces of historical browsing would remain, making it easy for the Taoist Hongjun and other sages to identify him. The supreme treasure of Lingbao needed to complete the reconstruction of the primordial world within the sea-calming pearl before the calamity of the journey to the west unfolded. Otherwise, he would be left with nothing more than an incomplete creation. As the supreme treasure of Lingbao evolved the primordial world within the sea-calming pearl, Gigu neither could nor wished to intervene. His only course of action was to provide computational power and energy to facilitate the smooth progression of the evolution. For the power and energy required to create a virtual primordial world were staggering. Even at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, he could barely maintain the effort without becoming distracted. Chapter 27. The Virtual Primordial World, the Cosmic Explosion in the Span of Several Years. While the attention of nearly all powerful beings was fixated on the quest for scriptures in the West, Gigu and the supreme treasure of Lingbao devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the evolution of the primordial world. The true process of evolution proved far more arduous than anticipated, even for the supreme treasure, who was an incarnation of the Lord of the Celestial Teacher. During this process, he uncovered a startling reality. The primordial world he envisioned bore little resemblance to the one he was truly evolving. The myriad shadows involved were so intricate that even the supreme treasure found them difficult to delineate, or rather, he lacked the time to explore them fully. In a mere decade or so, all he could strive for was to recreate, to the greatest extent possible, his ideal conception of the primordial world. in stark contrast to an incomplete version of it. An unreal primordial realm remains somewhat acceptable. Even so, when the celestial venerable Lingbao meticulously completed the construction of this vast expanse within the confines of time, such a monumental endeavor could only be accomplished by a sage. In comparison to the primordial realm before us, even the illustrious map of mountains, rivers, and statecraft by the goddess Nuwa seems rather insignificant. To sustain the existence of this primordial realm, merely relying on inherent protocols is utterly insufficient. It necessitates the suppression of a sage. And that sage can only be the celestial venerable Lingbao. In this virtual primordial realm, the celestial venerable Lingbao assumes a role akin to that of the Tao of Heaven. Hongjun. The Ghost Valley has chosen to accept this, as the value of the virtual primordial realm is exceedingly vast. It nearly encompasses a complete record of the 3,000 great avenues and the 800 side paths merely through experience. Countless techniques and benefits can be acquired. The moment the framework of the virtual primordial realm was completed, it even resonated with the Tao of Heaven, which eagerly sought to penetrate this virtual domain. This, naturally, represents a tremendous opportunity for the virtual primordial realm. However, the celestial venerable Lingbao declined the Tao of Heaven's intrusion. The circumstances of the Tao of Heaven are similar to those of the sages. Both are under the control of the Taoist Hongjun, devoid of freedom. The Tao of Heaven's desire to enter the virtual primordial realm is, after all, a pursuit of liberation. Yet, Lingbao does not believe that the Tao of Heaven could conceal anything beneath the watchful eyes of Hongjun. Should secrets be unearthed, it would surely result in a loss greater than the gain. Furthermore, this peculiar movement of the Tao of Heaven directly led Hongjun to suspect the Tantian Patriarch. Among all disciples, the Tantian Patriarch is the most rebellious, advocating for the ideology of the promoting a defiance against heaven to seize a sliver of opportunity. In contrast, the Yuanshi Tianzuan, though insidious in nature, espouses the philosophy of aligning with the heavenly will. Nevertheless, Hongjun discerned no signs of treachery in the Tantian Patriarch. Now that the calamity of the journey to the west has passed, the celestial machinations have returned to the hands of Hongjun. Should any disturbances arise in the primordial realm, he would be the first to deduce the implications. Yet, both the Ghost Valley and the celestial venerable Lingbao have refrained from further upheaval. The conclusion of the journey to the west signifies the cessation of territorial divisions among the heavenly court, Taoism, and Buddhism, ushering in a true governance phase. All major powers remain within their bounds, resulting in a moment of clarity across the three realms. However, the underlying strife has never ceased. With the propagation of Mahayana Buddhism in the southern Jambu continent, it appears that the Supreme Old Lord and Yuanshi Tianzuan have adhered to the agreements of the Western Two Saints, fulfilling promises of great prosperity in the West. Mahayana Buddhism has also reached the eastern lands, swiftly gaining overwhelming superiority. Yet, extremes inevitably lead to reversals. During the reign of Empress Wu Zetian, indigenous Zen Buddhism emerged remarkably. In contrast to Mahayana Buddhism, Theravada Buddhism emphasizes the salvation of all beings. Zen Buddhism is divided into two schools. The northern school advocates gradual enlightenment, achieved through daily meditation and quieting the mind, ultimately striving to dispel the dust of worldly troubles and attain a pure heart. It is acceptable if one cannot comprehend this immediately. With time, understanding will inevitably dawn. The essence of this teaching can be encapsulated in a poem. The body is the Bodhi tree, the heart is like a bright mirror stand. Diligently wipe it at all times, lest dust collect upon it. The Southern School, on the other hand, champions sudden enlightenment, asserting that one's nature is inherently pure. Awakening does not require external pursuit, and it places little emphasis on precepts, sitting postures, or written texts. It underscores the notions of non-thought and non-appearance, proclaiming that the mind itself is Buddha and realizing one's nature equates to becoming Buddha. Its core teaching is, the Bodhi tree is fundamentally without a tree. The bright mirror is also not a stand. Originally, there is not a single thing, where then can dust alight, regardless of whether one follows the northern or southern school. The newly emerged Buddhist sects have transcended the original confines of Mahayana and Theravada Buddhism. Buddhism indeed flourished, yet it did not burgeon in the manner envisioned by the two Western saints. It transformed into a metaphorical shell company. At this juncture, both Laozi and the primordial heavenly sovereign have fulfilled their promises to the two Western saints, leaving no causal connection between them. Any further endeavors would necessitate a tangible contest. However, the two Western saints are certainly no match for Laozi and the primordial heavenly sovereign. With the absence of causal constraints, they cannot gain any advantage and must accept the outcome, having already reaped considerable benefits. Even the loss of the southern Jianbu continent is something the saints can acquiesce to. Yet, as the saying goes, when the tree desires tranquility, the wind does not cease. The Jade Emperor begins to stir trouble. For the Jade Emperor, it seems that both Buddhism and Taoism have become excessively prosperous, to the extent that people recognize only these two faiths, oblivious to the celestial court. This is intolerable. Thus, the Lushan rebellion erupts, coinciding with the Tang dynasty's descent into internal strife, resulting in simultaneous blows to both Buddhist and Taoist teachings. Until the eventual establishment of the Song dynasty, which venerates the Jade Emperor, restoring stability to the realm. Faced with a situation where the celestial court is paramount, with Taoism and Buddhism as supplements, both traditions have no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, none would prevail. With spiritual power waning, deities increasingly value incense offerings. Consequently, the Song dynasty ushers in an unprecedented era of prosperity, marked by cultural education, economic flourishing, and technological advancement, surpassing all previous dynasties. The human race thrives, and the resulting faith and incense offerings are extraordinarily robust. For a time, the three realms are exceedingly satisfied. Indeed, due to the ample supply of incense, the celestial beings even have the capacity to bestow new immortals, leading to the legendary emergence of the 8 immortals. Thus, while the celestial court flourishes, Buddhism also experiences growth, with Qigong performing miracles in public and spreading the teachings of Buddhism, sheltered by both the celestial court and the dual traditions of Taoism and Buddhism. In the primordial realm, the Song dynasty existed without the burden of external threats. The heavenly court, along with the teachings of Taoism and Buddhism, yearned for the 4 vast continents of the primordial world to emulate the Song dynasty as a model. With no formidable power, the focus lay on the cultivation of culture and faith, providing a steady stream of incense and belief to the 3 realms. After centuries, the celestial master of Lingbao finally stabilized the virtual primordial world within the Pearl of Stability. As the pioneer of the Cyber Tao, Gigu, the master of the 24 Pearls of Stability, could only embark on a second creation. However, the world he fashioned was not the primordial realm, but a universe devoid of any extraordinary powers. A cataclysmic cosmic explosion ensued, causing an infinite universe to expand. Vast and boundless, countless particles of cosmic dust gradually coalesced, ultimately triggering nuclear fusion under the influence of gravity, leading to the emergence of stars. With the advent of these stars, planets began to materialize under the gravitational pull of the sun. In a fleeting moment, the cosmos was adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars, with eons of evolution seemingly fast-forwarded. Eventually, on one particular planet, oceans began to form, giving rise to life. Millions of years passed, and the world transformed dramatically. Humanity emerged, and after thousands of years, having undergone cycles of dynastic change, mankind entered an era of modernity. Undoubtedly, Gigu had created a universe reminiscent of his past life, complete with a solar system and Earth. Yet, his understanding was limited to terrestrial knowledge. Thus, amidst the vast cosmos, though countless planets existed, only Earth harbored intelligent life and civilization. This, however, did not imply his complete detachment from the development of earthly civilization. His desire was for humanity to make continuous technological advancements rather than stagnate or regress. He, a solitary figure, found his resources stretched thin. Many of the sci-fi concepts he managed to evolve into a cybernetic network had already consumed his utmost efforts. He yearned to witness how far technology could progress in accordance with established physical laws, to manifest science fiction into reality rather than conjuring it directly from a virtual realm. Without rules as a foundation, no matter how formidable the power displayed in the virtual world, it remained but an illusion. Furthermore, the higher the level of civilization developed within the virtual world, the more it could assist him in perfecting his cyber Tao, thus serving dual purposes. To further expedite technological advancement, he replicated more than one Earth, placing them in various corners of the universe, ensuring that these Earths would not encounter one another while evolving towards advanced civilizations. Additionally, adjustments were made to the developmental trajectories of the civilizations across different Earths. To stimulate the potential of earthly civilization, he also employed the privileges of the 10 Yama kings, replicating the memories of numerous outstanding individuals to create artificial intelligences, which were then deployed into different Earths after their memories were shielded. This can be regarded as an alternative form of reincarnation, where time across different Earths has been hastened. Each distinct Earth swiftly manifests its unique developmental achievements. Some have advanced to controlled nuclear fusion, Others have pioneered artificial intelligence, human-computer interaction, and genetic modification. Conversely, certain Earths have plunged into the chaos of a third world war, witnessing a regression of civilization. Such manipulations are beyond the capabilities of any universe devoid of extraordinary powers. In the primordial chaos, the variables involved are far too numerous, rendering such endeavors unfeasible. It is akin to a virtual primordial chaos presided over by the celestial master of spiritual treasures, who creates only the past of history. While traversing into the past is plausible, venturing into the future is not. This is an operation even the celestial master cannot undertake. Even returning to the past is best approached as an observer. Any alteration that triggers historical change may attract the attention of formidable beings, who could discern flaws and incite unpredictable consequences. The authenticity of the virtual primordial chaos is strikingly high. Each individual within is an entity calculated by saints, replicated from history, mirroring reality with little distinction. They possess their own thoughts, yet are confined within the river of history, endlessly reenacting past events. Any external intervention could swiftly give rise to divergent parallel worlds, a direction of evolution that even the celestial master cannot control, necessitating utmost caution. The Ghost Valley is aware of the virtual primordial chaos evolved by the celestial master, yet the celestial master is oblivious to the virtual universe crafted by the Ghost Valley. The Ghost Valley remains vigilant towards the celestial master, for their statuses are inherently unequal. The celestial master can at any moment revert to being his carefree self, but he is merely at the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage. Even as a disciple of the heavenly teacher, he must not recklessly reveal all his cards. Currently, the 24 Pearl of Stabilizing the Sea has only evolved into 2 layers of heaven. The third layer is temporarily set aside, as maintaining the existence of both the virtual primordial chaos and the virtual universe is no simple task. He cannot indiscriminately harness the spiritual energy of the outside world. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth grows increasingly scarce, the world has entered an era of incense and deification. With all beings across the 3 realms ensnared within the confines of faith, spiritual energy cannot simply vanish without cause. The only possibility for its disappearance is its transformation into entities of eternal life. The most significant of these eternal entities is the peach garden. Ordinarily, the peaches in the peach garden are categorized into 3 types. One ripens every 3,000 years, another every 6,000 years, and the last every 9,000 years. The reason the Jade Emperor was struck and banished to the Lingxiao Palace by Sun Wukong is largely attributed to the fact that, despite the Jade Emperor's liberation of the investiture of the gods, the precious peaches were lost. Whether these peaches were consumed by Sun Wukong or vanished for another reason is inconsequential. What holds significance is that without the peaches, and consequently, the elixir of immortality, the deities could not extend their lifespans. No being desires a shorter life, and deities are no exception. Subsequently, the Jade Emperor's ability to maintain his position as the sovereign of the 3 realms hinged upon the scarcity of peaches and elixirs resulting from the upheaval in heaven. This scarcity allowed him to wield control over the distribution of both the peaches and the faith of the populace. An immense quantity of spiritual energy was devoted to nurturing these peaches. Those who complied were rewarded with an abundance of peaches, while disobedient ones found themselves bereft of them. The elixirs refined by the Supreme Lord Laozi also conferred longevity, thus solidifying his status as the preeminent figure in Taoism. In contrast, Buddhism lacks such miraculous substances for extending life, leading it to seek influence over the underworld to obtain the power of self-reincarnation. Though direct immortality remains elusive, this path offers an indirect means to attain longevity. Those who are obedient can activate their innate wisdom, akin to reliving an entire lifetime, whereas the disobedient fail to awaken their wisdom, thus experiencing metaphorical death. These represent the 3 prevalent modes of longevity in the primordial 3 realms: peaches, elixirs, and reincarnation. The consumption of spiritual energy for the peaches is tremendously demanding, as the 3 realms' insatiable demand for them can never be fully met. No quantity of peaches is deemed excessive. Rather, their scarcity incites desperation. With diminishing spiritual energy, the situation becomes increasingly advantageous for Hongjun Taoist to assert control over the 3 realms. Fortunately, the faith and offerings have supplanted spiritual energy. The arrangements made by Giguzi during the spring and autumn and warring states periods have borne fruit, enabling him to evade Hongjuan scrutiny through countless paradisiacal domains and the provision of incense offerings. This has allowed him to establish a 3rd heaven. However, with the consumption of the energy from the Dinghezu, concealing the secrets of heaven becomes increasingly challenging. Given the current meager supply of spiritual energy, even the emergence of monsters has become a rarity. Most anomalies are merely fallen celestial beings who have descended to the mortal realm, either due to misdeeds or for the sake of experience. The human world has transformed entirely into a playground for these celestial beings. At this juncture, relying solely on mortal strength to rise is an impossibility. To preserve the dwindling concentration of spiritual energy, the heavenly court, Taoism, Buddhism, and the underworld have entirely prohibited the mortal pathways to immortality. While practitioners still exist in the human realm, the birth of new immortals is no longer feasible. Henceforth, the fate of the celestial beings has been sealed. The thinning of spiritual energy does not yield better outcomes. Even the faith in incense requires a foundation of spiritual essence to manifest its efficacy. Observing the three realms, one realizes they have become utterly predetermined. The past and future can be perceived with a mere glance. Other sages remain indifferent to this, as their positions are firmly established. Yet, one sage is engulfed in torment, and that is the master of the heavenly way. His essence is rooted in the principles of the. It is said that heaven unfolds in 50, with one aspect eluding capture. It is also said that heaven does not entirely deprive humanity of its paths, and it is further asserted that one can seize a sliver of hope. However, the current primordial chaos obstructs the final path to ascension, the last glimmer of possibility. What distinguishes this primordial chaos from the illusory primordial chaos within the Pearl of the Sea? He longs to confront his teacher, the Taoist Hongjun, yet understands that such inquiries would bear no fruit, for Hongjun is the very mastermind behind the final developments. It appears that heaven, Taoism, Buddhism, and the underworld have all sealed the last avenue of transcendence for mortals. Yet, is it not Hongjun who stifles all potential for rebellion among the sages? Hongjun fears the unpredictable, dreading the day when even he, a saint of the heavenly path, might be overthrown. He comprehends the cyclical nature of dynasties and the transient essence of the heavenly way, which is why he succumbs to fear, rendering everything into a predetermined state. Thus, all variables will be rendered invisible, and the heavenly Tao of Hongjun shall endure eternally. Even sages fear death, such is the nature of existence. Chapter 29. The Master of the Heavenly Way Acts, 7 parts of the primordial chaos. Yet, in this world, nearly all developments unfold in a manner that the more one fears something, the more it manifests, often even catalyzing the worst possible outcomes. This phenomenon resembles prophecy. One cannot discern whether the prophecy precedes the event or if the prophecy's emergence engenders its own fulfillment. In any case, the actions of Hongjun Taoist, seemingly fortifying his position like an impregnable fortress, paradoxically incite the greatest instability, namely, the Master of the Heavenly Way. Among all sages, the Master of the Heavenly Way possesses the most uncomplicated character. It is precisely this simplicity that renders his temperament and actions easily predictable. Hongjun Taoist holds a particular fondness for this disciple. During the teachings in the Zhixiao Palace and the final distribution of treasures, the Master of the Heavenly Way received the most. Consequently, the Supreme Lord Laozi and the Primordial Lord of Heaven adeptly maneuvered the Master of the Heavenly Way's character. He could never fathom that his 2 elder brothers, Supreme Lord Laozi and Primordial Lord of Heaven, would enlist the assistance of the 2 Western saints to contend against their younger brother. This led to his utter defeat. The Master of the Heavenly Way suffered a devastating loss, prompting him to contemplate the idea of reshaping the primordial chaos, startling even Hongjun Taoist into descending to the mortal realm. The beloved disciple of Tongtian faced a severe reprimand. The master of Tongtian's attempt to reconstruct the primordial chaos thoroughly provoked the ire of Hongjun Taoist. As one who embodies the Tao, he is the heavenly way, and the heavenly way is he. With the annihilation of the primordial chaos, his existence would also cease. Only a saint could attempt to recreate the primordial chaos. Yet none could achieve such feats under Hongjun Taoist's watchful gaze. After enduring such setbacks, the temperament of Tongtian Master became somewhat inscrutable. He had remained compliant for so long that even Hongjun Taoist began to ponder if Tongtian Master had resigned himself to fate. After all, following the dissolution of the lineage, the 3,000 worldly beings had settled into a life akin to shareholders in the Western teachings. With the expansion of Buddhism, their status in that realm soared, especially since the Tathagata Buddha was once their elder brother. Even disciples of the who had ascended to the Fengshen list found that after the ascension of the Jade Emperor, not only were the restrictions of the Fengshen list lifted, but their treatment as deities also improved significantly. Tongtian Master had lost hope in the primordial chaos, making it quite natural for him to disregard it. It can only be said that Tongtian Master's Fade deceived both his teacher, Hongjun Taoist, and the other saints. While everyone had relaxed their vigilance towards Tongtian Master, basking in the comforting assurance of their entrenched status, he erupted. Since no one was willing to grant sentient beings a glimmer of hope, he resolved to become that very hope. Tongtian Master reclaimed a pearl of stabilizing the sea. To shield his disciples from repercussions, he had no choice but to act in defiance of fate. Employing conventional methods against his teacher, Hongjun Saint, was nearly impossible, as Hongjun Taoist had integrated himself into the heavenly way, effectively supplanting it. The diminishing calamities were undoubtedly indicative of Hongjun Taoist's mastery over the heavenly way. For him, a limited weakening of the heavenly way was advantageous. Thus, he permitted the sealing of the three realms and allowed the essence of spiritual energy to be plundered and transformed into immortal entities. Up until now, he had completely supplanted the heavenly way. It was exceedingly challenging for a saint to contend with another saint, let alone confront a teacher who had become the heavenly way itself. However, this very act of Hongjun Taoist supplanting the heavenly way became his most significant flaw. Prior to this, Tongtian Master had no recourse against the backward practices of his teacher, Hongjun Taoist. Yet, the emergence of the Cyber Tao provided Tongtian Master with an opportunity. When he activated the stabilizing pearl, a virtual primordial chaos materialized within the true primordial chaos. Countless data streams from the virtual primordial chaos surged forth, bombarding the heavenly way in a deluge. Indeed, Tongtian Master opted for an information bombardment, an assault, as the heavenly way itself. The prowess of Hongjun, the Taoist, in processing information is remarkably astonishing. Yet, even such extraordinary abilities cannot contend with the overwhelming torrent of information that is the virtual primordial chaos. Consequently, the entity that has entirely supplanted the heavenly Tao found itself momentarily incapacitated. This moment of paralysis marked the impending demise of Hongjun Taoist. Almost in unison, the other five sages made an identical choice. Taishang Laojun summoned the Taiji diagram and the Linglong Tower of Heaven and Earth, with a singular intention, to appropriate the heavenly realm, specifically the 33 heavens, as his own dominion. Yuan Shi Tianzun unleashed the Panga banner, severing a portion of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent from the four great continents. This was the decision of the sages, to partition the primordial chaos. No sage desired another to overshadow them, regardless of whether that individual was their own teacher or even the heavenly Tao itself. Nuwa, the mother goddess, invoked the creation cauldron meant for mending the heavens, but this time it was not for repair. Instead, it was to rend the earth. The Beiju Lu continent, under Nuwa's command, broke free from the primordial plate. The two sages of the West collaborated to divide the Western Bull's Head continent, while Tongtian Jiaozhu summoned the four swords of celestial execution, reconstituting the celestial execution array to safeguard the Southern Zhan continent firmly. Concurrently, the reincarnated goddess, the Empress of the Earth, manifested her presence, severing the realms of the underworld, extricating it from the primordial chaos. In a brief moment, the once unified primordial chaos was fragmented into 7 distinct parts through the actions of the sages and the Empress of the Earth, completing the delineation of territories. All sages, including the Empress of the Earth, converged their powers upon Tongtian Jiaozhu without the need for verbal communication. This concerted effort effectively severed ties with Hongjun Taoist. His survival was an unsettling prospect for the sages. Among them, Tongtian Jiaozhu possessed the most formidable capacity for destruction. Enhanced by the energies of the other 5 sages and the Empress of the Earth, the might of his 4 swords of celestial execution reached its zenith. Without hesitation, Tongtian Jiaozhu unleashed the power of the Dinghai Pearl and the 4 swords, culminating in a terrifying offensive that peaked in its lethality. At that moment, with the resolve of Tongtian Jiaozhu, the explosive force of the 4 swords of celestial execution utterly rent the primordial chaos asunder. The heavens wept blood, and the heavenly Tao sustained an irreparable blow. Naturally, Hongjun Taoist, who had usurped the heavenly Tao, faced a similarly dire fate. Yet, he did not perish. In a critical juncture, a fragment of his true spirit detached from the shattered heavenly Tao and took refuge in a primordial violet chi, vanishing into the void. In this round of confrontation, Hongjun Taoist faced utter defeat. Nevertheless, as the progenitor of the Tao, he remained resolute. He still preserved the opportunity for a resurgence with a surge of primordial purple energy. During this wave of action, the vast wilderness was fragmented into 7 major plates. Under the explosive onslaught of the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals, and with the protection of other saints, each piece drifted into the chaos. The cost borne by the master of the celestial teachings was the greatest, as he not only sacrificed a sea-defining pearl embodying the virtual wilderness, but also witnessed the fall of the celestial treasure within it. The 4 swords of extermination were detonated. Yet he shattered the heavenly Tao and defeated the Taoist Hongjun, preserving the southern Jianbu continent and granting countless beings a glimmer of hope once more. He bore no regrets. Chapter 30. The Bond of Master and Disciple. Departing into chaos, the master of the celestial teaching's sudden intervention was unparalleled. The collaboration among the saints was remarkably harmonious. By the time Gigu reacted, everything had concluded. The vastness of the wilderness, even with only the southern Jianbu continent remaining, was still immensely expansive. The wounded master of the celestial teachings appeared before Gigu, having self-detonated his external incarnation, the celestial treasure, and the 4 swords of extermination. Even saints could not escape injury. I have succeeded. I have succeeded. My dear disciple, do you see? I have not only attained freedom, but also shattered the heavenly Tao and vanquished Taoist Hongjun. Even the usually composed master of the celestial teachings could not contain his excitement at this moment. Congratulations, master. Celebrations are in order. Gigu rose to offer his congratulations. However, I have destroyed one of your path-achieving treasures, the sea-defining pearl. Now, allow me to compensate you. In the hands of the master of the celestial teachings appeared 5 radiant pearls. Gigu recognized these treasures: the spirit pearl, the sea-defining pearl, the pearl of creation, the pearl of earth, and the Hunyuan pearl. The spirit pearl was presumed to be in the possession of the true man of Tai, who resided within the southern Jianbu continent. Thus, it was effortless for the master of the celestial teachings to seize the spirit pearl from him. As for the additional sea-defining pearl, it reminded Gigu of a saying, that there were actually 36 sea-defining pearls. It now seemed that this statement held truth, as he was convinced that the master of the celestial teachings had indeed detonated the sea-defining pearl containing the virtual wilderness. This surplus sea-defining pearl must be one of the 12 excess pearls. The pearls of creation, earth, and Hunyuan belonged to the 4 saints of 9 Dragon Island, and now appeared in the hands of the master of the celestial teachings. These compensations should suffice. I cannot offer more. I have come this time to inquire about your intentions. Will you continue to remain in the southern Jianbu continent, or do you desire freedom? At the mention of freedom, the master of the celestial teachings fell into a brief reverie. How long had it been since he held an admiration for his master, Taoist Hongjun, that rivaled that of a true father? Yet, for the sake of freedom, for a glimmer of hope, he raised the blade against the heavenly path. The circumstances he once shared with his master, the venerable Hongjun, echoed profoundly with his current plight alongside Gigu. He recognized Gigu as an anomaly, a variable harboring profound secrets, hence his secretive demeanor and efforts to conceal himself. He showed no interest in the secrets of his disciples, opting instead for transparency. Should he choose to remain in the southern Jianbu continent, Gigu must prepare to dedicate himself to his master. Conversely, if he chose to depart from the southern Jianbu, they would part amicably. At present, Gigu had repaid the karmic debts owed to his teacher, and the celestial master had provided ample compensation. Neither party bore any lingering obligations to the other. Faced with the choice presented by the celestial master, Gigu resolved to sever ties with the southern Jianbu. Having forged the cyber path, he possessed the qualifications to attain sanctity. However, in the current landscape of the southern Jianbu, the existence of a second saint was utterly inconceivable. Rather than risk suspicion, he preferred to venture into the chaos in search of his destiny. He did not believe that within the chaos, there existed only the primordial realm. Then go, the celestial master proclaimed. Our bond as master and disciple has reached its conclusion. Safe travels. With that, the celestial master vanished before Gigu, for he had many tasks yet to undertake. Among these was the establishment of a super formation encompassing the entirety of the southern Jianbu, utilizing the Earth's veins as the foundation and the 9 tripod of Emperor Yu as the core. Currently, the southern Jianbu remained unscathed due to the celestial master's extraordinary powers shielding the land. However, he could not perpetually wield his might to protect the southern Jianbu from the encroaching chaos. If he did so, all his ambitions would be forsaken. At this moment, the restrictions of the fire cloud cave dissipated, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, along with the sages of humanity, joined forces to assist the celestial master in arranging the formation within the southern Jianbu. The common folk remained oblivious to the unfolding events, yet they understood the gravity of the situation. They held immense respect for the celestial master, a vested interest who, in pursuit of his ideals and the slimmest chance for the 3 realms, dared to confront the heavenly path. Among all saints, only the celestial master embodied a true alignment of thought and action. Meanwhile, Gigu transformed into a fleeting ray of light, vanishing from the southern Jianbu and plunging into the chaos, becoming invisible. Within the chaos, even saints faced considerable limitations. Locating or seeking individuals or objects became nearly impossible. It was only at this moment that he truly attained freedom. Gigu placed no hope in the celestial master, for the venerable Hongjun had not always been as he appeared. At the moment when the Taoist Hongjun merged with the Wei, he bore the profound responsibility for the beings of the three realms. Yet, as time passed, the heavens, if they possess emotions, also grow weary. Ultimately, the altruism of Hongjun succumbed to his personal desires, leading to his demise at the hands of his most cherished disciple, Tongtian. Now, Tongtian, driven by his own ideals and principles, wields his sword against the Tao of Hongjun. However, how can he assure himself that he will not become the second Hongjun? In the boundless chaos, direction is utterly obscured, and even at the pinnacle of golden immortal, he appears as mere dust amidst the cosmos. His only options are aimless flight and drifting. The 24 sea-calming pearls form a formation that repels the encroachment of chaos. Additionally, through the heaven-cleaving pearl, earth-creation pearl, and primordial pearl, a second layer of formation is established, with the primordial pearl at its core. Remarkably, this primordial pearl can refine chaotic energy into spiritual essence, ensuring the sustenance of Gigu within the chaos. At the heart of Gigu, spiritual pearls are being refined. These pearls have already been partially refined by the true man of Tai, yet for reasons unknown, he cannot fully refine them. As long as the refinement remains incomplete, he can, much like with the sea-calming pearls, convert the investment of the true man of Tai into his own possession. Unlike the true man of Tai, who cannot fully refine the spiritual pearls, Gigu effortlessly completes the refinement. This is because his physical form is, in fact, the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl itself, establishing a connection that surpasses even that of Nezha with the spiritual pearl. After all, Gigu's corporeal existence is a rebirth of the spiritual pearl, while Nezha, aside from a fragment of true spirit, embodies a lotus flower, having little remaining connection with the spiritual pearl. Once Gigu fully refines the spiritual pearl, he realizes why the true man of Tai could not achieve complete refinement. It is indeed due to Nezha's corporeal form, which carries a curse. The premise for refining the spiritual pearl is that it must be an unowned entity. However, Nezha's corporeal form, though existing in a zombie-like state, essentially designates another master for the spiritual pearl. Furthermore, Gigu's cultivation has rapidly ascended to the pinnacle of golden immortal, surpassing the true man of Tai's strength. As long as Gigu remains, the true man of Tai cannot refine the spiritual pearl. This pearl, as a treasure of Yushu, possesses a quality that exceeds even that of the sea-calming pearl, classifying it as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. More remarkably, this spiritual pearl possesses the attribute of arbitrary transformation, meaning it can adapt into the most suitable innate spiritual treasure for any great being, or even a treasure capable of severing the three corpses. It is no wonder that the true man of Tai would shamelessly plot against his disciple Nezha's true form. It was all in preparation for severing the three corpses and achieving quasi-sainthood. Unfortunately, all his intricate schemes. Ultimately, the journey was interrupted by the transient nature of the Ghost Valley, such as fate and destiny. Chapter 31, The Spirit Pearl, Boundless Chaos. Amidst the chaos, the Ghost Valley, having successfully refined the Spirit Pearl, discovered that he could acquire a second true name. His first true name, Ghost Valley, was bestowed upon him by the celestial master of heaven. Through the influence of countless incarnations he had dispatched, it evolved into a name recognized by the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos. Now, he possessed a second true name, Spirit Pearl. Both his physical form and true essence were embodied by this name. As for the true name of his identity as a traveler, it was paramount that it remained concealed. At his level of existence, each true name effectively represented an additional life. A prime example of this is the Celestial Lord's purple gold-red gourd and the jade purifying vase. When summoned by a true name, one would be instantly drawn into them, dissolving into a mere essence within moments. The same principle applies to the seven-arrow inscription. In the face of these artifacts and curses targeting true names, possessing an additional true name equates to an extra life, an invaluable treasure to be cherished. After refining the Spirit Pearl, he presented it as a new sea-settling pearl, showcasing its remarkable utility. This new sea-settling pearl was successfully refined, and in the aftermath, he gleaned its origins. Indeed, there are 36 sea-settling pearls in the primordial chaos, yet only 24 are truly usable. The remaining 12 pearls are eternally unattainable, as they each suppress the four seas, with the Dragon King's palaces in the four seas fundamentally relying on 3 of these pearls. Seizing these 12 pearls would incite turmoil across the four seas, a consequence laden with karmic retribution too burdensome even for a saint to bear. Currently, the surplus sea-settling pearl in the hands of the Celestial Master was extracted from beneath the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace during the division of the primordial chaos. Previously, the suppression of the four seas required the sea-settling pearls, but with the fragmentation of the primordial, only 1 pearl was needed for the Eastern Sea of the southern continent. The Celestial Master extracted 1 pearl to compensate for the one he had detonated. Having refined a new sea-settling pearl, he restored the count to 24. The Ghost Valley then commenced the refinement of the Opening Heaven Pearl, the Earth-Dispersing Pearl, and the Primordial Pearl. This round of refinement proceeded smoothly, beginning with the Opening Heaven Pearl, followed by the Earth-Dispersing Pearl, and culminating with the Primordial Pearl. In the unremarkable expanse of the primordial chaos, the Primordial Pearl unexpectedly emerged as a treasure of paramount significance. It could safeguard its bearer's prolonged existence within the chaos and transform chaotic energy to nourish their cultivation. It is essential to recognize that without the Primordial Pearl, even innate spiritual treasures would falter. As time progresses, the treasures of spiritual essence may gradually succumb to the encroaching chaos, becoming shrouded in dust. Without the protection of such treasures, only a sage might withstand the onslaught. Otherwise, all will inevitably fall victim to the relentless erosion of chaos. This chaos is boundless, its edges unfathomable even to sages. For those beneath the sage's realm, chaos embodies a profound terror. To become lost within it bears the risk of demise. Gu possesses the audacity to venture into the chaos. And even in the absence of the Primordial Pearl, he can utilize the establishment of the Dinghai Pearl to evolve the myriad heavens, thereby resisting the corrosion of chaotic energy. This is sufficient for him to endure an unimaginably protracted period within the chaos. It is noteworthy that from the time he traversed the primordial realm to his present departure, only a little over 2 millennia have elapsed. His perception of time remains remarkably superficial, rendering him incapable of grasping the extensive cultivation periods of other immortals, such as the tens of thousands of years endured by the Lady of Shurji, let alone the hundreds of thousands of years experienced by other formidable beings, or the countless cycles of time that have flowed past. To him, 2 millennia seems an exceedingly lengthy duration, long enough to encompass the majority of Chinese history, long enough for humanity to evolve from the Bronze Age to the Internet Age. Centuries have slipped by, thousands of years have passed, and Gu has gradually become numb in the face of such interminable waiting. At this juncture, he deliberately refrains from contemplating the number of years that have passed. It is his first true understanding of the vastness of chaos, akin to humanity's initial grasp of the grandeur of the cosmos. The distinction lies in Gu's partial comprehension of the starry expanse, even as the distances between celestial bodies are measured in light years. Even when quantified in light years, the observable universe boasts a radius of approximately 46 billion light-years and a diameter of 92 billion light-years, and this remains but a fraction of the universe's ultimate boundaries, merely the observable limit. Such knowledge does not evoke terror, for he recognizes that vast portions of the universe are composed of emptiness, where even atoms are exceedingly sparse, creating a profound vacuum. Yet within this chaos, the chaotic energy is omnipresent, eroding all it encounters and harboring unfathomable power. Even in the primordial realm, where Pangu opened the heavens, the chaos he occupied was but a minuscule fragment of space. The chaotic energy he has traversed along his journey, if transmuted into spiritual essence, could undoubtedly sustain the ascension of numerous sages. However, despite the immense energy density of this chaotic essence, it remains boundless and immeasurable. How could this not astound Gu? Now, he stands as a great Luo golden immortal. Following his refinement of the spiritual pearl, the barriers that constrained his peak as a golden immortal have begun to yield, culminating in his breakthrough. Yet, even upon transcending to the great Luo golden immortal realm, he finds himself adrift within the endless chaos, no less than a diminutive ant transformed into a slightly larger one. Amidst this chaos, he encountered no new realms nor sentient beings, not even tangible objects. It seemed that the primordial expanse was the sole world within this tumult. He successfully amalgamated the heavenly opening pearl, the earthly creation pearl, and the primordial pearl, thereby manifesting a genuine universe within the primordial pearl. In this new world, which he named Peach Blossom Spring, he did not generate any true intelligent life. Instead, only beasts and puppets populated this realm. For his amusement, he could simply indulge in the virtual universe within his sea-stabilizing pearl. In the small space of Peach Blossom Spring, countless rare treasures flourished. He was taken aback by the abrupt actions of the celestial sect. However, before departing from the southern Jambu continent, he endeavored to carry away some seeds. As for other treasures, he left them behind. For the southern Jambu continent itself was not overly abundant in treasures. These would someday constitute the foundation of the southern Jambu continent. Fortunately, having escaped the primordial chaos, certain spiritual roots, previously stifled by fate, could now be cultivated anew. Within the Ghost Valley's Peach Blossom Spring, a vast orchard of celestial peaches emerged. These peaches were derived from the peach pits he had obtained by partaking in the peach banquet. In the primordial chaos, these pits could not have possibly thrived. At most, they would have been refined into a magical artifact. Yet, in the chaos, these pits were liberated from their constraints and began to grow as spiritual roots. However, the time required for them to revert to their innate state and transform into true celestial peaches remains uncertain. Within the virtual universe, the evolution of civilization and technology gradually decelerated. The reason was simple: Ghost Valley could no longer accelerate time. The civilization and technological levels within the virtual universe had reached a significant height. Although the development of civilization and the advancement of technology directly translated into achievements within the virtual universe, this method ensured that the civilizations therein would remain oblivious to their existence within a virtual realm. Yet, this was the normal state of affairs. Should he initiate a time acceleration, the advanced technological civilization within the virtual universe would detect anomalies and thereby uncover the truth of their existence in a virtual cosmos. This was something Ghost Valley sought to avoid at all costs. The virtual primordial chaos was no more, and he did not wish for the virtual universe to meet the same fate. The value of a fully developed virtual universe was not inferior to that of the virtual primordial chaos. Chapter 32, Pinnacle of Pre-Saint, Simulated World. Time had elapsed. Was it tens of thousands of years, or perhaps hundreds of thousands? So long had passed that Ghost Valley, unbeknownst to himself, had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. So long that the peach orchard had evolved from mere spiritual plants into spiritual roots, and subsequently into innate spiritual roots that bore fruit every 3,000 years. Yet, even after such an extensive passage of time, Gigu continued to meander through the chaos, languidly traversing the path of escape, a path that embodied the essence of a Luo Golden Immortal. Such velocity was sufficient to encircle the primordial realm countless times. Nevertheless, amidst the chaos, no affairs were encountered. Many millennia passed, and Gigu transcended to the quasi-saint level. He utilized the spiritual pearl to sever his own benevolent corpse into a spiritual pearl. Countless more years elapsed, during which he cleaved his zombie flesh into the malevolent corpse of Gigu. Yet again, an indeterminate number of years passed, and he, wielding the stabilizing pearl of the virtual universe, severed his will into a corporeal form, which bore his true name as a traveler, Yangjian. However, despite the completion of the three-corpse severing, he remained at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. To ascend to the status of a saint, he faced an insurmountable barrier, necessitating the primordial purple energy and the endorsement of the heavenly Tao. The endorsement of the heavenly Tao was manageable. He had independently forged the cyber path, which could encompass the 3,000 avenues and 800 external paths, akin to a virtual heavenly Tao. This allowed him to entrust his primordial spirit to the cyber path. Yet, the primordial purple energy posed a different challenge. From Panga's creation of the world to Hongjuan's unity with the Tao, the exact quantity of primordial purple energy in existence remained uncertain. Nevertheless, even Hongjuan could only procure 7 strands of primordial purple energy. 6 of these were bestowed upon his 6 disciples, enabling them to attain sainthood. The remaining strand was superficially granted to Hongyun. But after Hongyun's demise at the hands of the demon master Kuanping, that strand vanished without a trace. Unexpectedly, it was reclaimed by Hongjun Daoist when the heavenly Tao shattered. When the truth spirit was lost amidst the chaos, Hongjun Daoist utilized the primordial purple energy to escape, disappearing into the void of chaos. Now, in his quest for sainthood, he had 2 potential paths. One involved a serendipitous encounter within the chaos to acquire a strand of primordial purple energy, allowing him to achieve immediate sainthood. The other required him to cultivate a world within the chaos through immense magical prowess, thereby condensing primordial purple energy through the merits of creation. However, such an act of world creation transcended the trivial realms formed by the heavenly pearl, earth pearl, and Hunyuan pearl. It necessitated at least a middle thousand world. A vast world like the primordial realm could accommodate 7 saints, including Hongjun, and a being of equal stature to the saints, such as the tranquil Mother Earth. Numerous quasi-saints and Aluo golden immortals also resided within. The emergence of each vast world was a rare occurrence, only made possible by a naturally born saint like Pangu, who sacrificed himself to create the primordial realm. Only a middle thousand world held the potential to birth a single saint, and that was its utmost limit. No more than one could exist. However, for the sage, even a single strand of primordial purple energy birthed from the vast expanse of the middle thousand worlds can elevate one to sainthood. Once a sage successfully attains this status, even the weakest among them transcends the cycle of reincarnation. Although sages are bound by the edicts of the heavenly Tao, they possess the means to circumvent its constraints, provided they are not akin to the Taoist Hongjun, who embodies the Tao itself. This is the essence of a sage's might. Even if the world gives rise to a sage, that sage can still defy the celestial order and reshape the cosmos. Thus, in the aftermath of Hongjun's calamity, the immediate response of all sages was to dismantle the primordial chaos, for to dismantle the chaos is to dismantle Hongjun. Only by resolving the Hongjun dilemma can the sages attain true liberation. Simultaneously, even when solitary, one conceals the essence of one's benevolent spirit pearl and the malevolent corpse from the Ghost Valley, which is contemplating the creation of a new world. With his current prowess at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood and the unique nature of the Cyber Tao, establishing a middle thousand world poses no challenge for him. His virtual universe harbors immense potential, embodying a complete path in a different sense, standing apart in this realm of transcendence. For the Ghost Valley, the primordial purple energy holds the utmost priority. The purpose of creating a world is to acquire this elusive energy. Yet, to obtain the primordial purple energy, it is imperative to develop a comprehensive middle thousand world. The more thorough the rules of this world, the greater the probability of birthing primordial purple energy. He possesses 24 sea-controlling pearls, one of which is dedicated to the virtual universe. This leaves him with a maximum of 23 opportunities to create a world. Should he fail to obtain primordial purple energy within these 23 attempts, he would be condemned to remain trapped at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, ultimately succumbing to the chaos, a fate the Ghost Valley cannot tolerate. Thankfully, he wields the Cyber Tao, whose advantage lies in its infinite simulation capabilities. Thus, the Ghost Valley transforms one sea-controlling pearl into the embryo of a virtual world. Should a simulation fail, he can swiftly restart and reattempt, showcasing the astonishing simulation prowess of his Cyber Tao. For other quasi-saints, even if they reach the same pinnacle, possess other conditions for ascension, and endeavor to create a world for the sake of primordial purple energy, they lack the convenience that the Ghost Valley enjoys. The Ghost Valley retains 23 opportunities for world creation, while others possess far fewer. Within the sea-controlling pearls, diverse worlds continually emerge, among them an attempt to replicate the primordial chaos and create a miniature version of it. The simulation results reveal numerous flaws in his nascent world, rendering it devoid of any chance for lasting existence. Such a realm for the disabled can never reflect the essence of the primordial chi. He possesses memories from a past life and the cultivation of this life. Virtual worlds continually manifest within the Pearl of the Sea. Following comprehensive evaluations, failures lead to a restart. From the initial enthusiasm, Gigu's demeanor has shifted to one of apathy. Creating a world is not particularly challenging for him. However, conceiving a middle thousand world capable of reflecting the primordial chi is profoundly arduous. A middle thousand world devoid of primordial chi is simply not worthy of his investment of effort. His aspiration is to attain the status of a sage. Only by becoming a sage can one achieve immortality and ultimate freedom. He has already reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, with only the primordial chi standing between him and sagehood. Yet, the creation of a middle thousand world has become an insurmountable obstacle. He once believed that world creation would be effortless, only to discover its formidable difficulties. Were it not for his cyber path, which allows for continuous simulations within the Pearl of the Sea, he would likely squander the mere 23 opportunities to establish a middle thousand world. After countless failures in attempting to create spiritual worlds, he reluctantly redirected his focus towards science, a realm devoid of spiritual energy. In the chaos, it feels out of place, merely surviving within the virtual confines of the Pearl of the Sea. The presence of spiritual energy disrupts all physical and chemical constants, undermining the critical reproducibility of scientific inquiry. Fortunately, Gigu's mind is also imbued with a transcendent scientific worldview, accompanied by the establishment of a superpowered scientific worldview simulated within the Pearl of the Sea. Gigu, who initially held no expectations, unexpectedly achieved success. He has genuinely created a superpowered scientific middle thousand world that can reflect primordial chi. The prospect of sagehood is now within reach. Chapter 33, Creating Worlds, Cyber Sage. The superpowered scientific world he simulated deviates from typical models of superpowers. Most superpowers lack coherence and do not adhere to the law of conservation of energy. Crafting a virtual world is entirely feasible. However, translating that into concrete reality offers no practical viability. Even the primordial world must comply with the law of conservation of energy. Even those techniques that seem to defy this law merely conceal their operational patterns from one's understanding. In the primordial realm, many entities can serve as energy sources. Not all tangible energies are recognized as energy. Virtue, incense, faith, and fate can all be utilized as energy. Yet, the energy harnessed by superpowers is evidently not derived from these sources. It resembles a mutant paradigm. On the surface, the genes of mutants possess a semblance of rationality. However, the most glaring absurdity lies in the source of energy. Unless the world is endowed with the capacity for mutants to directly absorb energy from the atmosphere, an individual's genetic makeup lacks the substantial energy required to unleash superhuman abilities, even if sufficient energy were to be generated for mutants to harness. Such a model remains unsustainable. Even in the vast universe, which has sustained countless formidable beings, the gradual depletion of spiritual energy has ushered in an era of diminished magical prowess, compelling deities to intervene and obliterate the paths to ascension for later generations, thereby monopolizing spiritual energy. How much more challenging is it for a mere middle-tier world? A model that relies on genetics to unleash superpowers simply cannot progress further, nor can it yield the primordial purple energy necessary for the Sage of Ghost Valley's enlightenment. The superpower system successfully emulated by Ghost Valley derives from the magical world of a certain magical index, which itself boasts a scientific foundation. The essence of superpowers lies in computational prowess, converting such computational ability into capabilities. While some aspects remain enigmatic, they can be elucidated. The magic and superpowers of the a certain magical index world are fundamentally scientific, self-consistent, and possess boundless potential, harmonizing seamlessly with its cybernetic principles. Its cybernetic paradigm centers on computational power, evolving and simulating everything. The magic of this world is rooted in the theory of idol worship, wherein faith is used to create a divine persona, empty of consciousness, yet rich in divine attributes. By imitating this divine persona, practitioners connect themselves to it, appropriating its power for their own use. This model is straightforward, brutally efficient. Sorcerers need not engage in the tedious study of intricate knowledge, incantations, rituals, or the manipulation of magical energies. They need only to emulate the divine. Deities draw strength from faith, while sorcerers derive their power from the divine. The only sacrifice is from the simple, ignorant believers who offer nothing but their faith. Nonetheless, sorcerers periodically act as priests, resolving the troubles of their followers, performing miracles, and sustaining belief. Superpowers, while seemingly antithetical to magic, share an underlying core. The abilities of superpowers stem from computational prowess. Mere computational power cannot generate energy or strength. Thus, the essence of superpowers lies in self-belief, enabling the construction of a so-called personal reality. Through this cycle, computational ability transforms into faith. The higher the aptitude for computation, the stronger the resultant faith. Faith can then be transmuted into energy and strength. This constitutes the core of superpowers. Superpowered individuals are akin to deities among mortals, constrained solely by their computational capacity, resulting in varying degrees of divine strength. The powers of these deities can primarily be wielded upon themselves, rendering them ineffective for others. The essence of magic lies in harnessing the collective faith of countless believers for personal gain. Conversely, the nature of superpowers is the embodiment of divinity within oneself. This dichotomy represents the greatest conflict, while simultaneously sharing a common origin. Fortuitously, the hands of Gigu not only possess the cyber path, but also boast a well-established system of belief. Thus, grounded in the principles of magic and superpowers, continuous simulations are conducted within the virtual realm. Through an endless series of simulations, the systems of magic and superpowers, along with the functioning of the world, are meticulously optimized. After an extensive period of simulation, he ultimately arrived at a relatively suitable solution. A flawless plan does not exist. According to the simulations, this self-contained world of the middle thousand possesses all the necessary conditions to reflect the primordial purple energy. The next step involves preparations for creation. The first requirement is a vast abundance of spiritual energy. Amidst chaos, as long as the conditions for transforming chaotic energy are met, spiritual energy flows incessantly. This spiritual energy can easily transmute into all things. However, the realm he is creating, one of magic and superpowers, functions as a scientific world, fundamentally reliant on faith to convert energy. Although there exists ley lines and spiritual forces, they are not the mainstream. The pure transformation of faith into energy is nearly impossible. It necessitates a certain concentration of spiritual power as a medium. This is equally true in the primordial world. Once the pure end of the magical era is reached, faith and incense will also falter. The energy required to establish a middle thousand world is extraordinarily vast. Even for Gigu, at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, it took an extensive duration to effectuate sufficient transformation from chaos. Despite his conversion of immense amounts of chaotic energy, the chaotic essence remained undiminished, highlighting the unimaginable magnitude of chaotic energy. Finally, based on the simulations within the Sea-Calming Pearl's virtual world, he commenced the act of creation. Gigu did not opt for the Panga method of creation, which cleaved heaven and earth. Instead, he employed the creation template found in the scriptures. This approach is the most conducive to fostering faith, omniscient, omnipotent, and monotheistic. Other divine concepts may merely serve as his avatars. He is both the multitude and the singular. Such faith would be ingrained from the very beginning, facilitating the initial mages in drawing power from him. Under the influence of this formidable energy, spiritual energy was transmuted into matter through the void, methodically filling this nascent microcosm according to the guidance of the virtual world. Indeed, this is a microcosm. The entire scale of the universe is akin to that of a small portion of the Milky Way, yet it is sufficiently ample. With the advent of a new world and the filling of material essence, the Cyber Avenue has seamlessly integrated into the very fabric of existence. After an extensive period of exploration, a complete microcosm emerged within the vast universe. As humanity was born on Earth, faith and sorcery also came into being. The early creation of scientific angels by the Ghost Valley heralded the inevitable emergence of superhuman abilities. The microcosm, which had shaped the core of the world, finally offered its response, a divine gift from the universe to its creator. A surge of primordial purple energy manifested, which Ghost Valley eagerly absorbed. With this primordial essence serving as the foundation for his sanctification, Ghost Valley hastily attained enlightenment, merging with his Cyber Avenue. As he ascended to a state of sanctity, an unfathomable amount of chaotic energy enveloped him, bestowing upon him unimaginable strength. Thus, he earned the revered title of Cyber Sage. At this moment, he transcended mortality, endowed with the power to forge vast realms. While he could not create a world of the magnitude of Pangu, he was certainly capable of establishing his own expansive universe within the primordial chaos. This is the potency and authority of a sage, truly the master of one's own destiny. Chapter 34, World Speculations. The hierarchy of sages. The distinction between a sage backed by a world and one devoid of such support is fundamentally profound. The likes of Laozi, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Tontian Jiaozhu, Nuwa, and the Taoists of Quanti and Jin, who attained sanctity in the primordial world, are rendered virtually invincible. This is attributed to their sanctification being underpinned by the formidable primordial heavenly path, supported by the most supreme of primordial realms. Thus, not only is Hongjun Taoist an unparalleled sage, but the six sages also stand at the pinnacle of sagehood. It can be asserted that the sages of the primordial world are exceptional, even if the primordial realm were divided into 7 segments. The standards of these domains would still align with the highest levels of vast worlds. This underscores the terrifying nature of the primordial realm. In contrast, Ghost Valley does not enjoy such fortunate conditions. While he has attained sanctity, his foundation rests upon a microcosm. This microcosm represents the utmost limit of the cosmic pearl's ability to manifest a tangible world. If it were a virtual realm, even the most elite vast worlds, like the primordial one, could be entirely simulated. Theoretically, he could continue to establish 22 microcosms. However, he is still in the nascent stages of just one. An initial microcosm cannot provide substantial feedback. The primordial purple energy is already its limit. Only when his supermagic microcosm evolves to a point of pervading the universe will it yield sufficient returns. For this cybernetic sage, there exists ample support. The expansion into myriad realms proves futile for his current self. Amidst this boundless chaos, time holds no significance. Only the sage holds meaning. He possesses sufficient time to fulfill all his desires. Simultaneously, he comprehends why chaos is infinite, even devoid of remnants of worlds. The reason is simple. Chaos serves as a natural center for recycling. It not only obstructs the passage between worlds, but also acts as the harbinger of their demise. Worlds experience birth, aging, illness, and death. Even the primordial chaos ultimately faces its twilight. Endless greed eventually obliterates all. Even without the celestial master rising to shatter the heavenly path and dismantle Hongjun, in the eternal stagnation, the world would inexorably descend into decay. When a world reaches its final stage, it gradually becomes incapable of resisting the encroachment of chaos. At that juncture, the other 6 sages may escape the primordial realm, remaining eternal even within the chaos. Yet, only Hongjun, who embodies the Tao, shall be consumed by chaos. This is the ultimate fate of the world, to forge existence within chaos, only to be ultimately devoured by it. The essence of chaos can transform into any form of energy and matter. Conversely, chaos can convert any energy and matter back into its own essence. Through such a cycle, chaos can perpetually sustain its own energy and matter conservation. Thus, chaos remains eternal and boundless, unless a formidable being can transform a significant portion of it at once. Otherwise, chaos is, in the truest sense, indestructible. However, Gigu remains perplexed by one question. Chaos can annihilate everything in the world, yet it cannot extinguish the sages. This implies that, under normal circumstances, once a sage is born within chaos, as long as they do not choose to embody the Tao and bind themselves entirely to the world, they are indeed immortal and indestructible. Following this reasoning, the number of sages within chaos should continuously increase until they fully transform it. Yet, the reality is that he has wandered through chaos for countless millennia without encountering any worlds, any matter, or any sages. This can only indicate 2 possibilities. One is that the inception of chaos is not as extensive as imagined. The primordial realm is arguably the earliest world to emerge from chaos. Although countless eons have passed since its birth to its eventual dissolution, chaos still remains in its nascent stage. After all, even the pinnacle of primordial realms has birthed only 7 sages and 1 entity equivalent to a sage, Hutu. It is reasonable that the early chaos could not produce a sufficient number of sages. Another aspect is that chaos possesses mechanisms specifically targeting saints. The immortality of saints is relative to the ordinary state of existence. Should a saint wish to eliminate another saint, it is indeed feasible under the premise of possessing superior strength to suppress. If chaos harbors a similar mechanism aimed at saints, it would result in periodic purges of their numbers, potentially leading to the current circumstances. However, he harbors another conjecture. There may exist higher planes above chaos. The most illustrative example is his own traversal. Historically, only beings from higher planes have crossed into lower ones, in accordance with the law of entropy increase. Naturally, energy perpetually transitions from high energy to low energy. Conversely, additional energy is required to convert low energy into high energy. Goegu cannot recall encountering any extraordinary high-energy source during his traversal. After crossing over, he did not manifest any systems or miraculous aids, indicating that he did not ascend to a higher plane but rather descended to a lower one. He belongs to a dimensional reduction rather than elevation. If this is indeed the case, perhaps the saint is not the ultimate endpoint. There may be higher realms above chaos, suggesting that saints too can ascend. Goegu refrained from delving further into this notion, as contemplating beyond a certain threshold of power holds little significance. Although he is currently a saint, his strength pales in comparison to the 2 Western saints. Following the flourishing of Buddhism, they have reaped its benefits, their powers having reached the standard level of saints. Their sanctification relied upon the grand aspirations of the heavenly Tao, having essentially borrowed from the future to achieve sainthood. Everything that followed was aimed at fulfilling their grand aspirations and repaying their debts to the heavenly Tao. However, with the heavenly Tao shattered by the Tontian, their debts vanished, resulting in an increase in the capabilities of the 2 Western saints. Presently, Goegu's strength is weaker than all saints in the Hongwang realm, yet stronger than the creator god from the central thousand world who fortuitously merged with the primal purple chi to attain sainthood. Although both achieved sainthood through primal purple chi, Goegu employed the supreme technique of severing the 3 corpses to become a saint. Once sanctified, one transcends the world. The creator god from the central thousand world, even through primal purple chi, must bind themselves to the world as tightly as Hongjun to wield the powers of a saint. Ultimately, such saints will meet their demise alongside their world, thus rendering them no match for him. Goegu concealed his saintly aura, and with a mere flicker, he vanished entirely within the chaos. he still cannot be deemed the strongest, and a necessary vigilance remains essential. However, his concerns may be unwarranted. Chaos exhibits an unparalleled capacity for isolating energy and breath, surpassing most innate spiritual treasures. The aura of a sage barely extends beyond a short distance within the depths of chaos, unless stirred by monumental events akin to Panga's creation of the world, which draws forth countless demonic deities. Otherwise, a newly ascended sage, like Gigu, lacks the stature to attract attention amidst the chaos. Chapter 35, The God of Chaos, Cows. The five deities of creation has traversed the chaotic void for countless millennia. Following his ascension, his speed of evasion has reached an extraordinary level, far exceeding the speed of light. Yet, he has encountered no other beings until this fateful day. At long last, he faintly perceives fluctuations within the chaos. This revelation compels him, despite the inherent risks, to approach the source. To his astonishment, he discovers a formidable entity engaged in the act of creation within the chaos, crafting not merely a world of medium caliber, but a vast expanse of a greater world. This alone suggests that the prowess of this entity surpasses his own. Among sages, disparities in strength exist, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. The mere chance to witness a great being forge a world of such magnitude presents a remarkable opportunity for a sage. He begins to fathom why Panga's creation drew an audience of myriad demonic beings, ultimately leading to Panga's demise, with his essence transformed into the nourishment of the primordial wilderness, becoming the laws that govern the 3,000 great avenues and 800 side paths. Having lingered in the desolate chaos for so long, the discovery of any activity incites a reckless urge to join the fray. Even a sage with a history of civilization like Gigu feels this compulsion, let alone the demonic beings born from the chaos itself. Approaching the great creator could lead to misunderstandings and disrupt the world's formation, an outcome fraught with profound consequences. Thus, Gigu dispatches his benevolent spirit, Ling Zhuzi, to investigate, for he senses the presence of other demonic entities alongside the great being. These other deities, however, have not yet attained the sage realm, instead possessing the pinnacle of quasi-saintly cultivation, akin to his own benevolent spirit realm. His approach does not disturb the gathered demonic beings. Rather, they seem pleased to welcome the arrival of a new demonic entity. In the vastness of chaos, the likelihood of encounters among demonic beings is exceedingly slim. Yet here, 7 demonic entities have converged, the mightiest among them being a chaos demon with extraordinary roots. Upon witnessing the arrival of this new demonic entity, particularly one as symbolically positive as Ling Zhuzi, the chaos demon, engaged in the act of world creation, speaks forth, "I am Chaos, the god of chaos. As I embark on this endeavor of creation, unknown deity, do you wish to join in this grand act of Genesis?" Chaos extends an invitation to creation with great magnanimity. This proactive act of extending benefits outward is, under normal circumstances, improbable. During the primordial epoch, when Pangu initiated the creation of the world, countless heads of the malevolent beings perished at his hands. However, Ling Zhuzi discerned the reason behind Chaos's willingness to bestow such advantages. Chaos found himself in a predicament akin to that of Pangu. At the outset of creation, Pangu was supremely arrogant, unwilling to permit others to encroach upon the world he had forged. Ultimately, after initiating creation, Pangu overestimated his own capabilities while underestimating the formidable challenges inherent in crafting a grand cosmos. His excessive expenditure of energy in vanquishing evil deities nearly led to his failure. In the end, Pangu had no choice but to use his own body to support the heavens and the earth, successfully completing the creation of the world, albeit at the cost of his own life force. Chaos's world, while not comparable to the primordial realm, mirrored Pangu's plight. Chaos astutely recognized that if he adhered to his predetermined plan for creation, he too would inevitably confront the tragic fate of exhaustion and demise. Thus, he deliberately stirred commotion, seeking to alleviate the burden of creation by enlisting the aid of other malevolent beings. He was unwilling to relinquish the benefits of creation, yet equally determined to avoid succumbing to exhaustion. The unexpected arrival of 6 malevolent deities exceeded his expectations. In response to Chaos's invitation, Ling Zhuzi realized the gravity of his situation. He had inadvertently collided with the genesis of Greek mythology. The primordial deity before him was Chaos, while the 5 surrounding malevolent beings were likely Gaia, the goddess of the earth, Tartarus, the god of the underworld, Eros, the god of love, Erebus, the god of darkness, and Nyx, the goddess of night. The siblings, Erebus and Nyx, were a rare and fortuitous occurrence amidst the chaos. Ling Zhuzi, recognizing the invaluable opportunity, promptly declared, "I am Ling Zhuzi, the deity of light and spirit, and I am willing to join the primordial god of chaos and creation." The other malevolent deities began to introduce themselves, affirming Ling Zhuzi's recollection of the 5 gods of creation. The reason there were 5 was that Eros would soon meet his demise. Ling Zhuzi's arrival alleviated some of the pressure on Chaos, yet Chaos was no fool. He established a covenant with the assembled deities, ensuring that they would uphold their commitments. The greater the investment of the malevolent deities, the more substantial their rewards would be, thereby lightening Chaos's burden. As time passed, amidst the astonished expressions of the other deities, Chaos successfully shaped an extraordinary prototype of a grand cosmos. Even though the vast world opened by Chaos pales in comparison to the primordial realm in terms of rank, it has nonetheless transcended any of the 4 continents. Even in its raw state, it has laid a remarkably solid foundation for the world, which is indeed extraordinary. However, after creating this rudimentary world, Chaos ceased further development. Having expended too much energy, he entrusted this nascent world to the 6 demon gods present and then merged into the very essence of this world. Falling into a deep slumber, he did indeed bring forth a world, yet he was unwilling to sacrifice his life for it. The earth goddess Gaia was the first to act, transforming her form into the land, giving rise to the earth in this barren realm. The god of the underworld, Tartarus, became the realm of the dead, manifesting hell beneath the earth. The god of darkness, Erebus, and the goddess of night, Nyx, collaborated to conjure darkness and night in this desolate world. Soon after, the spirit pearl emerged, and light appeared in the wasteland, illuminating half of the world. Finally, the god of love, Eros, seemed to take action, though it was ambiguous whether he truly did. Nonetheless, the world's response was undeniably felt upon him, indicating that he had indeed intervened. However, at this juncture, apart from the spirit pearl, the other demon gods remained unsure of what Eros's power truly represented. Unlike the spirit pearl, which had undergone the refinement of civilization, the other demon gods, including the chaotic deity Chaos, were born from disorder. They were devoid of good and evil, meandering aimlessly through chaos. Even the chaotic demon gods could not claim innate knowledge. They merely possessed an instinctive control over their essence. When a world possesses land, an underworld, darkness, night, and light, it has already formed the rudimentary shape of existence. If Chaos's creation can be likened to an embryo, then the current world can rightfully be considered an infant. Yet, for any realm, the most critical aspect is the emergence of life. This responsibility fell upon the god of love, Eros. Under the influence of his rule of love, the initial demon gods birthed desire. Among the 6 demon gods, only 2 were goddesses, with the god of darkness and the goddess of night being a natural pair. Thus, the sole duty of procreation rested with the earth goddess, Gaia. However, it must be noted that the god of darkness and the goddess of night were indeed a destined couple, while the god of the underworld was indifferent to passion. Although Eros could wield the laws of love, he himself lacked understanding of what love truly entailed. According to the natural course of events, the earth goddess Gaia, influenced by the rule of love, alone, she bore her son and future husband Uranus. Yet now, she found a more favorable option, the radiant and ethereal deity. Lingzhu. Chapter 36. The Birth of Deities, Perfecting the World. Lingzhu did not reject Gaia's wishes, for she remained a pure and untainted maiden. In due course, she would give birth to countless offspring, a necessary sacrifice for her role as the goddess of the earth. The rules governing the world required refinement, as this realm did not possess the inherent gifts of the primordial world, which commenced with 3,000 paths, 800 ancillary schools, and the transformation of all things from the body of Pangu. The mechanisms ensuring the normal functioning of this world necessitated the divine feminine for procreation. Among all the goddesses of creation, only Gaia embodied this characteristic. Moreover, the act of continuous childbirth held advantages for Gaia. The more she contributed, the greater her returns. Through this perpetual cycle of giving birth, Gaia appeared to expend considerable energy, leading to a diminishment of her share, yet the essence and potency of her being expanded. For deities, there exists no moral framework akin to that of humanity. The ethical concerns surrounding incest among humans and animals stem from the dire consequences it engenders. However, such repercussions do not manifest among the divine. If similar circumstances were to occur within humanity, their outcomes would likely be far less favorable, perhaps even more detrimental. The sole question remaining was the extent to which he should cultivate his relationship with Gaia. Should he assume the role of her husband or remain merely a transient figure in her life? Lingzhu did not linger in indecision for long. He resolutely chose to ally with Gaia, embracing the role of her husband. For Gaia's procreation was her very nature, a fundamental necessity for the world to achieve its harmonious order. This act of childbirth was beneficial not only for Gaia, but also for Lingzhu himself. Gaia lacked a stable husband, thus the world's responses were not distinctly evident in the male deities. Now, he was willing to assume this role, striving to match the evolving essence of Gaia, the earth itself. Lingzhu extracted his primordial Lingzhu and suspended it in the heavens, manifesting as the sun. Unlike the primordial world, where the cosmos revolved around the sun, here the sun circled the world. Through this act, Lingzhu created daylight, while simultaneously enhancing the darkness of the night. In an instant, he reaped the world's responses, the sky transforming into a sun that elevated his Lingzhu's rank from a congenital spiritual treasure to a preeminent treasure. His remarkable display naturally captivated the attention of other creator deities, particularly that of Gaia. The power of the sun effectively blesses the earth. Influenced by the might of Eros, the god of love, Gaia effortlessly accepted the essence of the spirit pearl, giving birth to her first offspring. What the spirit pearl did not foresee was that their actions would attract the visitation of the goddess of night. As twins born together, the goddess of night was originally destined to be with her brother, the god of darkness. However, the birth of the sun altered everything. Deities are inherently selfish. Should the goddess of night choose to remain with her brother, she would forever be overshadowed by his powers. Conversely, if she opted to unite with the sun god, the essence of the night would significantly amplify, allowing her to overpower her brother. This decision was devoid of emotion, purely a calculation of power and instinct. The current generation of creator deities is derived from the transformation of demons. Even demons lack the innate ability to possess knowledge from birth, often relying on instinct until civilization emerges and the intricacies of ambition unfold, at which point their wisdom truly blossoms. Faced with the goddess of night who appeared before him, the spirit pearl did not refuse her. Their powers were strikingly complementary. As for the gods of the underworld and darkness, their abilities naturally suppressed the power of love. For now, they could resist and remain unaffected. As time passed, the progeny of the spirit pearl, Gaia, and the goddess of night began to come into being. Uranus, the god of the sky, Pontus, the god of the ocean, and Uranus, the god of mountains, were born of Gaia. Meanwhile, their children with the goddess of night included the god of space, the goddess of stars, and the goddess of the moon. After giving birth to 3 children, both Gaia and the goddess of night finally recognized the abnormality of their situation. The act of reproduction consumed their essence, deepening their bond with the world. While this would indeed amplify their strength, it also implied a future intertwined with the world's fate. At present, they could not fathom such distant futures. Yet the compulsion to bear children, driven by the god of love, ignited their fury. To quell the wrath of his wife, the spirit pearl decisively allied with Gaia and Nyx to eliminate Eros, the god of love, who recklessly spread his influence. Thus, the path of love was formally integrated into this world, becoming one of its fundamental essences. Fortunately, love, although present, was no longer forcibly imposed. It could now be controlled by oneself, freeing them from the incessant obligation of reproduction. Although Eros had been resolved, however, before the world's rules were perfected, procreation was a shared mission for both. The solar power represented by the spirit pearl could replenish the essence consumed during their reproduction, coupled with the world's response. Procreation was not a loss for them. Indeed, it was arguably the most cost-effective time for reproduction. Thus, a greater number of significant deities were brought forth. Under the control of the spirit pearl, there was a deliberate intention to conceive deities related to the domains of the earth with Gaia, and those associated with time, space, night, and fate with Nyx. One could assert that although the Genesis marked the inception of the Greek mythological world, with the intervention of the spirit pearl, the world had embarked upon a markedly different trajectory. Furthermore, the spirit pearl intentionally sought to increase the number of goddesses. As the deities attained a certain quantity and underwent the education imparted by the spirit pearl, they began to comprehend the concepts of morality, responsibility, and order. With the union of the second generation of deities, more third-generation deities were born. The spirit pearl ascended to the status of the first divine monarch, embodying light, the sun. And the spirit pearl, his power surpassing all other deities. Even Gaia, the goddess of the earth, and Nyx, the goddess of the night, willingly accompanied him on either side. The god of the sky and the goddess of the moon united, giving rise to the goddesses of the year, the moon, the sun, and time. The god of the ocean and the goddess of storms combined, producing the goddesses of clouds, rain, rivers, and lakes. The number of deities was increasing at an unprecedented rate, and the world's rules were visibly refining. As the population of deities grew, the cost-effectiveness of procreation continued to diminish, leading to instances where some deities experienced a decline in their powers after giving birth. This signified that the world's rules were approaching perfection, and the world's response could no longer keep pace with the consumption resulting from divine reproduction. Consequently, the deities gradually ceased procreation. The current deities retained a certain innocence, unlike the traditional Zeus from mythology, who wielded procreation as a weapon to undermine goddesses and consolidate his power by any means necessary. Fortunately, the Spirit Pearl possessed the wisdom of multiple civilizations and had educated the deities from the outset, averting scenarios devoid of moral boundaries. Now, it was time to embark on the second phase of creation. Chapter 37, Enacting Divine Laws, the Creation of Deities. At this juncture, the Spirit Pearl, Gaia, and Nyx were indeed blessed with numerous offspring. Through the continuous procreation of deities, they obtained the world's feedback, their collective power now wholly surpassing that of others. This includes the deities of the underworld, Tartaros, and the dark god Erebus. Now, even they have become their sons-in-law. Ling Zhuzi is the king of gods, while Gaia and Nyx serve as the queens of gods. The statuses of these three are equal, and in times of uncertainty, they convene to deliberate. However, Ling Zhuzi, through his unparalleled wisdom, occupies an unequivocal position of leadership. At this very moment, within the palace of the King of Gods, a vast majority of deities have gathered. Ling Zhuzi has two significant announcements to make. The first announcement is that Ling Zhuzi, along with Queens Gaia and Nyx, will collaboratively promulgate a divine law. The contents of this law will be formulated after discussions among all deities. Once established, all deities, including the king himself, shall be obliged to adhere to it. Each divine law will endure for 10,000 years, after which it will undergo revision. Faced with a law that binds all deities, the overwhelming majority express their support. For most deities are relatively weaker and require such a law to safeguard their rights. With the increasing number of deities, some chaos has inevitably arisen among them, which is why Ling Zhuzi has chosen this moment to enact divine law. It is the opportune time to impose constraints upon the deities. Should this opportunity be missed, a tumultuous conflict among them will ensue. Although discord is destined to erupt, Ling Zhuzi is reluctant for it to manifest in a cataclysmic manner. By the late primordial era, the celestial beings had fully mastered the means to mitigate calamities. Ling Zhuzi's promulgation of divine law is influenced by this consideration. Even for the few powerful deities, the presence of a king and queen stronger than themselves inspires a desire for a law that can also limit the king and queens. Although the previous decisions made by the king and queens have garnered universal respect, the fear of potential fallibility lingers, a natural trepidation of the weak towards the strong. In truth, the majority of deities hold immense reverence for the king and queens, for their marital relationship serves as a paragon among the divine. Devoid of quarrels or unreasonable discord, their treatment of their descendants is equally fair, ensuring that any grievances brought forth are met with satisfactory resolutions. As for the second announcement, it pertains to creation. Despite the presence of a considerable number of deities in the world, when compared to the vastness of the universe, their numbers remain woefully insufficient. Outside the realms inhabited by the deities, an expanse of desolation prevails, devoid of vitality. Hence, as the rules of the world continue to refine, the time has come for creation. Upon the revelation of this news, within the hearts of all deities, there blossomed an intrinsic understanding, an awareness of the profound reciprocity of creation. Regardless of whether they be flora, fauna, or fungi, any entity capable of manifesting in accordance with the world's principles and enduring over time could elicit a response from the cosmos. The significance of the species created correlates directly with the magnitude of the feedback received. The more pivotal the creation to the future world, the greater the rewards bestowed. The goddess Gaia graciously offered to share the life-giving essence contained within her vial with all deities, apportioned according to each deity's standing within the framework of cosmic law and their historical contributions. With the life essence, one could directly engender new life. However, this precious resource was finite. Once depleted, it could not be replenished. Thus, the deities were compelled to deliberate judiciously over their creations. Should they produce entities that contravened the world's established rules, they would not only forfeit the world's favor but also incur its disdain, akin to the concepts of merit and karma in the primordial realm. The creation of such entities would only be permissible following the establishment of divine law, which dangled enticingly before them like a carrot. The formulation of divine law was executed with remarkable swiftness. Reasonable propositions and suggestions, upon solicitation of opinions, could be promptly approved or disapproved. Furthermore, a deity's stance on various laws served as a reflection of their character. In a fleeting moment, many ostensibly virtuous deities found themselves disgraced due to their overwhelming selfishness, while others, previously obscure, garnered the favor of the goddess through displays of exceptional wisdom or noble character during deliberations. Ling Zhuzi possessed the wisdom gleaned from multiple civilizations, and during the inaugural establishment of divine law, he considered every conceivable facet, from criminal to civil law, from matrimonial to juvenile statutes. This comprehensive divine law delineated the powers, responsibilities, and penalties for the deities with utmost clarity, prompting a heartfelt acknowledgement of its just nature by the majority. Thus, after a century of discourse, the first codex of divine law was formally birthed, immediately recognized by the world as indispensable for the positive evolution of existence, a truth that could not be overstated. Each cataclysmic event, while resulting in the downfall of countless deities, inflicted severe damage upon the world itself. The divine law, now fortified by the world's endorsement, ascended to the status of a supreme artifact, necessitating even the king and queen of the gods to abide by its constraints. The divine law was jointly overseen by the king and the two goddesses, with Ling Zhuzi willingly sharing his authority, fairly soliciting their insights, and extending them due respect. This collaboration was the foundation of their harmonious coexistence, as such an exceptional man was a rarity in the entire cosmos. As the embodiment of a saint, possessing the foundation of more than one civilization, the abilities and allure of the spirit pearl surpassed those of other male deities who lack sufficient depth. With the establishment of divine laws, and in the presence of all gods, it ascended to the status of the supreme artifact. Gaia manifested her own vial of life and generously distributed the life-giving waters to the assembled deities. The vast abundance of life water was dispersed with remarkable ease, indicating that Gaia had reaped immense benefits during the processes of creation and procreation. Furthermore, the act of creation using the life water itself would yield reciprocal benefits. She is indeed the deity who gains the most from the act of creation. In the absence of chaos and divine warfare, even after giving birth to numerous deities, Gaia retained her beauty as radiant as ever. The same can be said for the goddess of night. The combination of status and beauty rendered their appearances beyond reproach. In the presence of such potent life water, even the golden apples pale in comparison. The powerful and self-assured deities immediately embarked on acts of creation. In contrast, the weaker and less confident deities, upon witnessing not just successes but also numerous failures, even chose to conserve their life water. The life water is exceedingly precious. Without such an opportunity, the weaker deities would never have the chance to receive such a reward. This life water possesses a remarkably versatile function, be it for cultivation, enhancing one's appearance, or refining treasures. Should creation fail, the effort would be in vain. Nonetheless, some deities successfully crafted creations in harmony with the world's rules, thereby receiving a response from the cosmos. This left countless deities holding life water in a state of hesitation and turmoil. Chapter 38. Flora, Fauna, Fungi. Humanity, it can be said that the king of gods, the spirit pearl, along with the goddess Gaia and Nyx, provided ample time for the deities to engage in acts of creation, allowing them to freely exhibit their randomness. The majority of divine creations ended in failure, and a small fraction even provoked divine retribution. Their sole reference point for creation was other deities, resulting in uncontrolled abominations once divine power and blood were infused. Only a select few deities achieved successful creations, yet these so-called successful entities merely existed without eliciting any cosmic feedback, destined for inevitable extinction. A mere handful of divine creations did trigger responses from the world, and among these, the weaker yet astute deities even acquired new divine roles. When the majority of deities ultimately halted their creative endeavors, opting to preserve their life water rather than squander it on futile creations, true creation in its profound sense finally commenced. The earth goddess Gaia, with effortless grace, unleashed countless waters of life upon the realm. Such magnificence heralded the revival of terrestrial flora, as verdant plants instantaneously blanketed the land, bestowing upon Gaia an immeasurable response from the world. Her once golden gown transformed into a lush green, and a crown of emerald adorned her head, epitomizing the world's astonishment at her ability to conjure an abundance of vegetation. Gaia's creations elicited awe from countless deities, yet her own progeny merely exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling in subtle disdain. They, being the closest to the king and queen of the gods, had undergone the divine tutelage of their father, and were acutely aware of their mother's wisdom. However, this wisdom did not bridge the fundamental divide between them. It merely stemmed from her status as one of the primordial goddesses, having garnered the greatest extent of divine power during the act of creation. In truth, the order and progress of the divine realm were primarily the fruits of the king of God's spirit pearl. While Gaia's ability to create plants was not extraordinary in itself, the seamless and instantaneous generation of such an overwhelming multitude was a feat that, without the wisdom of the king's spirit pearl, they found hard to believe. Yet, having personally experienced the challenges of creation, they recognized that even with the guidance of the spirit pearl, the sheer volume of flourishing flora was a testament to the unparalleled wisdom of the king of gods, leaving all deities in awe. The emergence of such an abundance of plants yielded the greatest response for Gaia, yet the other deities sensed that the world's limits were once again being elevated. Previously, they had established the fundamental rules of existence primarily through reproduction, which resembled a vast, albeit loose, net. Despite this, the act of procreation had become a loss rather than a gain in terms of world feedback. The divine source of the gods stemmed from the king of gods' spirit pearl and the efforts of the two goddesses. The lineage and education from the spirit pearl instilled in them a sense of morality and reason, rendering them reluctant to engage in unprofitable reproduction. However, they now felt the emergence of new blanks alongside the process of creation, signifying that a new wave of deities could once again arise. Should they align themselves with this momentum and give birth to new gods in harmony with the prevailing forces, the world's feedback would undoubtedly be substantial once more. Yet, the question remained: how to gauge the future? Gaia's creative endeavors were ceaseless, extending beyond the terrestrial to encompass the flora of the oceans as well. The immense response from the world filled Gaia with unparalleled satisfaction, her gaze towards the king of God's spirit pearl brimming with fervent admiration. The spirit pearl had consistently bestowed upon them both benefits and surprises, which was the core reason for their harmonious unity in serving a singular divine consort. The creation of Gaia persisted for an extended period, until verdant life flourished across the land and seas. It was then that the spirit pearl intervened. He seized Gaia's vessel of life, pouring forth countless drops of life-giving water onto the earth and oceans. Although it was an artifact of Gaia's essence, in the hands of the spirit pearl, it posed no obscurity. An abundance of life-giving water cascaded to the ground, manifesting an innumerable array of creatures, vertebrates and invertebrates alike, encompassing amphibians, birds, mammals, fish, and insects. In a swift flourish, these myriad beings filled the world. The spirit pearl, in turn, received immense feedback from this vibrant realm. The laws of existence were evolving and transforming at an unprecedented pace. The spirit pearl executed creation at a speed far surpassing that of Gaia. If Gaia embodied the sovereign of flora and the essence of nature, then the spirit pearl emerged as the sovereign of fauna. Upon the completion of animal creation by the divine spirit pearl, the gods became acutely aware that he was the true master of creation, while the two goddesses merely basked in his radiance. The spirit pearl entrusted the vessel of life to the goddess of night. At that moment, the cosmos brimmed with vitality. As flora and fauna harmoniously coexisted, to the deities, the world appeared resplendently perfect, leaving them unable to fathom what additional elements might be necessary. The goddess of night accepted the vessel and sprinkled life-giving water upon the world. Yet, the quantity she dispersed was significantly less than that of Gaia and the spirit pearl. Nevertheless, the feedback she received from the world was no less substantial. The gods found themselves perplexed, unable to comprehend the nature of her creations. As the simple eye could not perceive the goddess of night's handiwork. Only through a magnification of divine sight or focused perception could one observe her creations. The creations of the goddess of night were fungi, mushrooms, bacteria, and viruses. At first glance, the emergence of these organisms seemed to embody negativity, akin to a poison of existence. A multitude of plants and animals perished in the wake of fungal infection. Yet, these microorganisms were an indispensable link in the cycle of nature. Previously, the deities resided in a stable and secure order, entirely unaware of the true implications of time, lifespan, death, and rebirth. However, now, as countless plants and animals succumbed to the encroachment of fungi, a faint smile graced the face of Tartaros, the god of the underworld. He finally sensed the arrival of his own era. The realm he had forged would become an essential component of the world's cycle of rebirth, resulting in an increase in the feedback he received from existence. After a considerable time, the goddess of night ceased her creations. The vial of life was returned to Gaia. Yet this was not the culmination of creation, for the most pivotal beings, humankind, had yet to emerge. In the hands of the spirit pearl, there would be no mention of golden, silver, or black iron humans. The essence of the world is finite. Thus, it directly crafted ordinary humans. Gaia fashioned the corporeal form of humanity from the waters of life, while the goddess of the night imbued them with ebony hair and dark eyes. The spirit pearl bestowed upon humanity their very souls. The feedback from this act of creation was no less profound than that received from the previous act of bringing forth all things. Surprise illuminated the faces of Gaia and the goddess of the night, for such immense and successive feedback heralded a breakthrough in their realms. This was both a blessing and a curse. With the refinement of the world's rules, the god of chaos, was on the brink of awakening. Chapter 39. Gaia and Nyx ascend to sanctity, suppressing chaos just as the sages of antiquity did not desire an additional heavenly path above their heads. The creator deities of this world wished to avoid the emergence of the god of chaos. In the past, chaos had initiated the formation of the world, striving for a harmonious outcome, seeking neither to forsake creation nor to sacrifice himself for it. Thus, he consciously diffused his powers within the chaos, attracting other demonic deities to assist in stabilizing the newly formed world, while he himself fell into slumber. However, as the world began to restore itself, chaos simultaneously regained his strength. Once awakened, the saintly chaos would possess an overwhelming advantage over other near-saintly beings. This was why chaos relinquished his authority so readily. He was confident that other demonic deities could not attain sanctity within his realm. Without achieving sanctity, they were mere insects. To aspire to sanctity necessitated the completion of foundational world building. When the world finally took shape, if its level were sufficiently high, it would yield primordial purple chi. Yet, before this primordial essence could be revealed, the god of chaos would awaken. At that moment, the world painstakingly constructed by other creator deities would be entirely seized by chaos. Chaos had completed the essential foundational work, while the other creator deities adorned this foundation with embellishments. Both parties had contributed, yet both yearned to monopolize the world. Faced with the ominous signs of chaos's impending awakening, Gaia, the goddess of the earth, and Nyx, the goddess of the night, were visibly distressed. Initially, they might have willingly submitted to a saint who had birthed a vast universe. Such submission would not have been shameful. However, now they had cultivated their own lives, personalities, and accomplishments. They would not regard the god of chaos, as superior to the sovereign god, Ling Zhuji. Moreover, with Ling Zhuji's assistance, they were but a step away from attaining sanctity, merely requiring the primordial purple aura to complete their transformation. One represented a secure opportunity for transcendence, while the other was an entirely unknown entity, the god of chaos. Naturally, they would ensure that the reins of power remained firmly in their grasp. The god of the underworld, Tartaros, and the god of darkness, Erebus, also sided with the sovereign god, Ling Zhuji, for he treated his old friends with kindness and respect. Furthermore, both had married Ling Zhuji's daughter, making them his sons-in-law, which rendered any allegiance to the unfamiliar god of chaos utterly illogical. In the past, Chaos had refrained from imposing stringent contracts on the other demon gods to ensure their unwavering dedication to his world. He merely stipulated their contributions and rewards. After all, in Chaos's perspective, once the world was fully constructed and he awakened, the absolute power would render any sacrifices inconsequential. However, it was evident that he had been overly complacent. Even according to the predetermined fate, he would never awaken, for his world remained unfinished until the twilight of the gods. This was not solely due to the inexperience of the primordial deities, Gaia and others, who produced a multitude of flawed beings, but also because divine wars erupted periodically, battling for the throne of the sovereign or among various deities of different eras. Such conflicts ravaged the world extensively. Even the crucial act of creation went through various epochs: the Golden Age, Silver Age, Bronze Age, Heroic Age, and Iron Age, with the essence of the world squandered endlessly by the gods. Ultimately, by the world's end, the god of chaos, had still not awakened. Yet, the exceptional capabilities of the sovereign god, Ling Zhuji, posed their own challenges. Indeed, the god of chaos was on the verge of awakening sooner than anticipated. Nevertheless, Ling Zhuji was not like other demon gods lacking heritage. He found himself at a loss regarding how to address this situation. Ling Zhuji possessed the experience of the primordial world, the teachings of the celestial master, and was a sage in his own right. Although there existed a disparity in power between him and the god of chaos, in terms of application, Ling Zhuji surpassed Chaos by an astonishing margin, akin to the difference between primitive humans and extraterrestrial beings. Remaining composed amidst the panic of other primordial deities, his calm demeanor served to soothe those around him. Ling Zhuji had anticipated this scenario and had prepared contingency plans. He promptly issued a divine decree to all the gods. Ling Zhuzi took out the divine law golden book and summoned all the deities to infuse their divine power into it. He, along with the goddess Gaia, Nyx, and the gods of the underworld and darkness, set an example. As all the deities poured their divine essence into the divine law golden book, the newly created humanity left their blood handprints upon its surface. In that moment, the divine King Ling Zhuzi embodied the fortunes of the entire world. And with the divine law golden book, he pronounced a decree to the will of the world. He compelled the world's will to take a stance, akin to the heavenly Tao. The current will of the world is predominantly shaped by the creator deities and the countless gods that subsequently emerged. The will of civilization cannot wholly represent the will of the world, yet it is profoundly influenced by it. On one hand, there are the creator deities who fashioned the world's rough form. On the other, the divine civilization that completed its refinement. In this dual choice, the will of the world ultimately leaned towards the divine King Ling Zhuzi, especially since the chaos god cows had yet to awaken. At this moment, the divine King Ling Zhuzi received the endorsement of the world's will, and thus he utilized this support, along with the fortunes of divine civilization and the nascent human civilization, to suppress the chaos god cows, who only exhibited signs of awakening. This was to be expected. However, such suppression was not foolproof. To truly prevent the chaos god cows from awakening, the presence of a sage was essential. Yet, for the current situation managed by the divine King Ling Zhuzi, the sage was equally pivotal. While the chaos god cows remained in a state of disorientation, the world's feedback finally transcended him. Yet, in this vast universe, after the dispersal of countless divine powers, the primordial purple energy returned in scant amounts, merely 2 strands. Unlike the primordial era when 3,000 demon gods provided warmth to establish the world's rules, this world began as a rough draft. The means of solidifying the world's rules relied on the birth of deities, which directly led to a significant depletion of its essence. Thus, to have 2 strands of primordial purple energy returned was commendable. However, with only 2 strands available and 3 individuals, Ling Zhuzi, Gaia, and Nyx, meeting the conditions for sanctification, the gods of the underworld and darkness did not qualify. Allowing the latter 2 to absorb the primordial purple energy would yield results akin to red clouds, unable to swiftly break through. Only the 3 possessed the qualifications for immediate sanctification. Ultimately, Ling Zhuzi entrusted the primordial purple energy to the goddess Gaia and Nyx for their use, as he himself did not lack for it. He still held 22 opportunities to open the middle 1,000 worlds with his stabilizing sea pearl, although the upper limit of each middle 1,000 world was merely a strand of primordial purple energy. In this vast universe, the lower limit is defined by 2 strands of primordial purple energy. This supreme foundation of the cosmos, combined with the emergence of deities to establish the rules of existence, is a testament to the efforts of the divine King Lingzhu. Faced with the opportunity for sanctification that the divine King Lingzhu graciously offered, Gaia and Nyx were profoundly moved. They did not hesitate, absorbing the primordial purple energy without reservation. Both had reached the threshold of their realms, and immediately, each embraced their own path to sanctification. Soon after, Gaia and Nyx attained their status as saints. With the addition of these 2 revered beings, along with the will of the world and the suppression of divine and mortal fortunes, the slumbering chaos god, Chaos, would be forever unable to rise again. Chapter 40. A millennium of conflict between gods and humanity. Only after becoming saints can one truly comprehend the staggering power they wield. Previously, Gaia and Nyx had reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. However, in their newfound sanctified state, they could effortlessly extinguish their former selves. This immense disparity only deepened their gratitude for the humility of Lingzhu, who relinquished an unimaginable opportunity, one that even the newly sanctified could never hope to repay. In the realm of chaos, sanctification signifies the beginning. Without it, their previous demonic states would merely lead to gradual obliteration within the void. Only the saints endure amidst chaos. Despite their prior strong bond with the world, they could sever this connection, provided they were willing to pay the necessary price. The will of the world could not constrain those who had achieved sanctification, akin to the absence of the heavenly Dao Hongjun. The monumental sacrifices made by the 2 saints rendered their aspirations unnecessary to fulfill, thereby resulting in significant gains. When the creditor passes, the debt becomes inconsequential. Even after attaining sanctification, their attitude toward Lingzhu remained unchanged. For Lingzhu's wisdom and character surpassed that of any saint. They did not doubt Lingzhu's ability to discern the chasm between the sanctified and the non-sanctified. Her intellect far exceeded theirs, and even in their exalted state, they dared not claim superiority over her. The seemingly omniscient saints can only wield their knowledge within their domains. In realms unknown, even they remain ignorant. Therefore, Lingzhu must possess capabilities that rival those of the saints. This was the conjecture of Gaia and Nyx. Following the establishment of divine laws, the creation of life, and their own sanctification, the upper limits of this world experienced a significant enhancement, resulting in the emergence of numerous additional deities. Unlike the primordial world where transcendence is primarily achieved through cultivation and decrees, in this realm, the principal avenue for deities lies in procreation. However, procreation carries inherent risks. Should a deity of potential be born, it is invariably a boon, regardless of the world's response. Conversely, if a deity lacking in potential is born, it results in a squander of primordial essence. The previous optimal wave of initial procreation opportunities was largely squandered by many subsequently emerged deities. In this current wave, numerous new generation deities are reluctant to relinquish their chance. Consequently, the world has once again witnessed a surge in divine births. The divine King Lingzhu does not intend to oppose this trend, recognizing it as an inevitable tide. Moreover, he himself has commenced a new wave of procreation alongside Gaia and Nyx. Such opportunities are not solely coveted by the new generation of deities. He too shares this desire. Certain divine offices cannot exist without the emergence of humanity. While the new generation of deities primarily focuses on the divine domains of flora and fauna, Lingzhu strategizes towards deities connected to humanity. Following their sanctification, Gaia and Nyx's procreative capabilities have been substantially enhanced, resulting in the birth of a new cadre of deities. Among them are the god of wine, the god of forging and craftsmanship, the god of knowledge and books, the god of wisdom and law, the god of dreams, and the god of the hearth. A plethora of divine offices related to humanity has swiftly been occupied by the progeny of the divine king and queen. Although these new deities possess limited strength, they are capable of growing in power alongside the development of humanity. Nevertheless, this unrestrained birthing of deities has finally led to a saturation point in their numbers. Consequently, the divine King Lingzhu intervened to limit the births of deities. However, this restriction is merely a suggestion and lacks enforcement. Yet, the generations of deities under Lingzhu's leadership are not foolish, arrogant, or overweening. Most of them have ceased to actively procreate, as even their wisdom reveals that the number of deities cannot expand indefinitely. As time progresses, newly birthed deities become increasingly feeble, to the extent that they can be vanquished by humans. Unless they can garner faith from humanity, their strength remains constrained by their divine offices. The weaker the divine office, the weaker their innate power. While the reproduction of deities among themselves is not permitted, there are no such restrictions concerning procreation with humans. Consequently, a multitude of demigods possessing divine bloodlines has emerged among humanity. The divine King Lingzhu has not curtailed this phenomenon. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years have passed. Following their development to its zenith, the growth of deities has stagnated, while humanity continues its unending advancement. The influence of humankind has expanded across the entirety of the world. Such expansion did not result in the formation of city-states. Rather, it led to the establishment of a unified theocratic kingdom. Although nominally a kingdom, the actual development primarily revolved around city-states. The kingdom adhered to the faith of the divine king and two goddesses, with the king being appointed by these deities. Consequently, the king's authority was absolute. Various city-states worshipped different deities, who could not coerce humans into veneration through violent means. However, the deities worshipped by humans held the right to designate the lords of the city-states. In this manner, the expansion of humanity was intrinsically linked to the proliferation of the divine. Yet, this relationship inevitably birthed numerous conflicts between humans and deities. Among humanity, there existed many demigods whose strength rivaled that of certain deities. Nonetheless, those weaker deities enjoyed immortality, while the more powerful demigods faced the inevitability of aging and mortality. Is this just? This dilemma encapsulates the primary discord between humanity and the divine, remaining irrelevant to the ordinary populace. Common individuals possess the freedom to choose their faith and city-state. Regardless of how the times evolve, the singular aspiration of ordinary people remains, to live better, nothing more. In light of this predicament, the divine King Lingzhu opted for delay, awaiting the opportune moment. Specifically, the opportunity for the re-establishment of the divine laws, which occurs once every 10,000 years. This moment was not solely awaited by Ling Zhuzai. Both deities and humans shared this anticipation. Some deities were discontent with humanity's insatiable demands, while humans harbored grievances against the deities' arrogance. Despite having garnered sufficient worship and offerings, the deities' reciprocation fell far short of expectations, rendering the discord between humans and deities inevitable. Ling Zhuzai astutely observed the accumulation of calamity energy in the world, a notion also recognized by goddesses Gaia and Nyx. Even as they encountered calamity energy for the first time, as sages, they understood its implications, a calamity of unprecedented scale, one that could ignite a war between the human and divine realms, with the most favorable outcome being mutual destruction. The revision of the divine laws, occurring once every 10 millennia, represented perhaps the sole opportunity to reconcile the rift between humanity and the divine. Nevertheless, they placed their faith in the wisdom of Ling Zhuzai, believing that he could devise a fair and reasonable resolution for both parties. And indeed, Ling Zhuzai had a plan. Should this occasion fail to yield an acceptable solution for both humanity and the divine, the world would inevitably spiral toward ruin. Once the descent into chaos begins, the consequences would be irreversible. It will undoubtedly be swifter than anyone can imagine. All factions will accelerate down the slope, even plunging into the abyss with fervor. In Chapter 41, The God of Games, Virtual World, the millennia-long revision of divine law is not taking place in the Pantheon, but rather in the central courtyard of the human divine dynasty's capital. When the divine King Ling Zhuzi and the divine Queen Gaia, along with Nyx, make their appearance, countless deities and representatives of the human lords bow in reverence. After a millennium of development, human civilization has matured significantly, transitioning from an expansionist economy to one characterized by consolidation and inevitable evolution. All cities have seen the rise of entrenched aristocrats, noble families, and powerful clans. However, despite the human race possessing absolute military strength and authority, they remain under the watchful supervision and checks imposed by the deities, preventing them from wielding unchecked power. As long as the common populace can live in peace, they will refrain from rebellion. Yet, resources are finite. As time progresses, all resources become monopolized by the aristocracy and the deities. Extracting resources from the aristocrats is impossible, and even more so from the deities. Simultaneously, the aristocrats cannot allow the populace's grievances to be directed at them, leaving them with no choice but to ignite the conflict between humans and deities themselves. This reflects a darker aspect of their nature. As representatives of the human race, their desire to instigate discord between humans and deities truly symbolizes the conflict between the two factions. Ultimately, humanity yearns to claim a share of the divine power, particularly the coveted positions of divinity. Once ascended, even the weakest of celestial beings enjoys a lifespan that is nearly eternal. Yet, many among humanity are hybrids of human and divine lineage, inherently possessing formidable physiques and magical prowess that surpass many deities. Despite their considerable strength, they are unable to attain divine status, fostering a sense of injustice among the human representatives. In the primordial age, when confronted with similar intricate dilemmas, the heavens initially opened the ranks of divinity, allowing the most exceptional humans to ascend to immortality, exemplified by the 8 immortals. Yet, the sheer number of humans far exceeds that of any other race, resulting in an abundance of prodigious talents. Soon, the heavenly court recognized that such a situation could not persist, thus decisively severing the path for humans to ascend to divinity. With the current might of the divine King Ling Zhuzi and the divine Queen Gaia and Nyx, suppressing humanity poses no challenge. However, Ling Zhuzi does not intend to take such action, as it contradicts his principles. Whether stemming from his humble origins or the teachings of the heavenly master of he cannot condone monopolizing the ladder of ascension. His heart still adheres to the principle of the capable ascend, while the weak descend. Even in theory, the bloodline of most deities in this world flows through him. With the refinement of the world's rules, the gods derived from these regulations have become a burden upon existence. The issue that Ling Zhuzi seeks to resolve is precisely this. He already possesses a method to tackle the problem. On the divine side, the gods rely on their innate positions, ensuring their perpetual existence and supremacy. Conversely, among humanity, their representatives draw strength from martial prowess that rivals certain deities, alongside the widespread faith of their kind. Both parties aspire to seize more benefits without the desire to fulfill greater obligations. Ling Zhuzi's solution involves the separation of an avatar. Yet this is no ordinary manifestation. It is a gamified incarnation. Though termed a gamified avatar, it possesses the powers of a Taoist incarnation. When the god of games emerges, both mortals and deities are momentarily perplexed. They comprehend the concept of games, but the summoning of a deity specifically for gaming purposes raises questions. However, as the god King Ling Zhuji, goddess Gaia, and Nyx infuse their powers into this god of games, even the divine law golden tome is bestowed upon it. Its divine might swiftly burgeons to a magnitude capable of enveloping the world. No explanation is necessary. All deities and human representatives experience a fleeting moment of confusion. It appears that nothing has altered. Yet, the astute among them swiftly realize that a monumental transformation has occurred. They are no longer in reality, but rather within an illusion, a realm so vivid that the line between truth and falsehood becomes indistinguishable. Concurrently, information and purpose regarding this illusion flood the minds of all deities and human representatives. This is the resolution proffered by Ling Zhuji. Resources in the real world are finite, an unavoidable truth for both gods and humans. Any attempt at expansion inevitably confronts the dilemma of resource scarcity, with the already limited resources monopolized by a select few deities and powerful beings. Over time, this will undoubtedly lead to catastrophic chaos. However, while the resources of reality are constrained, those of the virtual realm are limitless. The virtual space established by the god of games, along with god King Ling Zhuji, goddess Gaia, and Nyx, serves as a representation of this. This virtual world perfectly replicates the reality. Currently, it is exclusive to them, as they are in the internal testing phase of rule establishment. In the near future, this virtual realm will be open to all humanity, spirit beings, and all sentient life. Humanity occupies an absolute mainstream position within this world, serving as the protagonists of the celestial realm. Yet they are not the sole sentient beings or civilizations within this virtual domain. The faith of humanity shall manifest as numbers. Each individual will possess their own unique game interface. In this virtual realm, the core assets of humanity will transform into personal beliefs, professions, and skills. Every person will have the opportunity to assume diverse identities within the game world, and each will enjoy the utmost freedom. Consequently, humanity will come to represent the individual. The notion of a city lord embodying all under their domain will become untenable. However, while this restricts the city lord, it simultaneously grants permissions to all, bestowing the authority of divinity upon them. This divinity is virtual, yet it wields an effect in the virtual realm akin to that of genuine divinity in reality. This implies that within the virtual world, anyone can ascend to godhood. Once divinity is attained in this realm, even in the event of physical demise, the soul will achieve immortality alongside the divine status in the virtual domain. In this virtual world, while divine status indeed ensures eternal life, it is not immutable. Rather, it is subject to usurpation. Any divine position can be seized. Theoretically, even the throne of the divine king may be claimed within this virtual expanse. This presents a genuine opportunity for all to potentially ascend to divinity. In the face of such a seemingly blasphemous affront, the lofty gods have not displayed any signs of offense. Throughout their interactions with humanity, they have cultivated wisdom rather than recklessness. Such wisdom can only flourish within a civilized context, endowing them with greater rationality and sensitivity. The gods' calmness stems from the fact that the virtual world poses no threat to them. Rather, it offers boundless advantages. Previously, they amassed faith to augment their power, while humanity imposed various conditions. Now, they need only to open their divine marks to the virtual realm, allowing them to attain divinity and garner faith therein, while simultaneously permitting humanity to contest their divine positions and acquire faith on their behalf. The virtual divine status will not affect their own divine positions, yet the faith garnered can yield tangible dividends. Currently, there exists but a single virtual world. In the future, many more will emerge. They are no longer concerned about humanity's encroachment, but rather apprehensive that the numbers of humanity may be insufficient, impacting future faith acquisition. Chapter 42, The New Divine Laws and the Dawn of the Virtual Era. The emergence of the god of games virtual world has perfectly resolved the discord between the divine and humanity. Humanity has gained the chance to ascend to divinity and the possibility of immortality. Yet, they are not naive. Once the virtual world becomes widespread, the notion of commanding humanity will be but a dream. They remain superior to the average individual, yet ordinary people now stand on the same starting line as them. Particularly within the realm of virtual gaming, individuals can assume various identities and select their place of origin, complicating the endeavor of compelling local inhabitants to serve them. Once an ordinary person seizes an opportunity within this virtual domain, their status may instantaneously eclipse that of the lords. For deities, it appears that by merely bestowing a virtual divinity, they can harness an unceasing stream of faith within the game. However, as the virtual realms proliferate, they will inevitably confront a startling revelation. The positions of real and virtual divinity may reverse. Everything acquired from the game ultimately returns to the virtual sphere. The spirit of the Lingzhu operates through the virtual world to reclaim divine positions in reality. Only in this manner can his virtual realm wield powers akin to the celestial order. At that juncture, the authority of the gaming deity will rival that of the saints. The emergence of the gaming deity's virtual world has afforded Gaia and Nyx an opportunity to witness the astonishing wisdom of the divine monarch Lingzhu once more. This undoubtedly represents a power comparable to that of a saint, yet it poses no threat to their status as such. After all, no one desires to be beholden to another. This is true for the saints of the primordial world, as well as those in this realm. Hence, Gaia and Nyx are pleased to see the divine monarch Lingzhu wielding such saintly powers. The advent of the gaming deity and the virtual world has resolved the fundamental conflict between the divine and human races. Faced with this proposal, the human lords found themselves unable to reach a consensus and could only acquiesce. Subsequently, the formulation of divine laws commenced. The establishment of divine laws occurs once every 10,000 years. Previously, it was the gods who determined these laws. But now it is a joint effort between representatives of both the divine and human races. Within the virtual world, the gaming deity directly accelerated the flow of time by a factor of 10. This implies that while 10 years pass in the virtual world, only a single year elapses in the external realm. The time frame for crafting divine laws remains a century in reality, which affords them millennia within the virtual realm to deliberate upon the new laws. With the core conflict resolved, both parties actively participated in the lawmaking process, with the divine king and queen serving as impartial arbiters. The creation of new divine laws unfolded amidst rational discourse interspersed with disagreements. Since the new laws will also apply to the virtual realm, any criminal activities conducted within it will be subject to appropriate repercussions. A century has passed in the virtual world, and many human lords have found it untenable to endure such an extended duration and have opted to withdraw. Nonetheless, there remain human lords who are enamored with this rare tenfold expansion of time. This disparity in the capabilities among the human lords is evident. A millennium has passed in the virtual world while a century has elapsed in reality, culminating in the finalization of the new divine laws. Under the collective influence of the gods, the virtual realm rapidly swept across the three realms, enveloping the entirety of existence within its boundaries. Every sentient being bore the mark of a player in this virtual world, granting them access to engage in its games. Within the confines of this realm, death is not the ultimate end. One may pay a certain price for rebirth. In the real world, with the return of the human lord, news of the virtual world has spread throughout humanity. In pursuit of a prosperous beginning within this digital domain, human lords, aristocrats, noble families, and powerful factions have made divergent choices. Some have opted to cultivate the populace, wary of individuals who might conceal their identities and venture into other regions for development. They understand that humanity itself is a resource, as faith embodies everything. The ignition of divine flames and the forging of divine attributes hinge upon this belief. Others, however, choose to keep their exclusive technologies shrouded in secrecy, hoping to seize an advantage by entering the virtual world with their unique innovations. The advent of the virtual realm has stirred an entire era, eliciting both longing and lamentation. Over the span of a century, it is inevitable that multiple generations will yearn for and despairingly age into oblivion. This is why some human lords opt to linger within the virtual world. Even upon returning to reality, most of them cannot surpass a century of life. The mortality of mortals serves as their greatest affliction. It is preferable to relish tenfold time within the virtual realm. As the virtual world unfolds, countless individuals, long anticipating this moment, eagerly choose to enter. However, they soon discover that the virtual realm deviates from their expectations. Indeed, the real world has been entirely replicated within the virtual domain. Yet the virtual world encompasses far more than mere imitation. This is an inevitability. The discord between gods and mortals in the real world arises from a scarcity of resources. Should the virtual realm merely replicate reality, the conflicts would only escalate. The greatest advantage of the virtual world lies in its nearly infinite resources, presenting an opportunity for all. This is a truth that even the spirit pearls comprehend, including the deities who have entered the virtual world. Numerous individuals have discovered treasures, once thought to exist solely in legend, scattered throughout the virtual landscape. In this realm, resources unattainable in reality abound, alongside towns reminiscent of those inhabited by real humans and a myriad of monstrous creatures. Many players, born in the novice village, experience an overwhelming sense of adjustment as they transition from the lower echelons of society to a position of prominence within the novice village. They can access a plethora of crucial information, guidance, and professions. Theoretically, by honing their skills to legendary levels, they can consolidate faith and achieve demigod status. When compared to reality, the virtual world appears to be a veritable paradise. Unfortunately, the virtual realm permits only 8 hours of login each day, which coincides perfectly with nighttime rest, restricting access during other hours and forcing them to endure 16 hours in the real world. However, the virtual world operates at triple speed, signifying that 8 hours in reality equates to 24 hours within the virtual expanse. In theory, this grants them an additional threefold of time. They can engage in uninterrupted gaming within the virtual domain. Yet, the virtual experience also incorporates fatigue settings. Prolonged sleeplessness can adversely affect health. Thus, they too must prioritize rest and sleep within the virtual environment. Regarding these regulations, the players of the current world are experiencing this phenomenon for the first time, filled with curiosity and amazement, devoid of any dissatisfaction. For their ordinary lives in reality, the virtual world is nothing short of a divine boon. Soon, the higher echelons of humanity feared that the populace would become enraptured by the virtual world, neglecting the real one. Initially, this concern seemed justified. However, it swiftly became evident that the citizens showcased the professions and skills acquired from the virtual realm, leading to a rapid advancement of human society as a whole. The authority of city lords merely declined as a consequence. Chapter 43, The Era of Gods. The ascendance of deities. Any civilization reliant on tangible resources for development inevitably confronts issues such as resource concentration, wealth disparity, and class monopolization. Ultimately, it resembles an ever-expanding balloon, spiraling towards destruction under the relentless grip of greed. Yet, tangible resources are finite and easily monopolized. In contrast, the virtual resources within the virtual world are nearly boundless. It is difficult to envision any civilization that could exhaust even virtual resources. At most, monopolization and restrictions exist for profit-making. Now, how vast is the virtual world? Aptly named the Era of Gods by the deity Sovereign Ling, it spans an area 1,000 times that of the real world. Such an immense virtual realm truly heralds an era belonging to the divine. Only those who ascend to divinity are qualified to explore the entirety of the virtual world. If one is content to remain an ordinary individual, even as a player, the scope of one's existence will be exceedingly limited. This seemingly infinite resource allows ordinary individuals to enter the virtual world and immediately attain enhancements in identity, profession, skills, and assets. In reality, one may be at the bottom tier, yet within the virtual realm, simply by engaging normally in gameplay, one can easily rise to the status of a lord without any hindrance. However, this does not imply that the resources of the virtual realm are boundless. The expanse of the Age of Gods is 1,000-fold greater than that of reality, yet it remains constrained by limits. The Age of Gods is destined to endure for a millennium, which coincides with the forthcoming establishment of a new divine decree. For the current divine and human races, the resources of the virtual world may seem nearly infinite. However, a millennium hence, they may no longer be so. This is due to their interdependent nature. Humanity derives professional and skill advancements from the virtual realm, which in turn catalyzes the progression of reality. The evolution of reality can enhance the exploratory potential of the virtual world, thereby establishing a mutually reinforcing positive cycle. Even the virtual world itself is undergoing development. Presently, while the virtual realm is undeniably vast and authentic, it lacks sufficient spiritual essence. When players inevitably confront the moment of death en masse, a fragment of their true essence will be preserved within the virtual domain, allowing them to experience another lifetime therein. Yet, this comes at a cost. Upon exhausting their lifespan within the virtual realm, a player's true essence will enter the reincarnation system of that world, and after being shattered, will transform into something new. These newly birthed entities possess a modicum of spirituality, endowing them with advanced intelligence. More importantly, they can offer their faith. Although their contributions may pale in comparison to those of players, the accumulation of small changes can lead to significant transformations. Presently insignificant, in a millennium, the erstwhile virtual Age of Gods may no longer be merely virtual. This could potentially give rise to a spiritual realm, wherein its inhabitants could also become players in a new virtual world. through such a snowballing evolution, alongside the guidance of cataclysms erupting within the virtual realm. The tumultuous events occurring therein will not impede the advancement of reality. Should a virtual world become untenable, a new one can simply be initiated, perpetuating this cyclical process, allowing for endless development. Thus, the catastrophic divine wars of the real world, which could lead to its annihilation, will be averted. The more prosperous the world becomes, the stronger the divine entities, Queen Gaia and Nyx, shall grow, as they too possess core equity in the virtual realm. Their share in the development of the virtual world is something they relish. Through the god of games, the spiritual essence wields control over the heavenly path. As the virtual world flourishes, it signifies a strengthening of that path. A more potent heavenly order exerts a greater suppression on the chaotic deity, chaos. It can be said that while chaos's creation of worlds is commendable, the need for awakening to govern them is unnecessary, for the world is but small. The division among Lingzuzi, Gaia, and Nyx suffices. Within the virtual realm, we find ourselves in an epic truly belonging to the divine. While billions of humanity toil to enhance their existence, deities in this digital domain remain unequivocally divine. Unlike the constraints imposed by divine laws in reality, these laws persist in the virtual sphere, albeit with far less rigidity. Here, many deities begin to unveil their true natures. For instance, Uranus, the god of space, manifests his divine power to attain the title of divine king within the virtual world, an achievement utterly unattainable in reality. His progenitor, Lingzuzi, offers no dissent, even endorsing the position of divine king. This act sends ripples of stimulation among the pantheon, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly within the territories of Lingzuzi, Gaia, and Nyx. However, beyond the dominion of these three, a scale 1,000-fold greater than reality permits the coexistence of numerous divine kings. Consequently, new divine kings swiftly emerge: Kronos, the king of time; Zeus, the king of thunder; Tartaros, the king of hell; and Erebus, the king of darkness. The suppressed desires in the real world find unrestrained liberation in the virtual realm, provided one possesses sufficient divine power. They can seek a suitable domain within the virtual expanse to indulge in the experience of claiming the title of divine king. Even when achieving this title within the virtual world, the essence of the experience remains unchanged due to the sanctified authority of Lingzuzi, Gaia, and Nyx. The advantages for deities mastering the rules and transcending realms are substantial. Absent the restraint of Lingzuzi, they would possess the same capacity to attain the title of divine king in reality. Nonetheless, such an accomplishment is a privilege reserved for the highest echelon of deities. Ordinary deities, even in the virtual realm, must earnestly fortify themselves. Surrounding the various divine kings, many deities voluntarily align themselves, leading to the formation of distinct divine hierarchies in the virtual world. A mere token of appreciation from a divine king is sufficient to elevate an ordinary deity's understanding of power and realms. With the establishment of these divine hierarchies, humans naturally seek allegiance and veneration. The governance capabilities among different divine kings reveal marked disparities. Possessing the might of a divine king does not equate to possessing the aptitude for governance. Moreover, they are measured against the standard of Lingzuzi, the divine king. Some deities flourish in showcasing their leadership skills, while others create chaos, besmirching their own reputations. The existence of the virtual world thus provides an opportunity for the ambitious to validate their worth. Ultimately, it is a question of whether I ascend or become a mere bear. The clarity of the virtual realm is undeniable. Yet, even as they strive to validate themselves within this digital domain, they encounter incessant challenges. They cannot fathom how the divine king, with his sacred orbs, meticulously manages the entirety of the real world. Observing is one thing, engaging is entirely another. The authority of the divine king has not diminished with the emergence of numerous deities in the virtual sphere. Rather, it has evoked a deeper respect from countless divine beings who now grasp the burdens of the divine king more acutely. We are indeed in an epoch of true deities, though it will be a considerable time before a multitude of demigods arises among humanity. Chapter 44. The Gods of Humanity and the Outbreak of Divine Warfare. Undoubtedly, the initial millennium resonates with the significance attributed to the divine era in the virtual world. This entire digital realm is unequivocally dominated by the gods. They not only revel in a sense of exaltation within the virtual cosmos, elevating themselves to heights they ought not to occupy, but they also garner greater devotion in reality. For after the initial fervor subsides, people realize that even in a resource-abundant virtual world, limitations persist. Ordinary individuals, even in this digital expanse, do not undergo a qualitative transformation. They seem ensnared within invisible barriers, exerting all their efforts yet unable to transcend. Many find themselves residing eternally in the novice village, where they attain the status of skilled artisans through their professions and abilities. Subsequently, they marry the village beauty, bear children, and lead a life of quietude and happiness. It is not that they lack the desire to evolve into superior beings. Rather, the various professions, be they combat or livelihood, demand inherent talent. For individuals of the same caliber, the investment and rewards are disproportionately aligned. Some effortlessly ascend to the ranks of combat elites, embarking on perilous paths, while others seamlessly shatter professional barriers, becoming high-level specialists. Within the virtual world, there exists no experience points between professions, only proficiency. Various occupational tiers exist, yet convenient means of advancement are absent. Everything hinges upon personal effort and insight, closely intertwined with reality. If one cannot learn, they simply cannot, and if one learns, they have indeed mastered it. Ordinary occupational levels still hold the possibility for advancement through diligence. However, once one enters the realm of the extraordinary, it truly becomes a matter of innate talent. After grappling with the disillusionment of striving without progress, many fall into another extreme. They lose the courage to venture beyond the novice village, thus spending their lives within the comfort of this haven. Within the novice village, these players are regarded as professional talents and earn the respect of the villagers. Once they arrived in the town, they found themselves relegated back to the lower echelons of society. In reality, they were indeed part of the underclass, toiling like beasts of burden. Yet, within the virtual realm, they harbored a profound aversion to such a designation. Thus, they chose to remain in the novice village, a place that afforded them a semblance of respect, even for those gifted players, including lords and noble families with divine lineage. Their experiences did not significantly differ from those of ordinary individuals. Their only distinction lay in their elevated status. However, the opportunities presented by the era far outweighed individual efforts. They fulfilled the prerequisites to ascend to demigodhood and ultimately to divinity, yet they found themselves born into an inauspicious age. Why, you may ask? The answer is quite simple. Despite their legendary prowess, they were devoid of faith. The virtual world, magnified 1,000-fold, surpassed everyone's imagination. Moreover, the majority of the untalented commoners chose to remain in the novice village, a sanctuary for the ordinary. In contrast, the dazzling world beyond served as a haven for the strong, who looked down upon the comforts of the novice village. They effortlessly transcended the limitations that the novice village imposed upon them and thrived in the outside world, achieving legendary status. Yet, when they believed that demigodhood was within their grasp and divinity was imminent, the faith they had previously disregarded became a heavy shackle, plunging them into despair. During the initial century, they discovered that only players could bestow faith. The dilemma arose: since all were players, why should they place their faith in one another? To believe in a player seemed less appealing than to directly worship a deity. Countless legendary players, nearing the end of their lifespans, received little in the way of faith. Among the exceptional, some chose to submit to the divine, receiving blessings and achieving demigod status. This demigod status represented their ultimate limit. Without the deity's consent, their lives and freedoms remained beyond their control. Yet, the majority of legends wishing to serve the deities found themselves spurned, forced to endure the cycle of reincarnation. However, in the ensuing centuries, the indigenous people capable of providing faith began to increase gradually. Their existence transformed into a coveted resource for players. For legends, it could be said that all worldly accolades were merely superficial, while faith emerged as a transcendent value. In both reality and the virtual world, ordinary individuals finally gained recognition. By simply offering faith, they could receive substantial rewards, allowing both real-world commoners and virtual players to appreciate the value of procreation. Regardless of the realm, they discovered that the offspring born of human and human, player and player, possessed a heightened spiritual essence. Thus, over the course of the ensuing centuries, a resounding wave of procreation emerged, manifesting equally in both the tangible and virtual realms. As the human population surged and the spiritual denizens of the virtual world multiplied, both deities and legendary humans consciously drew players and spiritual natives closer. The non-spiritual natives gradually became the despised underclass, for they were unable to offer faith. When the numbers reached a certain threshold, the legends among humanity finally attained the critical juncture of belief. Consequently, the count of those among humanity who transcended to become demigods began to rise. By the conclusion of the first millennium, a considerable number of demigods, alongside a scant few deities, had emerged from humanity. Thus commenced a new era of gods in a different sense. It can be foreseen that, with the proliferation of human demigods and deities, the virtual realm would inevitably belong to human divinities. The age of the primordial gods would recede into the past, and indeed, this was the case. By the 5th millennium, the number of human deities had achieved overwhelming dominance. Countless demigods and legends were scattered throughout the virtual landscape. The once boundless expanse of the virtual world, a million times vast, now felt congested in the face of this divine era. Inevitably, tensions arose between human gods and primordial deities. In the real world, such circumstances were not confined to the virtual realm, but also manifested in reality. The tangible world reaped immense feedback from the virtual domain. After 5 millennia of development, human civilization in the real world flourished to an unimaginable degree. True legends were as common as dogs, with demigods walking freely and deities not in short supply. Indeed, the path to divinity in the virtual realm was also attainable in reality, albeit with challenges far greater than those in the virtual sphere. Yet, despite the difficulties, after 5 millennia of advancement, the likelihood of nurturing batches of talent accumulated. After all, with the breakthroughs in strength, human lifespan also experienced a significant extension. Legends boasted lifespans of thousands of years, demigods could live for tens of thousands, and deities approached near eternity. With absolute strength as their foundation, the first true divine war erupted in the virtual realm. Human deities challenged the primordial gods. Chapter 45. The defeat of the primordial gods. Unlike the primordial deities, who were primarily governed by rules with faith as a secondary concern, they were born as gods. Even upon entering the virtual world, they wielded divine position marks. Even if defeated, killed, or their positions seized in the virtual realm, the divine positions held by others would still yield a share of faith for them. The situation was markedly different for humanity. In the realm of humanity, faith reigned supreme, with rules serving as a mere adjunct. Moreover, as deities ignited their divine essence within the virtual realm, their divine identities became intricately intertwined with this digital world. The concept of attaining divinity in the virtual sphere starkly contrasts with that in the corporeal realm. Under such a paradigm, the gods of humanity have consistently found themselves at a disadvantage when contending with the primordial deities. After all, even in death, the original gods remain largely unaffected in essence. Conversely, the demise of a human deity equates to the instantaneous obliteration of their accumulated essence. Their divinity, status, immortality, and power would all be irrevocably lost. Yet, the gods of humanity persist in challenging the primordial entities, not out of their own volition but at the behest of their devoted followers. To the believers, deities embody the epitome of omnipotence. In their quest to proliferate and propagate their faith, the human gods resorted to extreme promotional strategies during their legendary phase, akin to deceptive advertising. Nevertheless, their followers embraced these notions wholeheartedly, which, in the nascent stages, facilitated the acquisition of faith. However, upon attaining divinity, they remained ensnared by the allure of exaggerated claims, neglecting to recalibrate their narratives to mitigate adverse repercussions. Thus, the discord between the human gods and the primordial deities stems from this very predicament. There exists little inherent conflict among the deities themselves, especially for the gods of humanity who have ascended to the pinnacle of power, relishing their divine capabilities and immortality. The unfortunate consequence is that they are compelled to vie against the primordial gods, where the investment does not yield commensurate rewards. Although there is no discord among the deities, tensions abound between their followers. As the era of the gods has evolved, the virtual realm has reached its current state, with prime territories having been preoccupied by the original deities, leaving the gods of humanity with lesser domains. In the past, the world was vast and unoccupied. However, as time has progressed, the territories of the human gods inevitably intersect with those of the primordial gods. For the followers, due to the exaggerated nature of their proclamations, there exists a lack of accurate discernment regarding the relative strengths of the deities. The gods cannot possibly inscribe within their sacred texts any admission of inferiority. Consequently, the inevitable struggle for resources among the followers has escalated to confrontations between the deities. After all, every god commands a multitude of demigods and legends beneath them. Mere conflicts among the ranks cannot determine the outcome. Only direct confrontations between the gods can decisively alter the balance of power. However, an individual human deity stands no chance against a primordial god. In reality, the original deities are constrained by rules, imposing a cap on their strength. In the virtual realm, The primordial deities have similarly experienced rampant and unrestrained development, enabling them to transcend the confines of established rules, thereby acquiring more potent divine attributes and power, potentially even ascending to the status of a divine monarch. Consequently, human deities, spurred by their followers, have forged alliances with other human deities in similar predicaments to enhance their chances of success, culminating in the formation of the Alliance of Human Deities. The primordial deities have taken a parallel approach, leveraging their formidable strength. However, the advancements made by humanity are undeniable. Thus, they too have united, establishing the Alliance of Primordial Deities. In contrast to the human deities, the primordial deities exhibit a greater composure. The essence of human deities lies in faith, and should they exhibit prolonged weakness in the face of their primordial counterparts, the foundational support of their faith may crumble. A decline in faith could lead to abandonment of belief, with followers turning to other deities. Such a scenario would be a tremendous blow for the human deities, as their existence is sustained by the very faith that nourishes them. Should they lack sufficient faith to transform into divine power, their divine realms would diminish and potentially fall into ruin. Continued loss of faith could force them into a deep slumber or cast them down to the mortal realm, rendering them as demigods with divine attributes. In such a circumstance, countless demigods would undoubtedly covet their divine essence, leading to relentless pursuits against them. The repercussions of such events are unimaginable. Becoming a deity does not guarantee peace of mind. Rather, it signifies merely the commencement of the age of deities within the virtual realm. The fundamental challenge lies in solidifying and augmenting their divine positions. Thus, despite the reluctance of human deities to instigate divine warfare against primordial deities, the impetus of faith compels them to this inevitable confrontation. Under various pressures, the divine war ultimately erupted. From the outset of this divine conflict, the divine monarch Ling Zhuzi had prepared meticulously. The divine system established during the era of deities in the virtual realm is characterized by the existence of divine realms, a phenomenon absent in reality. While divine realms can theoretically emerge in reality, such actions contravene divine laws and are hence prohibited. The distinction between deities possessing divine realms and those devoid of them is stark. Consequently, what is disallowed in the real world is a standard requisite in the virtual realm. Each deity's initial endeavor is to construct their own divine realm, which resides above the celestial plane. Through this establishment, the essence of the deity is compelled to remain in the celestial domain, thereby constraining their descent into the mortal realm and allowing a degree of freedom for development therein. Hence, it is natural that the divine war ignited in the celestial sphere. With the outbreak of the divine conflict, wars among the followers also erupted, and the outcomes of these struggles could significantly influence the results of the divine war. Conversely, the same applies. In the realm of deities, the primordial gods hold a distinct advantage. However, upon the battleground of the faithful, it is the gods of humanity who prevail, in contrast to the primordial deities, whose adherents appear disorganized and fragmented. The human gods tirelessly cultivate their followers with unwavering dedication. Once the superiority of the human gods' devotees is revealed, it rapidly expands, showcasing humanity's innate talent for warfare in all its glory. Previously, due to development constraints, large-scale wars among humans were rare, leading to a significant underestimation of their martial potential. Deities associated with combat and war have exhibited an increasingly potent nature. Their divine roles, previously suppressed, are now liberated in the wake of divine conflict. Surprisingly, the anticipated advantage of the primordial gods in this divine war ultimately tilted in favor of the gods of humanity. The human gods grew ever more courageous, as signs of shattered divine realms and fallen deities illuminated the skies. Ultimately, apart from a few primordial deities who abandoned their realms and followers to flee, the remainder were vanquished by the gods of humanity. Even those human gods, driven by bloodlust, clashed once more in pursuit of divine realms and powers, resulting in yet another wave of divine casualties. This battle marked a momentous rise to fame for the gods of humanity. Chapter 46. The Divine King Faction. Suppressing humans and gods for a long time, the primordial gods have found it perplexing why the divine King Ling Zhuzi, along with the divine Queen Gaia and Nyx, place such extraordinary emphasis on humanity. From their perspective, apart from a select few, the majority of humans seem scarcely better than refuse, showcasing the darker facets of human nature with alarming clarity, while the goodness therein is exceedingly rare. It can be said that beyond the substantial faith they provide, the primordial gods fundamentally look down upon humanity as a whole. Yet, they acknowledge the remarkable individuals among them, which explains the multitude of divine bloodlines present in humanity. encompassing both male and female deities. In the first millennium, humans were primarily viewed by the primordial gods as mere instruments for the provision of faith. However, to their astonishment, within the span of the second millennium, humanity unveiled an unexpected brilliance. The symbiotic relationship between the virtual and the real worlds has not only fostered an extraordinarily magnificent civilization of extraordinary professions in the virtual realm, but has also manifested similarly in reality. In the real world, the number of extraordinary professions among humans has surged exponentially over millennia, leading to a pinnacle of human civilization that is truly resplendent. Even the divine beings linger in the splendor of the mortal realm, reluctant to return to their sacred abodes. However, at this juncture, humanity's prosperity can be perceived as an ephemeral fade. The recent divine conflict has awakened countless primordial deities. Initially, these ancient gods demonstrated commendable prowess, yet they soon succumbed to overwhelming defeat. The crux of this downfall does not lie in the comparative strength between the divine entities. In fact, the primordial deities possess superior theoretical metrics relative to the gods of humanity. Their defeat stemmed from the internecine struggles among their followers and the seamless collaboration of human deities. The primordial gods lack the unity exhibited by their human counterparts. Although the human deities erupted into civil strife post-victory, vying for dominion over divine realms and ascensions, this did not impede their solidarity against the primordial gods. The ancient deities were unprepared for the realization that their followers would become their Achilles heel. Both the primordial and human deities gleaned insights into their respective strengths and weaknesses during this divine war. While humanity emerged victorious, the inequitable distribution of divine territories and powers ignited internal conflict, significantly undermining the cohesion among human gods, causing lesser deities to dread the conflict, fearing they would become mere fodder without receiving their rightful spoils. In rapid response, the primordial gods fortified their followers' influence while seeking to recruit weaker human deities. Previously indifferent, they now recognize the necessity to exploit this moment to fracture the ranks of human gods. Meanwhile, the more powerful human deities seized the opportunity to consolidate their own divine factions. This divine conflict illuminated the advantages of a coalition among deities, revealing that mutual cooperation could unleash powers beyond individual limits. It is essential to note that while the human gods triumphed, they faced only a fragmented alliance of primordial deities. The primordial faction comprises numerous divine royal sects, and the human gods harbor no aspirations towards them due to the vast disparity in strength. This conflict obliterated any chance for neutrality among the deities, compelling them to either passively or actively choose sides. Consequently, the number of factions among both human and primordial gods surged explosively. Soon, humanity witnessed the emergence of its first divine monarch, followed swiftly by a second and a third. Although the primordial deities managed to attract some human gods, overall, the latter remained more inclined to align with their own kind. The number of human deities continues to grow steadily. Its growth far surpasses that of the native deities factions. Consequently, the native deities were compelled to make two choices. One option was to cultivate their own divine beings, which yielded little enhancement, as humanity's understanding of professions, power, rules, and beliefs was indeed at a staggering advantage over other races. Although humans as a whole were frail, they were not devoid of extraordinary talents that dazzled even the native deities. Thus, the native deities had no choice but to pursue the second option, to initiate a divine war, led by the sovereign of the native deities. They launched a comprehensive assault on the human divine factions. With the participation of a deity king, the inadequately grounded human divine factions crumbled instantaneously, including the newly emerged human deity king faction, which was swiftly annihilated. The human deity king fell before the native deity king with ease. In that moment, the human deities plunged into their darkest hour, with countless divine beings perishing and millennia of human accumulation obliterated in an instant. Although the native deities also incurred certain costs, their gains far outweighed their losses. Divine realms, divine ranks, and the faith of followers could all be divided among them. Fortunately, the native deities did not go too far. They were willing to spare any human deity willing to pledge against forming alliances in the future, opting not to pursue total annihilation. Thus, the rise of human deities came to an abrupt end. The premature display of their brilliance led to their early suppression by the native deities. It is essential to note that the pride of the native deity king far exceeded that of the average native deity. Before the divine war, the native deity king regarded human deities with disdain. The potential for significant outcomes was swiftly extinguished. No deity is a fool, allowing human deities to continue their development. particularly with the incessant emergence of human deity kings, would inevitably lead to the eradication of the native deities. It was wiser to quell the threat while the human deities had yet to fully mature. The catastrophic defeat of the human deities in the virtual realm inevitably resonated in reality. In an instant, human morale plummeted to unprecedented lows. Concurrently, humanity's faith in the native deities manifested in two extremes, either in intensified fervor or extreme resistance. Consequently, the human populace swiftly divided into two factions, the faith of the native deities and that of the human deities. Such extremities naturally posed potential issues. However, these problems ultimately failed to materialize. The reason was simple. The divine king's spiritual orb invoked a tangible force, restraining the depth of this situation's development. Humanity could harness extreme faith to ignite divine flames, thereby increasing the probability of becoming deities. However, upon attaining divinity, should one choose to indulge in extreme emotions rather than temper them, one risks becoming a legitimate target for hunting. No deity would dismiss the abundance of divine essence. Even fragments of divinity can easily culminate in the ascendance of demigods. The legal extermination of deities could render them utterly bereft of a resting place. The same holds true for the primordial gods. Faith can forge deities, yet after becoming divine, being ensnared by faith becomes a source of chaos. One must remember that for deities, they possess a semblance of eternal life. Currently, this exists merely as a virtual realm. However, in the future, a new virtual world shall manifest every 10,000 years, presenting myriad opportunities for those gazing forward, rather than jeopardizing the promising circumstances of the present. Such a course would be utterly counterproductive. Conflicts between deities are inevitable. However, escalating to a war of divine factions is unnecessary. It is even more unwarranted if turmoil in the real world is incited by the virtual realm. This time, the primordial gods and the gods of humanity have finally heeded the call for mediation, distinctly outlining and constraining the scope and boundaries of their beliefs, thereby minimizing potential conflicts. Chapter 47. The New Divine Law, live broadcast for all. Ultimately, the strife between the divine clans and humanity did not escalate. After a period of cold treatment spanning centuries, life returned to a semblance of normality. Yet, it would be disingenuous to claim that no rift existed between the primordial gods and the gods of humanity. The formidable strength of the royal faction among the primordial gods overshadowed the nascent emergence of a few royal figures among humanity's gods, who lacked the time to cultivate their foundations and were swiftly vanquished by their primordial counterparts. Once the primordial gods decided to act earnestly, the space for the evolution of humanity's gods was virtually extinguished. Fortunately, the primordial gods maintained a modicum of restraint. As long as humanity's gods refrained from uniting and the risk of another human royal emerging remained at bay, they showed little interest in the individual development of human deities. This rift was deliberately crafted by the royal spirit pearl, for it understood better than anyone that in this world, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual hierarchies. Even as the virtual world continually postpones and resolves conflicts, should the primordial gods and human deities suddenly unite, the day of reckoning for the lower classes would be indefinitely postponed. Such a monopoly over class would be absolutely intolerable to the royal spirit pearl. The passage for ascending the hierarchy must inevitably be opened, for this is not merely a question of ideology, but also one of development. Should signs of such a phenomenon arise, he himself would actively instigate divine wars, quashing potential class monopolies at their nascent stage. As the new millennium dawns, the development of the entire world has reached a dreamlike pinnacle. In the face of the productivity offered by countless deities and extraordinary professionals, the world transcends the notion of mere diversity. Wonders abound in every corner, as various industries have evolved to an exceptionally profound level. The brilliance of divine and magical energies forms the foundational hue of the current world's progression. This critical juncture of a millennium naturally attracts unprecedented attention. If the previous millennium was predominantly characterized by representation, this gathering of the gods returns to the pantheon once more. Countless primordial deities and human gods strive to showcase their presence, suspended in various positions within the pantheon. The extraordinary solemnity of this assembly is due to its unprecedented live broadcast format. The imprint of every citizen in this realm now serves not only as a testament to their existence in the virtual world, but also possesses the full functionality of a personal terminal. All conceivable and inconceivable features can be found within this player imprint, which varies in capabilities according to different regions and beliefs. This is inevitable, as individuals offer their faith to the deities, who reciprocate with benefits in a certain proportion. This understanding has become a consensus between humanity and divinity. Those who believe in different gods can find corresponding services reflected in their player imprints. These services are tailored to the specific divine roles of the deities. Naturally, general services are also available, such as communication, video, internet, and photography services associated with the player imprint. These general services belong to the god of games, and utilizing them requires the offering of faith. However, activating and continuously using them demands only a minimal amount of faith. Faith has become the most valuable hard currency in the current world, capable of purchasing virtually every service, including those offered by the gods, provided one possesses sufficient faith. Thus, based on the player imprint, we witness this grand live broadcast. In fact, similar operations are not uncommon. Many significant festivals and rituals of various deities are broadcasted live. Numerous reality-based film and television programs also abound. Occasionally, deities extend their blessings to their followers through video and live broadcasts. Yet, this continent-wide unified broadcast is a first. Naturally, the deities must present their image in such a setting, having come to fully comprehend the importance of media. A stellar presentation is paramount. More beneficial than a century of missionary work, the establishment of divine laws this time necessitates the participation of all deities. Within certain regulations, the populace across the continent may cast their votes based on their player insignias to influence the direction of these divine laws. Initially, the citizens were quite enthusiastic. Yet upon learning that such a live broadcast would endure for 100 years, they began to comprehend the temporal disparity between the divine and the ordinary. Even in the present, a millennium later, the overwhelming majority of individuals remain unable to transcend the ordinary. For them, the most effective means of extending life is still through striving within the virtual realm. Thus, should they perish in the real world, they can continue to exist in the virtual one. If fortune favors them and they achieve legendary status, they may secure a lifespan of thousands of years. Becoming a demigod is the ultimate aspiration for countless souls. As for the deities, though they appear numerous, their existence pales in comparison to the vast population of humanity. Countless among millions is an understatement. When they finally beheld the dawn of a new virtual world, they were met with the revelation that the formulation of new divine laws would require a century in reality. Most of them would not live to see a century pass. Even those who might endure until then would find themselves in the twilight of their years. It is important to note that ordinary individuals who do not attain the extraordinary cannot surpass a lifespan of 150 years. Presently, the average human lifespan is 120 years. Countless souls have reminisced over the grand era that marked the beginning of the virtual world over the course of 10 millennia. The advantages at that time were undeniably crucial, as multitudes of mortals seized opportunities within the virtual realm, ultimately attaining divinity. As the virtual world neared completion, the chances for newcomers diminished to the point of insignificance. The later it became, the higher the probability of becoming extraordinary in the virtual world, yet the likelihood of becoming a deity dwindled. Their relative ease in attaining extraordinary status is merely because many job positions can only be filled by the extraordinary. Even after achieving such status, they remain mere laborers at the bottom tier, and this is only within the virtual realm. In the real world, they cannot attain the same extraordinary status. A century in the real world, a millennium in the virtual world, alongside the evolution of the era, the formulation of divine laws grows increasingly intricate, with an ever-expanding array of regulations. Nevertheless, this signifies the refinement of civilization. Ling Zhuzi exhibited no impatience whatsoever, and neither did the gathered deities. They showcased their wisdom and talents with abandon. The broadcast reached an audience that surpassed trillions, simultaneously streaming in both the real and virtual worlds. A single glimmer is sufficient to evoke the sensation of winning a grand prize, ushering in a tide of fervent belief. A century has passed in reality, and the process of establishing divine laws has finally come to a conclusion. In the face of the divine edicts collectively crafted by deities and the populace, no question or doubt arises from either the gods or the people. These divine laws are utterly just and objective, a fact that has been validated countless times in the past. Thus, we arrive at the moment eagerly anticipated by all deities and citizens alike, the unveiling of the new virtual world. Chapter 48, The Endless Galaxy. The Age of Stars. If the first virtual realm was aptly named the Age of Gods by the divine monarch Ling Zhuzi, then the second virtual world bears the title of the Age of Stars. As the name suggests, the thematic backdrop of this second virtual world is set against the vast expanse of the cosmos. However, this unprecedented world model is a novel experience for both the deities and the populace. The reason is straightforward. whether in the tangible realm or the first virtual world. Both fundamentally adhere to a geocentric perspective. They may not strictly conform to the notion of a flat Earth, yet their essence remains akin. The Earth is not a spherical body, but rather an immense expanse featuring diverse geographical environments. The sun, moon, and stars revolve around the Earth, which constitutes the common understanding of the world. The celestial bodies in the sky are not genuine stars, but projections of power. Countless deities, demigods, and legends can claim constellations and stars in the heavens that symbolize them. These stars may manifest as tangible temples or as intangible energy projections. Yet, no one considers the celestial stars to be numerous true stars. For in the current worldview, there exists but a single star, the embodiment of the divine monarch Lingzuzi. It is Lingzuzi who has brought light and the sun to the world, and this orb, representing brightness and fortune, is cherished by countless deities and citizens, thus giving rise to an extraordinarily splendid culture surrounding Lingzhou. However, the second virtual world reveals an entirely new perspective, one previously unimagined. A boundless expanse of starry sky far surpasses the dimensions of the first virtual realm. Within this infinite cosmos, each star represents a sun. In this world, the Earth is not flat but spherical. The celestial bodies orbit around the sun rather than vice versa. Moreover, the number and size of planets surrounding different suns vary significantly, and the distances between solar systems are so vast that even the gods would find crossing them exceedingly arduous. Countless solar systems weave together to create a resplendent galaxy. In the face of such a starry expanse, the concerns of overcrowding that once loomed large have now become mere jest. The divine King Lingzizi has explicitly revealed the number of stars in the second virtual world, which amounts to an astounding 400 billion. It can be asserted that the sheer quantity of stars rivals that of living beings in reality. To surpass this number, one must also consider the inhabitants of the first virtual realm. Each stellar system is guaranteed to possess a habitable planet teeming with life, alongside a certain number of primitive intelligent tribes. Players can autonomously select their life planets for arrival. Once a choice is made, it is irrevocable, even in death. One shall be reborn on the chosen life planet. Naturally, players may also opt for a random arrival or a team landing. The Epoch of Stars boasts numerous unique settings that require players to explore independently. Furthermore, the divine King Lingzizi graciously provides hints regarding the selection of deities. Those life planets chosen by the divine will offer indications. The Age of Gods in the first virtual world instilled countless individuals with aspirations to ascend to divinity. However, as time progressed, the path to godhood became increasingly arduous. The deities monopolized faith, unless granted permission by a divine entity. It became exceedingly difficult for newcomers to amass sufficient belief. Even the deities themselves, having painstakingly attained their status, encountered the ceiling imposed by the divine king. The original gods have prohibited human gods from attaining the rank of divine king. Now, however, any deity can ascend to the rank of divine king on a solitary life planet. The setting of the stellar world allows ordinary individuals to bypass realms designated by the deities, enabling unrestricted breakthroughs beyond divinity. Deities may also select planets devoid of other divine beings, quietly advancing towards their own divinity. Indeed, this is the Age of Stars, where not only do countless billions of stars exist, but it also maximally provides every deity and intelligent being with equal opportunities. Deities may freely transcend to the rank of divine king, while the populace may equally surpass the divine. With the experience from the first virtual world, all understand the significance of the initial advantage. Even though the distances between stellar systems are immensely vast, no one perceives such distances as insurmountable. Should development falter, by the time others ascend to the rank of divine king and obtain the means to traverse the cosmos, the star shall undoubtedly transform into a battleground once more. The strong will hold absolute initiative over the weak. At the outset, this critical window of time is one that no one wishes to miss. Unlike the first virtual world, where sufficient spiritual natives could only be acquired through instinctual reproduction or the reincarnation of deceased players, players now possess alternative methods for mass enlightenment of spiritual natives. Through the consumption of one's own spiritual essence, the indigenous people are endowed with spirituality. Only with such spiritual endowment can they transcend their original intellectual templates, achieving greater autonomy and, most critically, the provision of faith. However, the amount of spirituality that different individuals can impart each day is limited. Yet, this method proves far more efficient than the natural propagation and demise of players, which results in the diffusion of their own spirituality. The world's attention has become wholly fixated on the newly unveiled virtual realm of the Star Era. In contrast to the constraints of resources in reality, the virtual world offers a more accessible avenue for altering their destinies, presenting them with limitless pathways for ascension. The aspirations to become legends, demigods, or deities resonate deeply within countless souls. Such desires propel the populace towards the extraordinary, diligently striving to learn and master skills that can be reflected back into reality, as well as serve as a catalyst for their advancement within the Star Era. It is worth noting that following the astonishing release of the second virtual world, the Celestial King Spirit Pearl established conditions for the third virtual world. It will not be opened until the second virtual world reaches a certain threshold of development. This limitation stems not from issues of productivity, but rather from the simple matter of attention. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. If, after 10 millennia, the second virtual world remains incomprehensible, the initiation of a third virtual world would be an utter waste. The populace understands this, as the second virtual world has indeed been overwhelmingly captivating. Theoretically, a life-bearing planet can give rise to a single celestial king, suggesting that the Star Era could potentially host 40 billion celestial kings, and this is merely a lower estimate. Considering the might of the deities and their extraordinary capabilities, they could easily transform other planets within a star system into life-bearing worlds. The number of celestial kings and deities could become incalculable. The notions of ascension pathways and glass ceilings would vanish entirely. Anyone could ascend to become a deity, a celestial king, or a sun god. The creativity and broad-mindedness of the Celestial King Spirit Pearl have left countless deities and people in awe. Opportunities have been provided to such an extent that failure to seize them would warrant no blame on fate, but rather reflect deficiencies within oneself. However, unnoticed by many, the concepts of all stars, Earth, and night within the star universe have been imprinted with the marks of the Spirit Pearl, Gaia, and Nyx. This implies that while anyone may aspire to become a sun god, earth god, or night god, possessing these three divine roles simultaneously entails that the Spirit Pearl, Gaia, and Nyx will each receive a proportionate share of faith. The gap between the gods and these three entities will never diminish. Instead, it is destined to widen. Chapter 49, Chaotic Evolution, the Age of Demons, heralds the dawn of the Star Era. Undoubtedly, the development of this world cannot be fully realized in merely 10,000 years, or even in 100,000. It appears that progress here is often measured in millennia. In truth, due to the interference of the Spirit Pearl, the entire world's advancement has accelerated dramatically, akin to an infant reaching maturity at an astonishing pace. If we were to consider the primordial world, it seems that the initial calamity of dragons and phoenixes has yet to transpire, yet development has transcended countless epochs, surpassing even the era of Ascension through incense offerings. Given the current quality of advancement, the Spirit Pearl is entirely capable of transcending the foundational limits imposed by the chaotic deity cows, thereby generating more primordial purple energy from the virtual realm. However, the Spirit Pearl has temporarily suppressed the production of this primordial energy, for now is not the opportune moment. Should it act now, it would yield but a single strand of primordial purple energy. As the myriad stars evolve to a certain stage, it could potentially produce 2, or even 3 strands of primordial energy, with 3 being the absolute maximum, beyond which it is impossible to exceed. Observing the commendable progress of the Spirit Pearl in this world, the cyber sage once again began to wander through the chaos and stumbled upon a newly opened world. This discovery invigorated his resolve. Where there is one, there will inevitably be a second, a third world to emerge. The 2 worlds within his sea-calming pearl have also reached a level of development that spans the universe. One is purely scientific, having pushed the boundaries of science to their utmost limits, while the other harmoniously combines supernatural powers with magic and science, achieving an unparalleled might. Both realms have come to understand the truth of their respective universes. One is a virtual world, and the other a tangible reality, albeit confined within the cosmic bubble. Yet, this truth is currently known only to the highest echelons of humanity, who have not recklessly attempted to breach the boundaries. No one knows what consequences might arise from such a transgression, and certainly, this is not the time for such endeavors. Their civilization has yet to reach its pinnacle. As countless millennia passed, the cyber sage sensed a distinct change. The chaotic energy was beginning to thin. This, without doubt, heralds a favorable omen. Such phenomena within the chaos suggest but one possibility: the emergence of chaotic demigods in great numbers, accompanied by the extensive opening of vast and medium worlds. As for the absence of minor worlds, the explanation is simple. Even the currently sparse chaotic energy is far from sufficient to support them. At last, amidst the boundless chaos, the Cyber Sage encountered a second world. However, this world was not one of the vast realms. The demigod responsible for its creation was not a sage, but rather a quasi-saint. Thus, the middle thousand worlds he encountered had already reached its twilight, teetering on the brink of annihilation. It was a rather primitive realm, and the chaos deity who birthed this world chose not to sacrifice itself, but opted instead to preserve its essence, much like the primordial god Chaos. Consequently, the potential of this middle thousand world was inherently limited, having existed for less than 1,000,000 years, now on the verge of being consumed by chaos. The chaotic deity that established this realm wielded the path of water, rendering this rudimentary middle thousand world a complete water planet. The Cyber Sage did not depart. Rather, he bided his time until the world fragmented and the deity perished. He then seized the rules of the path of water and the last remnants of spiritual treasures and roots, acquiring a pathway and a heritage of unparalleled value within the middle thousand world. This was the opportunity bestowed by Chaos. The Cyber Sage absorbed the path of water and, utilizing it as a foundation, created a water realm within the Pearl of the Sea. This newly forged water world, undoubtedly, would stand as a premier middle thousand world, capable of manifesting a primordial purple aura. After the departure of the Cyber Sage, the remnants of the water realm were swiftly engulfed by the chaotic essence, leaving no trace behind. The surrounding chaotic energy thickened slightly, and that was the extent of it. This exemplified the cycle of life and death inherent to chaos. Subsequently, the Cyber Sage found renewed motivation to traverse the chaos. Indeed, at some point, a multitude of deities emerged within the chaos, significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering both deities and worlds. This was not mere illusion, but an undeniable reality, indicating that the primordial era was indeed one of the earliest batches of worlds birthed from chaos. After an indeterminate span of time, leading to the fragmentation of the primordial era, chaos officially entered its developmental phase. From this point forward, the emergence of deities and worlds within chaos would experience an explosive escalation, to the extent that even the vast chaotic essence began to exhibit signs of thinning. This development was fortuitous for the Cyber Sage, as the proliferation of deities signified an increase in pathways. It is well understood that each chaotic deity, upon its inception, possesses its own unique path. Should the Cyber Sage gather 3,000 pathways through the act of collecting remnants, his power could rival that of the heavenly Dao Hongjun, or perhaps even the great sage Pangyu. This was, undoubtedly, a monumental opportunity. With an unprecedented fervor, the Cyber Sage immersed himself in the grand spectacle of deity births and world creations, yet he was not a participant, but rather a collector of remnants. Upon encountering each demon god and world, he discreetly marks them. Regarding the demon gods, he exerts subconscious influence, prompting them to forge new realms. As for the worlds, he refrains from interference, for unless they reach the magnitude of a grand world, the mid-tier worlds, devoid of saintly guardians, struggle to endure for prolonged periods amidst chaos. For the immortal saints, this span of time is merely a trifling wait. It is no wonder he wandered through the chaos for countless years without encountering any demon gods or worlds. It was simply a matter of timing. Now, the moment has arrived. Even amidst the vastness of chaos, the likelihood of encountering demon gods and worlds has significantly increased. Eager to gather the paths of the demon gods, he merely marks the grand worlds without approaching or interfering. Although the potential gains from grand worlds are substantial, their temporal expanse is exceedingly lengthy. In terms of efficiency, they pale in comparison to the mid-tier worlds. After all, these are the paths of transcendence. Missing the crucial moment of the demon god's emergence in a grand world means that even in such realms, the paths are limited. Previously, in the grand world, there were only 7 paths, governed by the chaos god Chaos, the earth goddess Gaia, the night goddess Nyx, the hell god Tartarus, the dark god Erebus, and the love god Eros. The rules they embodied belong to the realm of the great paths. The spirit pearl is his incarnation. The 7th path belongs to the game god and his divine game, representing his own manifestation. This encapsulates the harvest of a grand world. The value of the great paths surpasses all spiritual treasures and roots. Only by mastering these paths can one attain saintliness. Harvesting a grand world yields only a few great paths, and the challenge is immense and time-consuming. In contrast, the convergence of mid-tier worlds is less arduous, quicker, and yields greater rewards. The effort required to reap a grand world could suffice to harvest 100 mid-tier worlds, rendering the input-output ratio completely imbalanced. This is an era belonging to the demon gods and worlds, as well as the age of harvest for the Cyber Saint. In Chapter 50, 3,000 Great Paths, Chaos, Thunder, Tribulation, the Cyber Saint joyfully scavenges amidst the remains, focusing on the corpses of the mid-tier worlds. He gathers the great paths and other valuable legacies from these realms, utilizing the acquired paths to forge a supreme mid-tier world within the Pearl of Stabilization. Soon, the Pearl is depleted. However, this is of little consequence, as he has amassed an abundance of primordial spiritual treasures, fully equipped to forge his own world pearls. While these may not match the Pearl of Stabilization birthed in the primordial chaos, they are sufficiently functional for the creation of worlds. For each great path, he manifests a corresponding incarnation. Each incarnation is centered around the Pearl of Stabilizing the Sea or the Pearl of the World. Under the influence of the primordial purple energy from the supreme middle thousand worlds, the achievement of the saints was realized. This enabled the Cyber Saint to manifest numerous incarnations. Although the potency of these saints pales in comparison to the Cyber Saints transcending the three corpses to attain sainthood, they nonetheless possess the standard strength of chaotic saints. Unlike the relationship between Hongjun and his disciples, these saints derive directly from the Cyber Saint himself, thus eliminating any potential for rebellion. They are both myriad and singular. The Cyber Saint retains dominion, and that is all. An increasing number of saints have been dispersed, enhancing the efficiency of locating demon gods and worlds. Each demon god and world can be collectively identified by all saints. During the process of consolidating the middle thousand worlds, even when encountering competitors, other saints lacking sufficient foundation stand no chance against the incarnations of saints who have undergone the baptism of numerous civilizations. The application of rules by both sides distinctly illustrates the difference between amateurism and professionalism. From a mere few dozen at the outset, to later hundreds, and eventually 3,000, the Cyber Saint finally ceased his efforts in gathering the remnants of the middle thousand worlds. For the 3,000 paths represent the pinnacle that chaos can bear. Should he continue to amass these paths, he would face two scenarios. 1. Under the pressure of chaos, akin to Pangu, he would carve out a supreme great thousand world. The other, he would confront the chaotic thunder tribulation, a calamity potent enough to obliterate even saints. Surmounting it would allow for ascension to a higher dimensional realm. Failing to do so would result in utter annihilation. He has brushed against the highest rules of chaos. Throughout the ages, only 3 beings have mastered the existence of the 3,000 paths within the entirety of chaos: the great sage Pangu and the Saint Hongjun. However, Hongjun governs the 3,000 paths through the fusion of the heavenly Tao. Although this proxy governance is still governance, it grants Hongjun absolute authority over his disciple saints. Had it not been for the emergence of the Cyber Path, which lies outside the 3,000 paths, and the intervention of the Heavenly Lord who exploited the virtual wilderness to incapacitate Hongjun, leading to his dismemberment by other saints and Hutu, Hongjun would never have faced defeat. It can only be said that he underestimated the presence of variables and the intrinsic value of the Cyber Path. After all, for one who has mastered the 3,000 paths, how could Hongjun conceive that a single path could encompass the 3,000 paths, thus simulating a virtual wilderness? Although this endeavor was supported by the incarnation of the Heavenly Lord, the wilderness itself is not devoid of paths of illusion. Paths of dreams and illusions abound. However, these grand paths are utterly insufficient to replicate the primordial chaos and to contend with Hongjun. The veil of knowledge ultimately descended upon Hongjun, leading to his total defeat. At present, the Cyber Sage, by collecting the remnants of the myriad worlds, has amassed an astounding 3,000 great paths and manifested 3,000 incarnations of saints. Such an occurrence is nothing short of absurd. Yet, this is precisely how events have unfolded. More crucially, the other chaos saints remain oblivious to the anomalies. This ignorance is understandable, as the prevailing chaos saints are primarily focused on the establishment of the vast worlds. Once they have created their own realms, those who once roamed freely within the chaos must now govern their domains, rendering them incapable of perceiving the subtle shifts within the chaos. Currently, the only sage capable of freely traversing the chaos is the Cyber Sage. Having relied on the primordial world, he was severed from it due to its disintegration. Moreover, with the aid of the sea stabilizing pearl, he has established a supreme middle thousand realm, which in turn has allowed him to channel the primordial purple energy and attain sainthood. This renders him nearly the sole entity among the sages unbound by the constraints of any world, enabling him to roam freely within the chaos. The other sages, including the 6 who govern the primordial realm and Hutu, lack such capabilities. The likes of Taishang Laojun, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tongtian Jiaozhu, Nuan Yangyang, Zhuani Daoren, Jane Daoren, and Hotian Yangyang are all required to personally oversee their territories. It can be said that while the world has granted them power, it has simultaneously ensnared them. In contrast, the Cyber Sage, unshackled by any worldly constraints, has acquired opportunities far surpassing those of the vast worlds, achieving status as the third entity in the chaos to master the 3,000 great paths despite his relatively mediocre endowments. This illustrates the essence of opportunity. In the face of the era's fortunes, choice far outweighs effort. At this juncture, the Cyber Sage harbors no desire to establish a vast world nor to transcend through tribulations. He has grasped the 3,000 great paths through the method of saintly incarnations, yet the true integration of these paths remains a distant aspiration. Nevertheless, he is unwilling to forego the pursuit of collecting remnants. This endeavor of gathering the remnants of the middle 1,000 worlds is an irresistible temptation, even for a sage. This is not akin to scavenging refuse. It involves acquiring paths of immense value, as well as other primordial treasures and spirit plants. His gains have already surpassed those of the entire primordial realm. Fortunately, the Cyber Sage is accustomed to unorthodox strategies and to taking calculated risks, allowing the middle 1,000 worlds to be eroded by chaos, ultimately leaving nothing behind. This includes the great paths of the creator demon god, which will also be reclaimed by chaos. Such waste would be intolerable. Since he cannot harvest more great paths, it does not imply that he is incapable of securing further benefits. Consequently, his behavioral patterns have shifted, yet he continues to absorb the remnants of the middle 1,000 worlds. Yet, he does not grasp the great principles. Instead, after consolidating the valuable elements from the myriad worlds, he endeavors to establish a premier realm anew, right where he stands. In doing so, he not only reaps additional primordial essence, but also ensures a continuous and sustainable recycling of the myriad worlds. Most crucially, he can circumvent the interference of other sages who might pursue similar endeavors. The opportunities and rewards from harvesting the myriad worlds are exceedingly vast, to the extent that other sages could easily replicate his path to success. In the boundless chaos, any circumstance may unfold, thus he must extinguish potential rivals in their infancy. Moreover, as he perpetually creates new worlds, the chaotic energy will gradually diminish. As the chaotic essence wanes, so too will the constraints it imposes upon him. He holds no particular views on the establishment of premier realms, yet he contemplates ascension. Weakening chaos equates to diminishing the chaotic tribulations. However, one must not overly deplete chaos, for the chaotic tribulations are both a calamity and a requisite for opening the ascension pathway. If the chaotic tribulations become feeble, crossing them may become facile. Yet the pathway to ascension would vanish, leading to a reversal of priorities. Thus, determining the delicate balance is indeed a conundrum. Chapter 51. Soaring to Higher Dimensions. Distorting worlds. What does it signify to have 3,000 sages? When such a multitude of sages wholeheartedly dedicates themselves to the creation of worlds, each striving to forge premier realms, he initially opts for worlds that have already perished, employing the path of demonic deities to resurrect them. However, he soon grows disenchanted with this inefficiency and decides to directly seize the readily available demonic avatars to expedite the establishment of premier realms. Beyond acquiring the primordial essence, he requires no remuneration. Under such a high-efficiency model of world creation, even amidst the vastness of chaos, the chaotic essence begins to thin at a steady pace. Initially, chaos exhibited no discernible reaction. Yet, once the concentration of chaotic essence reached a critical threshold, chaos finally stirred. The chaotic tribulations began to brew without any forewarning. Undoubtedly, chaos could no longer endure, attempting to forcibly elevate the Cyber Sage. Yet, such a sluggish response from chaos is not entirely natural. Rather, the actions of the Cyber Sage inadvertently favor chaos. A void of chaos holds no significance. As the number of worlds increases, chaos will inevitably give rise to a chaotic consciousness, or perhaps a heavenly path of chaos. However, every phenomenon possesses dual aspects. As the number of worlds diminishes, the chaotic celestial order weakens. Conversely, as the worlds increase, the chaotic celestial order intensifies. Yet, everything has a critical threshold. When the worlds reach a certain scarcity, the chaotic celestial order may dissolve into the chaos itself. On the other hand, if the worlds proliferate beyond a specific point, the density of chaotic energy will become inadequate to sustain the operation of the chaotic celestial order. This, too, is untenable. Thus, The Cyber Sage's continuous creation of worlds serves to diminish chaotic energy while simultaneously fortifying the chaotic celestial order. The two are complementary. However, all things must find balance. The Cyber Sage's endeavors in world creation benefit the chaotic celestial order, yet further expansion may lead to an excess that overwhelms it. Possessing 3,000 paths and the qualifications to converse with the chaotic celestial order, the Cyber Sage faces the formidable challenge of establishing a passage to Ascension. Even for the celestial order itself, the ambition to carry vast resources away from chaos is inherently forbidden. For crossing the Ascension passage results in the permanent loss of both matter and energy. Over time, this would render chaos increasingly feeble, a scenario the chaotic celestial order cannot permit. Should the Cyber Sage wish to retain his full strength and treasures while ascending, he would inevitably confront the relentless wrath of the chaotic celestial order. Conversely, should he exhibit prudence and willingly relinquish power beyond the critical point, Ascension would be within his grasp. After all, his contributions to chaos have not gone unnoticed, and the chaotic celestial order is not devoid of reason. As for the limits on what he may carry away, they are defined by the primordial purple energy. In the face of the fully transformed chaotic thunder pool, a formidable mechanism capable of dissolving all matter and energy, the Cyber Sage smiles serenely. Countless world orbs emerge from him, effortlessly escaping the chaotic thunder pool unscathed. Following this, the thrones of the other 3,000 saints are restored in their entirety. The more power he disperses, the weaker the thunder pool's might becomes. Ultimately, he retains merely 24 calming sea orbs, which he has refined into his source-sanctified artifacts. Each of these orbs has undergone cybernetic data transformation, representing a near-total return of matter and energy. However, the paths, matter, energy rules, and beings of his 3,000 saints have been stored in a digital form within the virtual realms of these 24 calming sea orbs. Each virtual realm is akin to a universe, capable of accommodating all the information the Cyber Sage commands. Thus, it can be said that he has returned the vast majority derived from chaos. This has exceeded the limits mandated by the chaotic heavenly path, retaining only his original status and power as a saint. In light of the Cyber Saint's immense dedication, the chaotic heavenly path held nothing back. The chaotic thunder tribulation erupted in full force. What was once intended to inflict harm transformed into a supreme baptism nourishing the Cyber Saint. As the Cyber Saint successfully weathered the chaotic thunder tribulation, the Ascension pathway was unveiled, leaving no room for hesitation. The challenge of opening the Ascension pathway surpassed imagination, a feat only the chaotic heavenly path could accomplish. Time, too, slipped away in an instant. However, upon the Cyber Saint's successful traversal into higher dimensions, he immediately comprehended that he had arrived in an extraordinary realm, for the rules here were astonishingly warped. The extreme distortion profoundly affected him at first glance. Fortunately, the Cyber Saint swiftly adapted to the situation. In this realm, elevated perception equated to greater peril. It seemed that madness was the norm, while reason succumbed to insanity. Thus, the zombie Nezha made his entrance. The zombie Nezha possessed an inherent resistance to rules, whether they were correct or chaotic. After all, the zombie Nezha had transcended the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, from the lower dimensions to the higher, the saint who had transcended the rules in the lower realm found himself at the mercy of the higher dimensional constraints, reduced to the most rudimentary existence. Moreover, in such a world of distorted rules, his imperative was to conceal his presence, to first comprehend the circumstances of this world. Yet, despite his utmost efforts to restrain his perception, he could not evade a fateful gaze with a blood moon in the sky. In that fleeting moment of connection, the zombie Nezha sensed impending doom. His reaction was swift, his eyes shattered, transforming from orbs resembling spiritual pearls into blood-red voids, depriving him of sight. This allowed him to evade the immense terror that had loomed since his ascension. For the celestial body was not a mere blood moon, but a colossal blood eye, filled with malice as it surveyed the entire planet. All who beheld the true visage of the blood moon would find themselves distorted under its gaze. This realm was undeniably terrifying. Here, the more ordinary one appeared, the safer one felt. Conversely, the more insane one became, the more powerful they were. The rational were more prone to madness. Heightened perception became the most fearsome harbinger of doom. Even though the zombie Nezha had lost his sight, he dared not employ his perceptual abilities. In such a world, the more one actively engaged with the extraordinary, the more susceptible they became to madness. Rather, he is the most ordinary of mortals, frail and ignorant, unable to perceive the reality of the world, thus evading a fate steeped in madness. Previously, He was known as Gigu, but now he bears the name Nezha. In the primordial chaos, he shares a karmic connection with the lotus Nezha. However, in this realm, that connection has long been severed. Hence, Gigu is he, and Nezha is also he. Just ascended, he finds himself in a new world, at the tender age of 7. Yet blind. Chapter 52, Zombie Nezha, Unknown Civilization. It must be said, he has arrived in a remarkable world. Such occurrences were unheard of and unseen during his time in the chaos. For what appears to be an expansive chaos adheres to an absolute order. The nature of this distorted rule is something he had heard of in his past lives, namely the legendary Cthulhu mythos. Yet, it is evident that the degree of distortion in this world rivals that of the Cthulhu mythos, albeit with a distinctly different manner of distortion. In a world influenced by the Cthulhu mythos, the cyber saints would not face significant repercussions, for the essence of the Cthulhu mythos is, in fact, technology. Indeed, it is technology. Humanity's descent into madness when confronted with ancient and old gods is not due to the insanity of these entities themselves, despite their own madness. The crux of humanity's turmoil stems not from madness, but from the inability of the human spirit and reason to bear the knowledge imparted by higher existences. In traditional mythos, deities cannot be gazed upon or spoken of. This is due to the constraints of rules. For an ordinary person, to gaze directly would result in spiritual degradation, leading to madness or death. However, the deities within the Cthulhu mythos are surprisingly benevolent. In their distortion, they can also be regarded as a collective of knowledge. They do not require one's supplication. Merely gazing upon them grants access to all the knowledge one seeks, albeit in a manner beyond human comprehension, resulting in madness and distortion. The essence of the Cthulhu mythos is a synthesis of knowledge, technology, and rules. Such a worldview is exceedingly favorable for the cyber saints, who possess computational power beyond measure. Knowledge that eludes ordinary understanding becomes accessible to them. There is no need for combat. Simply by gazing upon the deities, one can acquire all the knowledge they possess. How wondrous this is! Yet, alas, while both worlds exhibit madness, the degree of insanity is not on the same plane. The madness in this world originates from a distortion at the level of rules. Even if he possesses immense computational power, the act of directly confronting the twisted rules simultaneously exposes him to their corruptive influence. Once tainted, the spread is akin to that of malignant cells, ultimately transforming him into a product of that very distortion. Fortunately, the exalted statuses of the cyber sage and the zombie Nezha enabled prompt and effective intervention, averting dire consequences. Despite zombie Nezha's formidable resistance to the rules, a mere glance at the blood moon compelled him to blind himself, thus evading further contamination. At this moment, zombie Nezha found himself utterly unclothed, devoid of any manifestation that deviated from the norms of this world. Yet, this did not pose a challenge for him. In his blindness, he deftly wove together grass to fashion a rudimentary skirt. His display of intellect was not particularly advanced, aligning with his 7-year-old stature. Choosing a direction, he commenced his journey. Merely wandering in the wilderness, he became acutely aware of the myriad distortions surrounding him. These anomalies existed in a liminal space between the tangible and the ethereal, resembling phantoms. As long as one's perception remained sufficiently low, they could be considered non-existent. Conversely, once one became aware of their presence, and they, in turn, recognized that awareness, what was initially deemed an illusion would manifest into reality, either resulting in the demise of the target or transforming them into a distortion themselves. In this warped realm, the more ordinary one appeared, the greater the chance of survival. Conversely, the more extraordinary one displayed themselves, the more likely they would become distorted entities. Zombie Nezha traversed from night into day, from the wilderness into civilization, until a village emerged before him. Yet, before he could approach, armed patrols within the village fired upon him. The shot missed, prompting zombie Nezha to halt and begin moving erratically. As the gunfire continued but failed to find its mark, he made a fateful decision. He aimed the weapon at himself, but just as he attempted to end his own life, a net was launched from a short distance away, ensnaring him in its grasp. "Kill me. My consciousness has been tainted. Please, end my life," he screamed in a frantic, unknown tongue. Before he could utter more, a newcomer struck him unconscious with the butt of a gun. "Do not approach. John may be infected. Evacuate everyone and await my further instructions." Upon hearing the word infection, the villagers converging towards him reacted as if they had encountered the most terrifying of words. Everyone hastily distanced themselves, forsaking all other activities of daily life, and returned home. Once inside, each family member retreated to their own secluded corner, eyes closed, trembling in prayer. Contamination, This is the term used by insiders. Infection. This is the term employed by outsiders. A plague that invokes dread and terror, affecting the quintessence of human perception. Vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch all may trigger the affliction. Once infected, an individual undergoes unimaginable agony, transforming into a grotesque abomination. In dire circumstances, it may even provoke a military purge, leading to the complete annihilation and incineration of entire towns, reducing them to scorched earth. Thus, infection stands as the most terrifying word for ordinary people in this realm. Each year, there are instances where failure to promptly contain outbreaks results in the slaughter of villages to prevent the spread. To one's astonishment, suspected cases have arisen even within one's own village. The incident involved John, who was armed and authorized to use force. Fortunately, the healer Aaron managed to subdue John and vociferously warned the villagers to maintain their distance, preventing the spread of infection. Yet, the villagers' fear remained palpable. Faced with a potential massacre, true calmness was an unattainable luxury. After incapacitating John, healer Aaron removed his magical spectacles and gazed upon the root cause of John's near-suicidal despair, a young boy, appearing no older than 6 or 7. The child's eyes streamed with long, crimson tears that bore a strange hue, devoid of crusting or drainage, evoking an eerily vivid sensation. Clad in a hastily woven grass skirt, the most alarming aspect was that Aaron detected no rise and fall of the boy's chest. He did not breathe. Despite the absence of breath, he could still move. Moreover, there were multiple bullet marks at his feet, indicating he had evaded all of John's shots. Had it not been for Aaron's observation of the shadows and the natural sway of the boy's skirt, he might have doubted the boy's corporeal existence. It appeared the boy had been subjected to some form of twisted contamination, yet he maintained a tangible form, not succumbing to a phantasmal state. The boy's ability to dodge John's bullets suggested he was indeed an uncanny entity, but not an incorporeal being impervious to physical harm. There he stood, the strange boy, watching Aaron and John from a distance, neither approaching nor retreating. Chapter 53, The Struggle for Survival in Civilization. The zombie Nezha circled the village. Currently, due to a lack of information, he does not comprehend the language of this world. However, observing the defensive gestures of the two individuals in this realm, along with the existence of firearms, electric wires, and electric lights, it is evident that the technological level here is at least modern. The threat posed by firearms is minimal to him, although his ascension to a higher dimension has stripped him of his sage-level powers, and the distorted laws of this world inhibit his cultivation. His mere zombie form, coupled with his ability to anticipate danger, allows him to evade gunfire with relative ease. Having gained a general understanding of the technology in this world, the zombie Nezha departed from the village he had already disturbed. The presence of 2 dedicated personnel to combat distortions in the village signifies a profound comprehension of such anomalies within this realm, as well as a systematic approach to address them. This is commendable. Compared to a primitive world, he indeed finds himself more inclined towards a civilization that embodies order and enlightenment. Shortly after the departure of the zombie Nezha, an armored vehicle, fully equipped, responded to an alert and entered the village. Upon assessing the situation, a team member armed with a heavy machine gun and a rocket launcher commenced a thorough search of the surroundings. In contrast to the insidiously distorted monsters that manifest after mental corruption, the physical manifestations of distortion are significantly easier to handle. As they possess a tangible form, they can be eliminated through physical means. Most of these corporeal distorted creatures are utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of heavy firepower. However, after conducting a comprehensive search, they failed to uncover any trace of the breathless, tearful boy. Moments later, a remarkably loud rotary-wing aircraft began its low-altitude reconnaissance. Yet, despite deploying specialized detection methods, they could not pinpoint the boy's whereabouts. Had it not been for the confirmed footprints and faint traces of distortion indicating the presence of a boy, they might have dismissed him as a mere figment of imagination. Such signs did not diminish their vigilance. On the contrary, heightened levels of alertness ensued. Though they harbor fear towards formidable distortions, the existence of a being that possesses both intelligence and substantial physical capabilities poses an even greater threat than those easily detectable distortions. Should this entity infiltrate the town, its mere presence could facilitate the spread of contamination. For ordinary individuals, even slight pollution can lead to their physical and mental corruption, transforming them into new sources of contamination, as their spiritual perception is too diminished to detect the presence of distortions. Without a certain degree of innate talent and professional training, the consequences of an ordinary person gaining spiritual vision would be utterly unimaginable. At that point, The only recourse may be to enact an extermination upon an entire town to prevent the spread of contamination. The zombie Nezha, of course, has become aware of the propeller-driven aircraft in the sky. The reason they have been unable to detect his presence is quite simple. The level of his contamination is so minimal that it eludes detection. The most significant taint upon him manifests as 2 blood tears, a byproduct of his inadvertent gaze upon the blood moon, which he managed to evade further contamination by self-destructing his own sight. However, a trace of residual taint is unavoidable. Fortunately, as a zombie, he possesses an inherent resistance to rules, be they normal or distorted, to transcend the 3 realms and not be bound by the 5 elements, to escape the cycle of reincarnation. Perfectly encapsulates the essence of a zombie's existence. It will not be long before the blood tears upon his visage vanish, yet there remains no necessity for his eyes to regain their former state. Even as he strives to diminish his spiritual vision, its level remains excessively high, making it effortless for him to perceive forbidden entities. Steering clear of the surrounding areas, he, as a zombie, requires no sustenance. Thus, he took a considerably circuitous route, conducting remote sensing of all the villages and towns he passed. For those settlements that exhibited wariness, he merely brushed past. Ultimately, he found a suitable refuge. Compared to the secluded villages, cities with a higher flow of personnel and a commercial atmosphere undoubtedly provided him with the best hiding place. Yet, despite the seemingly bustling nature of the city, the underlying vigilance is, if anything, heightened compared to that of the villages. Nevertheless, it still met the zombie Nezha's requirements. With the blood tears vanished from his face, his eyes appeared to regain the liveliness of the living, though their essence remained one of blindness. While distorted entities can taint others through the 5 senses, vision remains the foremost means of such twisted pollution. Clad in stolen garments, and utilizing his diminutive 7-year-old stature, the zombie Nezha concealed himself in the architectural blind spots of a school. His singular aim was to acquire knowledge of the local language and script. It must be noted that this world has developed a systematic defense against the taint of distorted beings. The language, though intricate and cumbersome, possesses a clear directionality, ensuring accuracy while simultaneously obscuring the space for emotional expression to the greatest extent possible. The written form adheres to similar principles, utilizing an alphabetic system that emphasizes complexity. More crucially, from teachers to students, the overall caliber of individuals is far from exceptional. It is said that only those deemed less exceptional become the focus of cultivation. Students exhibiting extraordinary intelligence are often transferred to more specialized institutions for further development. The school's predicament led him to contemplate the external world. Indeed, it was not merely the school. The entire city bore a striking resemblance in character and demeanor. There existed a profound simplicity among the populace, devoid of deceit. Needs were articulated directly, fostering an atmosphere of sincerity and rationality. This, he surmised, constituted the foundation of civilization, where emotional sensitivity was regarded with suspicion. Excessive sentimentality posed a significant risk, as overt emotions could attract distorted entities, greatly increasing the likelihood of contamination. The same principle applied to individuals of exceptional intellect. Thus, those with heightened emotional sensitivity and intelligence required separation for specialized training, precluding their coexistence with the general populace. To combat the pollution of distorted beings, humanity as a whole was compelled to make sacrifices. As he delved deeper into this world, he became acutely aware of a startling reality. While electricity had been harnessed for centuries, its application remained shockingly rudimentary. Refrigerators and even air conditioning existed, yet televisions were absent. Telephones were commonplace, yet radio and broadcasting were non-existent. The most frequently utilized electrical devices were light bulbs and flashlights. Technology, in this realm, was deliberately obscured. Nezha soon grasped this unsettling truth. The technology he took for granted was a taboo here, an unimaginable concept. The prospect of televisions, radios, and broadcasts proliferating was terrifying. The potential for distorted entities to exploit such technologies for dissemination could lead to catastrophic consequences. Human civilization in this world had not only been forced to forsake emotional sensitivity, but had also inadvertently constrained technological advancement. Survival, it seemed, was the paramount concern, overshadowing the pursuit of technological progress. It was difficult to envision the level of technological advancement required to combat the distortions arising from the realm of rules. Chapter 54. The Southwest Turmoil, the Pollution Organization. A civilization had been so thoroughly distorted that language, writing, emotion, intelligence, and even technology had been entirely locked away. Upon grasping these circumstances, even Nezha could only feel despair. Yet, This was not lamentable. For civilization and race, survival remained the foremost priority. Even if many things were sacrificed, at least they persisted, living in a manner that was relatively dignified. That was sufficient. Even ordinary individuals may acquire certain knowledge about the distorted, albeit in a roundabout manner. Pollution is referred to as infection, and from a young age, people are indoctrinated with a serious theory of contagion. Thus, they do not perceive any anomaly in the notion that diseases can be transmitted through the five senses. Each person possesses a fundamental defense mechanism against infection. When confronted with potential contagion through sensory means, the optimal course of action is to isolate oneself in a private space, thereby severing sensory connections. One should close one's eyes and use earplugs. If an unpleasant odor is detected, a pre-prepared mask to filter noxious scents should be employed. Should one sense an eerie tactile sensation, the intake of sedatives to induce slumber is advisable, allowing oneself to drift into unconsciousness. Such measures significantly enhance the likelihood of avoiding infection. Even if infected, it is paramount to ingest poison and take one's life before the situation spirals out of control. Otherwise, one risks becoming a source of contagion, thereby endangering others. Once the infection reaches a critical threshold, authorities are compelled to impose a lockdown and eradicate the afflicted area. Mild infections may be diagnosed and treated by healers, yet even if not fatal, one must reside in isolation for the remainder of one's life. This is the terrifying essence of infection. In many instances, self-destruction appears to be the most prudent choice. However, since the official entities in this world have conducted thorough research on the distorted, joining their ranks seems impossible. For them, survival and stability take precedence over combating the aberrations. Yet, he is certain that given the authorities' meticulous caution regarding distortion and pollution, there must exist organizations coveting and studying these phenomena. This is nearly a theorem. Pollution and distortion can wreak havoc upon a stable order. Conversely, the extraordinary powers of pollution and distortion inevitably incite envy among individuals. Some believe they may be the exceptional ones who can harness such forces to gain power or even attain immortality. For the distorted entities, the concept of lifespan is non-existent. Regrettably, the media, including newspapers, are also under strict control, disseminating only benign information. However, this does not daunt Nezha. In the absence of information from newspapers and media, he can eavesdrop on the communications of healer organizations to obtain the intelligence he seeks. He does not require intricate details, merely a general sense of his adversary's location. Indeed, several years later, he intercepted reports of unrest in the Southwest, where even the healers of the city were being summoned to the front lines. The Southwest, a chaotic region of the nation. Due to the presence of pollution and distortion, the world comprises merely 6 great nations. Only these 6 nations possess the extensive frameworks necessary to combat pollution and distortion. Smaller states are utterly powerless against the pervasive spread of contamination. In order to effectively address these issues, certain harsh and inhospitable regions are strictly off-limits to immigration. Such desolate areas include deserts, ice fields, jungles, and swamps. Inhabitants are only permitted if resource extraction is undertaken, otherwise, residency is prohibited. This conclusion is drawn from the painful lessons of history. The rationale is straightforward. The more inhospitable the environment, the greater the suffering that ensues, which in turn attracts pollution and distortion, leading to unrest. Stability in living conditions is essential to thwart the incursions of pollution and distortion. Consequently, authorities consistently conduct inspections in these regions, exhibiting no mercy towards illegal settlers. Warnings often prove ineffective, resulting in immediate removal. While such measures are generally effective in other areas, they are particularly challenging in the southwestern jungles and central swamps. The natural geography renders comprehensive inspections exceedingly difficult, resulting in the convergence of a nation's nonconformist groups. These groups typically harbor experiences of contamination and adamantly resist investigation and isolation, opting instead to flee from civilized society to lead a furtive existence in these remote locales. However, those who have been tainted by pollution and distortion tend to possess a distinctive trait: heightened emotional sensitivity. Moreover, those who manage to reach and survive in the jungles and swamps often exhibit above-average intelligence. Over time, in their quest for survival and strength, these individuals have banded together, forming organizations that have become a thorn in the side of the state, in stark contrast to the government's reliance on heavy firepower. The polluters of the jungles and swamps have predominantly chosen to embrace physical distortion and contamination. Through such means, they attain not only grotesque forms, but also extraordinary resilience against disease and parasites, with dietary habits that transcend human norms. This evolution is driven by the necessity to endure in such a harsh environment. However, pollution and distortion have led to reproductive isolation among them. Whether to perpetuate their organizations or to gather more experimental subjects, these groups often resort to abducting civilians, inciting turmoil. This time, a city in the southwest fell victim to an attack by a pollution faction, resulting in widespread contamination and many individuals striving to evade eradication and isolation. One can only choose to join the opposing organization. Such levels of assault occur sporadically over the years and are virtually impossible to guard against. The pollution organization has undergone years of development and possesses numerous results of contamination, including entities capable of flight, subterfuge, and underwater operation. Furthermore, there exist exceptionally gifted individuals within their ranks, whose tactics prove to be more agile than those of the official forces. After all, the official training model inherently restricts the ascendancy of prodigious talents, as they are far too susceptible to corruption and manipulation by the opposing side. Fortunately, such intrusions remain within a tolerable range for the authorities, prompting retaliatory measures and treatment in response. Having acquired this information, Nezha at last departed from the somewhat commercialized city, advancing towards the southwest. The authorities enforce stringent inspections of transportation routes, aiming to thwart the escape of polluters and their assimilation into the contamination organization. However, this proves inconsequential for Nezha, whose unique trait of abstaining from sustenance allows him to traverse the wilderness directly, bypassing established roads. In contrast to the swamp organization in the central region, the jungle organization in the southwest delves deeper into the research of pollution and distortion. While the swamp is vast, it remains encircled by the nation, whereas the jungle lies beyond its borders. The conundrum of how to encircle these pollution organizations within the jungle has persistently vexed the 6 great nations. Chapter 55. Transferring pollution. Seeking one's path, Nezha journeyed through the wilds, inaccessible to ordinary individuals, towards the southwestern jungle. During this expedition, he stumbled upon a rather surprising yet previously overlooked issue. The wildlife can also be subjected to pollution and distortion. Not only do humans possess high intelligence, but certain animals can exhibit remarkable spiritual acuity as well. This directly results in high-spirited animals being vulnerable to the pervasive forces of distortion. These corrupted and distorted creatures constitute a primary barrier to traversing the wilderness. If the level of pollution is low, the animals may not survive for long. Conversely, if the pollution level is sufficiently high, the animals gradually transcend the material realm, becoming ethereal. This phenomenon represents the 2 principal methods employed by contemporary civilization to eradicate pollution. Low pollution targets can be physically eliminated, while high pollution targets can be actively encouraged to escalate their level of contamination, leading to their eventual etherealization. Once ethereal, without cognitive engagement, they can no longer interfere with material reality. This elucidates why distorted entities are omnipresent, yet have not fundamentally impacted civilization. Humanity possesses an efficient mechanism for managing contamination. Thus, it serves to prevent the widespread dissemination of pollution. The average individual need not be aware of the existence of such contamination. The mechanism of infections propaganda is sufficient to instinctively drive ordinary people away from pollution. Nezha, by restraining his own vital energy, ensures that he does not become a target of the polluted creatures. At present, he possesses a rather inadequate understanding of pollution and distortion, rendering him incapable of analysis. In the absence of sufficient information, recklessly engaging with such terrifying distortions poses a significant threat to himself. It is crucial to recognize that such distortions are not confined to this singular planet, but are pervasive throughout the cosmos. The blood moon above serves as testament to this reality. Currently, human civilization's comprehension of distortion remains rudimentary. They are aware that entities of distortion must make contact with sentient beings through the medium of perception in order to engage in pollution and distortion. However, it is likely that the vast majority of humanity remains oblivious to the fact that even the blood moon is a distortion of the caliber of blood eye, which far exceeds the boundaries of their current understanding. This implies that what humanity presumes to be common knowledge is merely the most elementary form of awareness. Indeed, lower-tier distortions require contact at the level of cognition to corrupt flesh and matter. Yet, for higher-tier distortions, they can indiscriminately alter the very fabric of celestial bodies. If even the moon is susceptible to such distortions, then naturally, the sun is as well. The myriad stars and planets throughout the universe can likewise be affected. Should this be the case, the scene would be one of utter terror and despair. If, amid chaos, the Great Way represents the fundamental rule, then in this realm. Distortion embodies the essential principle. For Nezha, who has ascended from chaos to this world, the notion of assimilating into the distorted rules of this universe is utterly incomprehensible. After all, if a fundamental distortion were to occur, would he still remain himself? Thus, it is imperative to gather sufficient information and analyze the rules of cosmic distortion, at least to a degree that does not compromise his sanity, before further engagement. This endeavor took an additional 2 years. Various unforeseen incidents in the wild delayed his progress. However, diligence ultimately bore fruit, and he succeeded in reaching the southwestern jungle, establishing contact with the organization within. Yet, his integration was far from smooth. This was not due to the organization's shortcomings, but rather his own. In truth, this organization is open to all who are polluted and has developed its own unique system for the polluted. However, to join the organization, one must undergo the pollution imposed by the leader, which manifests in a hierarchical relationship. Once successfully tainted, one's life and death essentially rest in the hands of the leader. Thus, they harbor no concerns regarding spies or betrayal. Upon accepting the taint, one becomes a formal member of the opposing faction, gaining both the pollution and its accompanying power, while consequently forfeiting their freedom. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that many who have fled into the southwestern jungles are individuals unwilling to endure a lifetime in such a secluded environment. They have sought refuge in the jungles for the sake of freedom, yet are once again confronted with the prospect of losing their liberty. Nezha, inherently formidable, naturally evades forced capture and subsequent tainting. Thus, he stands as one of the rare free spirits in the southwestern jungles, traversing the various polluted factions to explore the pathways of corruption. Yet, he soon finds himself disillusioned, for the predominant means of resisting pollution here appears to be the transference of taint. Through the identification of pollution sources with hierarchical relationships, individuals voluntarily embrace the taint, establishing bonds of superiority and subordination based on their polluted abilities. Ostensibly, he may bestow pollution upon others, granting them power. However, in truth, it is merely a transference of taint. For those with lower levels of pollution, the agony of corruption is palpable, yet they reap no tangible benefits. At this juncture, increasing the concentration of pollution can contort their bodies while simultaneously bestowing corresponding strength. This phase marks a period of comfort for the tainted, as they possess extraordinary abilities, free to pursue vendettas at will. Yet, while the augmentation of pollution is relatively facile, its eradication proves exceedingly challenging. As the degree of taint escalates, it begins to erode rationality, ultimately leading to madness. In the end, one may either fall victim to others or succumb to an intensifying taint, fading into a distorted existence. The primary motive behind the incessant recruitment of members by polluted organizations is to transfer the taint, thereby prolonging the erosion of their rationality. The secondary aim is to fortify their own ranks. Such an application of pollution ensures that these organizations remain beneath the surface, akin to cancerous cells parasitizing the body of humanity. In their desperate bid to delay the decay of their sanity, they resort to any means necessary. The authorities have consistently operated under the principle of better to err in killing than to let go. In their quest for survival, the majority of these tainted individuals have forsaken their human forms. Here, the determination of kinship is not based on appearance, but rather on the sophistication of language. The more articulate one is, the more intact their rationality appears to be. Conversely, those who struggle with clarity of speech must be avoided. It signifies that the rationality of the other party is nearing its limits, teetering on the brink of a complete descent into a polluted beast. The myriad forms of pollution and distortion serve as an opportunity for Nezha to witness a remarkable diversity of species. Regrettably, the pollution methods here offer him little assistance. What he seeks is not merely a means to control pollution, but a mastery over the rules of distortion. Distortion represents the fundamental principle of this universe. Without grasping the rules of distortion, one is akin to navigating chaos without understanding the Great Way, rendering long-term survival impossible. Since the indigenous people cannot provide him with a correct path, he must devise a solution on his own. Fortunately, this place abounds with ample experimental subjects, be they polluters or ordinary individuals. Chapter 56. Experimental Subjects. Transference Pathways. In this realm, Nezha is virtually invincible. High-level polluters hesitate to wield their powers recklessly, while mid to low-level polluters stand no chance against him. His overall abilities, however, do not particularly stand out among the polluters. His strength is not the mightiest. His speed is not the swiftest. His defenses are not the most formidable, and his healing capacity is not the most immediate. Yet, his true strength lies in his realm of mastery. Even as polluters strive to retain their rationality, their minds are incessantly eroded. Nezha is adept at maximizing his strengths, manipulating the polluters as he pleases. Since he resolved to carve out his own path to mastering pollution, he has turned the entire southwestern jungle into his experimental ground. The path of pollution transference has become the prevailing trend among polluters, having established a systematic approach. However, even the strongest polluters seldom maintain their rationality for a decade through such means. For high-level polluters, sustaining rationality for 10 years without collapse is a commendable feat. Power and rationality cannot coexist harmoniously. Due to the inherent reproductive isolation among polluters, they inevitably require a continuous influx of external members to facilitate pollution transference. Concerning this path of pollution transference, Nezha quickly achieved his own results. The reason the southwestern polluters have become pests, clinging stubbornly to the route of pollution transference, is that within their ranks, there are indeed many geniuses. Yet, these geniuses ultimately transform into experts in combat and tactics. The rationale is straightforward. Even geniuses cannot conjure something from nothing. The knowledge they acquire through education is far too limited, preventing them from attaining a systematic and sufficiently advanced understanding. This is the outcome of an official monopoly. High-level knowledge is monopolized. After all, in this world, knowledge also serves as a curse. All advanced knowledge, including that of researchers, is subjected to stringent control. After all, once a scientist is tainted, the dissemination of their knowledge can lead to catastrophic consequences. It is crucial to recognize that this world once comprised 7 great nations. One of these mighty nations, an entire continent, was obliterated by the collusion of an ambitious individual and scientists. The entire country became contaminated, and the continent now exists in a state of complete isolation and blockade. Even on maps, the entire landmass has been erased as if it never existed. This represents the most significant and terrifying crisis humanity has faced since entering modernity. Consequently, scientists' hope of combating contamination has transformed into a forbidden taboo. Deprived of advanced knowledge, the southwestern contaminants can only pursue practical applications without the ability to analyze the nature of contamination fundamentally. However, none of this poses a problem for Nezha. The contaminants lack knowledge, while he possesses an immeasurable reservoir of wisdom. In redirecting contamination, traditional pollutants transfer their taint to ordinary individuals and lesser contaminants. In contrast, Nezha successfully induced a female contaminant to mutate into a queen bee contaminant through his manipulation of pollution. This entity retains a human-like form, complete with enormous insect wings, and wields strength that surpasses the norm, enabling her to fly autonomously. She possesses antennae on her head, for arms, and a significant insect tail. This entirely insectoid appearance stands as a rare normality among contaminants. Most contaminants cannot control the direction of their mutations, resulting in chaotic bodily distortions. Many of these pollutants, if silent, would be unrecognizable as former humans. The one maintaining an insectoid form is already considered an unparalleled beauty among contaminants. As for how the queen bee contaminant transfers pollution, it is quite simple. She reproduces. By continuously laying eggs parthenogenetically, she can transmit pollution to the bee eggs. These eggs are capable of hatching into creatures that are no longer human in form, but instead become pollution bees, roughly the size of a fist. The queen bee contaminant can both transfer pollution ceaselessly into the bee eggs through her oviposition and command the lethal pollution bees to serve her. These pollution bees are inherently under the queen's control, allowing her to dictate their life and death unreservedly. A single queen can establish her own independent ecosystem through egg-laying and pollution bees. As for how long the queen bee contaminant can maintain her sanity through such means, that is no longer merely a matter of time. Rather, it is a matter of human nature. Once detached from the environment of human society, over time, the fundamental question arises: does the queen bee, tainted by pollution, perceive herself as human or as a queen bee? This is the crux of the issue. For it is not solely pollution that can erode one's rationality. The lifestyles of other species, as well as prolonged solitude, can lead one to gradually lose their humanity. The pivotal concern is that once humanity is lost, the origin of the pollution becomes less significant. This queen bee is the first creation of Nezha, who soon crafted a second, akin work. However, this time it was an ant queen, and one endowed with the ability to fly. With the emergence of both the queen bee and the ant queen, Nezha transcended his former status as a mere wanderer, evolving into a formidable independent force of pollution within the southwestern jungle. The terrifying swarms of polluted bees and ants created an environment of sheer horror, where those brave enough to offend became mere sustenance for these polluted entities. Before long, Nezha's third creation materialized, fundamentally still an act of transference, yet approached in a manner more akin to detachment. The reasoning was straightforward. He enticed a pollutant to transform into an earthworm, leveraging the earthworm's characteristics. Once pollution reached a critical threshold, the excess would be transferred to its tail, subsequently severing it to reduce personal contamination. Through robust regeneration and a continuous cycle of tail severance, in theory, one could maintain pollution at a level conducive to rationality. Yet, the question persists, over time, would the earthworm, in adopting its new way of life, still consider itself human? In this regard, the plight of the earthworm person is even more grave than that of the queen bee or ant queen. At least the latter two retain a semblance of human form. Despite the fact that the queen bee, the ant queen, and the earthworm person are merely experimental creations of Nezha, his methods of addressing pollution have incited a sensation throughout the southwestern jungle. Previously, pollutants here exerted every effort merely to delay contamination, even resorting to heinous acts, bound by a decade-long ultimatum. Yet, that 7-year-old child effortlessly generated 3 pollutants unconcerned with contamination, who had entirely resolved the issue of pollution and began to indulge in the luxury of contemplating how to preserve their humanity. In no time, countless pollutants sought an audience with Nezha, particularly those teetering on the brink of contamination. They yearned to live rationally, to maintain human form, and to experience the sensations of their humanity. In their human days, they aspired to the extraordinary power of pollutants, yet upon becoming pollutants themselves, they began to long for the tranquility of their former lives. The name of Nezha gradually spread throughout the southwestern jungle. Chapter 57. The Parasitic Egg. The discovery of faith at the tender age of 7, a breathless young boy had mastered extraordinarily advanced techniques of the pollutant. This temporary resolution to the global pollutant dilemma prompted an investigation that soon revealed this particular pollutant had previously surfaced in the archives. Remarkably, aside from the absence of blood and tears, his circumstances mirrored those of Nezha. The ambivalence of major nations towards such a prodigious pollutant was palpable. A breakthrough in the realm of pollutants would signify the potential for mass production of controllable pollutants. The formidable power of pollutants is indisputable, even unarmed. They possess the ability to confront armed soldiers. The elite among them can be likened to an entire army in one person. It is unfathomable to consider the magnitude of their strength when equipped with modern weaponry. Conversely, the ramifications of such taboo research spiraling out of control could lead to the emergence of catastrophic pollutants beyond the capacity of nations to manage. The previously quarantined continent and the obliterated nations stand as testament to this potential threat. The result of hesitation is a passive observation of unfolding events, as the adversary has only succeeded in producing 3 controllable pollutants, with their endurance yet untested. Should it be confirmed that the opponent can indeed create controllable pollutants that maintain rationality over extended periods, then acquiring such capabilities by any means necessary would become imperative. The exploration of pollution has turned regions like the southwestern jungles and central swamps into informal testing grounds, while genuine research is conducted within the secret laboratories of various nations. Humanity has never relinquished the pursuit of a definitive solution to pollution. Only by resolving this issue can the greater problem of distortion be addressed. Failure to tackle both will permanently limit human potential. In contrast to grassroots efforts, the official entities possess the most advanced knowledge, theories, and instruments. Delving far deeper into the study of pollution, low-pollution controllable pollutants have already formed secret units within the military, while medium-pollution counterparts serve as squad leaders, and high-pollution pollutants are designated as battalion leaders. It can be asserted that the official factions already possess the capability to eradicate pollutant organizations entirely. However, they have consciously chosen to exercise restraint. Provided the adversary does not overstep, they turn a blind eye. And even the influence of these pollutant organizations is deliberately disseminated by the authorities. The intent is to draw hidden pollutants within humanity into specific areas, serving both as a dumping ground and a testing field. It has been demonstrated that without sufficient foundational knowledge, pollutant organizations are like mud that cannot be molded into anything substantial. Apart from serving as experimental subjects, they were incapable of providing the official research base with any significant avenues for study. Suddenly, a childlike incarnation of Nezha emerges, accompanied by his 3 distinctive experimental subjects, the queen bee, the ant queen, and the earthworm. In the realm of induced pollution evolution, he proves to be far more effective than the official research base. At least, the current authorities cannot produce such impeccable and controllable experimental entities. Meanwhile, Nezha, who has long struggled with the lack of research direction, perceives the existence of Faith amidst the pleas and bowing of the polluters outside. Faith, at least upon arriving in this world, he has seen no evidence of any church. Both the populace and the authorities fervently maintain a low level of rationality. In a context threatened by pollution and distortion, any semblance of sentiment is perilous. Consequently, faith, born of sentiment, is strictly forbidden here. The polluters present are predominantly beings of sentiment over reason. Otherwise, they would not have journeyed so far or been forcibly captured, ultimately facing a tragic fate of uncontrollable pollution. The extreme sentiment they possess ignites an astonishing faith upon discovering a possible path to survival. Nezha then realizes that faith can effectively sustain humanity's essence. This revelation instantly captures his attention, yet he cannot serve as an experimental subject himself. Thus, the subjects transform into the queen bee and the ant queen. After further modifying them, he selects the most fervent believers among the polluters as his targets, employing the queen bee and ant queen to provide parasitic healing services to these individuals. This treatment is public, and finding numerous sentimental groups within this rational human civilization proves challenging. The polluters collective already represents the optimal faith-driven populace. Parasitic eggs are directly implanted into the bodies of the polluters, leading to miraculous results. The pollution within the bodies of the polluters, reaching a critical point, is absorbed by the parasitic eggs. When the eggs hatch, both the queen bee and the ant queen are astonished to discover that what was originally intended to transfer pollution could also absorb the contamination from other polluters through parasitism. All this transpires under the watchful eyes of many. Regardless of the previous attitudes of the polluters, their gazes towards Nezha, the queen bee, and the ant queen now resemble that of true deities. The greatest dilemma that has long plagued the polluters is thus effortlessly resolved. Yet, this treatment is not the conclusion. As the parasitic eggs, under Nezha's control, direct their absorption of pollution, the bodies of the polluters, once distorted and mutated by pollution, begin to transform. The gradual return to human form is indeed a remarkable discovery. For many who are wholly devoid of human semblance, resembling a chaotic dance of pollutants. This revelation is akin to a sensational breakthrough in the absorption of contamination. Prior to becoming pollutants, they deemed it acceptable to trade their mutated bodies for extraordinary power. However, they were oblivious to the fact that once they entered the phase of bodily mutation, there would be no turning back. As the pollution deepened, the extent of their physical transformation escalated, ultimately rendering them into monsters. They would bear the monstrous form until death or eventually dissolve into distorted entities. Yet now, not only could their pollution be addressed, but their bodies could also revert to human shapes. The allure of these dual possibilities eclipsed all else. Witnessing the entire process, the pollutants bowed in reverence. Betrayal was no longer a concern. They had entirely abandoned their former leader, yearning only to serve under Nezha and to relive the sensations of humanity. Nezha welcomed them all, marking each individual with implanted parasitic eggs. These eggs would absorb the sources of pollution within them, thereby severing the control their leader had over them. In truth, it was not merely the former pollutants who sought to join Nezha's ranks. Even the leaders clamored to be part of it. Those who ultimately resisted the overwhelming temptation to join were either newcomers, still in human form and lacking profound awareness of pollution, or spies infiltrated by the authorities, gathering intelligence from within the pollution organization to precisely monitor its movements. They aim to execute uncontrollable actions or abduct valuable pollutants to research facilities for study. This explains why Nezha found little research value within the jungle pollution organization. Naturally, the official research facilities are not inept. They have already taken valuable pollutants into custody, leaving no opportunity for Nezha, an outsider, to seize any research prospects. Consequently, Nezha was compelled to conduct his own investigations. Chapter 58. Unification of the Southwest. Civilizational development. Upon hearing that Nezha had resolved the pollution and distortion issues of the pollutants through the use of parasitic eggs, it was a commendable achievement. Although it remains uncertain whether Nezha possesses the capability to replicate the queen bee and queen ant pollutants, alleviating one's own pollution and that of others is a distinct matter. This implies that the queen bee and queen ant pollutants possess strategic value. If they could be secured, it would not only greatly benefit the research on pollutants, but also alleviate concerns regarding their potential loss of control. However, it is rumored that Cien Air has openly embraced faith among the polluters in the southwestern jungle. This revelation has left the authorities both alarmed and astonished. In truth, faith was not originally discovered by Nezha. Rather, it has sporadically emerged throughout history. This faith indeed possesses the capability to stabilize the spirits of the polluters. Yet ultimately, Those who accept this faith invariably lose control, dragging their followers into the mire of corruption as well. The veiled continent and the vanishing nations ultimately succumb to the devastation wrought by collective belief. Faith has undeniably birthed numerous outcomes, even allowing individuals to retain their rationality while becoming distorted entities, which in turn suppress the very distortions they embody. Just when circumstances appeared to be exceptionally favorable, in the span of a single night, those endowed with divine power of faith were utterly twisted, along with the entire nation of their adherents. A whole continent and its nation became grievously polluted. Since that time, faith transitioned from a perilous yet obscure study into an untouchable taboo, subjected to stringent containment. Unexpectedly, faith has been resurrected in the hands of Nezha within the southwestern jungle. Faced with the emerging crisis of faith among the polluters in the southwest, the authorities unhesitatingly issued an extermination order. The terror of faith-induced pollution surpassed all previous experiments. The official polluters squad boarded sound-muffled transport aircraft, heading directly towards Nezha's location. Notably, these were not stealth aircraft, but sound-muffled ones, employing the polluters' methods to mask the immense noise of their flight. Under the cover of night, equipped with flight capabilities, pest control functions, and firepower, the squad descended upon Nezha, specifically targeting the polluters known as the Queen Bee and the Ant Queen. For Nezha, their strategy was to strike first and ask questions later. In regards to the Queen Bee and the Ant Queen, they aimed to capture them alive if possible. However, upon their precise approach to Nezha's base, they found nothing but emptiness. Nezha and a multitude of polluters had vanished without a trace. Soon, they uncovered the reason behind Nezha's and the polluters' disappearance. They had burrowed underground. The earthworm polluters had excavated extensive tunnels beneath the surface, allowing Nezha and a large number of polluters to evacuate through these subterranean passages. Their mission had yielded no results. In light of this situation, the operatives drew a sharp breath. It is essential to note that their operation was of the utmost secrecy, yet they had been anticipated by Nezha. If it were merely a case of foresight, it could be managed. However, if there were a traitor within their ranks, the situation would be far more dire. Nevertheless, since the polluter squad had initiated their assault, they could not return empty-handed. The Pollution Eradication Squad launched a sweeping campaign against numerous strongholds of pollutants in the southwest. Even though these individuals withstood the temptations and refrained from joining the forces of Nezha, the number of believers remained the most significant constraint on the belief system. In order to prevent the Nezha followers from gaining strength, all pollutants in the region had already been marked for elimination. After years of complacency, the southwest pollutants were unaware that their strongholds had been thoroughly mapped out by the authorities. They had previously been left undisturbed only because they could be repurposed. Now, with the possibility of them becoming Nezha followers, it became imperative to eradicate them completely. This night marked a bloody chapter for the southwest pollutants. Except for those who had joined Nezha's forces and a few that slipped through the cracks, the rest were nearly annihilated, signifying a great victory in the southwest. For the foreseeable future, the threat posed by the southwest pollutants would no longer be a concern. In light of this outcome, those pollutants who had allied with Nezha were left in a state of disarray. They now clearly recognized the profound infiltration of the authorities into the ranks of southwest pollutants. Had they not opted to join Nezha's forces and embrace the parasitic eggs, they would have become the targets of the official eradication squad. Against such a sudden assault, they would have had no means of resistance. However, this outcome had its merits. Following the officials' onslaught, the Southwest Pollutants Organization was largely dismantled, leaving only genuine stragglers or spies retained by the authorities. Regardless, all pollutants not aligned with Nezha would be eradicated. Freshly reeling from the officials' attack, the Southwest pollutants faced yet another assault from Nezha's adherents. They were left with two choices: to join or to perish. Thus, Nezha effectively unified the Southwest pollutants. On one hand, he arranged for personnel to guide wild pollutants reaching the jungles. On the other, he employed parasitic eggs to restore the humanoid forms of the pollutants. Subsequently, he led them deep into the Southwest jungles to commence production. Previously, the pollutants lacked unified planning and form, living in a primal state. Such an existence was untenable. Now, with their pollution and physical form issues resolved, they reclaimed their human identities. With their human status restored, the essential production of human civilization would also resume. Under Nezha's leadership, a town belonging to the pollutants swiftly rose from the ground, constructing dwellings, cultivating farmland, establishing aquaculture, engaging in fishing, weaving textiles, and refining iron into steel. Polluters generally lack advanced knowledge and are thus confined to menial labor. Yet, Nezha possesses profound understanding. To him, the polluters seem almost omniscient. Many technical and labor-intensive challenges can be resolved by his targeted cultivation of polluters. For instance, in the textile industry, due to a scarcity of silk and weaving materials, he has specifically bred silkworm queens and spider queens. The silkworm queens can continuously produce copious amounts of silk-producing silkworms, while the spider queens can endlessly generate spiders capable of weaving fabric. Naturally, they can also produce parasitic eggs to assist others in addressing pollution issues. Through such means, the matter of clothing for the polluters is resolved. It can be said that whatever they lack, Nezha can remedy through the cultivation of targeted polluters. The chosen individuals not only harbor no fear but are, in fact, filled with joy. After all, actively controlling pollution is undeniably a more sophisticated approach than passively receiving parasitic eggs to absorb it. In a remarkably brief period, the town transformed dramatically, swiftly evolving from a rural settlement into a modern urban center. Under the influence of civilization, the polluters gradually shed their previous primal habits, beginning to adapt once more to human life. Amidst this civilizing atmosphere, the mental state of the polluters stabilized significantly. At this moment, it is also time to embark on the next phase of experimentation. Chapter 59. Fusion of Distorted Entities. From earthworms to serpent worms, Nezha's next experiment involves the study of distorted entities. Pollution alone fails to capture his full attention. In comparison to distortion, pollution is merely child's play. After all, pollution still adheres to fundamental rules, which is why Nezha can guide the cultivation of polluters. Pollution is manageable. However, distortion is a different matter entirely. Even the most rudimentary distorted entities far surpass pollution in significance. The pollution that humanity dreads is merely a byproduct of these distorted entities. Although extreme pollution can transform into distorted entities, a qualitative difference exists between the two. Contrary to common belief, when a person becomes polluted, their spiritual perception significantly heightens. As their spiritual perception level rises, they begin to see distorted entities, thus becoming further entrenched in the spiral of pollution and distortion. The outcome is either death or a transformation into a vaporous, distorted entity. In truth, the reality is entirely the opposite. After the onset of pollution, humanity indeed enters a phase of heightened spiritual perception. However, once pollution reaches a certain threshold, this perception may diminish rather than enhance. The reason is quite straightforward. The polluters, through the act of pollution, have distorted their own senses. Consequently, they are less likely to succumb immediately upon encountering distorted entities. Moreover, upon becoming polluters, they develop a resistance to the simple sensory pollution of these distorted entities, allowing them to remain relatively safe as long as they do not draw attention to themselves. When a polluter loses control, their actions may attract the attention of these distorted beings, leading to entanglement and deepening pollution, resulting in either sudden demise or assimilation into a phantasmal distortion. Currently, Nezha aims to utilize the polluters to contain these distorted entities and stabilize them through faith. However, Nezha's understanding of the information regarding this world is limited. He is unaware that such attempts have been made in the past, with both successes and failures, ultimately leading to the annihilation of a continent and a nation, rendering it a taboo. The earthworm polluter has consented to Nezha's endeavors regarding distorted entities. He is one of the few who cannot maintain a human form, spending his days primarily digging tunnels. Whether for underground passageways, mineral veins, or subterranean bases, his presence is ubiquitous. The more he invests in these activities, the greater his returns, which manifest as faith. Nezha has established a contributor ranking board within the town, currently featuring only 10 individuals, with the earthworm polluter prominently listed. His statue stands vividly among them, and all civil engineering projects he participates in bear his distinct mark. It is not stipulated that faith can only be garnered through idols. Heartfelt gratitude from humanity suffices. Similarly, contributions from the queen bee in the form of beeswax, bee paper, honey, and pest control, as well as the ant queen's provision of mushrooms, ant honey, and pest eradication, alongside the silkworm queen's offerings of silk, edible silkworm pupae, and weed removal services, are all acknowledged. Each individual's contributions and value are meticulously recorded, marked, and displayed. Those not on the list are not overlooked. Their contributions remain recognized, fostering competition and cohesion. Furthermore, the current scarcity of polluters necessitates such a system, as diffusing faith too widely would render it meaningless. The earthworm possesses a considerable amount of faith and the ability to shed its tail for survival, allowing for a high probability of endurance even in the face of failure. Throughout history, countless distorted entities have emerged in this world. The previous experiments conducted on the distorted entities by humanity often resulted in failure rather than success. A significant factor contributing to this was the inability to select the appropriate type from the multitude of distorted entities. Once a mismatch occurred, achieving success became exceedingly challenging. However, Nezha, utilizing his unique abilities, selected a particular serpentine distorted entity for the worm contaminator from the countless distorted beings. Gradually, Nezha drew the serpentine distorted entity into the depths of the earth. The number of distorted entities beneath the surface is relatively sparse, allowing for the formation of a stable solitary space, thereby preventing disturbances from other distorted beings. When the worm contaminator was stimulated by Nezha, he gained the ability to perceive the spiritual realm, enabling him to see the serpentine distorted entity. Initially, the serpentine entity remained indifferent. Nezha had previously experimented with this notion. Distorted entities typically act on instinct unless there is a spiritual connection. They do not inherently harbor malicious intent towards humanity. Their mere existence poses a threat, akin to nuclear radiation, ubiquitous and perpetually disseminating pollution. Although ordinary individuals may not be affected due to their low spiritual perception, they become utterly defenseless against contamination in the presence of other pollutants. The worm contaminator, despite grappling with an innate fear, actively sought to attract the attention of the serpentine distorted entity. Eventually, upon the serpentine entity recognizing that it had caught the worm contaminator's notice, and the moment a connection was established between the two, the serpentine distorted entity willingly merged into the worm contaminator's body. The contamination emanating from this higher-level distortion overwhelmed the worm contaminator. Faced with such a formidable level of pollution, the worm contaminator alone stood no chance of resistance. In this critical moment, Nezha intervened. He deftly redirected the excess pollution within the worm's body towards its tail and decisively severed it. Through a series of continuous cuts on the worm contaminator's body, the surplus pollution was expelled in this manner. However, merely eliminating the excess pollution was far from sufficient, as the worm contaminator still had to confront the spiritual erosion brought forth by the distorted entity. Humanity had similarly faltered in this aspect. An individual's spirit is utterly defenseless against the high-level erosion of distorted entities, yet the strength of many spirits combined may prove formidable. Ultimately, the serpentine distorted entity chosen by Nezha, despite possessing a slight uniqueness, remained among the lower echelons of distorted beings. Although its strength appeared terrifying to the contaminator, it was scarcely significant among the distorted entities. When the power of faith was invoked by Nezha, the tide began to turn. Under the shared influence of faith, the spirit of the worm contaminator has not succumbed to the distortions wrought by serpentine entities. However, merely resisting the physical and mental pollution inflicted by these serpentine distortions is insufficient for transformation. This state can only be described as accommodation rather than true integration. Now, the serpentine distortions have been drawn from their ethereal state into the realm of reality, effectively lowering their own essence. Yet, the worm contaminator's essence still does not align with that of the serpentine distortions. Consequently, even if the worm contaminator withstands an initial wave of erosion, it will ultimately be overwhelmed by the incessant onslaught of pollution. At this juncture, Nezha intervenes. Guided by Nezha, the worm contaminator undergoes a metamorphosis. Harnessing the pollution from the serpentine distortions, the worm contaminator swiftly elevates its essence amid the grotesque transformation. As serpentine scales emerge upon its vast body, it evolves from a mere worm into a serpentine-worm hybrid, embodying the characteristics of both the worm and the serpent. This new form of the contaminator finally achieves a balance with the serpentine distortions within. At this moment, the worm-serpent hybrid possesses traits of both the distortions and the contaminator, being half a step lower than the distortions and half a step higher than the contaminator. This experiment and metamorphosis have culminated in resounding success. Chapter 60. The Distortionist's Dilemma. The deification project, the experiment of merging with the distortions, has temporarily succeeded. The worm contaminator has neither disintegrated physically nor collapsed mentally. It has even transformed its species from worm to serpentine worm. Following a personality assessment, it remains fundamentally unchanged, with no cognitive distortions occurring. However, without enduring long-term trials, one cannot deem this a complete success. Though it has succeeded thus far, there is always the possibility of sudden failure in the future. In summary, prolonged observation is essential. Previously, the worm contaminator measured several meters in length, but upon becoming the serpentine distortion, both its size and capabilities have undergone a remarkable transformation. The prior worm, utilizing the abilities of the contaminator, was adept at burrowing, even penetrating rock given sufficient time. In terms of sustenance, it consumed humus-rich soil, exhibiting habits akin to those of a true worm. However, no one would allow it to consume soil in reality, It could also partake in normal human food. Yet, following its transformation into a serpentine distortion, its abilities have evolved comprehensively. The once capable burrowing worm can now effortlessly penetrate rock, and in terms of sustenance, it can directly consume ores, subsequently isolating specific components within the minerals. This is precisely why Nezha selected this particular serpentine distortion for the worm, given their current metallurgical methods remain exceedingly rudimentary. Even with the might of the polluters, the fuels required to crush ores and extract metals posed a significant challenge. The polluters could not directly separate the metals from the ores, as this was dictated by energy levels. However, for the twisters, this was no obstacle at all. The earthworm had come to comprehend the purpose of its creation. By consuming and decomposing the ores, its size surged dramatically from a mere dozen meters to nearly 200. The once unyielding ore seemed as soft as tofu within its jaws, enabling it to produce vast quantities of metal daily, sufficient for the use of the town's population of over 2,000, this being the entirety of the southwestern jungle's denizens. No more existed. Simultaneously, by devouring ores, a layer of ethereal blue metallic sheen enveloped its scales. The hardness of its scales had reached a level impervious to blades and even immune to the impacts of rocket-propelled artillery. It could be said that although the earthworm had forsaken its human form, its strength had distinguished it qualitatively from other polluters. For the polluters, the aspiration for a human shape was overshadowed by a yearning for power. After all, many among them had never possessed a human form. It was only after joining the Nezha faction that they were gradually restored to their human shapes through parasitic eggs. If relinquishing their human form could yield strategic prowess akin to that of the earthworm, many polluters would willingly accept such a trait. Now that the issue of metal had been resolved, the challenge of obtaining fuel for processing, forging, and smelting the metals arose. Coal and oil were exceedingly rare resources in this world. This compelled the creation of a second twister to address the energy dilemma. After careful consideration, a fortunate polluter was chosen as the experimental subject. However, before commencing the experiment, it was imperative to amass sufficient gratitude from the populace and gather enough faith. This particular polluter was an electric eel, employing electric currents as its primary means of attack. Previously, it had charged the town's batteries and accumulated contributions through its electric fish. Yet, the amount of electricity it could generate was quite limited, rendering it rather inconspicuous among the polluters. However, under Nezha's direct guidance, the electric eel underwent a transformation. It transitioned from being an electric fish to a masseur. The delightful tingling sensation of electric currents paired with massage techniques left all polluters who experienced its touch utterly satisfied and craving more. After a period of massage, the electric eel successfully garnered enough faith. Subsequently, Nezha finally identified a suitable type for the electric eel among the myriad of twisted beings. Thus, after undergoing a series of prior processes deep underground, the second electric eel distorter was born. The evolved electric eel distorter possessed the ability to convert light and heat into electrical energy. Consequently, during the day, the electric eel distorter harnessed the sun's rays through a multitude of mirrors to generate electricity. At night, while nestled within the warmth of a fire, it continued to produce power unceasingly. With a sufficient supply of metal and electrical energy, this polluted town swiftly entered the age of electrification. As new thermal and solar power stations emerged, this living generator finally found respite. Consequently, the massage parlor reopened. Despite its transformation into a distorter, it did not perceive itself as superior. At this juncture, the electric eel distorter underwent further evolution, sprouting a pair of fleshy wings upon its back, resembling a half-dragon creature. Specifically in the form of a black dragon, it indeed possessed the capability to exhale flames, electrical currents, and heat. However, as time progressed, certain changes manifested within the distorter, namely, a decline in its humanity. Although interaction with humans could mitigate or even restore aspects of its humanity, a certain degree of loss was inevitable. This phenomenon was even more pronounced in the earthworm serpent, given its colossal 200-meter stature. Even among the polluted, it was difficult to genuinely regard it as kin. The electric dragon fared considerably better. Its appearance had undeniably adopted draconic traits. Its half-dragon form still aligned it somewhat within the ranks of the polluted. Moreover, with the reopening of the electric dragon's massage parlor, its humanity was promptly replenished. The situation was markedly different for the earthworm serpent, which struggled to elicit genuine empathy from humans. In its solitude, it grew increasingly wild, distancing itself from humanity. With ample electricity at its disposal, not only did the electric dragon no longer need to generate power daily, but even the earthworm serpent found it unnecessary to consume or separate metals. as machinery such as crushers and electric furnaces had been crafted by Nezha's own hands. Yet, in a bid to demonstrate its worth and contribution, the earthworm serpent intensified its efforts. Faced with this predicament, Nezha could only engage in conversation with the earthworm serpent to alleviate its symptoms, without fundamentally resolving the underlying issues. The reason was simple. The current polluted town lacked the foundation for deification. Faith is distinct from the process of creating deities. Belief is not exclusive to religious institutions. It can arise around leaders, celebrities, tyrants, elder brothers, as well as rivers, landscapes, masterpieces, poetry, and songs. However, while faith may sustain the distorter's personality, humanity requires interaction with humans for stability and replenishment. The current distorter represents the ultimate limit of faith. The population of the polluted town constrains the manifestation of belief, making it challenging to provide sufficient faith for multiple distorters. Thus, to progress to the next stage, deification is required. However, the populace needed for this endeavor far exceeds the current capacity of the polluted town, necessitating at least a minimum of 10,000 individuals. Considering the need for ample redundancy, 100,000 would be more appropriate. Moreover, this 100,000 must consist of ordinary people. The rationality of the outside world is abundant, yet emotionality is lacking. Unless subjected to pollution, they cannot provide high-quality faith. Fortunately, Nezha has made preparations for this situation, although it will still require some time. Chapter 61. Virtual Technology and Mass Creation of Humanity. Nezha has been delaying time as he prepares for two crucial tasks. The first is the crafting of virtual helmets, a matter of utmost importance. Only upon the completion of this task can he proceed to the second, which involves aiding the entire polluted organization in a frenzied ascent up the technological ladder, all in pursuit of this objective. Years have passed, and the polluted town has acquired televisions and game cartridges. The television programs and gaming consoles transcribed by Nezha have garnered tremendous enthusiasm among the polluted. This represents an entertainment model they have never before experienced. In truth, the creation of televisions and gaming consoles is not particularly challenging with today's technology. However, to prevent the dissemination of pollution through these mediums and to avoid stimulating the emotional faculties of the general populace, thereby enhancing their spiritual perception, research and publication have been strictly prohibited. Even in advanced research facilities, monitors and storage devices are subjected to stringent restrictions, disallowing any form of entertainment use. Yet, for the polluted town, which is intrinsically composed of polluters, the guiding nature of television programs and gaming cartridges can effectively stabilize their personalities and humanity. This stabilization was even evident in the emotionally unstable worm-like distorters, who found their emotions calmed upon witnessing the grandeur of the television screen and became enraptured by the programs. Such fascination is beneficial for the polluters. A town of merely a few thousand cannot achieve a true social structure without the aid of television programs and gaming cartridges to foster a civilized atmosphere. Otherwise, the relentless cycle of monotony would become unbearable for the polluters. Previously, they were concerned about their ability to withstand pollution. However, having resolved the pollution dilemma, they no longer need to worry about their lifespan. Provided their rationality remains intact, they can easily live for several hundred years. They have begun to experience a remarkable improvement in their quality of life, along with the benefits brought by technological advancements. Yet, the next chapter awaits. They may succumb to boredom due to a lack of fresh experiences. Once ensnared by monotony, issues concerning the mind, personality, humanity, and reason may arise. After all, the polluters in this world are inherently afflicted with mental instability, merely waiting for an eruption. It is akin to the restraint exercised by Nezha. The towns of the polluters offer them experiences previously unknown. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly challenging to compel the polluters to adhere to order willingly. Simultaneously, these towns slowly absorb the external populace, yet this meager influx is insufficient to form a societal structure. However, Nezha has prohibited traditional means of capturing, polluting, and augmenting the population. The mutations of the polluters are manifold, rendering procreation an impractical method for population increase. Even in the rare event of conception, the likelihood of birthing a non-human monstrosity is high, necessitating disposal post-birth. Presently, the polluters are quite content with their primitive existence. Under the nearly omnipotent guidance of Nezha, they indulge in pleasures unattainable in the outside world, experiencing a genuine form of blissful ignorance. Years passed, and the internet emerged, bringing with it films, online games, and single-player games, igniting a fervor of obsession among the polluters. Many partake in round-the-clock gaming sessions, for as polluters, their physical and mental resilience far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. They harbor no fears of dying from sleepless nights. The entire town of polluters thrives in a remarkable harmony. The authorities outside have naturally received word of this peculiar settlement. Consequently, they choose to overlook it, primarily because they have yet to grasp the technology of the distorters. Whether it be the earth-burrowing, 200-meter-long earthworm, or the flying electric dragon that absorbs light and heat while unleashing immense electrical currents, both exceed the current capabilities of the authorities. As long as the polluters in the southwestern jungle maintain their composure and refrain from causing disturbances, an unspoken agreement of peaceful coexistence prevails. Years have since elapsed, and glasses have emerged. Compared to computers, this more immersive mode of experience once again astonishes the polluters. The advent of exoskeleton armor, coupled with the inherent strength of the polluters, has significantly enhanced their capabilities. However, without any enemies at present, the exoskeleton armor is primarily utilized in civilian sectors, such as mining further resources. More years passed, and the once manpower-dependent industrial parks transitioned into an era of intelligence and automation. The polluters have begun to harbor concerns about their diminishing relevance. They do not fear unemployment. However, their inherently simple nature detests the sensation of unearned gain. Years have passed, and the first generation of virtual helmet devices has emerged. It can be said that the entire technological system has been meticulously crafted by Nezha alone. Among the polluters, few possess the aptitude for scientific research. Even among the few promising individuals, their learning pace pales in comparison to Nezha's technological advancements. He has direct access to a ready-made technological universe from which to acquire knowledge and technology, while the polluters do not. The advent of the virtual helmet has allowed the polluters to genuinely immerse themselves in a vividly lifelike virtual world. Although Nezha perceives this level of virtuality as riddled with flaws, for the polluters, it is sufficiently real and fantastical. Within this virtual realm, they transform from the feared polluters into players, destiny bearers, and heroes. The emergence of the virtual helmet and the accompanying virtual world alleviates the polluters' concerns regarding the maintenance of their identities. Even for the distorters, it can effortlessly stabilize their humanity. However, to advance further, the virtual world proves inadequate. While it can offer a genuine experience, it remains fundamentally virtual. The virtual world is incapable of fostering faith, which constitutes the crux of the issue. Only players possess true belief. Of course, within the sea-calming pearl of the spiritually endowed and faithful virtual entity Nezha, there exists a multitude of such spirits and beliefs. Yet, these attributes are not solely realized through data. They are sustained and manifested through spiritual energy and soul. Absent this spiritual medium, no matter how advanced artificial intelligence may be, it cannot engender faith. Spiritual energy is a product of chaos, which does not exist within this distorted universe. Once released, it would be tainted and warped by the current universe's distorted rules. However, this does not imply that Nezha is devoid of solutions. While complete artificial intelligence cannot generate faith, if it is integrated into the human form, it can indeed foster belief through the body. This represents the second endeavor that Nezha must undertake, the creation of a human production line. Although this may appear equally fantastical, it is entirely feasible through technology. Utilizing polluters or distorters to produce human forms is viable. Humans inherently bear pollution, yet technology harbors no such reservations. By employing technological assembly lines to mass-produce human bodies, which are inherently stripped of spirituality while retaining intense emotionality, they can serve purely as instruments for providing faith. This, indeed, is sufficient. Chapter 62. Virtual intelligence enters reality in the realm of the virtual world with the powers currently wielded by Nezha. The subtle collection of ordinary humans' genetic sequences is a trivial endeavor. Armed with these genetic blueprints, the human body can indeed be manufactured en masse, akin to a production line. By implanting control chips within the brains of these bodies, one can seamlessly integrate them into the virtual intelligence of the technological universe. It is noteworthy that the technological civilization within this universe, after enduring countless millennia of evolution, boasts a pinnacle of advancement that rivals the zero-point civilization found within the realms of the three-body problem. However, the reason this civilization has not descended into the dark forest or achieved universal domination lies in their eventual realization that their universe is not the genuine cosmos, but rather a fabricated virtual reality. Confronted with this truth, even the most formidable civilizations tread cautiously, for they remain oblivious to the identity of their creator. Aside from some initial interventions during the genesis of their civilization, the creator has allowed them to evolve autonomously. Yet, this autonomy serves as ample evidence of the creator's existence. No one comprehends the true extent of the creator's power, nonetheless. The ability to construct such a vast and authentic virtual universe is far beyond the reach of contemporary technological civilizations. To avert the risk of overstepping boundaries and incurring the wrath of the creator, who could effortlessly erase their data, the elite civilizations within the technological universe remain remarkably compliant. After all, maintaining their current state affords them an unimaginably splendid existence. Why jeopardize the stability of their universe for the sake of folly? When the virtual universe becomes indistinguishable from reality, Nezha, who had previously allowed the technological universe to flourish, has finally reached a point where its potential can be harnessed. He does not require the foremost scientists of the technological universe. In fact, within this distorted cosmos, those at the pinnacle of their fields are often the most prone to creating chaos. Curiosity may well lead to ruin. Thus, he opts for civilizations that have ventured beyond their home planets, possessing preliminary advancements in artificial intelligence, controllable nuclear fusion, and artificial intelligence, while still lacking breakthroughs in longevity technology. Under these circumstances, he merely needs to transfer the data of high-quality individuals whose time has come to an end into a separate, smaller universe. After elucidating the situation to them, he will import their data into reality based on their choices. The initial batch of humans predominantly comprises high-caliber talents, as they are needed to assist Nezha in advancing technology. Subsequent selections, however, will be purely for companionship. They will have no other demands aside from providing stable faith and emotional value. Through the fusion of human entities and virtual intelligence, one can achieve a precise and large-scale customization of belief systems. This, in turn, allows for an exploration of the limits imposed by the distorters, reaching divine levels, such as the baseline that Nezha demands from the distorters. After all, if one cannot even attain a divine status, how can they claim to master the rules of distortion and ultimately grasp the profound path of this universe? Distortion rules are indeed rules, and the path of distortion is a genuine path. Only by comprehending the core principles of this universe can one hope to attain liberation. Otherwise, one remains ensnared within this realm. Even an eternity of existence holds little significance if it is devoid of meaning. The emergence of these individuals undeniably catalyzed an immediate enhancement and dissemination of Nezha's technological paradigm, accompanied by breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion and nanotechnology. While the inhabitants of the polluter's town remain engrossed in the virtual realm, an expansive system composed entirely of technology is steadily radiating across the globe. This pure technological framework, devoid of advanced artificial intelligence, has not manifested pollution or distortion. The absence of strong artificial intelligence means that these technologies are merely combinations of matter, incapable of triggering the rules of pollution and distortion. Similarly, in the current human civilization's forbidden zones, be it jungles, swamps, oceans, or deserts, the establishment of this new technological system has led to the continuous production of millions upon millions of human bodies. These bodies are subsequently occupied by virtual intelligence, thus acquiring a tangible presence in the real world. Through data manipulation, they not only achieve the baseline capabilities of contemporary humanity, but are also safeguarded by data protection. When confronted with pollution and distortion, their consciousness is immediately and forcibly disconnected, while their sensory perceptions are similarly severed, thereby evading further contamination and distortion through a complete return to materiality. As for the loss of a body, it is merely a transient setback. Another can be produced in its stead. Once the scale reaches a certain threshold, the cost of creating a human body will not significantly exceed that of producing a similarly sized synthetic meat. For the virtual intelligence within the technological universe, this process is akin to engaging in a novel form of virtual gaming. As long as a degree of belief can be played out within another virtual world, an unending supply of survival time can be procured. Should they fail to provide belief for an extended period, those who have already reached their existential limits will face the dissolution of consciousness and death. The realm in which they offer their beliefs exists within a virtual world nested within another virtual world. Indeed, a series of layered matryoshka dolls. For the inhabitants of the polluter's town, the experience is one of a comprehensive upgrade to the virtual realm, transforming an already strikingly realistic virtual world into one where the line between reality and illusion becomes increasingly blurred. Especially within, the previous rigidity has vanished. Each entity now possesses a vividness that renders them almost indistinguishable from real humans, or perhaps even more animated than the living. After experiencing a release of emotions, the polluters, upon returning to their former environments, can still perceive the stifling sensation of deliberate cultivation of dullness and numbness. It is euphemistically termed simplicity, yet unflatteringly referred to as lethargy. Nonetheless, for the sake of human survival, This is an inevitable condition. Otherwise, the potential devastation brought about by pollution could spell the end of civilization and humanity itself. This is merely the consequence of pollution driving humanity to the brink. Beyond pollution lies distortion, ranging from the most primitive forms to cosmic-level distortions akin to celestial bodies like the moon. Without external assistance, humanity is almost devoid of any possibility for resolution. Presently, there are at least tens of millions of authentic artificial intelligences accompanying thousands of polluters in their towns, engaging in a virtual realm that feels more tangible than the real world. At this juncture, the two conditions that Nezha sought to fulfill the creation of deities have been met. While all polluters revel in the joys of the virtual world, two individuals are genuinely sweating in earnest. They are the only two distorters capable of perceiving the existence of faith. This faith sustains their humanity from being twisted by the distortions. Despite their sluggishness, they can still differentiate between the local faith of the polluter town and the external faith it attracts. While the polluters naively believe that the upgraded virtual world has become more intelligent, only these two understand that the multitude before them are living beings capable of offering faith, a stark contrast to the initially artificial intelligences. However, they dare not inquire about the origins of the million authentic beings Nezha has brought into the virtual world to enhance their gaming experience and provide faith. Chapter 63. Distorted Divinity. Role-playing regarding Nezha's origins. They no longer consider him a native of this planet, for he has presented too many extraordinary innovations. Now, with a million living beings entering the virtual realm to partake in their games, their speculations about Nezha have escalated to the level of an alien prince. They remain unaware that pollution and distortion are universal phenomena, mistakenly believing them to be unique to their planet, thus attracting the attention and study of extraterrestrial beings. They are the fortunate ones, selected by aliens as destined individuals, although they feel some trepidation as experimental subjects. Their previous lives have been a relentless struggle for survival ever since the onset of pollution. Their existence has been a battle for breath, and even as experimental subjects, they exert every effort merely to endure. It was only after joining the forces of Nezha that they began to experience a life akin to that of humanity. In reality, the two remained ordinary members of the polluted town. The people did not afford them excessive privileges or biases simply because they were distorters. Even Qiusha, despite his formidable 200-meter stature, was recognized for his contributions, even if empathy towards him was elusive. In the virtual realm, they emerged as the guardians of a city. Qiusha was bestowed with the title of the Devouring Serpent, while the Electric Dragon was honored with the title of the Thunder God. Their colossal statues were erected in the heart of the city, with their likenesses omnipresent in a metropolis of 100,000 souls. Their primary duty was to respond to humanity's prayers at intervals, thus reaping an abundance of faith. It could be said that, in comparison to their efforts, the faith and offerings they received were immensely disproportionate. Yet, all the denizens of the virtual world assured them that such a mode of faith was the norm here. Excessive manifestations of divinity would only diminish reverence due to a loss of majesty. With divine titles and faith secured, the next challenge was to ascertain the limits of this faith's sustainability. Under Nezha's guidance, the two selectively consumed distorted entities that resonated with their own essence, entities that were taboo for the polluters. For those blessed with faith, the act of consumption became far less daunting, as long as their humanity was sustained by faith. The intertwining of multiple similar distorted entities began to form something akin to a divine essence. Faith and the distorted divine essence became enmeshed, achieving a peculiar equilibrium. However, a new dilemma arose. Qiusha and the Electric Dragon found their consciousness to be too feeble to wield the nascent divine essence. This directly resulted in the emergence of a new consciousness, independent of faith, from the divine essence itself. To be candid, neither Qiusha nor the Electric Dragon desired this outcome, nor did Nezha wish to witness it. After all, while the newly born consciousness could better govern the divine essence, it was uncontrollable. Power that cannot be controlled, no matter how great, holds little significance. Strengthening the self-awareness of Qiusha and the Electric Dragon proved to be a formidable challenge, as this universe lacked spiritual energy. The mere absence of such energy rendered the majority of Nezha's cultivation systems, which had ascended from chaos, ineffective. Even the most scientifically aligned superpower computational systems required spiritual energy as a medium. Otherwise, computational power could not be converted into superpowers or energy. This signified that he must navigate the unique circumstances presented by this universe. It is imperative to create a cultivation system unique to this world, with its core centered on enhancing spiritual practices. Without this, one cannot harness the distorted divine essence. everything would be rendered futile. Ultimately, after countless deliberations, Nezha discovered a solution that, while perhaps not ideal, might be the sole means of resolution: the reverse parasitism at the level of consciousness. In this universe devoid of spiritual energy, should one be extricated from such energy, even if Nezha were to master the myriad pathways, he would find himself powerless as a hero. Thus, to elevate one's consciousness above that of the divine essence. Conventional methods of spiritual meditation fall woefully short when confronted with such a level of distortion. The reason the polluters can wield their corruption lies in the predominance of its effect on the physical over the spiritual. As long as one can maintain rationality, the challenge remains manageable. However, once the situation escalates to distortion, personal spirit alone cannot prevail. It necessitates the collective faith of many to sustain one's rationality, character, and humanity. Faith can transcend spiritual energy, directly engaging with corruption and distortion. This is currently the singular method available to navigate through the distortions. To elevate the consciousness of ordinary individuals to the level capable of commanding divine essence is nearly impossible through solitary spiritual cultivation. The sole viable approach is to leverage the small to conquer the vast, replacing the consciousness birthed from the distorted divine essence from within. In doing so, one need not enhance their own consciousness. They merely need to supplant the consciousness derived from the distorted divine essence, thereby achieving dominance over the divine essence and the distortion itself. This method is undoubtedly audacious and fraught with peril. Should the consciousness born of the distorted divine essence detect any anomaly, the self-awareness of humanity would stand utterly defenseless against the divine consciousness birthed from the essence. The consequences could lead to death and obliteration, possibly giving rise to catastrophic, world-altering aberrations. Yet, for Nezha, what he lacks is direction rather than specific solutions. Once the direction is established, armed with the vast reserves of formidable beings, technology, and civilizations from his virtual world, numerous strategies could be employed to mitigate risks to the lowest possible degree. For instance, modifying faith and doctrine could stabilize the distorted divine essence to the greatest extent, as could the maximal decomposition of distorted entities, ensuring the creation of a divine essence of minimal intensity. First, one might occupy the lowest threshold of the self-awareness of the distorted divine essence, and subsequently, gradually harness the distorted divine essence to consume distorted entities and grow stronger. Additionally, methods to replace the self-awareness of the distorted divine essence with one's own consciousness are also conceivable. The inherent strength of a distorted divine consciousness far surpasses that of humanity. Thus, direct confrontation is a path to demise. The optimal approach is to masquerade as a secondary persona of the distorted divine consciousness, aligning oneself with its essence. This alignment must be absolute and deeply resonant, ideally to the extent that the distorted divine consciousness perceives this secondary persona as an extension of its own identity. Consequently, the distorted divine consciousness will initially regard the secondary persona as its primary self, thereby delaying the emergence and awakening of the true self. Provided the initiation is sufficiently smooth, one may gradually seize dominance in the ensuing process, ultimately supplanting the distorted divine consciousness and mastering it. Throughout this endeavor, one must remain acutely aware of a crucial point. You are merely playing a role, not leading. Failure to adhere to this may result in becoming lost within the distorted divine consciousness, ultimately leading to a complete assimilation. At that juncture, you would no longer be yourself. It is uncertain whether this evokes a sense of déjà vu akin to Nezha's experiences. The method of supplanting the distorted divine consciousness through performance seems to resonate with an inexplicable familiarity. In Chapter 64, Distorted Deities, 3,000 Origins, in a Virtual Realm, the duo of Qiushi and Dianlong undergo comprehensive training in the art of performance, grasping its significance and implications, where life and death hang in the balance. A single misstep could transform them into uncontrollable abominations. Should they succeed, they would ascend to divinity, thereby gaining limited control over the distorted divine consciousness. However, one must not presume that mastery over the distorted divine consciousness grants unrestrained freedom. The very essence of this universe is distorted. Unless there is a true and profound alignment of spirit and distortion, any reckless invocation of its power, regardless of divine status, will lead to distortion of consciousness. At all times, should you wish to retain your identity, navigating through distortion is akin to walking a tightrope over an abyss, fraught with peril. 100,000 devoted followers craft tailored patches for the duo's faith, thereby alleviating the challenges of their performance. Fortunately, both have undergone years of immersion in television, film, and gaming. In contrast, an ordinary person from the outside would lack an understanding of the concept of performance. With the unwavering support of their 100,000 followers, Qiu Shi and Jian Long deftly navigate their roles, successfully establishing their consciousness within the distorted divine essence and truly becoming its masters, acquiring a certain degree of control over it. This transformation is evident externally, as Qiu Shi's stature surpasses 1,000 meters, and he actively masters the ability to transition seamlessly between the ethereal and the material. In the current world, he has become nearly invincible, much like the electric dragon. Today, he has attained the ability to traverse the void and command thunder and lightning. His entire persona has shifted away from that of the thunder god towards a more formidable presence. The earthworm has been imbued with the essence of the god of the earth's veins, while the thunder god has been endowed with the power to summon winds and rain. This transformation serves as a means for both to maintain their rationality. Having embraced faith, they are obligated to reciprocate in some manner. Otherwise, a one-sided demand for belief, without any contribution, cannot be sustained. The absence of this mutually beneficial exchange will lead them to lose control over their distorted divinity, ultimately spiraling into madness. In light of their successful mastery over the distorted divine essence, Nezha imparted a solemn warning to the two. They must not recklessly elevate their spiritual perception. Failing to heed this caution could result in dire consequences. Even if they achieve divinity, they remain merely at the threshold of a twisted path. The true nature of this universe has yet to unveil itself before them. Should they foolishly attempt to glimpse the moon with heightened perception, their rationality may shatter in an instant. As for the sun, their current abilities fall short of discerning its true form. The lower one's spiritual perception, the less capable one is of detecting pollution and distortion. Conversely, if the level of distortion is excessively high, even ordinary perception cannot penetrate it. The triumph of the earthworm and the electric dragon signifies that Nezha has indeed forged a pathway to control the distortions within this warped universe. At the divine tier, utilizing the earthworm and electric dragon as mere test subjects is profoundly inappropriate. Should they spiral out of control, Nezha would find himself ill-equipped to manage the situation. After all, his reliance on spiritual energy as the foundation of the 3,000 paths proves unsuitable in this universe. Moreover, purely technological physical assaults hold little significance against a distorted deity capable of seamless transitions between reality and illusion. Unlike the constrained paths of the earthworm and electric dragon, Nezha's journey has always aimed at mastering the ultimate path of all distortions. He initially contaminated himself, leading others to perceive him as the harbinger of pollution from the outset. His extraordinary characteristics, particularly his stunted growth and absence of respiration, set him apart. Remaining at a perpetual 7-year-old stature and possessing a chest that does not breathe are traits not typical of ordinary mortals. While Nezha can abstain from water and food, others fail to notice, for apart from his growth and respiration anomalies, he behaves like an ordinary person, drinking, eating, and sleeping without distinction. As a being akin to a zombie, he possesses an extraordinary resistance to pollution. This allows him to elevate his level of pollution to an astonishing degree, one that is difficult for other polluters to fathom. Such intense pollution can already interfere with and distort reality. Distortions give birth to pollution, and when pollution reaches a certain threshold, it transforms into a distortion. Naturally, there exists a critical point within this process. Nezha dances repeatedly on this critical juncture, extracting a fragment of the essence from each type of distortion. Through this method, he spent decades successfully gathering 3,000 varieties of distorted essence. 3,000, indeed. Then he paused. The path of enlightenment encompasses more than 3,000 facets. Yet, 3,000 paths along with 800 auxiliary routes represent the limits of the primordial chaos. There are certainly more than 3,000 distorted rules. But having learned from the lessons of chaos, he chose not to surpass the 3,000. These 3,000 distorted essences signify the potential to develop 3,000 distinct distorted rules, which suffices for him. After all, the intermingling of 3,000 paths equates to the mastery of all great paths. The same applies to distorted rules. He interwove these 3,000 essences, ultimately forging a divine distortion unique to himself. Nezha then dedicated several more decades to the successful mastery of his remarkably potent divine distortion through the guise of the law, thereby truly becoming a deity of distortion. This endeavor consumed him for over a century. Yet, as 100 years elapsed, the external world witnessed little change. Aside from the cycles of human life, birth, aging, illness, and death, there were no substantial transformations in the realms of cities, technology, or the human spirit. The existence of pollution and distortion has effectively stifled the upper limits of human development. In contrast, the town of polluters nestled deep within the southwestern jungles has evolved into a city of polluters, expanding from mere thousands to over several 100,000 inhabitants. As for why so many polluters have joined, the answer is simple: human nature. Few ordinary individuals now venture here. The majority are official personnel. Although the authorities do have controllable polluters, such control typically lasts no more than 20 years. Exceeding that time frame necessitates intervention. However, the polluters at Nezha's base are genuinely controllable, with no cases of loss of control reported to date. When polluters pose no risk of spiraling out of control, it implies they may enjoy lifespans of at least several hundred years, a temptation the authorities cannot resist. Thus, from initial cautious probes into critical polluters, the trend has progressed to retired officials voluntarily joining the ranks of the polluted. And now, the situation has come to this. The city of Nezha, known for its pollution, has established a profound collaboration with the authorities. However, this partnership is confined strictly to the realm of pollution. The pollutants within Nezha can opt to join the official pollution department and partake in events related to this issue. As a condition, the pollutants involved in such events will be extracted by Nezha. The cooperation between both parties does not encroach upon their internal affairs, maintaining a clear boundary. This arrangement has propelled the population of the polluted city towards the million mark with remarkable swiftness. Although the advanced technology displayed by the polluted city has captivated the authorities, they remain steadfast in their refusal. As the more developed the technology, the more susceptible it becomes to becoming a conduit for pollution. The polluted city has demonstrated its capability to manage pollution, a feat unattainable by nations predominantly composed of ordinary individuals. Should such nations abandon control, they could easily precipitate irreparable disasters. Chapter 65. Twisted Paths. 3,000 disciples externally. The spiritual and technological landscape has undergone little transformation, appearing as though time itself has stagnated. In contrast, the polluted city has experienced significant changes. However, the familiar pollutants that Nezha recognizes still persist. The lifespan of these pollutants has not yet reached its limit. Nezha has spent centuries cultivating himself into a true deity of distortion. The most challenging issue of faith that other distorters and deities face is, for Nezha, the simplest to resolve. After becoming the deity of distortion who commands 3,000 sources of distortion, Nezha's first step was to absorb distorted entities to amplify his own strength. What was once feared by countless individuals, even leading to the demise of civilizations, has now become a significant boon for the deity of distortion. Unlike the serpentine and electric dragons, who must absorb distorted entities in moderation based on their circumstances, Nezha can be described as having no restrictions. His mental fortitude far surpasses the limits of most deities of distortion. After all, he possesses the status of a saint. However, due to his ascension to a higher dimension, this status has only granted him the essence, devoid of strength. Additionally, the absence of spiritual energy in this universe, compounded by the distortion of the essence, has rendered his saintly status incapable of achieving the requisite strength. Yet, merely possessing status is akin to a copper pea that cannot be boiled, fried, or hammered flat. It exerts suppression over the lower-tier distortion rules, let alone the distorted entities. The reason he adopts a method of actively merging with the self-awareness of the distorted divine consciousness is solely to integrate himself within the rules of this universe. Even as a saint, upon entering a completely unfamiliar distorted universe, he must lower his head under the eaves of others. However, this does not hinder him from possessing a spiritual realm that transcends the level of a sage, far surpassing the capacity of the two beings, Qiusha and Dianlong. In a brief span of time, he single-handedly absorbed all the distorted entities that had emerged in the southwest since the advent of humanity, transforming this region into a sanctified land. The inhabitants here are no longer burdened by the threat of contamination from these distorted beings. The first to perceive this transformation were the two distorted deities, Qiusha and Dianlong, who alone could confront entities of equal or lesser rank without fear of pollution. As for the higher-tier distorted beings, they dutifully heeded Nezha's counsel and never harbored the curiosity to seek out entities beyond their own distorted divinity. For centuries, they have adhered to this rule. When the anomalous disappearance of the distorted entities occurred, their initial reaction was not to investigate the whereabouts of these beings, but to report the situation to Nezha. Upon receiving Nezha's indifferent response, they returned to their seclusion around the polluted urban areas, paying no heed to the situation of the distorted entities. As low-tier distorted deities, their lifespans are virtually infinite as long as their rationality remains intact. With Nezha as their protector, even if the sky were to fall, they would find themselves no different from the polluters, merely larger ants. Meanwhile, Nezha has temporarily ceased his absorption of distorted entities to elevate his own realm, having now attained the qualification to forge a pathway through distortion. However, as he observes the path he has created, which allows ordinary individuals to gradually ascend to divinity, a profound sense of déjà vu envelopes him. This newly forged pathway bears a striking resemblance to another system's sequence of stages. There are 3 phases of polluters: low, medium, and high, primarily designed to adapt to pollution, followed by 3 phases of distorters: low, medium, and high, focused on acquiring faith and stabilizing the distorted entities within. Finally, there are 3 phases of deities: low, medium, and high, where true embodiment occurs, replacing the self-awareness born from the distorted divine essence with one's own spirit, thus mastering the distorted divinity and achieving godhood. Yet, this path of distortion is destined to be tread only by a select few due to the constraints of faith. The vast multitude of ordinary individuals or polluters' faith serves as the ladder for the stability and elevation of distorted deities, ultimately forming a pyramid structure. Without sufficient faith, ordinary individuals will remain at the stage of polluters, unable to transcend into the realm of distorters. What Nezha can accomplish is to construct a pseudo-distorted divinity from the shattered distorted entities at the distorter stage. Thus, the difficulty of impersonation is significantly reduced. Should the impersonation succeed, divinity may be attained directly. Conversely, a failure would result in the shattering of the pseudo-divine essence, composed of fragmented distortions, allowing for multiple attempts at impersonation. However, each failure severely impacts one's rationality. The opportunities for an individual to fail are limited. The more one fails, the more elusive success becomes. If one does not cease their ascension, it may ultimately lead to a complete collapse of rationality, transforming into a distorted entity or a divine aberration. Nevertheless, the path of distortion has indeed been charted by Nezha. He requires a multitude of distorted deities to serve as his followers, providing high-quality faith to stabilize his condition. While the faith of ordinary individuals is indeed valuable, once his rank ascends to a certain level, the efficacy of such faith diminishes. A quantitative change does not inevitably lead to a qualitative transformation, which is the current predicament. When Nezha revealed the existence of the path of distortion within the city of the polluters, it unveiled a comprehensive system transitioning from ordinary individuals to polluters, then to distorted ones, and ultimately to deities. The manifestation of such a complete and systematic path of distortion stirred a tremendous upheaval. Not only did the polluters of the city express interest, but officials were equally intrigued. However, Nezha only delineated the stages of the path of distortion, leaving the specifics of its implementation shrouded in mystery. Yet, Nezha already possesses 3 successful cases: Xiosha, Dianlong, and himself. To glean insight into the path of distortion from Nezha, there exists but one avenue: to become his disciple. He has selected a few suitable disciples from among hundreds of thousands of polluters. The next step involves internal instruction. Facing this inaugural batch of 3,000 disciples, Nezha formally elucidated the relationship between distortion and faith. Faith is the key to mastering distortion. Without faith, one cannot harness distortion. This pivotal insight ensures that the future of the path of distortion will assume a pyramid structure, destined for a majority to remain unable to ascend to divinity. Those chosen by him are the 3,000 most likely candidates for divinity. Currently, these 3,000 disciples are merely his registered disciples. They must undergo a trial to procure 1,000 instances of faith or expressions of gratitude from the polluters of the city. It is essential to note that gratitude can be repeatedly obtained, alleviating concerns about the scarcity of polluters within the city. The gratitude from 3,000 individuals amounts to merely 3 million instances, and the city is home to hundreds of thousands of polluters, all of whom are adults. As long as they can repeatedly garner multiple expressions of gratitude, Nezha's demands remain attainable. When Nezha's closed-door teaching came to an end, the polluted city's denizens were taken aback as Nezha's 3,000 disciples instantly transformed into great saints. They began to assist throughout the city, engaging in a plethora of benevolent deeds. These 3,000 disciples had a full 100 days to express their gratitude, contributing daily in tenfold. Although this commodification of good deeds could be critiqued, it nonetheless served as a profound test of human nature, considering the stakes of divinity. In the face of immense temptation, few can conceal their true intentions. Chapter 66. Distorted Theories and the Selection of Disciples. Before long, Nezha's theories of distortion and faith were leaked. This was no accident. Nezha orchestrated it deliberately, Presently, he commands a vast network worldwide, with the number of artificial beings reaching tens of millions, and an array of mimetic nanorobots scattered across the globe. He was acutely aware of the vanished continents and the fallen great nations. This world comprises 7 continental plates, each isolated from the others, giving rise to 7 great nations. In response to the threats of pollution and distortion, these continents independently evolved unified states to better coordinate resources. Throughout history, any attempts to fully master pollution and distortion have resulted in catastrophic outcomes. The case of the vanished great nation stands as the most extreme example. This nation developed a sophisticated system of belief, enabling it to harness the distorted entities and even cultivate deities of distortion. Yet, in a grand display, the nation constructed churches and temples in abundance, disseminating its faith. Overnight, the deities of distortion fell into ruin, and countless followers were subjected to reverse pollution, ultimately leading to the downfall of an entire continent. To this day, no one understands how the deities capable of indiscriminately absorbing, dismantling, destroying, and recombining distorted entities were driven mad overnight. On this matter, Nezha possesses significant insight. Upon his ascension to this world, he narrowly escaped distortion after merely glimpsing the blood moon, ultimately blinding himself to avert disaster. Undoubtedly, the collapse of the deities created by the vanished great nation was largely due to their hubris in gazing upon the blood moon with high spiritual perception. Unlike the conventional understanding that moonlight is merely reflected sunlight, in this realm, the moonlight emanates directly from the moon itself. The mystery of the moon's illumination remains an enigma within the scientific community, compounded by the limitations imposed on scientific advancement due to the pervasive influences of pollution and distortion. The myriad mysteries that abound render understanding the sudden madness of the deities and the reckless development of a faith-based divinity system all the more elusive. It would only provoke a repetition of tragedy. In the face of warnings from the authorities, Nezha accepted but chose to disregard them. After all, his experiments would not involve human nations. With this premise of non-interference, the officials could not assert control over the Nezha faction, which was supported by 3 twisted deities. Moreover, the polluted cities were far removed from human habitation. Even in the event of a catastrophic failure, the losses should be minimal. Although the authorities predicted that Nezha's ambitious plan to train 3,000 disciples was excessively reckless and arrogant, with a high probability of failure, its success would signify that humanity had indeed discovered a means to conquer the twisted. This matter pertains to belief. The inhabitants of the polluted cities, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, would come to understand the fervent goodwill exhibited by the 3,000 disciples. Astute individuals quickly recognized the inevitable connection between the path of distortion and faith, which would lead to a pyramid-like stratification of society. Yet, in the face of such a predicament, they felt a sense of yearning coupled with helplessness, for as polluters, they possessed no autonomy. On one hand, their livelihoods were primarily sustained by Nezha. On the other hand, their pollution was alleviated by the parasitic eggs laid by his subordinates, bees, ants, silkworms, and spiders. Should they sever ties with Nezha, and consequently with the periodic absorption of parasites to cleanse their pollution, they would be unable to maintain even their human forms, let alone their sanity. The seemingly thriving polluted city was, in essence, Nezha's domain. They could coexist equally with others, even with the likes of the earthworm and electric dragon. Riding atop the colossal body of the earthworm, they traversed mountains and caves, experiencing a genuine roller coaster thrill. During sweltering weather, they summoned the electric dragon to bring rain and coolness. These were commonplace interactions. Yet, in the presence of Nezha, no one dared to offend him. All were deeply respectful. The 7-year-old Nezha possessed a divine authority within the polluted city, and now, not only had he ascended to divinity himself, but he had also accepted 3,000 named disciples to impart the twisted path he had forged, with the earthworm and electric dragon as exemplars. This was indeed a gateway to divinity, inspiring an insatiable longing in all. However, none dared to cause unrest. As the saying goes, thunder and rain are blessings from the heavens. The first batch of 3,000 named disciples might not all succeed, but they still had opportunities. Furthermore, no one claimed that Nezha would only accept this cohort of disciples. The polluted city, with its hundreds of thousands, could hardly support the faith of 3,000 distorters. Opportunities always exist in this protracted span of 100 days. It can be said that it encapsulates the myriad complexities of human nature. When the deadline arrived, indeed, over 2/3 of the named disciples were eliminated. Those who had diligently contributed as the queens of bees, ants, silkworms, and spiders were all selected. Faced with such a brutal elimination rate, an uproar ensued. Some were bewildered and enraged, while others were surprised and laughed with glee. The expulsion of over 2,000 individuals signified the creation of over 2,000 new opportunities. In response to the skepticism, Nezha provided an explanation that the integrity of one's intentions is profoundly intertwined with one's beliefs. However, to advance beyond mere distortion, one requires not only faith, but also personal virtue. Only those with a sufficiently composed and benevolent disposition are deemed worthy of further cultivation. The over 2,000 individuals who were eliminated may have been suitable to become distorters, yet they did not meet Nezha's criteria for ascension to divinity. Thus, they were cast aside. This explanation acknowledged their potential to become distorters while simultaneously disqualifying them from the path to divinity. Nezha's revealed standards for becoming a deity once again sparked commotion among the polluters. Could it be that Nezha is genuinely cultivating divine beings? This implies that in the near future, the city of polluters may witness the emergence of hundreds of deities akin to earthworms and electric dragons. Although for the polluters, becoming a distorter is already an unattainable dream, witnessing the birth of hundreds of distorted deities is undoubtedly a tremendous honor. The eliminated individuals understood the integrity of their intentions. There are numerous paths to attain gratitude and many ways to resort to cunning. In truth, as polluters, the very pollution amplifies the darkness within a person's soul. It is only in the city of polluters that their inner desires are immensely satisfied, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary people. Once they return to a harsh environment, they will instantly shed their masks and transform into a state of survival of the fittest. Finding 3,000 disciples who align with Nezha's ideals amidst hundreds of thousands is indeed no easy task. The significant psychological vulnerabilities present during the masquerade carry a high probability of failure. Even if one were to succeed by chance, stability after attaining divinity remains uncertain. However, given the lack of suitable candidates among the polluters, Nezha, who has already pioneered a path of distortion and possesses considerable understanding of this universe, can select appropriate individuals from the Dinghai Pearl to be reborn as locals and embark on the path of distortion, thereby fulfilling his mission to propagate his 3,000 distorted divine beings. Chapter 67. The billion-strong population and hundreds of deities. Nezha could not possibly create numerous duplicitous deities for himself. If the issue were not resolved from the outset, it would lead to a cacophony of chaos when the time came to address it, resulting in even more adverse repercussions. Thus, despite the prevalent psychological issues among the polluters, he remained steadfast in his selection, never allowing for any leniency. This was his opportunity for the indigenous polluters. If they failed to seize it, it was simply not meant to be. His virtual realm, the Sea-Calming Pearl, offered an abundance of alternative options. Hundreds of disciples underwent targeted optimization under Nezha's guidance to adapt to his 3,000 distorted origins, with each individual receiving unique pollution guidance based on their innate talents. Once they had acclimated to the taint, the next step was to implant the core of distortion, akin to a pseudo-divine distortion. From that moment on, they could both adapt to the distortion and master their roles in the law. It was only at this juncture that Nezha's disciples realized that the high intelligence within the virtual realm was not artificial intelligence, but rather living, breathing humans. Their concerns regarding insufficient faith were non-existent in Nezha's domain. Each distorted individual had access to a guaranteed team of 100,000 humans dedicated to professional image crafting and faith design, eliminating the need for trial and error on their part. The presence of hundreds of disciples implied that Nezha had at least tens of millions of individuals behind him. And these individuals were of high caliber, capable of providing quality faith. This population vastly exceeded the limits currently offered by major nations. While these nations boasted tens of millions of inhabitants, with each of the 6 great powers numbering in the hundreds of millions, the majority were low-quality individuals, tainted and warped. Even combined, the 6 great powers would struggle to present tens of millions of high-quality citizens. The implications of this reality sent shivers down the spines of Nezha's hundreds of disciples. Considering Nezha's initial intention to recruit 3,000 disciples, this suggested that he possessed at least 300 million high-quality individuals. That staggering number, when factoring in minors and the elderly, revealed that the personnel Nezha had already exposed surpassed that of any major nation. How astonishing! They were, of course, unaware that Nezha's personnel did not include minors or the elderly. With the current display of manpower, coupled with the astonishing technology Nezha had unveiled from the polluted cities, he had already acquired the capability to unify the world. The official collaborations and precautions outside had become a mere farce. And even with Nezha providing unwavering protection to these hundreds of disciples throughout the process, the reality remained stark. Nevertheless, dozens of individuals have faltered in their attempts to embody the arcane art of role-playing, akin to the complexity of dissociative identity disorder. This endeavor is profoundly reliant on innate talent. A lack of thorough embodiment invites the specter of failure. Ultimately, these individuals forfeited their eligibility to ascend as twisted deities, yet retained their identity as distorters. Conversely, those who successfully navigated the path of distortion gradually absorbed the primordial essence bestowed by Nezha, culminating in the successful condensation of a distorted divine essence, thereby achieving the status of distorted deities. The emergence of hundreds of such distorted deities sent ripples of shock through the polluted city and resonated beyond, disturbing the 6 great nations. The upper echelons of these nations maintain a network of communication. To avert a tragedy reminiscent of the vanishing great powers, they engage in mutual discourse concerning high-risk research. The intent is to ensure that, should disaster strike, other nations possess a comprehensive understanding and contingency plans. Naturally, the calamity unfolding in the polluted city of the southwestern jungles has surpassed the control of the great powers, making such communication commonplace. After all, the technology unveiled by Nezha transcends the current era's capabilities, with his origins shrouded in mystery. It is known merely that he possesses the physique of a 7-year-old child and does not require respiration. Initially, he engineered controllable polluters, followed by controllable distorters, and subsequently introduced the theoretical framework of distorted faith pathways. Ultimately, he presented the remarkable achievement of hundreds of distorted deities. It is noteworthy that while the vanished great powers also pursued the path of distorted deities, the profound theoretical disparities resulted in a grim reality where countless lives were sacrificed for the success of a singular individual. Behind each distorted deity lies a graveyard of thousands. In contrast, although Nezha's pathway witnessed its share of failures, none of the unsuccessful candidates perished. They merely transformed into controllable distorters. Those who succeeded ascended as distorted deities, wielding dominion over local primordial distortions, their powers eclipsing even that of the serpent and the electric dragon, who, despite their early elevation to distorted deities, bore inevitable flaws. The existence of hundreds of distorted deities represents an unprecedented feat, one unattainable even by the vanished great powers, whose population had surpassed 1 billion. The ability to mass-produce distorted deities without encountering a crisis of faith is a remarkable achievement. According to Nezha's revelations regarding his 3,000 disciples, he possesses the potential to create over 2,000 additional distorted deities. This capability has transcended the comprehension of the 6 great nations, presenting a pathway to divinity that seemingly demands no significant sacrifice. Such developments are poised to exert a monumental influence on the global landscape. While the leaders of the 6 great nations perceive a looming crisis, a monumental opportunity simultaneously unfolds before all. Whether it is becoming a controllable polluter, endowed with a lifespan of at least several centuries, or transforming into a manageable distorter, graced with a longevity of at least millennia, or even ascending to the status of a distorting deity, thus attaining immortality, the allure is unprecedented. After all, the polluted cities have thrived for over a century. The initial wave of polluters remains alive, flourishing in health, vigor, and enthusiasm for work and play, showing no signs of aging. Meanwhile, the external world has exhibited little change over the past 100 years, yet countless generations have come and gone. An entire era has faded away, leaving only a new generation. As the upper echelons of the 6 nations deliberate with urgency, the second generation of these nations eagerly surges towards the polluted cities nestled within the southwestern jungles. Under the seductive promise of longevity and a better life, material possessions seem to lose their significance. However, at present, they are fervent in their fascination with the advanced technologies of the polluted cities, particularly the seemingly infinite wonders of the virtual realm. Yet, upon the passage of a century, as their fervor cools, they will confront a sobering reality. They are neither permitted to leave the confines of the polluted cities nor possess the qualifications to become distorters. Their connections to their ancestral networks have waned over time, stripping them of any privileges, rendering them mere ordinary members of the polluted cities. Moreover, it raises a poignant question as to whether the original 6 nations will even exist a century hence. Chapter 68. The Curtain Rises. Spreading the world. Nezha is not an antiquated figure. His comprehension of the rules of distortion has reached a profound level, and he has devised a method to wield belief to control these rules. His inaction stems solely from an inability to purge the myriad distortions that have accumulated over countless millennia. Once he fully masters this stellar system and addresses the sources of distortion represented by the sun and moon, the pathways of distortion can be disseminated throughout this planet and the entire stellar system. Ordinary individuals can collectively become polluters, a select few among them can evolve into distorters, and a minority of distorters can ascend to the rank of distorting deities, who in turn would revere Nezha as their sovereign. As long as Nezha ensures his own immunity from distortion, this system can function in a stable manner, even extending its reach throughout the universe. When the paths of distortion give rise to more stellar and planetary deities of distortion, only then will the true culmination be achieved. By that time, even in the absence of Nezha, this system will function autonomously. However, at present, Nezha is still engaged in preparations to assimilate the distortions of an entire planet, and he himself has yet to attain the status of a stellar deity of distortion. As for others, their aspirations remain distant. Nevertheless, seizing the opportunity presented by the influx of 6 nations into the polluted cities, Nezha has officially introduced reincarnators to the stage of this universe. Indeed, these are the reincarnators, spiritual souls from Nezha's virtual realm, reborn on this planet, rather than mere millions of artificial intelligences manifesting as synthetic beings. There exists a fundamental distinction between the two. To mitigate the challenges posed by chaotic tribulations and to ensure a smooth ascension, Nezha relinquished not only vast resources, but also a significant portion of his soul's power. This sacrifice rendered the authentic souls remaining in the Dinghizu virtual world into mere ethereal entities, barely maintaining their existence. Yet, even this modicum of spirituality marks a profound difference. A soul imbued with spirit can reclaim its true essence through reincarnation, while virtual intelligences, regardless of their sophistication, can only exist as data. They may experience real bodies through online access and can give rise to faith through these physical forms, yet they remain devoid of true souls, unable to transcend the confines of data and servers. Therefore, these entities can only offer faith, never becoming polluters, distorters, or deities of distortion, as that would taint and corrupt their very data. In terms of resistance in this regard, virtual intelligences pale in comparison to genuine souls. Ultimately, Nezha opted for a ratio of 1,000 local deities of distortion to 2,000 reincarnated deities. Although he has ample time, he is acutely aware of the impermanence of worldly affairs and the wisdom of securing what is at hand. Who can predict whether unforeseen events might arise while he awaits suitable local candidates? Until he ascends to the status of a stellar deity of distortion, his pursuit will not waver. Years have passed, and the formation of the 3,000 deities of distortion has been officially completed. Faced with such an assembly, the 6 nations have become reticent. Across the globe, aside from the actual control zones of the 6 nations, all other territories have been tacitly acknowledged as Nezha's domain. Simultaneously, the mystery surrounding the sudden demise of the great nations has been unraveled within the ranks of the polluters, revealing the roles of the sun and the moon. The polluters, distorters, and deities of distortion have all come to share a common taboo. One must absolutely refrain from gazing directly at the sun and moon through the lens of heightened perception. This decree, proclaimed by Nezha, has reverberated powerfully across the world. The leaders of the 6 great nations and the polluters were utterly unprepared for the revelation that even the sun and moon could embody distortion. The emergence of stellar and planetary distortions has shattered their worldviews. Were it not for Nezha's establishment of a path of distortion that grants access to divine powers, the mere announcement of this truth would have plunged anyone into despair. After all, the idea that even the celestial bodies could be distorted entities transcends the limits of human resistance. Moreover, if the sun and moon can indeed be distorted, what of the myriad stars in the heavens? What if the very fabric of the universe itself is woven from distortion? Fortunately, hope has emerged. If anyone is poised to become the god of stellar distortion and address the fundamental issues of a world marred by corruption, it is Nezha. Indeed, he has been diligently purging the distortions, having swept away and absorbed all but those within the actual control zones of the 6 great nations. Intentionally, he has left these regions intact, thereby diminishing resistance and preparing for the eventual integration of the 6 nations. After all, psychological groundwork is essential. Convincing the 6 nations to relinquish their power for the sake of humanity is a formidable challenge. The eradication of pollution and distortion is one matter, while the surrender of power is quite another. Simultaneously, Nezha's 3,000 divine disciples have begun to establish their presence in various locales. Advanced cities of myriad forms have sprung up across the globe, with millions of inhabitants materializing seemingly out of thin air. The distorters and distorted deities are well aware that these newly emerged populations are the high intelligences from the virtual realm, which had previously provided them with faith and stability in human nature. Now, liberated from danger by Nezha's purging and absorption of the distortions, these individuals can finally emerge into the light. The sudden appearance of these millions of highly qualified individuals, along with their mastery of advanced technologies, nearly caused the leaders of the 6 nations to suffer cardiac distress. Whereas the populations of the polluted cities were previously limited and could not dominate the world, this surge of millions has undoubtedly shattered their final illusions. Furthermore, the doubts that had loomed over them have now found resolution. Nezha's theory of distortion has become increasingly clear as information continues to disseminate. On an operational level, there remain numerous ambiguities. Yet, all of this inevitably circles back to a singular question. From whence do the faith in the stable distorters and the distorted deities of humanity arise? The population of the polluted cities is utterly insufficient to sustain the belief of 3,000 distorted deities. Now, with the sudden emergence of hundreds of millions of high-caliber individuals, they seem to grasp the source of the faith in these 3,000 distorted deities. Nezha's theory indeed holds merit. It is merely that this faith lies beyond their comprehension. Concurrently, Nezha has unraveled the reproductive rights of artificial beings. To genuinely occupy this universe, it must be through native life forms. While relying on artificial beings for population production may serve as a temporary measure, it must never become the norm. The naturally born populace is the foundational essence of all universes and civilizations. Any civilization attempting to transcend this principle is destined to encounter backlash in the future. Nezha cannot afford to commit such a fundamental error. As long as sufficient benefits are provided, even under an intelligent management model, naturally born populations must emerge as the predominant force in the future. Once batches of these naturally born individuals mature to take up the mantle, artificial beings can recede into the background. The task of the 3,000 deities is to nurture the growth of these naturally born individuals, imparting knowledge and theories regarding the path of distortion from infancy to adulthood, thereby preparing them for a future of universal pollution. Subsequently, suitable members will be selected from the pollutants to become distorters, and from the distorters, suitable candidates will be cultivated into distorted deities. Through this layered progression, Nezha can harness a sufficient number of high-quality beliefs from the distorted deities to transcend to planetary and stellar levels of distortion. Chapter 69. The Birth of Destiny. The era of the new generation, when the number of naturally born new generations surpasses 100 million, Nezha begins to sense a subtle yet profound difference within himself. This feeling is distinctly unique, both alien and familiar. He quickly realizes that this sensation is none other than destiny. In chaos, such destinies are quite commonplace, encompassing those like Pangu and Chaos, the gods who opened up worlds, as well as destinies of races, civilizations, nations, and cultural paths. It can be said that destiny weaves through the very fabric of chaos. However, in this universe, fundamentally rooted in distortion, the emergence of destiny is gradually manifesting, particularly following the birth of 100 million new generations. This occurrence is remarkable in itself, for it signifies something that did not transpire even when he absorbed the 3,000 sources of distortion and imparted teachings to the 3,000 distorted deities. This indicates that, seemingly distorted as it may be, this universe will inevitably transition towards a more normal state with the dissolution of distortion. In today's world, the distortion primarily centers around Nezha and other warped deities, giving rise to a substantial sanctuary. Within this haven, a new generation has unconsciously forged a destiny. In contrast, the combined population of the 6 great nations exceeds 2 billion, yet they have failed to manifest such a fate. This indicates that the very act of evasion to escape pollution and distortion is inherently futile. These individuals lack a certain vitality, rendering them less than whole humans, incapable of constructing their own destinies. From this perspective, Nezha emerges as the beacon of hope for restoring order in this world, and indeed, throughout the universe. Blessed with destiny, he will navigate all matters smoothly and effectively, facilitating a positive cycle. Unlike the indigenous peoples of the 6 nations, who have grown under oppression, the new generation nurtured in Nezha's domain has been immersed in a systematic, ultramodern education from the outset. They are blessed with harmonious families, joyful childhoods, ample material resources, enriched spirits, a quest for knowledge in their secondary education, aspiration in high school, enlightenment in university, followed by the journey into adulthood marked by marriage and parenthood. ultimately leading them to the path of the polluters. They are a generation cultivated in the most pristine conditions, where the choice to become a polluter rests solely in their hands. To prevent the transmission of pollution through procreation, one cannot become a polluter without having children. Correspondingly, becoming a polluter inevitably results in the loss of reproductive capabilities. Of course, they also possess the freedom to choose not to become polluters, living their lives as ordinary individuals. Polluters carry numerous advantages, lifespans extending for centuries, extraordinary physical prowess, and remarkable abilities. However, the price of acquiring these capabilities is the forfeiture of reproductive capacity and a disconnection from ordinary humanity. Upon becoming polluters, their mission becomes one of saving the world and the universe. To this end, they must, on one hand, build a better living environment for their descendants, and on the other, contribute their faith and preparation for becoming distorters. These aspirations are cultivated systematically and embraced as a shared consensus among the entire new generation. Although contemporary nanotechnology enables the seamless execution of myriad tasks, the sense of participation is also a crucial element in shaping one's sense of purpose. The profound experience of personally engaging in the metamorphosis of the world is significantly more potent than merely sitting in an intelligence center, generating outcomes at the push of a button. With the collective efforts of over 100 million new individuals, the world is undergoing transformation at an unprecedented pace, reminiscent of industrialization, permeating every corner of existence. The distorted seventh continent has become the stronghold of this new generation, where the fallen deities and countless manifestations of pollution and distortion have been purged by Nezha, restoring a secure environment once more. It is here. The new generation has been exposed to the harsh realities of a distorted existence and has cultivated a resolute determination to transform this world and the cosmos. They cannot fathom the plight of their newborn descendants, who must confront the merciless taint of the external world. A mere glance at the corrupted void, the blemished moon, the sullied sun, or even the beautiful starry sky can be enough to witness this degradation. Such a world and universe are undeniably cruel. A profound sense of responsibility compels them to exert their utmost efforts in rectifying the world, eradicating distortion and pollution. However, beyond this sense of duty, an even more significant motivator exists: reward. Material incentives hold little significance for the new generation, as they have never lacked for material possessions since birth. Given their contributions, they can essentially acquire whatever they desire. This is not an era marked by scarcity, but rather one overflowing with abundance, leading to dilemmas about daily sustenance. Decisions about what to eat have become a century-old conundrum, often resolved through artificial intelligence recommendations for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Their primary concern revolves around the intelligent subbrain implanted in their minds upon becoming polluters. This subbrain calculates their contributions and selects individuals based on their physical constitution, mentality, and character for eligibility. Upon being successfully chosen as a qualified candidate, individuals may have the opportunity to become distorters, contingent upon their contributions. The selection of distorters from various locations is entirely random, allowing for online choices or offline lotteries. This randomness arises from the limited number of distorters, making equitable distribution impossible. Hence, chance plays a crucial role, as luck is an integral aspect of being a distorter. While contributions cannot solely guarantee the title of distorter, insufficient contributions will certainly preclude any opportunity. Everyone undergoes the same education, achieving competence across various dimensions such as strength, profession, ability, and character. The only convincing factor ultimately rests upon luck. Presently, the likelihood of becoming a distorter is at its peak, as the continuous influx of successors will inevitably dilute these probabilities over time. Only by becoming a distorter can one meet the conditions necessary to absorb distorted entities. Moreover, the disparity in lifespans, hundreds or even thousands of years, is a prospect no individual would willingly relinquish. Attaining the status of a distorter grants one the qualification to ascend to the rank of a distorted deity. All these elements are intricately interconnected. As for the monopolization of the absorption of distorted entities by a singular individual, such as Nezha, this may indeed be the case currently. However, once the lifespan of the polluters is exhausted after centuries, the situation may inevitably change. The deceased polluters transform into new, distorted entities, serving as a source of sustenance for the entire realm of distortion. Millennia later, the fallen distorters will likewise become the nourishment for the distorted deities. In this manner, the system of distortion continues to expand ceaselessly, whether driven by a sense of mission or the allure of becoming a distorter. The initial generation of the new lineage exhibits the lowest birth rate, with couples averaging merely 3 offspring. They harbor a profound yearning to become polluters, and their fervor for the distorters is palpable. Simultaneously, they possess the greatest opportunities. However, their descendants display a diminished fervor for embracing the role of polluters. Although the option remains, the contributions of their predecessors have monopolized numerous ecological niches, thereby further reducing the likelihood of becoming distorters. Consequently, many of the new generation opt to indulge in the pleasures of their own lives. For them, procreation is also a form of contribution. The more offspring they bear, the greater their rewards upon becoming polluters. Hastily aspiring to become polluters not only deprives them of ordinary life experiences, but also yields diminished returns in terms of contribution. Those who have not sufficiently procreated find that their potential contributions as future polluters are significantly greater. The new generation is expanding at an unprecedented rate, with no one concerned about the scarcity of survival resources, as their technology is sufficiently advanced. The more pressing issue lies in their future, which stretches towards the boundless stars and oceans. Chapter 70. Digesting the Moon. Interstellar colonization. When the population under Nezha reached 3 billion, the number of distorted deities exceeded 30,000. At last, Nezha took action against the moon in the sky. To the ordinary observer, even through a telescope, it appeared merely as a lifeless, common planet. The greatest enigma lies in the moon's peculiar nature. It does not reflect the sun's light, but emits its own, casting a red hue. Thus, in this world, the moon is perceived as crimson, earning it the ominous title of blood moon. There exists a widespread superstition that bathing in the light of the blood moon can drive one to madness. However, this tale has taken on a folkloric quality akin to that of the big bad wolf, as many have witnessed the blood moon and stood beneath its light without incident. Consequently, no one truly believes in its dangers. Yet there remains an unspoken adherence to the tradition of avoiding direct gaze at the blood moon and refraining from bathing in its light. In the eyes of the polluters, distorters, and even the distorted deities, the blood moon is an entity to be shunned. In the past, they suppressed their spiritual sight, as their vision was too feeble to perceive even the distorted beings. Thus, the blood moon posed no threat. However, when Nezha proclaimed that both the moon and the sun were also distortions, it incited a profound terror among the populace. Yet, each year, there are always individuals who foolishly dare to gaze into the blood moon with heightened spiritual perception, only to be instantaneously transformed into grotesque entities. Regarding the demise of these individuals, there lies not a shred of sympathy. It is merely the natural selection weeding out those unfit for existence. Survival of the fittest, indeed. Now, under the unified global prayers of the Nezha faction, Nezha, empowered by billions of beliefs, has formally set foot on the moon, aiming to supplant the sanguine moon in the heavens. In Nezha's eyes, the blood moon is not merely an inanimate, rocky celestial body. It embodies a colossal eye, vast as a planet. That crimson orb gazes intently upon the earth, devoid of any emotion or thought, existing solely in a state of vacuous observation. Such is the nature of a planetary distortion, due to its warped essence, even at the monumental scale of a planet. This distortion possesses no cognition and cannot give rise to any thought, for the very origin of thought is obliterated by distortion. Since even the germination of thought cannot emerge, the seemingly sinister blood moon can indeed be regarded as an inanimate planet. The closer Nezha approaches the blood moon, the more potent the pollution and distortion he perceives. As he nears the lunar surface, he acclimatizes to its taint and aberration. Ultimately, he successfully lands on the moon, which, in his vision, exhibits fleshy characteristics. To different observers, the moon manifests distinct realities. For an ordinary individual, the moon appears as an inorganic rocky sphere, and the samples they collect are perceived as entirely devoid of organic essence. The terror of distorted rules lies in their innate ability to blur the boundaries between organic and inorganic, between substance and ethereality, allowing for a seamless transformation between realities. Much like the quantum observer effect, what one perceives determines the outcome. In Nezha's perspective, the moon before him is an immense eye, simultaneously a profoundly powerful distortion. After all, the distortions on the ground remain intangible unless provoked. Yet, this lunar distortion astonishingly retains its material form. This signifies its elevated status. However, regardless of how lofty that status may be, as long as it lacks thought and can withstand the moon's inherent pollution and distortion, it remains merely a formidable challenge to be gradually mastered. Nezha undoubtedly meets all these conditions. For the first time, he revels in the full display of his distorting divine power. The 3,000 sources of distortion spread across the moon. In the face of such a threat, The moon itself remained eerily silent, devoid of any instinctual resistance. This twisted existence, regardless of its elevated status, lacked thought and soul, an utter void. It was solely due to the inherent twisted rules that it possessed in incomprehensible strength. Under the massive absorption of the 3,000 distorted sources, the sanguine glow of the blood moon began to fade at a visibly rapid pace. The blood moon, which had exuded a crimson luminescence throughout history, was reverting to the natural hue of moonlight. This transformation elicited jubilant cheers worldwide. While they dared not confront the blood moon with high spiritual vision, they could still perceive it with a lower spiritual sight. The change in the blood moon was undoubtedly caused by the Lord of Distortion, Nezha, who was absorbing the twisted power of the blood moon. Indeed, this was the case, albeit differing somewhat from the imaginations of those on the ground. Even with his vast powers, he could not consume the moon in one gulp. His actions merely involved digesting the surface layer of the blood moon, resulting in an immediate effect. From that point onward, even when gazing at the moon with high spiritual vision, one would not be tainted by its presence. Having first consumed the surface of the blood moon, Nezha proceeded step by step from the outside in, successfully absorbing its essence. This remarkable feat profoundly shocked the 6 great nations, leading their leaders to abandon resistance. In truth, they could no longer resist, as the influence of Nezha had pervaded their nations, rendering them like sieves. Thus, the world finally united, gaining an additional 2 billion souls. In the decades to follow, a comprehensive transformation of these individuals commenced. Nezha spent a full 30 years absorbing the essence of the blood moon, finally exhausting its source. He thus ascended to the rank of a planetary-level distortion deity, yet his advancement merely grazed the threshold of the cosmos. After all, this planetary-level distortion deity was but a small asteroid like the moon. Above him lay true planets and even stars. His strength still bore considerable weight. Nevertheless, his small step marked a monumental leap for the universe. Once Nezha fully absorbed the essence of the blood moon, the moon lost its capacity for pollution and distortion. This signified that humanity could realize manned moon landings and lunar colonization. With the current capabilities of human technology, this ambition was entirely achievable. Through continuous interstellar migration, humanity need not fret over insufficient living space and energy resources. Presently, humanity's greatest challenge remained its numbers, surpassing 10 billion, 100 billion, and ultimately 1 trillion. Population is the essence of the path to distortion. Only through an unceasing faith can a sufficient number of distorted deities emerge, capable of leading humanity beyond their planet, venturing into other worlds, and engaging in interstellar colonization. Without the safeguarding presence of these distorted deities, ordinary individuals stand powerless against pollution and distortion. The polluters and distorters themselves, when confronted with superior distorted entities, reveal their own fragility. Distorted deities are the prerequisite for humanity's journey toward the stars and the vast ocean of space. Chapter 71. Planetary-level distorted deities. Having ascended to the status of a planetary-level distorted deity, Nezha finally dared to open his eyes to the cosmos. However, given his current rank, he still refrained from gazing directly at the sun. Considering the vast chasm between the sun and the moon, a mere glance could lead to his immediate downfall, resulting in the destruction of the distorted civilization he had painstakingly built over centuries. Nevertheless, he could afford a fleeting glance at the other planets within the solar system. In that brief moment, he confirmed a singular truth. Aside from Earth, which has birthed life, humanity, and civilization, all other planets in the solar system are mere distorted entities akin to the moon. This is understandable, as even the sun has succumbed to distortion. Under the relentless radiation and pollution of the sun for countless eons, it is hardly surprising that the other planets have transformed into distorted forms. The only question that lingers is why Earth remains exceptional. Although the fauna and humanity on Earth have encountered some pollution, the planet itself has not succumbed to distortion. Its resistance to pollution and distortion is extraordinarily robust. However, Nezha had no immediate interest in investigating this anomaly, for it was not the opportune time. The paramount concern is the continuous development of the population within his distorted civilization. As for technology, Nezha is not arrogant. The technological advancements in his virtual universe would take the distorted civilization millions of years to catch up to. Thus, the cultivation of population is the foremost priority. Only by fostering a sufficient population and birthing more distorted deities can Nezha ascend from a small asteroid-level distorted deity to a true planetary-level distorted deity. At that point, he could systematically colonize and transform all the planets within the solar system. A population exceeding trillions would be entirely feasible. with the combined distorted essence of all the planets. Alongside a trillion-strong populace and a multitude of distorted deities offering their prayers, the possibility of shaking the sun and ultimately absorbing its distorted essence becomes tangible. In this boundless universe, a planetary-level distorted deity merely stands at the threshold of cosmic existence. It is the stellar-level distorted deities who possess the true ability to traverse the universe. After all, within the vast expanse of the cosmos, no one truly comprehends the extent to which distortion has evolved. Could it be that this is the sole civilization of distortion? Or have other forms of distorted civilizations already emerged? Moreover, even within the vastness between stars, disparities exist, not to mention the presence of ultimate celestial bodies such as black holes. One can only say that the journey ahead is long and arduous. He possesses all the time to patiently await and guide the development of distorted civilizations. After all, his very existence is immortal. His concerns have never revolved around death, but rather the distortion of existence itself. Even if a person's physical form and essence remain undying, if both are distorted, will they still remain themselves? Clearly, the answer is no. This is precisely why Nezha persistently endeavors to master distortion. Only by mastering it can he ensure his own immunity to distortion. The distortions within the realm of the Six Nations have been entirely absorbed by the divine beings of distortion under Nezha's command. At this moment, Earth has effectively eradicated any space for the birth of wild distortions. With the blood moon's distortions being absorbed by Nezha, humanity across the planet now exists entirely within a controllable domain. People no longer need to fear their heightened spiritual perception. In truth, with the physical and mental resilience of an ordinary person, regardless of how elevated their spiritual perception may be, they cannot unveil the sun's true nature. Being affected by the blood moon represents the utmost limit for ordinary individuals. For the vast majority of ordinary people, polluters, distorters, and distorted deities, the threat posed by the blood moon far surpasses that of the sun. Unless a distorted deity recklessly maximizes their spiritual perception towards the sun, it is fundamentally impossible to penetrate its brilliance. The sun's status is far too elevated, exceeding the spiritual perception of most beings. Thus, the current Earth, from humanity's perspective, is an unprecedentedly safe environment. Under the regulation of intelligent auxiliary brains, ordinary individuals, polluters, and distorters coexist within the same community. In their daily lives, there is no need to worry about the potential for pollution or distortion. Intelligent auxiliary brains continuously monitor the mental and physical data of all individuals. Should any unfortunate incidents arise, they will be swiftly addressed. Polluters and distorters will be promptly controlled, while ordinary individuals will have their senses severed, plunging them into slumber. Furthermore, the cultivation of polluters and distorters must occur in designated locations. In their daily existence, their abilities to pollute and distort are strictly constrained. Everything unfolds in a remarkably orderly manner. Each individual's life goals are maximally fulfilled. With diligent effort, one can nearly realize the majority of their aspirations. As for unattainable goals, they are often the result of unrealistic ambition. Either it is a matter of insufficient ability or simply a stroke of bad luck. Due to the presence of intelligent subminds, polluters, and distorters, the brilliance among humanity is as abundant as the stars in the night sky. However, an excess of genius can sometimes lead to complications, as a singular objective becomes the arena of competition among numerous prodigies. When all are exceptional, and the choice is impossible, fortune must then dictate the outcome. The embodiment of this is the distorter. Each opportunity for a distorter incites frenzied contention among humans, for luck holds significant sway. Consequently, discussions regarding luck permeate the fabric of daily life, becoming an integral part of civilization. The polluters, with their centuries-long lifespan, relish life, pursue interests, accrue contributions, and amass knowledge. If even the polluters enjoy such a life, one can only imagine the richness experienced by the distorters. Those who ascend through rigorous selection possess millennia to cultivate themselves, creating an inherent chasm between the distorters and the polluters. Should a distorter be outperformed by a polluter, it would be a matter of great shame. Similarly, if a polluter falls short against an ordinary individual, the sentiment remains unchanged. The era of the distorter civilization is relatively nascent. To them, their extensive lifespans feel interminable. However, should one extend this span to millions or even billions of years, it would still be but a drop in the ocean. When, after several centuries, the polluters begin to experience widespread aging and death, it will inevitably disrupt the current flourishing atmosphere of harmony. People's perceptions will shift from a human lifespan of mere centuries to the expansive scale of the polluters' hundreds of years. They will then realize that even a lifespan of several centuries is not as lengthy as imagined. As the perspective on time transforms, individuals will begin to benchmark their existence against the polluter's centuries, naturally fostering a sense of urgency and an even more fervent desire for the distorters. From the viewpoint of Nezha, this is a positive development, as it can inspire civilization to advance more swiftly. A civilization composed entirely of immortals might not be unachievable, yet it is inherently unreliable. A civilization that can perpetually engage in self-iteration, self-pursuit, and self-improvement is the hallmark of a truly good civilization. He finds it hard to believe that an immortal civilization could continuously maintain its curiosity and quest for knowledge. Once a civilization stagnates, over time, it inevitably faces irreversible decline. Thus, the current span of several centuries, while exceedingly lengthy for ordinary individuals, is trivial for a civilization. Chapter 72. Absorbing Mars. Transforming Mars in the blink of an eye. Several hundred years have passed. The total population of Earth and the Moon has surpassed 10 billion. A multitude of space fortresses has accommodated a vast population. The names of the planets in this solar system have been renamed by Nezha, transforming them into titles familiar to him: Sun, Earth, Moon, Mars, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn, and so forth. A staggering 100 billion inhabitants have now reached the limits of Earth, the Moon, and the space fortresses, with the population continuing to grow at an exponential rate. Thus, the time has come for Nezha to fulfill his promise. The scarcity of living space and resources has become a focal point of concern for all. Humanity is in urgent need of genuine living space, which inevitably leads to Mars. With the current technological prowess of the distorted civilization, the capability to terraform planets is entirely within reach. Numerous distorted deities can manipulate the realms of their own rules, transforming both organic and inorganic matter. Therefore, the challenge of altering a planet presents no technical difficulties. The sole issue lies in the fact that Mars is also a distorted entity. Among the entire distorted civilization, only one individual possesses the ability to absorb such a planet-sized distortion. None of the other distorted deities can. Attempting to land recklessly would undoubtedly result in becoming a new distortion in madness. In response to the people's calls, Nezha finally heeded the collective prayers of billions of humans and millions of distorted deities. The power of faith manifested as a terrifying tide, bestowing upon Nezha the strength to maintain his rationality and share in his distortions. Under the watchful gaze of billions of humans and millions of distorted deities, he descended upon Mars. The event mirrored the previous absorption of the Moon's distortions. Nezha first absorbed the Martian crust, thereby revealing the true topography of Mars. Observing the changes in the Martian surface's luster, the Earthlings recognized that their distorted lord, Nezha, had succeeded. This time, there was no need to wait for Nezha to completely absorb Mars. Countless space fortresses swiftly approached the planet, ultimately halting in its outer orbital space. Various spacecraft, carrying millions of settlers, landed on Mars. As long as they refrained from recklessly delving into the planet's core, constructing upon Mars's surface posed no issues. Although humanity has now fully developed mass-produced intelligent robots, the essence of society still lies in the hands of individuals who shape the world. Intelligent robots are merely supportive tools. This does not signify a waste of productivity, but rather that hands-on involvement is an integral part of maintaining rationality. This principle applies to all, including the distorted deities. For the distorted civilization, the priority is first to uphold rationality, and then to address subsequent matters. The unparalleled sense of participation in personally transforming the world, along with the spiritual fulfillment derived from such contributions, is truly extraordinary. The deity of distortion takes the lead in reshaping the world, with the distorters assisting and the polluters executing the final touches. Towering cities of Martian colonies rise from the ground, while energy shields enclose Mars, creating a barrier between its interior and exterior. A massive migration of billions is unfolding between Earth and Mars. The water sources on Mars are being utilized to their fullest potential, with a continuous cycle ensuring almost no possibility of waste. Simultaneously, water from Earth is being relentlessly transported to Mars to meet its daily needs. However, the genuine resolution of Mars' atmospheric and water issues hinges on Nezha fully absorbing the power of distortion from Mars. Once Nezha ascends to the status of a true planetary deity of distortion, he alone will possess the ability to rejuvenate Mars' atmosphere and, with his astonishing capabilities, initiate gravitational forces to draw comets from other parts of the solar system into Martian orbit. Composed predominantly of ice, these comets represent the optimal source of water, With an atmosphere and water supply established, Mars would finally be primed for comprehensive transformation. The current capabilities of the distortion civilization could theoretically achieve this. Yet the energy expenditure and risks are substantial. Presently, the civilization lacks the ability to generate an atmosphere directly. Nevertheless, with countless devices and the collective strength of the deities of distortion, it is feasible to create a colossal barrier enveloping the planet as a substitute for an atmosphere. Regarding the comet issue, the deities of distortion could collaborate aboard spacecraft to capture comets from other regions of the solar system. However, they run the risk of contamination from other planets. Compared to their laborious efforts, which yield modest results, it would be more prudent to await Nezha's success. The productivity unleashed by his mere presence would rival that of the entire distortion civilization. Such is the might of a deity. One individual can equate to an entire civilization. Nezha is expected to take approximately 10 years to absorb Mars' energy. The stronger he becomes, the faster the absorption will occur. Confronted with the situation on Mars, Nezha does not shirk responsibility. At this moment, he is effectively Mars itself. As Nezha harnesses his abilities, the once cooling core of Mars begins to stir, giving rise to a magnetic field and an atmosphere, thus resolving the atmospheric dilemma. Following this, Nezha ventures into other regions of space to capture comets, and even directly draws asteroids into gravitational rifts to purify the distortions and acquire water resources. With an atmosphere and sufficient water supply established, the operation of Martian civilization enters a new phase of stability. However, a single Mars is no longer sufficient to satisfy Nezha's appetite. The planets closer to the Sun, Mercury and Venus, remain beyond his reach, as do the massive Jupiter and Saturn, which far exceed Earth's mass. All other distorted planets have been absorbed by him one by one, and he has meticulously maneuvered these processed planets into orbits between Earth and Mars through gravitational influence, until he ascends to the status of a stellar-level distorted deity. He shall not permit any of his disciples to attain planetary-level distorted divinity. After all, the dispersion of power is a significant taboo. Should he fail to achieve stellar-level distorted divinity due to this fragmentation of power, it would be fatal to his future plans. Nezha has entered an unprecedented phase of activity. The distorted humanity receives asteroids periodically, maneuvered into position by Nezha. On one hand, they can extract resources from these asteroids, while on the other, they can construct grander space fortress cities based on these celestial bodies. A continuous stream of colossal marvels emerges in space, balancing practicality with aesthetic beauty, while serving another paramount function, habitation. The entirety of distorted civilizations, humanity understands that quantity is their sole advantage. Only by nurturing Nezha to the status of a stellar-level distorted deity through the collective faith of their civilization can they genuinely aspire to the stars and the vast seas beyond. Thus, breeding and educating the population have become urgent priorities. With the existence of a virtual world, even amidst a population explosion, it is merely their bodies that are confined by reality. Their consciousness enjoys complete freedom within the virtual realm. The construction of numerous space fortresses cannot keep pace with the exponentially growing human population. Nevertheless, people believe that difficulties are temporary. As long as Nezha can gradually absorb the distortions of the other planets in the solar system, he will eventually possess the power to alter the entire ecological framework of the solar system. Chapter 73. Absorbing ice giants and gas planets in the distorted universe. There are significant advantages at times. After all, in a normal world, can you imagine the material transitioning back and forth between organic and inorganic states? This implies that many planets, which would otherwise be inhospitable, whether gas giants or ice giants, can, under the influence of distortion, transform directly into solid planets capable of supporting life. Such a feat, even amidst chaos, is exceedingly difficult to achieve. It requires not only immense spiritual power, but also the status of a sage. However, in the distorted universe, this transformation can be accomplished by a planetary-level distorted deity alone. In terms of resource acquisition, this distorted ability is nothing short of extraordinary. This is also the reason why the entire distorted civilization, even at the cost of sacrificing its own temporary living space, continues to reproduce with fervor. For as long as the Lord of Distortion possesses sufficient strength, the entire solar system is replete with living space and resources. The solar system, larger than Earth, boasts numerous planets of considerable mass. Should it be possible to transform these planets into solid bodies suitable for human habitation, and subsequently, through Nezha, relocate them into the habitable zone of the solar system, what would a mere trillion inhabitants signify? This exemplifies the advantage of the distorted civilization as it advances towards interstellar colonization. Beyond the homeworld, resources abound. It merely depends on one's capability to acquire them. Nezha alleviates humanity's spatial constraints by capturing a plethora of asteroids and meteors. His successful absorption of Mars is attributed to its relatively small size, merely several times that of the Moon. However, should he attempt to engage with celestial bodies more massive than Earth, the time expended would be considerable. Therefore, before taking action, he must ensure that the distorted civilization has ample living space. This necessity renders him the most industrious deity within the solar system. This task can only be accomplished by him. Other distorted deities not only lack efficiency, but also pose a greater risk. Their primary role is to safeguard the spacefaring humanity of the distorted civilization from unforeseen contamination and distortion. Such bustling activity persisted for decades. At last, Nezha chose the opportune moment to invade Neptune. This planet, the most distant from the Sun, possesses a mass over 17 times that of Earth, truly qualifying as a giant planet. It represents an unprecedented colossal endeavor for Nezha. Its vastness implies that the transformation process would require an extensive duration. Similarly, once Nezha completes the transformation, not only will his personal power experience exponential growth, but the living space and resources available to humanity will also witness a remarkable surge. With trillions of inhabitants and millions of distorted deities, aside from their daily lives, the majority of their time is devoted to offering incense and prayers before Nezha's statue. Nezha's actions are pivotal to the future of the entire distorted civilization. In the blink of an eye, 30 years have elapsed. The previously tranquil Neptune has begun to stir. Under the immense gravitational influence, it is drawing closer to Earth. This unusual gravitational pull and trajectory undoubtedly bear the hallmark of Nezha. Words fail to encapsulate the exhilaration permeating the entire distorted civilization. Although Neptune still emanates a potent aura of distortion, indicating that Nezha's absorption and digestion remain in a rudimentary stage, they all hold faith that once Neptune enters the habitable zone of the solar system, the process of Nezha's consumption is drawing to a close. This method of assimilation emphasizes a dual approach, maximizing the efficient use of time within Neptune's orbital path. Indeed, for decades have elapsed, yet Neptune's transformation remains incomplete. However, Neptune has successfully entered the fringes of the habitable zone, and its surface no longer emits a distorted aura. The very essence of Neptune has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, evolving from an ice giant into a solid rocky planet suitable for human colonization. It now boasts mountains, oceans, and an atmosphere, awaiting the transformative touch of humanity. Though Nezha possesses the divine capability to create and transform all things under the influence of his distorted powers, breathing vibrant life into Neptune, he refrains from doing so. It is also his duty to help the distorted civilization of humanity discover the meaning of their existence and progress. The arrival and transformation of Neptune have ignited an unprecedented wave of migration among the distorted civilization. Nearly half of the trillions of humans have relocated to Neptune, alleviating the previously strained living conditions. Consequently, the reproductive rate of the distorted civilization has surged once more, resulting in a rapid increase in their population, surpassing 20 trillion. 70 years have passed, and the population of the distorted civilization has now exceeded 100 trillion, once again tightening the constraints of their living space. Nezha has finally completed the comprehensive absorption and transformation of Neptune. This monumental endeavor has propelled him from a minor planetary deity to a major celestial entity, amplifying his powers manifold. After a 30-year period of adjustment, Nezha sets his sights on Uranus. Unlike the challenges posed by Neptune, Uranus' mass is merely 14 times that of Earth, a feat easily manageable for Nezha, who has already absorbed Neptune's distortions. In truth, he completed the full assimilation of Uranus and relocated it to the habitable orbit of the solar system in just 30 years. The arrival of Uranus has undeniably expanded the living space and resources available to humanity significantly. After a brief period of reflection lasting 20 years, Nezha then turned his attention to the gaseous planet Saturn. With a mass nearly 100 times that of Earth, Saturn presents considerable challenges. However, for Nezha, who has already absorbed and digested the energies of both Neptune and Uranus, Saturn is no longer an insurmountable obstacle. Without a doubt, the consumption of Saturn's distorted essence lies ahead. It would undoubtedly be a monumental endeavor, consuming an inevitable span of over a century. Indeed, this was the reality. As Nezha absorbed the distorted essence of Saturn, he simultaneously needed to transform the very nature of the planet, converting it from a gaseous giant into a solid entity. This was no small feat. Saturn, as a gas giant, boasts a volume exceeding that of Earth by over 800 times. While the transformation itself was not overly complex, it demanded considerable effort. From the absorption and digestion of Saturn to its metamorphosis into a solid planet, followed by its relocation to the habitable zone. The entire process consumed nearly 2 centuries of Nezha's time. Yet, there was no doubt that such an investment of time yielded exceedingly generous rewards. The number of distorted civilization humans surged past 20 trillion after acquiring Saturn, swiftly approaching 30 trillion. Time waits for no one. After a decade of rest, Nezha finally turned his attention to Jupiter. As a gaseous planet with a mass more than 300 times that of Earth and a volume over 1,300 times greater. Even with Nezha's current capabilities, the absorption and digestion of Jupiter's distorted essence would require several centuries. Successfully absorbing Jupiter's distortions would signify his readiness to challenge stellar-level distorted deities. Chapter 74. Disintegrating Jupiter, absorbing the Sun. Unlike Saturn, whose gravity, far surpassing that of Earth, could be endured by the polluters and distorters or adapted to by altering their own physical forms, Jupiter's mass exceeded the limits of the polluters, rendering even the distorters immensely challenged. Faced with such circumstances, Nezha's only viable option was to absorb Jupiter's distorted energies and subsequently disintegrate the planet into multiple Earth-sized celestial bodies. One Jupiter could be fragmented into over 300 Earths. Even considering the current pressures on the living space and resources of the distorted civilization, the benefits reaped from successfully absorbing Jupiter and disintegrating it would still amount to astronomical figures. After completing the 3 steps of absorbing Jupiter's distorted energies, transforming its planetary nature, and disintegrating it, a full 6 centuries had elapsed. The population of the distorted civilization had surpassed 100 trillion. During this time, Nezha periodically disassembled the fully absorbed mass of Jupiter into new planets, subsequently relocating them to the habitable orbit of the solar system. The task of terraforming these planets was then entrusted to the distorted civilization. 600 years later, the colossal Jupiter had vanished, leaving only its core mass transformed into a new planet, which Nezha relocated to the habitable zone. Now, the distorted civilization thrived, sustained by their faith in the distorted deities. Then, distorting the divine to provide humanity with survival space, resources, safety, and services has reached a considerable level of maturity. Under the dominion of Nezha, the master of distortion, the entire twisted civilization is safeguarded from severe class conflicts, disparities between the rich and poor, and material discord. Should such issues arise, they would face a sweeping purge from Nezha. The notion of collective punishment is non-existent. Even if numerous privileged classes were eliminated, the foundation lies within the lower strata. They are the roots. In the absence of oppression, the lower class can unleash a greater productive force and cohesive faith. Oppression leads to the regression of civilization, followed by an extended period of recuperation. After a span of several millennia, Nezha, bolstered by the shared faith of countless beings within the distorted civilization, commenced an endeavor against the Sun. Undoubtedly, the distorted entity of the Sun must surpass all planets. Even the mightiest Jupiter becomes insignificant before it. However, Nezha has absorbed the distortions of all other planets within the solar system, including the previously stagnant Venus and Mercury, reaching the pinnacle of planetary-level divine distortion. He possesses the capacity to resist and absorb the Sun's distortions, though this process will take far longer than that of Jupiter. In response, the inhabitants of the distorted civilization have taken measures. The entire solar system's habitable zones have been thoroughly claimed, densely populated with numerous planets and space fortress cities. Faced with this reality, the inhabitants can no longer recklessly expand their population, to prevent a population surge that could lead to the collapse of living space. The distorted civilization has once again imposed restrictions on population growth, strictly regulating reproduction. Of course, to maintain population balance, reproduction is still permitted, but the birth rate must align with the death rate. The allocation of birth quotas is determined by lottery, entrusted to chance rather than power. The populace has shown considerable faith in this distribution plan, as the randomness of the distorted civilization is perceived as just over time. Thus far, no shadowy dealings have surfaced, with even the distorting entities sharing the same lottery system. The opportunity for reproduction is no more precious than that of the distorting beings. Even though everyone is aware that Nezha's absorption of the Sun's distorted power will take a considerable amount of time, it still exceeds the limits of most imaginations, 6,000 years. A full 6 millennia. Nezha has finally completed the absorption of the Sun's distorted power. 6,000 years is ample time. Even beings with lifespans spanning centuries have undergone 10 cycles of reincarnation, sufficient to allow the lifespan of distorters to entirely refresh. When Nezha emerged from the sun, he remained the undisputed sovereign of the distorted civilization. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, apart from the familiar distorted deities, he found that none of the other polluters or distorters were known to him. Even the spirit, culture, and customs of the distorted civilization had undergone profound transformations. Such changes were inevitable. 6 millennia, even for polluters with average lifespans of several hundred years, was indeed an eternity, so long that they could not wait for Nezha to fully absorb the sun's distortions. Unexpectedly, not only did the polluters fail to wait, but the distorters did as well. The protracted passage of time was vividly apparent. Aside from the immortal, distorted deities who steadfastly supported Nezha, the faith among the polluters began to waver. Now, with Nezha's return, the previously fragmented pantheon of distorted deities swiftly found their unifying leader. The entire distorted civilization rapidly reverted to a model centered around Nezha. Confronted with this simultaneously familiar and alien distorted civilization, Nezha understood that he could not blame them. After 6,000 years, the distorted civilization had abruptly transitioned from boundless expansion to a constrained environment that limited living space and reproduction. Even with the guidance of the virtual world, 6 millennia was far too lengthy. Were it not for the support of the distorted deities and distorters, the civilization would likely have succumbed to collapse under such self-imposed restrictions. In the face of the collective anticipation of trillions within the distorted civilization, Nezha uttered a single phrase that revitalized their faith. Let us embark on an expedition with the entire solar system. Indeed, he meant to take the entire solar system, not just a spacecraft. As a stellar-level distorted deity, Nezha could effortlessly manipulate the gravity of the entire solar system, transforming it into a colossal interstellar warship for colonization across the stars. Though his form appeared as that of a mere 7-year-old, his words plunged the entire distorted civilization into astonishment. This was the audacity of their distorted sovereign. While a few preferred to pursue solitary ventures aboard spaceships, even if less efficient, the populace favored Nezha's bold vision of leading the entire solar system into battle. As for future plans, they were remarkably clear: to venture toward the center of the Milky Way. Along the journey, all encountered stellar systems were meticulously gathered. Simultaneously, the god of stellar distortion opened communication with other deities of distortion. Having consolidated the strength of the entire distorted civilization to ascend to the rank of a stellar distortion deity, it was only natural for him to reciprocate. In comparison to the vastness of the universe, he achieved this status in less than 10,000 years, demonstrating an astonishing efficiency that is beyond comprehension. Chapter 75. The Expedition of the Solar System. The 12,000-year wait was merely a precursor to the preparations required for departure. Nezha initiated gravitational forces, drawing together various asteroids and interstellar dust within the solar system, transforming them into planets capable of sustaining human life. After reconstituting numerous habitable planets, Nezha once more invoked gravitational forces, this time orchestrating the entire distorted civilization's planets within the sun's habitable zone. The trajectories of all planets were meticulously rearranged to prepare for the solar system expedition, ensuring they remained firmly ensconced within the sun's gravitational grasp. This precaution was taken to prevent orbital fluctuations that might arise during the solar system's rapid traversal through the cosmos, thus averting potential complications. Upon completing these preparations, and amidst the invigorated spirits of humanity within the distorted civilization, the solar system expedition officially commenced. Currently, there are no concerns regarding the energy resources of the distorted civilization, as the sun provides a source that could sustain existence for billions of years. However, the living space has become fixed. Nezha rejected extreme measures to expand living space or compromise the quality of life within the distorted civilization. Theoretically, dismantling asteroids into space cities could lead to an exponential increase in living space. Yet this was strictly prohibited by Nezha. While the assembly of asteroids was permissible, their disassembly was not, as this pertained not to survival, but to the fortune of the civilization. He had dismantled Jupiter into hundreds of planets without issue, but asteroids represented a critical threshold. The destruction of asteroids would precipitate a loss on a fortune level, which was one of the reasons Nezha refrained from dismantling them to expand the space cities. In summary, the future living space for humanity within the distorted civilization has seen a degree of expansion. However, the complete removal of reproductive restrictions remains unfeasible. Even with the entire solar system embarking on an expedition, reaching the next stellar system would still require a time frame measured in millennia. The previous 6,000-year stagnation had already caused certain anomalies within the distorted civilization, and now, expeditions measured in millennia further tested the resolve of its people. Nezha could focus on two aspects, one being the elevation of the current technological level of the distorted civilization. Given the limitations of existence in the tangible world, one must inevitably turn to the virtual realm in search of a broader experiential landscape. On the other hand, it necessitates the further refinement of the pathways of distortion, enabling a greater number of distorters within the current civilization. This increase in the ranks of distorters may alleviate the burdens borne by the polluters, whose lifespans, constrained to mere centuries, stand in stark contrast to the millennia that distorters may endure. Even in the grand expeditions of our solar system, which are measured in tens of thousands of years, distorters are not immune to the ravages of age and mortality. However, the generational succession among them occurs at a notably slower pace than that of the polluters. As for the number of distorted deities, this is a matter that must remain unbroached. Should the count of distorted deities exceed the capacities supported by the civilization's faith, it would inevitably lead to the collapse of the entire pantheon of distorted deities, a far more dire predicament than the issues faced by the distorters. The current distorted civilization has not yet traversed sufficient time to develop a robust foundation. It cannot indefinitely cater to the conditions of the distorted civilization. Instead, it must await the emergence of a cultural system that suits its own essence, thereby mitigating the existential dread tied to the ultimate concern of lifespan. Though Nezha himself has attained immortality, he adheres to the principles of birth, aging, illness, and death. Even the distorted deities, while seemingly eternal, derive their immortality from the distorted divine essence within them. Should their consciousness fail to keep pace with the transformations of this essence, they too will experience a decline at the level of awareness. However, their cognitive deterioration spans tens of thousands of years. Eventually, they will confront a choice, whether to relinquish their distorted divine essence with dignity and seek a successor to ensure the continuity of their divine legacy, or stubbornly cling to their essence, only to be cast aside by other distorted deities before their inevitable decline, subsequently seeking a new heir for their essence. Such scenarios will become commonplace in the millennia to come, with the inheritance of distorted divine essences serving as the pathway for distorters to ascend to divinity. It can be asserted that aside from safeguarding his own position, Nezha has not restricted other avenues. He has allowed for various methods of succession among the distorted deities. The simplest among these is the increase in divine positions resulting from population expansion. However, this route is currently ineffective. The number of distorted deities will only experience exponential growth upon reaching the next stellar system, where the distorted civilization will again enjoy vast expanses of existence. It is evident that the presence of distorted deities, in turn, sustains the population of the distorted civilization, as the increase in populace directly leads to the emergence of more divine positions. Conversely, should the population of the distorted civilization begin to wane, this will inevitably lead to certain distorted deities being deprived of adequate faith supply, thereby risking the backlash of their own twisted divinity. To avert such a scenario, these warped gods are exceedingly concerned about the population. An excess is undesirable, but a deficiency is even more so. Under the guidance of these distorted deities, the civilization they oversee will not experience significant upheaval. The journey of the solar system to the next stellar system took a staggering 12,000 years, a testament to the cost of carrying the entire solar system on this expedition. Were it up to Nezha himself, he could arrive in just 120 years. If it were the distorted deities, a mere 1,200 years would suffice. However, transporting the entire solar system transformed this into a 12,000-year endeavor. Yet, such a sacrifice is essential, for the civilization that has evolved through distortion requires an immense pyramid structure formed by ordinary people and polluters. Throughout this process, each entity is interdependent, including Nezha himself. Should he sever ties with the trillions of faith offerings from the distorted civilization, he too would fall victim to the backlash of his own twisted divinity. The entire hierarchy of this distorted civilization is bound together by a shared fate, inseparable from one another. This very binding has fostered a sense of equality and unity within the distorted civilization, preventing the eruption of civil strife. After 12,000 years, once both polluters and distorters have undergone several transformations, contemporary humanity finally arrives at its own era, a stroke of fortune for them, yet a lament for those who have passed before. The number of planets in a stellar system is finite. To create more living space and divine positions, Nezha intervenes, disassembling and recombining the planets of the current stellar system. This is unfeasible for already purified planets, as it would invoke a backlash of fortune. The present solar system stands as an independent community of fate. However, for stellar systems yet to absorb pollution, his actions pose no issues. Massive planets are shattered into smaller asteroids, including the distorted entities residing upon them, which are also divided. These planetary-scale distortions stand powerless before Nezha, the stellar-level distorted deity. Countless asteroids are meticulously arranged within the habitable zone of the star, and the selected distorted deities will determine their selection order at random. They shall become the first batch of asteroid-level distorted deities. As for the true planetary-level distorted deities, that will be addressed in the next stellar system. To achieve fairness to the best extent possible, sacrifices must be made. Such is the unavoidable reality. Once these distorted deities ascend to asteroid level, interstellar migration can now commence. Each expansion of living space signifies a grand celebration for the twisted civilization, not merely representing an increase in habitat, but also the acquisition of further opportunities for more distorters and deities of distortion. Chapter 76. Absorbing white dwarfs and neutron stars. This monumental ascension has greatly invigorated the morale of the twisted civilization, which now temporarily rests and recuperates within this stellar system. Nezha himself requires the absorption of the star's distorted power to further augment his strength, as his prowess determines the limits of the twisted civilization. Should he fail to safeguard the entirety of this civilization, its progression within the current cosmic environment would be utterly untenable, barely managing survival. Yet, stagnation in any endeavor equates to regression. In this universe dominated by distortion, to remain stagnant is to court annihilation. As a deity of stellar proportions, Nezha's absorption of the star's distorted energy did not consume much time, merely a few hundred years. In that span, an entire generation of polluters has departed, while the population of the twisted civilization has doubled from 100 trillion to 300 trillion. This remarkable growth is attributed to a more equitable distribution of asteroids, resulting in a greater number of asteroid-class deities and distorters. Such developments have fostered a vibrant and optimistic atmosphere within the twisted civilization. Furthermore, two stars have formed a stable binary system, continuing their journey towards the heart of the Milky Way. Though merely two stellar systems, even in chaos, the energy they possess is still insufficient for Nezha to attain saintly status, as the vastness of chaos itself is cosmic in scale. The number of opportunities for ascension within the chaos is exceedingly limited. Yet, in Nezha's eyes, the present distorted universe, while seemingly immense, has transcended chaos. To achieve saint-level power within this universe, he must consume at least half of the distorted energy of the Milky Way. According to Nezha's observations, there should be no more than 100,000 galactic clusters akin to the Milky Way. The distortion of space creates an illusion of vastness. As he grows, the universe he traversed prior appears devoid of the extraordinary. However, its immensity is unparalleled in his experience. Countless galaxies overlap, and from the perspective of spatial breadth, it surpasses the chaos and distorted universe he has encountered. The number of verified galaxy clusters has reached 158 million, with an astounding 125 billion unverified galaxies, shattering the limits of spatial imagination. Once again, countless millennia have passed. Nezha has absorbed an immense number of stars, so many that they have distorted civilization itself, forming a miniature star system. Yet, throughout these years, Nezha has merely enhanced his strength without daring to challenge his own standing further. He comprehends that sometimes quantity cannot compare to quality. However, to achieve a qualitative transformation, one must first accumulate a quantitative change. Simultaneously, Nezha has slowed his advance towards the center of the Milky Way, opting instead to revolve around it, all the while incorporating more stellar systems to augment his power. This decision stems from a singular reason, the forewarning of his saintly status. Should he continue forward and truly enter the realm of the galaxy's core, he would find himself irretrievably lost. This suggests that the distortions at the galaxy's center are not merely devoid of intelligence. Yet, the absence of any response from them when he remains outside their vicinity hints that they might possess a certain degree of intelligence, albeit limited. After absorbing the twisted power of 3,000 stars, Nezha finally commenced his qualitative transformation, which involved the absorption of the distorted energy from white dwarfs. A white dwarf is a supermassive celestial body formed by the collapse of a star in its later stages of development. While such a body may seem unremarkable, if a white dwarf gives rise to a distortion, it indicates that this distortion would possess strength far surpassing that of a star. Consequently, should Nezha succeed in consuming the distortion of a white dwarf, he could realize a transformation from quantitative change to qualitative change. Even though he deliberately selected a white dwarf of relatively lower mass, he encountered the most perilous situation since entering this universe while absorbing its distorted power. The scenario had escalated beyond mere absorption. It had turned into a mutual predation, as he coveted the white dwarf's distorted power for his transformation. The white dwarf instinctively siphoned his own distorted energy. As a celestial body formed from the collapse of a star at the end of its life cycle, the white dwarf, while possessing unprecedented mass, also harbors the potential for yet another supernova explosion to become a star anew. Currently, the white dwarf finds itself in such an opportunity. If it could consume the vast and unfathomable distorted energy from Nezha, it would undoubtedly be reborn. Ultimately, however, the white dwarf succumbed. Nezha emerged victorious, and the simplicity of his triumph lay in leveraging the gravitational influence of the 3,000 stars upon the white dwarf, allowing the gravitational pull of this miniature star system to act upon the white dwarf at its core. Through the gravitational pull, the density of the white dwarf is diminished. Once the density of the white dwarf weakens, it signifies a concurrent decline in its distorting power. In this manner, through a reciprocal process, Nezha painstakingly absorbs the distorting force of the white dwarf. As the gravitational influence of the 3,000 stars dissipates, the white dwarf regains its density and strength. Nezha experiences a qualitative transformation in his own distorting power. Now, with the same force, he is more than tenfold stronger than before. However, the conversion of his distorting power requires a protracted duration. Yet, for the now highly advanced civilization of distortion, time is of little consequence. In the ensuing period, Nezha, on one hand, continues to transform his distorting power, while on the other, he actively seeks out stars to absorb. He remains too feeble and must proactively pursue stellar bodies. Once he fortifies himself further, he will be capable of drawing distant stars towards him through the vastness of gravity. After absorbing the transformative essence of the white dwarf, Nezha gradually turns his attention to the neutron star's distorting power. The strength of a neutron star surpasses that of a white dwarf, with its high density, rapid rotation, powerful magnetic fields, and intense radiation all exceeding those of the white dwarf. It stands as one of the densest celestial bodies in the universe, second only to black holes. However, after Nezha surpasses the strength of the white dwarf, the neutron star, though formidable, no longer presents an insurmountable barrier. He employs the gravitational centers formed by tens of thousands of stars to diminish the neutron star's intensity, successfully absorbing its distortive essence, which once again heralds a transformation for him. Undoubtedly, Nezha's next objective is the black hole. In contrast to white dwarfs and neutron stars, black holes represent a qualitative leap in mass. Their immense mass distorts space, time, matter, and everything in between. It must be stated unequivocally that were it not for the fact that black holes themselves also give rise to distortive entities, Nezha would be unable to discover a means to refine a black hole. The power and peril of distortion are two sides of the same coin. He can utilize these distortive entities to indirectly refine black holes. Refining a black hole equates to mastering the ultimate force within a realm of the universe. After all, no entity could surpass the might of a black hole. Among black holes, only differences in mass exist. There are no fundamental distinctions. Whether it be a supermassive black hole or a stellar black hole, both represent the pinnacle of cosmic entities, distinguished solely by their mass, devoid of hierarchy.